Chapter 1. The Primordial World. To the west of Kunlun, at the juncture of the eastern and western continents, lies a celestial mountain known as Wanshou Mountain. This mountain is of unparalleled grandeur, its range stretching for billions of miles, resembling a colossal dragon in slumber, sprawling across the earth. An endless stream of primordial spiritual energy swirls like mist among the peaks, so dense that it nearly takes on a tangible form. Within the mountain, spiritual streams babble melodiously, crystal clear to the bottom. Wherever they flow, flowers and grasses flourish, all of extraordinary quality, each a primordial spiritual herb. Perched upon this Wanshou Mountain is a mystical abode known as the Cave Heaven of Wuzhuangwen. At this moment, within the Cave Heaven of Wuzhuangwen, a cluster of primordial essence of earth quivers gently, causing the primordial spiritual energy to surge. I have actually been reborn, and in the primordial world no less. Jiang Changxing exclaimed, astonished. After assimilating the memories within his mind, he comprehended the nature of his current situation. It was unexpected that after merely sleeping, he awakened to find himself transported to the primordial world, becoming the legendary Earth immortal ancestor, Zhen Yuan Zi. Indeed, the world he had traversed into was the very one where primordial deities roamed freely, and where the sacred beings were as common as weeds. However, fortune smiled upon him, for he had not become a mere entity without roots, like a willow tree or a blade of grass, but rather a formidable primordial deity in his own right, Zhen Yuan Zi, revered as the Earth immortal ancestor in later tales. At that moment, whether it was due to the original Zhen Yuan Zi's inherent wisdom or some other reason, his transition into this form was remarkably seamless, perfectly supplanting Zhen Yuan Zi's existence. Thus, from this day forth, Jiang Changsheng shall be Zhen Yuan Zi, and Zhen Yuan Zi shall be Jiang Changsheng. He contemplated silently. In his past life, he was but an orphan, devoid of any significant attachments or possessions. Hence, there was little to lament to be reborn, as Zhen Yuan Zi was already a considerable stroke of luck. Such an origin was indeed formidable. Not only did he possess exceptional innate qualities, but he also had the Earth Book, a supreme spiritual treasure, and the ginseng fruit tree, a rare spiritual root, accompanying him. Subsequently, he surveyed his surroundings. Before him lay a cluster of primordial essence of earth, within which the Earth Book flickered into view, ancient and enigmatic, its surface adorned with luminous runes, containing the boundless laws of the earth, truly the legendary supreme spiritual treasure, the Earth Book. Nearby stood a primordial fruit tree, its trunk robust like a jade pillar, with bark etched in profound patterns resembling the paths of Tao. Its emerald leaves glistened, golden light shimmering along the edges, while the ginseng fruit, resembling an infant, appeared plump and vibrant, exuding a fragrance that was utterly enchanting. It was indeed the ginseng fruit tree, one of the 10 supreme primordial roots. Recalling legends from later ages, which spoke of Zhen Yuan Zi manifesting from the ginseng fruit tree, it now seemed evident that he was instead born from the primordial essence of earth, rather than from the branches of the ginseng fruit tree. Had Zhen Yuan Zi truly been an incarnation of the ginseng fruit tree among the 10 supreme roots, perhaps his original achievements would have reached even greater heights. However, for the ginseng fruit tree, one of the 10 supreme primordial roots, to manifest was undoubtedly an arduous task. Its immense foundation made the birth of consciousness exceedingly difficult, and it might even face a terrifying tribulation of transformation, or worse, divine retribution. Nonetheless, his current origins were commendable. Not only did he possess a powerful primordial deity's foundation, but he also had a supreme spiritual treasure and an extraordinary primordial root by his side. Such an auspicious beginning was more advantageous than many primordial deities. At the very least, he was far superior to his good friend, the benevolent Hongmeng Laozu of the primordial world. Though Hongmeng Laozu was renowned as the kind-hearted one of the primordial world, he was regrettably devoid of any substantial assets. While he boasted a formidable primordial deity's foundation, he lacked potent accompanying spiritual treasures and had no noteworthy primordial roots to speak of. His only asset was his birth in the Fire Cloud Cave, which was somewhat commendable. The only notable treasure Hongmeng Laozu possessed was the 99 Scatter Soul Gourd, crafted from a purplish red gourd grown on gourd vines. Despite this decent beginning, contemplating the harsh reality of the primordial world left Zhen Yuan Zi feeling rather dismayed. In other realms, great Luo experts transcend the river of fate, achieving eternal existence, nearly immortal and indestructible. Yet, in the primordial world, all beneath the saints are but ants, and great Luo golden immortals are as inconsequential as dogs, with quasi-saintly power strewn about. A great Luo expert, who has transcended the river of fate, might find themselves perishing due to the aftermath of a battle. Even some weaker beings could slay them, using a formidable treasure. In the original primordial world, Zhen Yuan Zi's origins were scarcely matched by any deities or demons, save for the formidable Pangu, the three pure ones, the Western saints, Dongwang Tai, and others of similar caliber. He would later endure calamities like the War of the Witches and the Demons, the Tao ancestors' teachings, and the Fengshen calamity, ultimately rising to become one of the world's most powerful deities and renowned experts. Moreover, he governed the Earth Book and was destined to be the Lord of the Earth Court, overseeing the mountains, rivers, and lands of the primordial world. Yet, he could never attain the sanctified path. Without the cultivation of a saint and lacking the support of the Tao ancestor, he could not establish the Earth Court. The saying that all beneath the saints are ants left him feeling utterly helpless. During the journey to the West Calamity, he was even bullied by a monkey. Not only was he forced to allow his precious ginseng fruit tree to be toppled, but he was also compelled to form a brotherhood with it. All of this, of course, stemmed from the machinations of the Western saints. However, since he had arrived here, he would make the best of it. Now that he had become Zhen Yuan Zi, perhaps he could alter the course of his fate. He did not, like some predecessors who had traversed to this world, proclaim, "The Tao is above. From this day forth, Jiang Chongsheng no longer exists. Only Zhen Yuan Zi remains." After all, he had already crossed over having been here for this long, without incident signified that he was safe. If he were to shout such phrases, it might provoke unforeseen consequences. The primordial world was governed by the heavenly Tao, and whether the Tao would respond remained uncertain. It could very well attract the attention of the heavenly Tao. Instead, he pondered how to perfect his transformation ahead of time. The primordial world was rife with opportunities, with primordial spiritual entities that were rare in later times found all around. Although treasures like the three great treasures of creation, the Tai Chi diagram, the Panga and other powerful primordial treasures have been claimed by primordial deities who had reincarnated into the primordial world at the dawn of creation. It was precisely because these primordial deities seized the initiative that they grew so powerful. Yet if he were to transform ahead of time, he could also gain considerable advantages. Currently, the likes of the three pure ones, the two golden crows of the sun, Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai, the Queen Mother of the West and the Western Kunlun, and the Nuwa siblings had yet to manifest. By transforming early, he could secure a greater advantage than them, provided he did not jeopardize his own foundation. Otherwise, it might cost him dearly to amend any damage done in the future. As Zhen Yuan Zi contemplated how to achieve a perfect transformation, a clear and melodious voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully traversing the primordial world. The system is now initializing." Ding! The random reward system has been successfully activated. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Zhen Yuan Zi was momentarily taken aback. Then a look of delight spread across his face. Indeed, for those who traverse to new worlds, a golden finger may be delayed, but will never be absent. "System, please introduce your functions." Zhen Yuan Zi promptly inquired in his mind. Ding! This system is a random reward system. The host will trigger random rewards with any actions taken, without the need to complete specific tasks. After hearing the system's introduction, Zhen Yuan Zi felt a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, this was a mature system that did not require him to complete tasks and could distribute rewards autonomously, unlike some systems that necessitate perilous missions for the sake of rewards. He was merely curious about the probability of triggering these random rewards and the quality of the treasures received. "System, do you have a beginner's gift package?" Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering the random beginner's gift package reward. Would you like to accept it? Is that so? Zhen Yuan Zi felt a moment of dismay. Was he not able to trigger it without accepting the beginner's gift package? Accept. Zhen Yuan Zi silently affirmed. Who would refuse a beginner's gift package? Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the supreme primordial treasure, the Tai Xu Divine Mirror. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining a perfect strand of Hongmeng Purple Qi. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the high-quality primordial root, the primordial dragon elephant tree. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Tao-level technique, the 3000 Tao Sutras. A series of 4 notification chimes resounded. Zhen Yuan Zi instantly felt an overwhelming sense of joy, excitement surging within him. The supreme primordial treasure, the Tai Xu Divine Mirror, possessed 14 innate restrictions, containing the essence of spatial Tao, capable of traversing voids, disregarding formations, concealing heavenly secrets, and suppressing fortune. The perfect great Hongmeng Purple Qi, the foundation for attaining sainthood, can assist individuals in achieving the realm of the saints, unencumbered by the constraints of the heavenly Tao. A top-tier innate spiritual root, the innate dragon elephant fruit tree, bearing the innate being fire spiritual root, yields fruit once every 9,000 years, producing 300 fruits each time. The fruits resemble dragon elephants, imbued with immense vitality and blood power. Consuming them can enhance one's vitality and refine one's muscles and physique. The 3,000 Great Tao Scriptures, inscribed with the complete 3,000 chaotic Great Tao principles and their essences. Beholding these rewards, Zhen Yuan Zi felt a surge of excitement within. Truly, it is the system's novice gift pack, and these rewards are indeed extraordinary. Right from the outset, he receives an innate supreme treasure, one that rivals the three paramount treasures of the primordial creation. Moreover, its inherent spatial Tao essence, along with its capabilities to traverse the void and disregard formations and restrictions, is undoubtedly tailored for the exploration of the primordial world. Furthermore, it can obscure the heavenly secrets and suppress fortunes, which is equally of paramount significance. Possessing a top-tier innate treasure to conceal the heavenly secrets means that even after Hong Jun achieves sainthood, wielding the creation jade disc, he would be unable to deduce Zhen Yuan Zi's anomalies. The perfect grade Hongmeng Purple Qi possesses even more astonishing effects, and it is exceedingly rare. Such a treasure is sufficient to drive countless mighty beings of the primordial world into a frenzy. Figures like Pangu, the three pure ones, Nuwa, Jin, and Juni were able to rapidly attain sainthood precisely because of the presence of Hongmeng Purple Qi, leveraging its power. Thus, Hongmeng Purple Qi is referred to by the Tao ancestor Hong Jun as the foundation for becoming a saint. In contrast, top-tier beings in the original primordial world, such as Zhen Yuan Zi, the ancestor of the Nether River, the ancestor of Kunpeng, the Queen Mother of the West, and Dongwang Tai, have all reached the pinnacle of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm, also known as the Quasi Saint Pinnacle. However, due to the lack of Hongmeng Purple Qi, the opportunity to attain sainthood has eluded them. Within the primordial world, there exist several methods for attaining the Tao. The first method is to attain the Tao through strength, which entails forcibly breaking through the heavenly Tao using one's own immense magical power or the power of principles to achieve the Hunyuan fruit position. Forcibly attaining the Tao through one's magical power necessitates an unimaginable accumulation. Conversely, attaining the Tao through principles requires a complete comprehension of the principles and the integration of their corresponding primal sources, thereby achieving the Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal fruit position, wielding immense power and evading the constraints of the heavenly Tao. This method of attaining the Tao is the most formidable, yet also the most arduous. In this era of the Great Taoist retreat, mastering a complete and perfect Great Tao principle is nearly impossible, let alone fulfilling the other requirements. Moreover, attaining the Tao through principles, becoming the master of a Tao, effectively severs the path for future generations, naturally encountering obstruction from the heavenly Tao, making this path difficult to traverse. The second method is to attain the Tao through fortune. Whether in the competition among the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, or in the conflict of righteous and demonic forces led by the demon ancestor Lu, all seek to gather fortunes in pursuit of attaining the Tao through fortune. Regrettably, both the Dragon ancestor, the Phoenix ancestor, and the Qilin ancestor, as well as the demon lord Hu, have all failed to advance. The third method is the path to Tao established by the Tao ancestor Hong Jun, known as the method of severing the three corpses to attain the Tao, which is equally fraught with difficulty. It requires three innate spiritual treasures of the same origin to sever the three corpses, culminating in their eventual unification. The fourth method is to attain sainthood through virtue, which is the simplest approach. Yet, the conditions are equally challenging to fulfill, requiring immense virtue and the assistance of Hongmeng Purple Qi. The six great saints, in their attainment of sainthood, have all relied on the aid of the heavenly Taoist virtue and Hongmeng Purple Qi. Thus, the significance of Hongmeng Purple Qi is evident. Even without relying on virtue to achieve sainthood, possessing Hongmeng Qi makes it considerably easier to attain sainthood through immense magical power. Moreover, after utilizing this perfect Hongmeng Purple Qi, one can conceal their actions from the heavens, unaffected by the constraints of the heavenly Tao. Unlike the six great saints, who became heavenly Tao saints through the Hongmeng Purple Qi bestowed by the Tao ancestor Hong Jun, thereafter becoming bound by the heavenly Tao, many matters cannot be executed according to one's desires. Of course, aside from these, there are other methods for attaining the Tao, which may allow individuals to forge their own path. Yet, Such methods also require breaking through personal shackles, which is no simple feat. Additionally, the top-tier innate spiritual root, the innate dragon elephant fruit tree, which enhances vitality and refines the physique, possesses remarkable value. In the primordial world of cultivation, aside from cultivating principles, accumulating magical power, and refining the primordial spirit, there also exists the path of physical cultivation. Among the prominent exemplars of this path are the 12 ancestral shamans of the Witch clan, each of whom is immensely powerful. However, physical cultivation is not without its challenges. It requires the corresponding innate talent. Otherwise, pursuing physical cultivation would be exceedingly difficult. With the assistance of the dragon elephant fruit, this endeavor becomes considerably easier. Thus, the value of this top-tier innate spiritual root is immense. As for the value of the 3,000 Chaos Great Tao Scriptures, it cannot be overstated. It records the rules and essences of the 3,000 Chaotic Great Tao, serving as a constant reference for comprehending the principles of the 3,000 Great Taos. Except for lacking offensive, defensive, and predictive capabilities concerning heavenly secrets, its functions are akin to those of the creation jade disc. Moreover, this scripture encompasses the complete 3,000 chaotic Great Tao rules, surpassing the efficacy of the fragmented creation jade disc currently held by Hongjun. The value of this Tao scripture even exceeds that of an innate supreme treasure. Upon digesting this wealth of information, Zhen Yuan Zi summoned the innate dragon elephant fruit tree with a mere thought. In an instant, a dazzling brilliance illuminated the surroundings as a towering giant tree manifested before him. Its trunk, resembling bronze, was indomitable, adorned with dragon patterns that seemed to harbor the spirit of a primordial dragon. Its branches were robust and sinuous, each limb akin to a dragon emerging from the sea, strong and vigorous. The leaves were broad and thick, a deep green that shimmered with a metallic luster, their edges sharp as saw teeth, producing a sound reminiscent of wind and thunder as they swayed gently. The tree bore 300 dragon elephant fruits, each crystal clear, resembling rubies meticulously carved, the form of the dragon elephant vividly depicted, surrounded by a layer of crimson spiritual flames that seemed to pulsate with the terrifying vitality within. Each fruit appeared as a vast ocean of vitality merely approaching it. One could feel a surge of potent energy rushing forth. Zhen Yuan Zi, with another thought, securely planted the innate dragon elephant fruit tree beside the ginseng fruit tree. The 5 Dongendunkin, capable of nurturing such exquisite innate spiritual roots as the ginseng fruit tree, is already considered one of the finest abodes between heaven and earth. The innate spiritual energy is rich, containing primordial creation. Thus, planting a top-tier innate spiritual root poses no issue whatsoever. Moreover, the innate spiritual roots inherently contain the primordial blessings, along with boundless innate spiritual mechanisms and transformative energies. This can further enhance the creative energies within the cave heavens and elevate the concentration of innate spiritual aura. Upon planting, the dragon elephant fruit tree swiftly establishes its roots, with robust tendrils burrowing deep into the earth like serpents in a dance. In that instant, the entire spiritual essence of the 5 erupts. As the abundant primordial energy surges forth like a tumultuous tide, converging around the dragon elephant fruit tree to form a colossal vortex of spiritual power. The surrounding spiritual forces become increasingly vibrant, with visible spiritual patterns intertwining and shimmering in the air, seemingly celebrating the arrival of this new life. Having accomplished this, Zhen Yuan Zi begins to contemplate the profound teachings of the 3,000 Tao scriptures, striving to attain transformation at the earliest opportunity. In the vast and desolate wilderness, it seemed as though the world had descended into an interminable abyss, where the ominous aura rolled like dark clouds, permeating every inch of the primordial land. During that time, countless ferocious beasts roamed unrestricted across the earth, leaving devastation in their wake, with the cries of the suffering echoing throughout the land. When Panga separated the heavens from the earth, 3,000 chaotic demons emerged to obstruct him. With a mighty swing of the axe of creation, Panga vanquished these demons, absorbing their flesh and blood essence to nurture the newly born wilderness, imbuing it with profound and robust vitality, thus establishing the foundation for the flourishing of all life. However, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Along with the essence of flesh and blood, the malevolent energy and resentful thoughts of the chaotic demons fused into the wilderness. These negative forces lingered within the mountains, rivers, seas, and the secret realms of the primordial world, and over the passage of time, they gave rise to countless ferocious beasts. These creatures, born with limited intellect, were filled solely with a bloodthirsty gleam in their eyes. They were brutal and merciless, driven by an insatiable thirst for slaughter, entirely oblivious to the concept of compassion. From their inception, they viewed the innate races and beings that emerged at the dawn of creation as mere prey, engaging in indiscriminate slaughter. In a fleeting moment, rivers of blood flowed across the primordial land, and numerous promising races were driven to the brink of extinction. Under the influence of the resentful and malevolent energies, these beasts were born with the mission to wreak havoc upon the world and annihilate the wilderness. Thus, the first great calamity of ferocious beasts descended upon the post-creation world. As the years flowed like water, tens of thousands of cycles passed in the blink of an eye. Yet the aura of calamity and malevolence in the world remained dense and inky, showing no signs of dissipating. In stark contrast, the ferocious beasts thrived on instinct, devouring and slaughtering. Their numbers grew exponentially, becoming increasingly formidable, their strength surging uncontrollably. Among them, the notorious four beasts Tao Dai, Qiongqi, Chao, and Talu emerged, each possessing unique powers. Whether devouring the heavens and earth, distorting truth and falsehood, embodying chaos and ignorance, or exhibiting obstinate ferocity, wreaking havoc in all directions. Among the fierce beast tribes, the most formidable is their sovereign, Shun'ai. The aura of power emanating from him causes the very heavens and earth to tremble. Wherever he treads, the laws of nature shatter, as if heralding an apocalypse. As the destruction wrought by the ferocious beast clan intensified, the primordial world seemed to possess a spirit of its own, instinctively recoiling in disdain. Their existence contradicted the fundamental principles of life and the proliferation of all beings, rendering them incompatible with the heavenly order. Amidst this dire moment of crisis, the forces of creation began to subtly unfold. In the depths of the unknown, formidable powers emerged to confront the ferocious beasts. Consequently, during this epoch, although few living beings dared to emerge, frequent clashes of great battles erupted. Yet overall, this era still belonged to the ferocious beasts. At Mount Wanshou, within the five, what appeared to be merely a premier cave dwelling concealed a vast and boundless universe within, extending millions of miles, resembling a secluded microcosm. Upon entering, the dense aura of spiritual energy enveloped one, akin to a tangible mist, gently permeating every inch of space. The purity of this energy approached the ultimate, with every strand imbued with boundless vitality and creative force, as if each breath nourished and elevated the soul. In the core of this cave, two exceedingly rare spiritual roots thrived. One was an exceptional innate spiritual root, the ginseng fruit tree, its trunk glistening like jade, radiating a soft and warm glow. The other was a superior innate spiritual root, the innate dragon elephant fruit tree, its sturdy trunk exuding an ancient and profound essence, seemingly etched with the mysterious marks of the universe's genesis. The presence of these two spiritual roots rendered the creative energies of the five so rich that they nearly approached a liquid state. Nurtured by this abundant spiritual energy and the roots, countless rare spiritual plants and treasures took root and flourished here. At this moment, Zhen Yuan Zi quietly floated in the most concentrated area of spiritual energy within the cave. Above him, an ancient tome, the 3000 Tao Classics, emanating a mysterious aura, slowly rotated, casting brilliant and enigmatic light. During the primordial epic's inception, aside from Hongjun, Luo Hu, the ancestor of Yongmei, and the ancestor of the five elements, entities reborn from chaotic demons into the primordial realm, other native innate deities and demons birthed by this world carried with them innate legacies. However, these legacies resembled fragmented shards, incomplete and lacking a systematic path for cultivation. In the contemporary primordial world, most native innate deities and demons merely grasped the laws instinctively, with their cultivation of magical power confined to simple breathing techniques. Zhen Yuan Zi, originally destined for a similar fate, now possessed the systematically awarded 3000 Tao Classics. This tome not only contained the principles of the 3000 Tao, but also profound and esoteric insights. More remarkably, it could evolve into the most suitable cultivation method tailored to Zhen Yuan Zi's unique attributes. Under Zhen Yuan Zi's focused comprehension, the 3000 Tao Classics gradually radiated two dazzling beams of light, as splendid as the stars, coalescing into the outlines of two cultivation methods, the primordial Tao art and the indestructible chaos technique. The primordial Tao art primarily cultivated the primordial spirit, magical power, and laws, enabling perfect integration with the heavenly principles, rendering one's magical power as deep as the ocean. The indestructible chaos technique, on the other hand, concentrated on the refinement and forging of the physical body, endowing the practitioner's body with the strength of chaos, making it impervious and invincible. Both methods pointed directly towards the supreme level of the Tao, instantly elevating Zhen Yuan Zi's starting point of cultivation to unimaginable heights. Though Zhen Yuan Zi had no corporeal form at this moment, the essence of innate earth within him subtly quivered, transmitting a unique essence, clearly indicating his complete immersion in the comprehension of the primordial Tao art. His consciousness slowly entered a marvelous and profound realm, where countless symbols of laws flickered and danced, seemingly revealing the ultimate secrets of the universe. Zhen Yuan Zi endeavored to perceive and assimilate these symbols of the heavenly laws, gradually integrating them into the core of his being, silently honing his most essential power. Time slipped by unnoticed, and thousands of years passed in a fleeting moment. One day, the sky above the five suddenly transformed. The originally clear and azure sky was instantaneously shrouded by ominous dark clouds, which rapidly converged from all directions, enveloping the vast expanse of sky in an instant. The clouds were heavy and oppressive, akin to an enormous black curtain, weighing down with an almost suffocating pressure. Within the clouds, thunder began to roll violently. Thick bolts of lightning, like ferocious dragons, recklessly traversed the storm, emitting deafening roars that echoed through the heavens. Each flash of lightning illuminated the darkened sky, revealing the peculiar and mysterious sights of the five. This sudden and terrifying celestial phenomenon heralded the approach of a tremendous and arduous trial. Zhen Yuan Zi sensed the overwhelming and suffocating presence in the atmosphere. The essence of innate earth quivered slightly, conveying a voice. At last, it has come, the transformation tribulation. Surmounting it will lead to a perfect transformation. The transformation tribulation is a test bestowed by the heavenly order upon innate demons and beings, serving as both a challenge and an opportunity. Only by successfully navigating this tribulation can one truly transform into a human form and become more suited for cultivation. Failure results in obliteration. Generally speaking, innate demons and sacred beings carry innate blessings, favored by the forces of heaven and earth. As long as the transformation tribulation does not escalate into divine punishment, the difficulty of overcoming it is not excessively daunting. Zhen Yuan Zi mobilized the power within him, and the essence of innate earth shimmered with a faint golden light. The first bolt of thunder, infused with a terrifying destructive force, crashed down towards Zhen Yuan Zi. Undaunted, he summoned the essence of earth, which surged forth with vigorous magical power to meet the thunderhead. The collision produced a thunderous roar, and the powerful energy waves rippled outward like a surging tide, slightly distorting the surrounding space. However, Zhen Yuan Zi's power firmly resisted the bolt, easily dissipating its might. Following this, the second and third bolts of thunder followed in quick succession, each more formidable and violent than the last. After a total of 49 bolts had struck, the thunder of the transformation tribulation gradually waned, becoming increasingly feeble. The final flash of lightning weakly traversed the sky, vanishing into the vast dark clouds. As the thunder dissipated, the ominous clouds began to part, and golden sunlight re-emerged, casting a renewed aura of rebirth and hope upon the five. Zhen Yuan Zi successfully transcended the transformation tribulation. The essence of innate earth gradually underwent metamorphosis in the radiance, eventually transforming into the form of an innate Tao body. A young Taoist appeared in the void. Clad in a blue Tao robe embroidered with golden symbols, these characters sparkled with a mysterious and profound light under the sun, seeming to encompass boundless power and secrets. His hair was neatly tied atop his head, his visage was handsome and serene, with a glimmer of wisdom in his eyes. At this moment, Zhen Yuan Zi had attained the mid-stage cultivation level of the Tai Golden Immortal, though he had perfectly transformed. This early transformation lacked the extensive nurturing and sedimentation typically associated with such a process. Thus, his current state was slightly inferior to those top innate demons who emerged at the peak of Tai or even the Great Luo stage. However, with the assistance of the primordial Tao art and the comprehensive support of the 3000 Tao classics, he was well equipped for the path ahead. At this moment, his cultivation had not yet reached the golden immortal realm like the other nascent innate demons, which required an extensive span of time to attain a higher level of mastery. At this moment, his mastery of the laws has reached the level of the Great Luo. In summary, whether in terms of cultivation or the time taken to transform, he is far ahead of those innate deities and demons that are still in the process of gestation. As the ferocious beast wreaked havoc across the primordial land, The race of these beasts gradually fell into complete disdain by the very fabric of the cosmos. The demon gods, who had reincarnated into the primordial world, keenly sensed the shift in this cosmic tide. In the heart of Kunlun, Mount Yujing rises majestically, shrouded in auspicious clouds and vibrant hues. This towering mountain pierces the heavens, its summit often veiled in a chaotic mist, as if it were the lifeline connecting heaven and earth. Deep within Mount Yujing lies an ancient and solemn Taoist temple. Here, the Taoist Hongjun sits in tranquil meditation, clad in a flowing robe, his essence harmonizing with the cosmos, rendering his depth elusive. With eyes gently closed, he contemplates the transformative jade butterfly, perceiving the myriad changes of the universe. As the weather shifts, he slowly opens his eyes and softly declares, "The ferocious beasts have long ravaged the land. The cosmos no longer permits their existence. Now is the time for us to align with the heavenly way and descend from the mountain to eradicate this menace." In the western continent, Mount Shumi remains perpetually cloaked in an enigmatic shroud of black mist. The transformation of the western ancestral lineage into such a scene is attributed to the demon ancestor Rahu, who resides at the very heart of Mount Sumeru. At this moment, Ra's countenance is austere, his eyes glimmering with a bloodthirsty light. He perceives the disdain of the heavens towards the ferocious beasts, and a cold smile plays upon his lips. The beasts must be eradicated, the demon clan must rise. Our demon race shall undoubtedly unify the primordial chaos. In a fleeting instant, Rahu vanishes from Mount Sumeru, leaving behind a swirling vortex of demonic energy, a testament to his departure. The northern abyss is an endless expanse of shadowy seas. Here, the waters are chilling to the bone, and the waves roar violently, crashing against the shore with a deafening sound. Deep within the northern abyss lies a vast underwater cavern, where the master of the mixed Kuan resides. He is of immense stature, surrounded by an enigmatic aura. Moreover, the venerable ancestor of the mixed Kuan, possessing a free-spirited nature and an affinity for liberty, could not help but burst into hearty laughter upon perceiving the shifts within the cosmos. Ah, how amusing! Since the ferocious beasts have been forsaken by heaven and earth, it is time for us to take action. I, the venerable ancestor of the mixed Kuan, shall set sail today to encounter these so-called ferocious beasts and ascertain the extent of their prowess. In the southern realm, the unrecognized volcano blazed fiercely, flames soaring into the heavens. This volcano towered to unimaginable heights, its structure formed by countless eternal divine rocks, with rivers of molten lava cascading down its surface. The crater incessantly belched thick plumes of smoke and searing flames, tinting the vast expanse of sky crimson. At the summit of the volcano resided a magnificent phoenix nest, where the primordial phoenix dwelled. The primordial phoenix, the sovereign of avian creatures, inherently exuded an air of nobility. Upon sensing the disdain of heaven and earth towards the ferocious beasts, she lifted her head and emitted a melodious cry. Resonating throughout the cosmos, the ferocious beasts have wreaked havoc upon the primordial realm. Today, they shall be vanquished, and our phoenix lineage shall rise. With that, she unfurled her wings, and in an instant, the flames of the unrecognized volcano blazed with unprecedented intensity, transforming into countless fire phoenixes that danced around the primordial phoenix. With a resounding call, the primordial phoenix led the flock of fire phoenixes toward the vast primordial land, where their searing flames dispelled the darkness, ushering in a radiant light. In addition to these eminent beings, the ancestral dragon of the Eastern Sea Dragon Clan, the primordial Qilin of the Central Qilin Clan, the venerable ancestors of the universe and Yin-Yang, the progenitors of the five elements, as well as the sun's radiance and the moon's luminous shade, have all united to emerge from their seclusion to eradicate the ferocious beast clan. Furthermore, beyond these reincarnated demon gods, countless innate races have also emerged in a concerted effort to partake in the siege against the ferocious beast clan. On the other hand, after successfully transforming, Zhen Yuan Zi began to examine his system panel. Name: Zhen Yuan Zi Cultivation, Mid-Stage Tai Golden Immortal Footsteps, Superior Innate Demon God Techniques, 3000 Great Tao Scriptures, Hunyuan Great Tao Arts, Chaos Indestructible Formula Treasures, Innate Supreme Treasure, Tai Xu Hunyuan Mirror, Top Tier Innate Spiritual Treasure, Earth Book, Perfect Grade, Hongmeng Purple Qi Innate Roots, Top Tier Innate Root, Ginseng Fruit Tree, Upper Innate Root, Innate Dragon Elephant Fruit Tree Heaven and Earth Merits, None Innate Fortune. 88. The panel was nothing short of magnificent. Yet the only regret lay in the superior innate demon god footsteps, which still fell slightly short of reaching the peak of divine demon footsteps. Perhaps among the innate divine demons birthed during the creation of the world, Only the footsteps of the three pure ones could attain the pinnacle of innate divine demons. Nevertheless, Zhen Yuan Zi firmly believed that with the existence of his system, surpassing the three pure ones in future achievements was entirely within reach. Moreover, with the existence of a systematic approach, the future is not devoid of methods for enhancement and advancement. In addition to this, the merits of heaven and earth, as well as the innate fortune, hold immense significance, especially in a primordial realm such as this, where the Tao of heaven prevails. Yet he was not like Pangu or the three pure ones, who were inherently endowed with vast merits of creation. He could only earn these through effort. At this moment, having just taken form, he was not eager to venture out and accumulate virtue. Outside, the atmosphere was thick with the calamity of heaven and earth, marking the end of a period fraught with ferocious beasts, a prime opportunity for the acquisition of merit. However, he understood that his current strength was far too feeble, and to rashly engage would be akin to courting death. There remained several epochs before the Dragon Han calamity, an invaluable span of time for cultivation. He intended first to refine the spiritual treasures in his possession, and upon enhancing his power, he would then traverse the vastness of the primordial world in search of greater opportunities. Before embarking on such a journey, he resolved to explore the 5 Zhuangvu Cave Heaven where he resided. The 5 Zhuangvu Cave Heaven was an unparalleled sanctuary within the primordial realm, expansively vast, stretching for billions of miles. Compared to the outside world, it felt as though one had entered an entirely new universe, where the rich innate spiritual energy enveloped him like a tangible mist, nearly obscuring vision. With every breath, he felt the spiritual essence surge through his nostrils into his limbs, nourishing every fiber of his being and refining his very soul. Above, the ethereal energy coalesced into vibrant clouds, shifting like galloping steeds or majestic mountains, ever-changing. These clouds were not static. They intertwined and collided, occasionally erupting in brilliant flashes, phenomena born from the concentration of spiritual energy. On the ground, primordial spiritual herbs carpeted the landscape, densely sprouting, each emitting its unique spiritual aura. Some bore leaves that shimmered with a crystalline blue, reminiscent of stars in the night sky. Others radiated a gentle green light, teeming with boundless vitality. These herbs were not only visually enchanting, but also exuded an alluring fragrance, infused with potent spiritual power. For those of lesser cultivation, merely inhaling their scent could invigorate the spirit and hint at an elevation in their prowess. Amidst the herbs, numerous primordial spiritual medicines were interspersed. While they might not seem extraordinary at this moment, in the later eras of the primordial world, they would be deemed treasures birthed by the heavens. Some resembled ginseng, enveloped in a golden sheen, with each root seemingly containing the mysteries of the cosmos. Others, akin to rasher, displayed a tapestry of colors, swaying gently as they released waves of auspicious energy. Each of these herbal wonders, if extracted and placed within the later primordial realms, could incite fierce competition among countless powerful beings. Even more astonishing was the presence of a spiritual spring formed from the convergence of primordial spiritual liquid. The liquid within shimmered a soft milky white, akin to milk, radiating a gentle glow. Tiny bubbles continuously rolled on its surface, and with each bubble that burst, a powerful wave of spiritual force was released. The ground surrounding the spring, long soaked in this liquid, had become as translucent as crystal, emanating a subtle halo of light. Beyond the herbs, medicines, and springs, the 5 Zhuangvu Cave Heaven also boasted many peculiar mountains and valleys. The mountains towered into the clouds, their rocky forms varied and striking. Zhen Yuan Zi wandered about the cave heaven, captivated by the surprises in every corner of this realm. However, he was not merely meandering without purpose. He harbored a clear objective in his heart, to locate the core of this cave heaven. Each sanctuary possesses its innate formation and control core. By thoroughly refining this core, he could master the entire domain. After meticulous exploration, he finally discovered the control stele of the 5 Zhuangvu Cave Heaven. The stele, ancient and imposing, stood silently in a place where spiritual essence converged. Inscribed with the name 5 Zhuangvu Cave Heaven in powerful strokes, as if it contained some mysterious force of the universe. Zhen Yuan Zi approached the stele, an inexplicable excitement swelling within him. He reached out to touch it, and in that instant, a torrent of information surged into his consciousness. What a fortuitous opportunity! Zhen Yuan Zi murmured in awe, his face alight with joy. The information gleaned from the stele revealed that by refining it, he could completely command this cave heaven and also master the primordial earth element great formation within. This formation was marvelously potent, possessing not only the ability to conceal celestial secrets, but also formidable defensive capabilities. It could thwart even the prying eyes of supreme beings and withstand the full force of a Deluo golden immortal. Even a mixed Yuan golden immortal would struggle to breach its defenses for a time. Coupled with his supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Earth Book, and the exceptional innate spiritual root, the ginseng fruit tree, the three would complement each other perfectly. Even a mixed Yuan golden immortal would find it nearly impossible to dismantle. Knowing this was a rare opportunity, Zhen Yuan Zi wasted no time. He swiftly sat cross-legged before the steel, channeling his own power into it. As his energy flowed in, the steel began to tremble slightly, emanating a soft glow interspersed with flickering runes. With his eyes closed, he focused intently on refining the steel. Throughout the process, visions of the Earth Element Great Formation's operational patterns and transformations continually emerged in his mind. He immersed himself in the comprehension of the formation, at times furrowing his brow in contemplation, at others displaying a look of sudden clarity. Time slipped away unnoticed, and eventually, Zhen Yuan Zi abruptly opened his eyes. A gleam of brilliance shining forth, and he exclaimed, "It's done." In that moment, the entire five Zhuangvu cave heaven trembled, and he felt a profound and intimate connection established with this realm, clearly sensing every plant and tree within, every fluctuation of spiritual power. Rising to his feet, he waved his hand, and the Earth Element Great Formation activated instantly, a layer of earthy yellow light slowly enveloping the entire cave heaven. Within the light, the power of the Earth Element surged like waves, emanating an exhilarating aura. Splendid! What a magnificent Earth Element Great Formation! Zhen Yuan Zi laughed joyously, his laughter echoing throughout the cave heaven. He experimented with controlling the formation, observing how its defensive strength fluctuated, at times as solid as rock, at others unpredictable. With the Earth Element Great Formation now in place, alongside the Earth Book and ginseng fruit tree, the five Zhuangvu cave heaven had undoubtedly become an exceptionally safe haven within the primordial realm. Moreover, having comprehended the primordial earthly array, with the existence of the earthly script, even during external battles, he could summon this formidable array with a mere thought, making it an exceptional means of combat. After mastering his dwelling, Zhen Yuan Zi fashioned several palaces for himself, serving as his sanctuaries for cultivation. The time had come to enhance his strength. However, he was not of humble origins, thus he would not toil in solitude for his cultivation. He rose and paced out of the quiet chamber, lifting his gaze towards the spiritual garden he had specifically designated behind the Wuzhuang Temple. Within the garden, an extraordinary primordial spiritual root, the ginseng fruit tree, soared into the sky, exuding an imposing presence. Its robust trunk supported lush foliage, with each leaf shimmering softly, as if imbued with boundless vitality. The original ginseng fruits, nurtured over countless epochs, numbered merely 30. At that moment, they gently swayed on the branches, radiating an alluring glow, their rich life essence and faint traces of Daoic profundity evoking a sense of reverence. Zhen Yuan Zi vanished in an instant, akin to a wisp of breeze. Arriving beneath the ginseng fruit tree, he extended his hand, effortlessly plucking a ginseng fruit. The fruit felt warm to the touch, its surface smooth and delicate, releasing a potent life essence that enveloped him, instantly filling his nostrils. Without hesitation, Zhen Yuan Zi placed the ginseng fruit into his mouth. In that moment, an overwhelming surge of life force erupted within him, akin to a torrential flood breaching its dam, instantly engulfing his entire being. Simultaneously, an endless stream of magical power surged through his meridians like a tidal wave, its potency surpassing even the energy accumulated through years of cultivation. Zhen Yuan Zi promptly activated the primordial Taoist art, beginning to refine the power contained within the ginseng fruit. As the technique took effect, the magical energy within him began to flow in an orderly manner, as if guided by an invisible hand, transforming and refining. Under the influence of the primordial Taoist art, the immense magical power was gradually distilled and purified, integrating into every fiber of his being. His cultivation swiftly ascended, launching from the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal realm to the late stage, and then, with unrelenting momentum, surged to the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. His primordial spirit, nourished by this flourishing magical power, also grew increasingly robust, shining ever more brilliantly, reaching the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal realm as well. Zhen Yuan Zi marveled at the cataclysmic changes within him, filled with astonishment and delight. The efficacy of the ginseng fruit was indeed miraculous, saving him countless years of arduous cultivation. Had it not been for the fact that its effects were not specifically designed for enhancing cultivation, the increase would have likely been even more astonishing. Zhen Yuan Zi murmured to himself, his voice tinged with barely contained excitement. However, he did not allow this sudden and immense enhancement to cloud his judgment, refraining from consuming more ginseng fruits to challenge the Deluo realm. The crux of the Deluo realm lies in the condensation of the 3 flowers atop the head, and the quality of these flowers will directly influence the future path of cultivation. To condense higher quality 3 flowers, one requires not only a formidable cultivation guide, but also an extraordinarily solid foundation. Thus, one must not recklessly attempt to condense them. Therefore, he suppressed the impulse to continue breaking through and decided to temporarily set aside any thoughts of advancing to the Deluo realm. Nevertheless, he collected all the remaining ginseng fruits and stored them properly. After all, these primordial ginseng fruits had been nurtured over countless epochs, their medicinal potency having reached its zenith. Even if they continued to grow, their efficacy would not increase further. Thus, it was wiser to harvest them now and await the next round of fruit. Subsequently, Zhen Yuan Zi turned, his gaze falling upon the adjacent primordial dragon elephant fruit tree. This superior spiritual root was a precious opportunity bestowed by the system, and the dragon elephant fruits were top-tier spiritual items for body cultivation. Although it was merely a superior spiritual root, its maturation period was comparable to that of the ginseng fruits. While it could yield 300 fruits at once, this fact underscored the rarity of the dragon elephant fruit. Each fruit was immensely large, its surface adorned with mysterious patterns, seemingly harboring formidable power. Zhen Yuan Zi plucked 3 dragon elephant fruits, feeling the immense vitality within them pulsating in his hands. He sat cross-legged and placed one fruit in his mouth. In an instant, a fiery and tumultuous energy erupted within him, reminiscent of ancient dragons and elephants rampaging through his body, emitting thunderous roars. Zhen Yuan Zi immediately activated the indestructible chaos technique, a powerful method for refining the physical body. As the technique unfolded, his bones resonated with crisp cracking sounds, akin to the beating of war drums. His muscles, like celestial gold, contracted and expanded, each inch of his skin greedily absorbing the power of the dragon elephant fruit. A faint golden glow began to emit from his skin, as his body underwent a comprehensive enhancement from the inside out. During the process of refining the first dragon elephant fruit, Zhen Yuan Zi's physical strength significantly increased, his bones becoming sturdier, and the resilience of his muscles greatly enhanced. His already robust physique now seemed to possess even greater vitality with each breath. The surrounding primordial spiritual energy surged wildly. He then consumed the second dragon elephant fruit. This time, the eruption of power within him was even more ferocious, akin to a volcanic eruption. Guided by the indestructible chaos technique, that savage energy penetrated his marrow, transforming every cell in his body. His physical strength now rivaled that of a practitioner in the mid-Tai golden immortal realm, dedicated solely to body cultivation. His arms grew even more powerful, capable of slicing through the air with a shrill whistle. Upon consuming the third dragon elephant fruit, his internal power reached a terrifying zenith. His body seemed to transform into a self-contained microcosm, continuously absorbing and converting the power of the dragon elephant fruit. Under the impact of this energy, his physical realm finally broke through to the pinnacle level of the Tai golden immortal realm. At this moment, he was enveloped in a rich golden radiance, within which flickered the ethereal shadows of dragons and elephants, emanating an overwhelming aura that instilled awe. In just over a decade, Zhen Yuan Zi, through the miraculous efficacy of the ginseng and dragon elephant fruits, along with his formidable techniques, elevated his physical body, laws, magical power, and primordial spirit to the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm. Most of this time was dedicated to refining the spiritual fruits. Merely a handful of primordial spiritual fruits had saved him countless years of arduous cultivation. This highlights the rarity of primordial spiritual roots and fruits, as well as their astonishing effects. Throughout the vast expanse of the primordial world, many cultivators exhaust their lives without ever experiencing the taste of primordial spiritual fruits, let alone possessing primordial spiritual roots, especially those of superior or extraordinary quality. Not only did he give birth to the extraordinary innate spiritual root of the ginseng fruit tree, but he also acquired the superior innate spiritual root of the dragon elephant fruit tree from the system. Such a profound foundation surely surpasses that of countless great supernatural beings. Should this be known to others, it would undoubtedly evoke envy and admiration in many. Now that his realm has been fully elevated, the enhancement of his power is yet to conclude. Zhen Yuan Zi retrieved the innate treasure, the Tai Xu Divine mirror, preparing to first refine this precious artifact. In the primordial world, both innate spiritual treasures and innate supreme treasures possess varying quantities of innate prohibitions. For instance, inferior innate spiritual treasures contain between 1 to 12 innate prohibitions, while medium-grade innate spiritual treasures hold 13 to 24. Superior innate spiritual treasures comprise 25 to 36 prohibitions, and the extraordinary innate spiritual treasures possess 37 to 48. The innate supreme treasures carry 49 innate prohibitions. To unleash the potency of these innate spiritual treasures or supreme treasures, one must first refine the prohibitions within. The greater the number of prohibitions refined, the more formidable the power that can be wielded. Now, the treasures in the possession of Zhen Yuan Zi include 1. The innate supreme treasure, the Tai Xu Divine Mirror, awarded by the system, and the other, the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Earth Book, which he was born with. Although the Earth Book is a remarkable innate spiritual treasure that accompanies him, possessing exceptional defensive capabilities and being relatively easier for him to refine, it ultimately pales in comparison to the Tai Xu Divine Mirror, a premier innate treasure of unparalleled significance. This extraordinary artifact not only harbors the essence of chaotic space, allowing for unfettered traversal through the vast void of the primordial world, but it also possesses the ability to disregard formations and restrictions, rendering it an exceptional asset for treasure-seeking journeys. Furthermore, it serves as a tool for both offense and defense, capable of concealing celestial secrets and suppressing fate itself. As the years flow by, akin to the transformation of the sea into mulberry fields, the passage of thousands of years within the expansive realm of the primordial world is but a fleeting moment. Deep within the mist-laden and spirit-infused halls of Wuzhuang Temple, Zhen Yuan Zi remains in solitary meditation, cultivating in a tranquil chamber, his aura steady and formidable, resembling an unshakable mountain. The Tai Xu Divine Mirror hovers before him, its radiant light shimmering. Mysterious runes flickering, with 30 innate restrictions successfully refined by Zhen Yuan Zi, each refinement forging an ever-closer bond between the mirror and himself. The accompanying supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Earth Book, has likewise been refined with 35 prohibitive seals. This indeed represents the zenith of his current pinnacle as a Tai Golden Immortal, the utmost limit he can attain. Moreover, this endeavor consumed him thousands of years, far exceeding the time he spent elevating his realm. This illustrates the formidable challenge of refining the restrictions of spiritual treasures. However, mastering this supreme innate treasure along with the exquisite innate spiritual artifact is beyond imagination in terms of enhancing his prowess. After successfully refining his two powerful treasures, Zhen Yuan Zi soared out of the cave heaven of Wuzhuang Temple, preparing to embark on a journey across Mount Wanshou. At the very moment he soared out of the 5 Zhuang Temple's cave, he suddenly heard the system's prompt. Congratulations to the host for triggering a random reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a high-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Enlightenment Mat. Congratulations to the host for acquiring an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Yin-Yang Chaos Fan. The Enlightenment Mat, when seated upon, aids in the cultivation of understanding and enhances the practitioner's enlightenment. The Yin-Yang Chaos Fan, infused with 48 innate prohibitions, generates a devastating storm of intertwined yin-yang chaotic forces with each sweep, shattering time and space, and disrupting the very laws of existence. This unexpected reward instantly filled Zhen Yuan Zi with delight. This was the first time in thousands of years since his transformation that he had triggered a system reward, and it had bestowed upon him two precious innate spiritual treasures right from the start. Moreover, the most rudimentary among them are the exquisite innate spiritual treasures, including the enlightening meditation mat that aids in the comprehension of the Tao, while another item is an exceptional innate spiritual treasure of an offensive nature. Moreover, this exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Yin-Yang Chaos Fan, harbors 48 innate prohibitions. Even among the finest innate spiritual treasures, it stands as one of the most exceptional. Undoubtedly, both are exceedingly precious. Moreover, one need not lift a finger, yet still acquires two invaluable and formidable innate treasures. This system is indeed remarkable. However, throughout these millennia, he has yet to activate the rewards of this system. At this moment, having just stepped out of the 5 observations cave, a random reward was triggered. Could there be a connection? Or perhaps a certain pattern? However, during the thousands of years he has spent in his transformed state, apart from the decade dedicated to enhancing his strength, the remainder of those millennia has been consumed in the refinement of magical treasures. The absence of triggered rewards might be related to this. Nonetheless, Zhen Yuan Zi ultimately could not ascertain whether there was indeed a correlation. He could only wait until he triggered a few more rewards to observe if any discernible patterns emerged. Now, having received the reward, Zhen Yuan Zi decided to set it aside. For the time to refine it had not yet arrived. Subsequently, he began his journey through Mount Wanshou. Although it is referred to as a mountain, Mount Wanshou is truly vast, with its core spanning an area of billions of miles, not to mention the surrounding regions and its terrifying height. It can be said that this single mountain is more than sufficient to keep Zhen Yuan Zi occupied for an extended period. Zhen Yuan Zi himself had no intention of departing from Mount Wanshou. At this moment, they had merely entered the final phase of the calamity wrought by ferocious beasts. Although numerous reincarnated demon gods had emerged to vanquish these beasts, it had only been several millennia. Even now, the vast expanse of the primordial land remained rife with countless ferocious creatures, posing a significant danger. To bring an end to the calamity wrought by the ferocious beasts, it would require, at the very least, several millennia. Zhen Yuan Zi soared through the skies, enveloped in a radiant aura, swiftly penetrating the heart of Mount Wanshou. Before his eyes lay a scene reminiscent of a dream. The concentration of primordial spiritual energy here, though not comparable to that within the caverns of Wuzhuang Temple, remained remarkably rich. It flowed like a delicate golden veil through the forest, each strand imbued with boundless vitality and the essence of the Tao. The undulating mountains, shrouded in mist, revealed their peaks intermittently, evoking an ethereal paradise. Within the valleys, springs gushed forth, their crystal-clear waters sparkling with enchanting hues, signifying that this was no ordinary spring water. Rather, it embodies the primordial essence of the five elements, coalescing to form ethereal rivers that meander into the distance. In the verdant forests, celestial herbs and spiritual plants abound. Some herbs resemble the revered Lingji, their translucent bodies emanating a gentle azure glow. Each leaf inscribed with ancient runes, testaments of time and imprints of the laws of nature. Others take the form of resplendent lotus blossoms, their petals shimmering with iridescent hues, while the fragrance exuding from their cores invigorates the spirit, enhancing mental acuity in an instant. Upon a rugged cliff, thousands of divine golden trees thrive, their trunks gleaming with a purplish golden sheen, mysterious energies flowing through their intricate patterns. Although these divine golden trees are not primordial roots, they are nonetheless exceptional celestial plants. They bear fruits infused with potent spiritual energy and serve as exquisite materials for crafting supreme artifacts. Additionally, the mountains are dotted with celestial gold ores, radiating a dazzling brilliance, their energy fluctuations capturing even the attention of Zhen Yuan Zi. Zhen Yuan Zi has not overlooked any of these primordial spiritual entities and divine golden materials. Rather, like geese plucking feathers, he transformed into a primordial bulldozer, collecting everything in his path. Even though these spiritual items held little significance for him at present, and their worth paled in comparison to his two innate spiritual roots, they nonetheless belong to the realm of innate treasures, possessing extraordinary value. Perhaps, at this moment, they could be found scattered throughout the untouched primordial world. As time progressed, the vast land would endure countless tribulations, and the environment would undergo earth-shattering transformations. By then, these currently ubiquitous innate spiritual items would become rare and precious treasures. Thus, he became a streak of light, weaving through the mountains and forests, whereupon he gathered various innate spiritual herbs, elixirs, and celestial or into his treasure space. 9 turns resuscitation herb, 9 sun celestial herb, 7 colored spirit ginseng king, purple cloud divine mushroom, primordial divine iron, ethereal jade essence. As he delved deeper into the Mount Wanshou, Zhen Yuan Zi encountered several formidable fierce beasts. Fortunately, there were no creatures of the great Luo level present, though with his current strength and the treasures at his disposal, even if he encountered a great Luo beast, he would not be unable to withstand it, and could even slay it. Yet, a hint of danger was still inevitable. Now, the ferocious beasts beneath the exalted deities present an opportune challenge for him to hone his skills, while simultaneously accruing some merit. The tribe of these malevolent creatures has wreaked havoc across the primordial realm, having become detested by the very fabric of existence, burdened as they are with boundless karma. Slaying them would naturally yield merit. Although the power of these beasts may limit the amount of merit gained, it is said that even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. Moreover, the merit of Zhen Yuan Zi is currently as pristine as untouched snow. Any gain, no matter how modest, is still a gain. In the primordial chaos, merit holds paramount significance. Not only can one harness merit to enhance their strength, but it also possesses the extraordinary ability to facilitate one's ascension to sainthood through its sheer magnitude. Furthermore, Merit serves as a protective shield. As long as one possesses an ample amount, they are under the guardianship of the heavens. And formidable beings would think twice before confronting those rich in merit. It can be deemed an invaluable safeguard. Zhen Yuan Zi traversed the perilous terrains of Wanshou Mountain, effortlessly vanquishing every fearsome beast that crossed his path. With each strike, he honed his mastery of spells and magical artifacts, his prowess subtly advancing through practical experience. As he delved deeper into the more concealed regions of Wanshou Mountain, the innate spiritual entities grew increasingly rare. Within a tranquil and profound canyon, he stumbled upon a wondrous sight suffused with an enigmatic, resplendent aura. This place seemed to be under the protective embrace of the cosmic forces, with a rich essence of life permeating the atmosphere, manifesting as ethereal halos. Upon entering, Zhen Yuan Zi discovered that this was a realm entirely composed of creation's spiritual soil. This primordial earth, imbued with the power of creation, is exceptionally suited for nurturing various innate spiritual entities. Though it does not rival the supreme soils such as the Nine Heavens Breath soil, the Xianhuang Mother soil, or the Creation Mother soil, it remains a treasure in its own right. On this fertile ground, hundreds of Lingyun divine essence flowers flourished. The petals of these flowers, akin to delicately crafted jade, emanated a soft and warm radiance. Each petal was intricately veined, with shimmering runes that contained extraordinary powers and functions. Born at the dawn of creation, these flowers absorbed the purest spiritual essence and the forces of creation from the cosmos, rendering them exceedingly rare innate spiritual entities. When cultivators consume this flower, its medicinal properties permeate every vein and thread of consciousness, reshaping their foundation and expanding their capacity for spiritual power. Consequently, in their future endeavors, whether in comprehending the laws of the cosmos or breaking through barriers, they will find their paths illuminated, as if treading upon a celestial road paved with starlight. However, it is important to note that its effects are only applicable to cultivators below the Tai Golden Immortal level. Moreover, the significance of the existence of innate divine demons and their accompanying essence would further diminish. However, one cannot deny their rarity. Such efficacy is scarcely inferior to that of certain innate spiritual roots. Zhen Yuan Zi immediately unleashed his celestial arts, excavating the hundreds of spirit essence flowers, roots, and soil intact, and stored them within his treasure space. Following this, he wielded his formidable magical power to manifest an invisible hand, meticulously peeling away the creation-infused soil inch by inch, sparing no fragment imbued with the forces of creation. These spiritual entities and enchanted earth, whether to be bestowed upon disciples, forged into magical artifacts, or nurtured into other rare spiritual flora, will undoubtedly yield commendable results in the future. Not long thereafter, Zhen Yuan Zi discovered a primordial spiritual tree known as the Eternal Divine Wood. This magnificent tree towered 10,000 feet high, its bark resembling the ancient shell of a tortoise, etched with the marks of time. Possessing an extraordinary immortal quality, this tree could endure immense power and would remain undamaged as long as it did not exceed its own limits. It was an excellent material for crafting magical artifacts. Classified at the level of primordial spiritual roots, albeit a lower grade one that bore no fruit, Zhen Yuan Zi excavated it with the intention of planting it within the confines of his Wuzhuang Temple's cave abode. As time passed, Zhen Yuan Zi's sojourn on Mount Wanshou extended nearly a millennium. During this period, he not only amassed countless primordial spiritual treasures, but his own state of mind also grew increasingly composed through exploration and combat. The only regret he harbored was the uncertainty of whether the presence of the exquisite primordial spiritual root, the ginseng fruit tree, which coexisted within his Wuzhuang temple, had siphoned away much of the fortune from Mount Wanshou, or if it was due to some other reason. After thoroughly exploring Mount Wanshou, despite acquiring a plethora of primordial spiritual treasures and plants, he found himself disappointed to discover no other primordial spiritual roots apart from the lower-grade Eternal Divine Wood. Yet, despite his disappointment, he remained undaunted, recognizing his gains as substantial. Ultimately, he decided to return to his cave abode at Wuzhuang Temple. As he neared the conclusion of his journey, he traversed a tranquil sea of flowers, where two particularly extraordinary spiritual blossoms caught his eye. One was the Ice Heart Jade Dew flower, its petals as pure as jade, with a droplet of dew emanating frigid energy nestled within its heart, exuding a refreshing aura that seemed capable of purifying the soul. The other was the Blazing Beauty flower, its blossoms akin to flames, vibrant and exuberant, each petal alive with fiery runes, infused with potent fire spiritual energy. Zhen Yuan Zi paused, gently waving his hands, imbuing the two spiritual flowers with soft celestial power. In an instant, the flowers radiated brilliant light, and amid the luminescence, two ethereal maidens gradually materialized. They donned garments crafted from flower petals. One wore a flowing white gown, exuding a cool demeanor, with eyes reflecting purity. The other donned a red dress, her hair dancing with flames, radiating a passionate warmth. Upon alighting, the two maidens respectfully bowed to Zhen Yuan Zi, speaking in unison, "We are eternally grateful for your guidance, Master, and shall forever remain by your side." Observing them, Zhen Yuan Zi nodded slightly and remarked, "Since you have taken form, you shall be bestowed with names. One embodies coolness, the other fervor. You shall henceforth be known as Bingqing and Yanling." "Thank you for the names, Master." Bingqing and Yanling bowed again, their eyes brimming with gratitude and loyalty. Zhen Yuan Zi, accompanied by Bingqing and Yanling, set forth on the journey back to Wuzhuang Temple. Along the way, Bingqing and Yanling expressed curiosity about their surroundings, frequently inquiring of Zhen Yuan Zi. He patiently answered their questions, imparting foundational knowledge of cultivation and celestial arts. Upon returning to Wuzhuang Temple, Zhen Yuan Zi unveiled all the primordial spiritual treasures he had collected. He led Bingqing and Yanling to the spiritual herb garden, which already housed some precious spiritual herbs. However, aside from the two rare primordial spiritual roots, the newly acquired treasures paled in comparison. Pointing to the garden, Zhen Yuan Zi addressed Bingqing and Yanling. "Behold, this is the spiritual herb garden of Wuzhuang Temple. Each of these primordial treasures is a result of my journey on Mount Wanshou, and they require meticulous care. Bingqing, as you excel in ice elemental energy, you shall tend to those requiring a cold environment. Yanling, with your command of fire elemental energy, the sun-loving plants shall be entrusted to you." Bingqing and Yanling promptly nodded in agreement. "We shall obey your commands." Subsequently, they busied themselves. Bingqing waved her hands, causing the temperature to plummet, and a faint frost enveloped the air as she carefully planted the ice-loving herbs, such as the 9 turns revivification herb and ice heart jade dew flower, on one side of the garden, using her spiritual energy to create a suitable growth environment. Meanwhile, Yanling harnessed her fire elemental energy to warm the ground on the opposite side, establishing a cozy terrain. She planted the 9 suns celestial herb and blazing beauty flower, with fiery runes dancing around them, providing ample warmth. Zhen Yuan Zi observed the diligent efforts of Bingqing and Yanling with great satisfaction. With their assistance, many troubles were alleviated. The two maidens toiled in the spiritual herb garden for 3 full months before successfully arranging all the primordial treasures. Each herb was meticulously planted, and the surrounding spiritual formations were perfectly arranged, filling the garden with a vibrant and invigorating aura. Once everything was settled, Zhen Yuan Zi reappeared, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of celestial elegance as he surveyed the rejuvenated garden with satisfaction. He then turned to Bingqing and Yanling, stating, "You two have worked diligently these past days, and your management has been exemplary." Upon hearing this, Bingqing and Yanling ceased their activities, respectfully standing before Zhen Yuan Zi, replying in unison, "It is our honor to serve you, Master. We dare not claim any hardship." Zhen Yuan Zi nodded slightly, waving his sleeve to reveal 2 resplendent primordial ginseng fruits and 4 primordial dragon elephant fruits suspended in midair, their fragrance wafting through the entire garden. The ginseng fruits, akin to the size of infants, were crystal clear, their features discernible, emanating an alluring aroma as if in slumber. The primordial dragon elephant fruits, ancient in appearance, were adorned with mysterious runes, each containing the formidable essence of ancient dragon elephants. These primordial ginseng fruits are the treasures of Wuzhuang Temple, exquisite primordial spiritual fruits. Each of you shall receive one. Additionally, these 4 primordial dragon elephant fruits, classified as superior primordial spiritual fruits, are also granted to you. Zhen Yuan Zi's voice was gentle yet authoritative. "Consume them and cultivate diligently to enhance your own abilities. As my attendants, you must not remain feeble." The two maidens, having recently been endowed with their forms, had only just attained the realm of Xianxian. As his maidservant, she inevitably represented his dignity, thus her cultivation could not be too weak. In his possession, there was no shortage of innate spiritual fruits. Their performance over the past few months had been commendable, and he seized this opportunity to bestow upon them a chance to enhance their strength. Upon hearing these words, Bingqing and Yanling were momentarily taken aback. Their eyes soon filled with astonishment and disbelief. Their lips trembled slightly, and their eyes quickly became red-rimmed as they both fell to their knees with a thud. "My lord, this is truly too precious." Bingqing's voice was choked with emotion, tears welling in her eyes. "What merit do we possess to receive such generous gifts from you?" Yinling, equally overwhelmed, struggled to articulate her thoughts, her body trembling slightly, fists clenched tightly as she endeavored to contain the tempest of emotions within her. For in the primordial chaos, countless innate deities and demonic beings existed, many of whom had never even laid eyes on inferior innate spirit fruits, let alone the superior or exceptional varieties. And now, their master, in an extraordinary display of generosity, has bestowed upon them a rare innate spiritual fruit and two superior innate spiritual fruits. This is indeed an immense fortune granted by their master. Naturally, they felt an overwhelming sense of honor, excitement, and gratitude. "Rise, there is no need for such formality," Zhen Yuan Zi said with a smile. "You have been enlightened by me, which signifies a bond of destiny. As long as you remain steadfastly loyal, the rewards in the future will be plentiful." Bingqing and Yinling slowly stood, their hands trembling as they accepted the spiritual fruits. Bingqing carefully cradled the ginseng fruit and the innate dragon elephant fruit in her palms, as if holding the most precious treasures in the world. Her eyes brimmed with reverence and gratitude as her lips parted slightly. "Rest assured, master, Bingqing shall devote herself unto death, unworthy of your profound kindness." Upon saying this, she gently took a bite of the ginseng fruit. In an instant, a surge of powerful yet gentle spiritual energy erupted within her, prompting her to close her eyes and sit cross-legged, beginning to refine this newfound power. Yinling, on the other hand, gazed intently at the spiritual fruit in her hand, her eyes shimmering with fervent light. She then lifted her gaze to Zhen Yuan Zi and solemnly declared, "The grace of the master is unforgettable to Yinling. I shall diligently cultivate, living up to your esteemed reputation." With that, she eagerly placed an innate dragon elephant fruit into her mouth, the fruit instantly transforming into a torrent of fiery spiritual energy within her. Flames enveloped her, swiftly transitioning her into a state of cultivation. Zhen Yuan Zi observed them with a smile of contentment upon his face. He employed celestial techniques to establish a protective barrier around the two, ensuring they would not be disturbed while refining the spiritual fruits. In his eyes, these two young women possessed remarkable talent and unwavering loyalty. As long as they encountered sufficient opportunities, they would undoubtedly become invaluable allies in the future. At this moment, within the ethereal medicinal garden of Wuzhuangguan, both Bingqing and Yinling experienced rapid enhancements in their cultivation and physical realms, nourished by the essence of the spiritual fruits. Subsequently, Zhen Yuan Zi intended to return to his grand hall to delve deeper into the Tao, seeking to grasp some formidable supernatural powers. In his mind, the system's melodious and clear voice resonated once more. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving heartfelt gratitude from the two maidens, triggering a random reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the reward of the supreme innate spiritual root enlightenment tea tree. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the reward of the divine ability, golden light of the earth." In an instant, Zhen Yuan Zi halted abruptly, his eyes widening in disbelief, filled with astonishment. His lips parted slightly, unable to utter a single word for a considerable time. After a prolonged silence, he murmured to himself, "Is this truly possible? This seems exceedingly casual." He could hardly fathom that by merely bestowing a few spiritual fruits upon Bingqing and Yinling, he could once again trigger the system's rewards. Moreover, the rationale behind this reward was explicitly conveyed as stemming from the gratitude of two maids, which filled Zhen Yuan Zi with an overwhelming sense of novelty and delight. Subsequently, he became intrigued by the descriptions of these two rewards. The Enlightenment Tea Tree, born in the primordial chaos, was originally a chaotic spiritual root within the abyss of disorder. When the universe was formed, its essence suffered damage, and it has since evolved into an extraordinary innate spiritual root. This tea tree absorbs the purest spiritual energy from the cosmos, maturing once every 10,000 years, yielding 3,000 leaves of the great Tao with each harvest. Every single leaf encapsulates boundless mysteries of the Tao. Should a practitioner consume even one leaf, they would instantaneously transcend into a realm of ethereal enlightenment, their consciousness harmonizing with the great Tao of heaven and earth, illuminating all past confusions and obstacles encountered in their cultivation. Even the most obscure techniques and the most intricate laws could be clearly perceived and profoundly comprehended in that fleeting moment. The aura of the Enlightenment Tea Tree is nothing short of miraculous. Merely approaching the tree allows one to feel the overwhelming resonance of the Tao, as if countless ancient sages were whispering profound truths of cultivation into one's ears. Prolonged practice in its vicinity subtly enhances the practitioner's innate qualities, steadily elevating their talents and gradually weakening any cultivation bottlenecks, making breakthroughs seem effortless. If a treasure were crafted from the branches of the enlightenment tea tree, it would inherently possess the ability to impart enlightenment, allowing its wielder to maintain clarity of mind in combat, discerning the weaknesses in an enemy's techniques, and unleashing formidable attacks that surpass their own capabilities. However, such an act would be considered wasteful and sacrilegious. It is rare for any being to willingly sacrifice such a treasure to forge a magical artifact. Thus, the existence of the enlightenment tea tree seems akin to a divine blessing from the Tao of the world. Possessing it equates to having a shortcut to the pinnacle of cultivation, a coveted spiritual root cherished by countless practitioners. The supreme divine ability, golden light of the earth. Though not as invaluable as the supreme innate spiritual root, the enlightenment tea tree is nonetheless exceedingly precious. When invoked, it transforms the wielder into a streak of golden radiance, traversing vast distances in the blink of an eye, spanning millions of miles in an instant. It serves as an unparalleled means of preservation and escape, while also proving formidable in combat and pursuit. Marvelous, truly marvelous. Zhen Yuan Zi threw back his head and laughed heartily, his mirth boundless. What he had initially perceived as mere trifling rewards, those few spiritual fruits, had unexpectedly yielded such bountiful returns. Lowering his gaze to his own hands, he seemed to glimpse through his palms the supreme innate spiritual root and the divine ability, his smile deepening with satisfaction. A supreme innate spiritual root. The worth of this enlightenment tea tree far surpassed those paltry spiritual fruits. With it, the foundation of his Wuzhuang temple would grow even more profound. In the days to come, meditating beneath its boughs would surely yield twice the results with half the effort. Filled with delight, Zhen Yuan Zi envisioned planting the enlightenment tea tree within the temple grounds, allowing its rich aura of enlightenment to permeate every corner. Not only would it hasten his own cultivation, as well as that of Bingqing and Yinling, but in the future, should he be fortunate enough to take on more disciples, they too would reap immeasurable benefits. Arriving at the spiritual herb garden, Zhen Yuan Zi did not immediately claim his reward. Instead, he first scattered the creation spirit soil he had gathered during his travels. After all, the garden already housed one supreme innate spiritual root, one superior innate spiritual root, and numerous other innate spiritual herbs and plants. To recklessly plant another supreme innate spiritual root now might disrupt the harmonious growth of these treasures. With the addition of the transformative spiritual soil, there was no longer any hidden peril. Subsequently, Zhen Yuan Zi extracted the supreme innate spiritual root, the enlightenment tea tree, and planted it within the spiritual herb garden. In an instant, the entire garden shimmered with brilliance, the spiritual energy surging like a tumultuous river, boiling with vigor. Enveloped in this rich aura, Zhen Yuan Zi carefully planted the enlightenment tea tree. As soon as its roots touched the earth, the tree began to fervently absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, its branches and leaves unfurling rapidly, producing a melodious sound as if joyfully singing. Upon raising his gaze, Zhen Yuan Zi beheld the tree adorned with 3,000 tender, dew-laden leaves. He chose to harvest them immediately. The system's reward, the innate spiritual root, was already mature, akin to the countless years that bore the initial fruits. And these leaves were no exception. The efficacy of these primordial leaves was paramount, and their effects would not amplify further. Thus, it was wise to gather them and await the next cycle of growth for the enlightenment tea. After completing the harvest, Zhen Yuan Zi sat slowly beside the enlightenment tea tree and retrieved the premium innate spiritual treasure, the enlightenment mat, along with the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the yin-yang chaos fan. These two treasures were rewards from the system during his travels, and he had yet to refine them. Now was the perfect moment. With gentle hands, he caressed the enlightenment mat, initiating its refinement. A millennium slipped by like a fleeting shadow. During this protracted period, Zhen Yuan Zi immersed himself in the world of refining spiritual treasures, oblivious to all external matters. At last, the refinement of the two treasures reached fruition. As he completed the refinement of the enlightenment mat, he had already tasted its effects. When he seated himself upon the mat, an extraordinary sensation surged within him. A gentle power flowed from the mat into his being, and his vision became remarkably clear, revealing the essence of all things in the world. Thoughts raced through his mind like lightning, unraveling previously convoluted cultivation dilemmas with ease. Each breath resonated with the great principles of the universe. His comprehension ignited like a blazing flame. While the enlightening effect may not have been as pronounced as that of the supreme innate spiritual roots enlightenment tea leaves, its enduring nature prevailed. Furthermore, beyond its enlightening properties, it offered clarity of mind and spirit, shielding him from otherworldly disturbances. Although the celestial demons had yet to manifest, it was inevitable that they would arise once the demon ancestor, Luo Hu, was defeated in the future. After refining the two innate spiritual treasures, Zhen Yuan Zi took a deep breath and retrieved a leaf of the enlightenment tea from his bosom. Without the slightest hesitation, he placed it in his mouth. In an instant, a surge of immense and mysterious power erupted within his mouth, swiftly spreading throughout his entire being. His consciousness seemed to detach from his corporeal form, drifting into the boundless void, intimately connecting with the myriad paths of the universe. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though the laws and principles of the world were laid bare before him, rendering everything crystal clear. Simultaneously, enveloped by the profound essence emanating from the enlightenment tea tree, Zhen Yuan Zi began to contemplate the teachings of the 3,000 Great Tao. His gaze alternated between the brilliance of stars and the depths of the abyss, emitting ineffable sounds of the great Tao from his mouth, while his hands instinctively traced various arcane symbols in the air. Concurrently, he activated the chaotic Tao technique, his inner power surging like tumultuous waves, relentlessly challenging his limits. To further refine his foundation, he occasionally took out a ginseng fruit or an innate dragon elephant fruit, savoring it slowly. With each bite, he could feel powerful energy rampaging within him, which he skillfully assimilated into his own magical essence, merging it with his physical body and primordial spirit. Throughout this entire process, whether it was the laws, magical power, primordial spirit, or physical form, all were continuously elevated. This period of seclusion felt exceptionally prolonged. In the blink of an eye, countless years slipped away quietly. With the overarching principles of the 3,000 Great Tao to ponder, and by practicing profound Tao-level techniques, augmented by the extraordinary effects of the enlightenment tea and the enlightenment meditation cushion, alongside the nourishment from various innate spiritual fruits, Zhen Yuan Zi's foundation at the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal realm became increasingly solidified, ultimately attaining a state of complete perfection. In the grand tapestry of time, a mere 10,000 years is but a fleeting moment for the cultivation of the Tai Golden Immortal. Yet, in this brief span of 6 months, Zhen Yuan Zi has elevated every facet of his being to the pinnacle of perfection. This remarkable achievement can only be attributed to the extraordinary conditions that Zhen Yuan Zi possesses for cultivation, coupled with his innate high-grade demonic god talent, which is formidable and ranks just below a select few of the most exceptional demonic gods in the present primordial realm. However, those extraordinary entities may not have the same unparalleled cultivation conditions as he does. The essence of the 3,000 great avenues, the most suitable cultivation techniques, and body tempering methods, all of which are of the great Tao level, combined with the finest enlightenment tea, superior enlightenment spiritual treasures, and rare innate spiritual fruits, have endowed Zhen Yuan Zi with the resources necessary to reach the zenith of the Tai Golden Immortal realm in a mere 10,000 years. At this moment, Zhen Yuan Zi sensed the surge of power within him, realizing that the time to break through to the Deluo Golden Immortal realm had finally arrived. He took a deep breath and gradually rose to his feet, his surrounding spiritual energy beginning to whirl with fervor. He then refined the 5 vital energies within: heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, sublimating them before converging them into one, the 5 qi returning to the origin. Simultaneously, the 3 flowers of essence, qi and spirit, began to coalesce above his head, symbolizing the union of heaven, earth, and humanity. The first flower blossomed gently, exuding a fragrant aroma, its petals crystalline and translucent, akin to exquisite jade sculpted to perfection. Soon after, the second and third flowers emerged in succession, each more resplendent and potent than the last. However, the convergence of the 3 flowers did not cease. They began to undergo refinement and sublimation, enhancing their intrinsic quality. As he continued to refine, the profound foundation he had cultivated began to manifest its effects. The flowers bloomed at the first grade, then the second, and the third, until, at last, the 9th grade flower appeared, filling Zhen Yuan Zi's heart with astonishment. He had believed that the 9th bloom was the limit. Yet, the 3 flowers continued to gather strength. When the 10th grade flower emerged, the very heavens and earth shifted, storms brewed, and the river of fate rippled with waves of change. Following this, the 11th and 12th grade flowers bloomed in succession. These 12 grade flowers, layered and intertwined, each petal radiating boundless light and a powerful aura, coalesced into an unparalleled force. Zhen Yuan Zi's figure flickered amidst the brilliance, his eyes filled with shock and elation. He could scarcely believe that he had achieved the blooming of the 12th-grade flower, a miracle unprecedented in history. In that fleeting moment, Zhen Yuan Zi successfully transcended the River of Fate, attaining the status of Deluo Golden Immortal. Within the River of Fate, countless threads of destiny shimmered and swayed, as if celebrating this momentous occasion. The reincarnated deities were also stirred. They sensed a disturbance in the River of Fate, their hearts filled with perplexity and astonishment. They hastily attempted to decipher the celestial secrets, yet could only ascertain that someone had transcended the River of Fate to attain the status of a great Luo Golden Immortal. As for the specifics of who it was or what had transpired, a mysterious force shrouded the truth, rendering it utterly unknowable. This is naturally attributed to Zhen Yuan Zi possessing the supreme innate treasure, the Tai Xu Yuan mirror, which aids him in concealing the heavenly mechanism, rendering these formidable beings incapable of divining his fate. However, the mere presence of a Deluo Golden Immortal transcending the River of Destiny to incite such commotion, while simultaneously evading their calculations, undoubtedly warrants their attention. Meanwhile, within the 5 Zhuang Temple of Zhen Yuan Zi, extraordinary phenomena abound. In the celestial realm of the cave, the atmosphere shifts dramatically. The once azure sky is now veiled by swirling layers of purple mist, enveloping the world in an aura of mystery and solemnity. Suddenly, a deep yet potent roar resonates from the depths of the earth. Following this, golden lotuses surge forth from the ground. Each lotus is colossal, with a diameter spanning several feet, and their petals, layered and smooth as jade, radiate resplendent multicolored light. These luminescent beams, akin to ethereal silk, intertwine and spread in all directions, causing the very fabric of space to ripple gently, seemingly bowing to this formidable force. Simultaneously, celestial music resonates, its sound melodious and ethereal, as if echoing from the cosmos's deepest recesses, with each note imbued with boundless mystery and tranquility. The celestial melodies waft through the entire temple, as though weaving a dreamlike curtain over this realm. Accompanying this divine music, the conch shell is blown with great vigor, producing a resonant sound that rolls like thunder, carrying a cataclysmic momentum that instantly reverberates throughout the universe. Amidst the extraordinary spectacle of golden lotuses, celestial melodies, and the conch's call, an auspicious aura surges forth like a tidal wave from all directions. This auspicious energy, radiant in 7 colors and ever-changing, sometimes resembles agile birds in flight, at other times like powerful dragons gliding, swirling around the golden lotuses in a mesmerizing dance. In the sky, countless golden runes flicker into view, radiating wisdom and strength. They collide and merge, producing a crisp and melodious sound, as if recounting ancient and enigmatic prophecies. The earth trembles slightly, transforming from hardened soil into a soft, vibrant tapestry of life, as myriad exotic flowers and plants burst forth, blossoming instantaneously. These blossoms emit an extraordinary fragrance that permeates the air, invigorating the spirit and seemingly cleansing the dust from the depths of one's soul. Above the temple, a colossal beam of light descends from the heavens, within which the silhouettes of various divine beasts can be discerned. Some soar through the skies, while others charge with a mighty roar, exuding unparalleled majesty and power. Even more astonishingly, the heavenly Tao responds, bestowing rare merits. This golden light of virtue falls like fine rain upon Zhen Yuan Zi, who gazes upward in awe and joy, his face aglow with wonder. In the primordial realm, the significance of merit is immeasurable, and its attainment is exceedingly rare. Only those deeds that contribute to the primordial world can hope to receive such divine rewards. Unexpectedly, he had merely transcended into a new realm, which not only triggered various extraordinary phenomena, but also attracted the bestowal of divine merit from the heavens. He extended his hands, feeling the immense power coursing through him as the merit integrated into his being. He sensed that, should he desire, he could effortlessly convert this merit into his own magical energy, thus accelerating his progress and cultivation. However, he chose not to pursue this path. Firstly, because the magical energy derived from merit, while enhancing his realm, felt somewhat insubstantial. Secondly, such merit was hard to come by and held other precious uses. He was not lacking in inherent spiritual fruits and treasures to bolster his strength, rendering the use of merit for elevation a considerable waste. His recent breakthrough, which garnered heavenly merit, was likely due to him being the first innate deity born from this land to emerge and attain the great Luo level of cultivation. More importantly, It was probable that his 12-petal flowering aptitude earned him the reward of divine merit from the heavens. He was acutely aware of the implications of a 12-petal bloom. A 9-petal bloom indicated the foundation for becoming a sage. With the use of primordial purple energy, one could easily rectify the foundational path, thereby achieving the status of a sage. However, without primordial purple energy, attempting to validate the Tao solely through one's magical power or principles would be exponentially more challenging. Now, with the blooming of the 12 varieties of flowers, even without relying on the auspicious aura of Hongmeng, the difficulty of his path to enlightenment shall significantly diminish. Moreover, at this moment, he felt an extraordinary leap in his capabilities, his magical energy vast and boundless like an ocean. His physical form stood as firm as a rock, seemingly capable of withstanding the collapse of heaven and earth. His primordial spirit, pure and unblemished, perfectly harmonized with the laws of the universe. After more than 10,000 years of existence, he had finally attained the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. As Zhen Yuan Zi sensed the immense power surging within him, he could not help but exclaim in wonder, a smile blossoming upon his face. "Congratulations, my lord. Cheers to your ascension to the great Luo Golden Immortal." Naturally, Zhen Yuan Zi's breakthrough stirred the attention of Bingqing and Yanling, who were at that moment beaming with joy as they congratulated him. With a smile, Zhen Yuan Zi waved his hand and said, "Go to the dragon elephant fruit tree and pick a couple of dragon elephant fruits. Also, be sure to gather the remaining fruits for my lord." The current innate dragon elephant fruit trees had borne their second round of ripe fruits, making it a perfect opportunity for harvesting. "Thank you, my lord." Upon hearing this, the two young ladies, Bingqing and Yanling, naturally displayed expressions of delight, for they had experienced the benefits of the innate dragon elephant fruit. Even a single fruit bestowed immense advantages upon them, and the prospect of receiving such a reward filled their hearts with joy. Subsequently, Zhen Yuan Zi summoned his personal panel. Name: Zhen Yuan Zi Cultivation, Great Luo Golden Immortal Physical Body, Great Luo Golden Immortal Footing, Superior Innate Demon God Techniques, 3000 Great Avenues Scripture, Primordial Great Tao Skill, Indestructible Chaos Formula, Golden Light of the Earth, Treasures, Innate Supreme Treasure, The Void Hunyuan Mirror, Exceptional Innate Spiritual Treasure, The Earth Book, Perfect Grade Primordial Purple Qi, Superior Innate Spiritual Treasure, The Enlightenment Lotus, Exceptional Innate Spiritual Treasure, The Yin-Yang Chaos Fan, Innate Roots, Exceptional Innate Root, Ginseng Fruit Tree, Superior Innate Root, Innate Dragon Elephant Fruit Tree, Exceptional Innate Root, Enlightenment Tea Tree, Heaven and Earth Merits, 40 million Innate Fortune, 90 compared to before. His panel had become even more splendid, not only due to the enhancement of his cultivation but also the increase in both spiritual treasures and innate roots. Among them, the merit of Heaven and Earth has transformed from an initial 0 to an impressive 40 million, of which approximately 10 million is attributed to his various endeavors over the past millennium, including slaying ferocious beasts during his travels. He has just blossomed into a grand immortal after attaining the 12th rank, and in response, the heavenly Tao graciously bestowed upon him a magnificent reward of 30 million merits. One must not underestimate this 30 million merits, for acquiring merits from the heavenly Tao is no simple feat ever since Zhen Yuan Zi embarked on his travels. Over the past millennium, he has vanquished numerous ferocious beasts and accomplished various deeds, amassing merely 10 million merits. This serves to illustrate just how arduous it is to obtain such merits. In the vast expanse of the primordial world, countless powerful beings strive to acquire merits, often resorting to myriad means, yet the amount they can secure remains uncertain. This time, he merely achieved a breakthrough in his realm. In reality, he had not accomplished anything that would significantly benefit the entirety of the Hongwang world. The fact that he could receive a reward of millions of merits was already beyond his expectations. In the realm of innate fortune, his score had risen from 88 to 90, possibly due to the system's reward of innate spiritual roots or treasures, or perhaps other factors entirely. Zhen Yuan Zi stood in the courtyard of Wuzhuang Temple, gazing into the distance, his mind wandering towards the prospect of venturing outside. Having ascended to the realm of the Luo Golden Immortal, he pondered the current state of the vast wilderness. A millennium ago, during his last journey, the wilderness had just entered the latter stages of the calamity wrought by ferocious beasts, with reincarnated demon gods emerging to slay these beasts in pursuit of merit. At that time, he was merely at the Tai Golden Immortal level, and despite possessing means for self-preservation, he only dared to roam around the vicinity of Wanshou Mountain. Now, over 10,000 years had passed, and it was likely that the calamity had reached its most brutal phase. However, with his current prowess as a Luo Golden Immortal, Along with the protection of innate treasures and various spiritual artifacts, he believed that as long as he avoided the most intense battlegrounds, his travels would pose no significant danger. Moreover, with the beast tribe still extant, he could seek resources and attempt to vanquish some beasts to accrue merit. While the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans had yet to rise, and the distribution of resources in the wilderness was still in flux, he aimed to gather more innate spiritual materials, medicinal herbs, spiritual plants, and treasures to enrich his own foundation. Nevertheless, ensuring his survival was paramount before embarking on this journey. Despite having achieved the Deluo Golden Immortal realm and possessing innate treasures for protection, he was acutely aware that the reincarnated demon gods who had emerged were unlikely to be of lower cultivation than his own. Some had even reached the realm of Hun Yuan Golden Immortal, and they too were not lacking in various innate spiritual treasures or even innate artifacts. Thus, the means of self-preservation were of utmost importance. Contemplating this, Zhen Yuan Zi resolved to first master the divine ability of earthly golden light, which would undoubtedly enhance his safety during his expedition. He plucked a leaf from the enlightenment tea, savoring it. In an instant, countless insights surged into his mind like a tidal wave, and he immersed himself in the study of earthly golden light. Time flew by, and 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Eventually, Zhen Yuan Zi perfected this divine ability. Days later, he prepared to leave the cave of Wuzhuang Temple. Before his departure, he earnestly instructed Bingqing and Yinling to diligently guard the premises, ensuring that every blade of grass and every tree was well cared for, especially the innate spiritual roots, which must be tended with utmost care. Once the fruits ripened, they were to be harvested and preserved. The two nodded obediently, their eyes brimming with reluctance, assuring him that they would safeguard Wuzhuang Temple. With that, Zhen Yuan Zi turned and exited the cave, employing the earthly golden light to propel himself eastward like a flash of lightning. Wanshou Mountain lay at the juncture of the eastern and western continents of the wilderness, later designated as part of the West. Thus, his travels naturally led him eastward. Years later, Zhen Yuan Zi arrived at the Hongyan mountain range. The mountain stretched for billions of miles, enveloped in resplendent red clouds, creating a dreamlike ambience. Observing the red clouds, Zhen Yuan Zi felt a stirring in his heart, speculating that this must be the birthplace of the venerable Hongyan. Being well acquainted with the wilderness world, he naturally formed such conjectures upon witnessing this spectacle. However, it was likely that the venerable Hongyan was not merely born from the red clouds above. Legend spoke of a premier cave-blessed land known as Huiyun Cave, where he was believed to have been nurtured as a strand of innate red cloud. Yet, it seemed that the red cloud was still in the process of gestation, yet to emerge into existence. With a spirit of exploration, Zhen Yuan Zi wandered through the Hongmen mountain range. At times, he employed his divine abilities to sense the surrounding aura. At other times, he paused to collect various innate spiritual plants and materials. After all, these were unclaimed treasures, and even if the venerable Hongyun were to emerge, he likely would not covet them. Moreover, once collected, they could be nurtured anew, as they were not particularly rare innate spiritual roots or treasures. Simultaneously, he harbored the intention of discovering the Huiyun Cave. However, after more than 1,000 years, he had yet to find any trace of it. Zhen Yuan Zi understood that the Huiyun Cave was likely concealed by powerful innate formations, and it was not the right time for its discovery. Seeking it out was no simple endeavor, yet he did not press the matter. After all, although the Huiyun Cave was a premier blessed land, it had not birthed any formidable innate treasures or roots. His sole desire was to catch a glimpse of it. Nevertheless, during this prolonged search, Zhen Yuan Zi reaped considerable rewards, collecting numerous innate spiritual plants and materials. Among them, the most precious was a lower-grade innate spiritual root known as the Qingshu fruit. This fruit bore fruit once every 1,000 years, yielding approximately 900 emerald green fruits each time. These fruits contained a rich vitality, capable of rapidly healing injuries and extending the lifespan of the cultivator. Such a harvest was indeed commendable, marking the journey as worthwhile. After all, the initially barren state of the venerable Hongyan indicated that the Hongyan mountain range evidently lacked powerful innate roots or treasures. Or perhaps they had already been taken by other earlier emerging powers, thus highlighting the advantage of seizing opportunities. This inferior innate spiritual root, in the primordial world, had not reached the hands of the venerable Hongyun. It is evident that it had been taken away by someone in advance. The only notable feature of the Hongyan mountain range appears to be the Fire Cloud Cave, a premier paradise of ethereal realms. While gathering these innate spiritual treasures, in the Hongyan mountain range, Zhen Yuan Zi frequently encountered assaults from fierce beasts. These creatures, being below the Great Luo level, were brutal and devoid of reason. Naturally, Zhen Yuan Zi struck them down without mercy, thus earning some merit in the process. After departing from the Hongmeng Mountains, Zhen Yuan Zi continued his journey eastward. Along the way, he occasionally stumbled upon a few innate spiritual treasures and spiritual flora, though their numbers were scant. At this moment, in the vast wilderness, the Beast Clan continued to rampage unchecked, while the innate beings and races had mostly yet to emerge. Even those that had come into existence possessed relatively low innate qualities, struggling to survive amidst the devastation wrought by the fierce beasts. The primordial world has similarly suffered from the rampant destruction wrought by the ferocious beasts, with numerous innate spiritual herbs and plants laid to waste. Observing the ravaged land, Zhen Yuan Zi sighed inwardly, contemplating that once the Beast Clan is eradicated, these innate spiritual herbs may once again flourish, heralding a bountiful harvest. With a resolute focus, Zhen Yuan Zi set his sights on Kunlun Mountain. After decades of arduous travel, he finally arrived at its base. Before him, Kunlun Mountain loomed like a colossal dragon sprawled across the heavens, vast and boundless, stretching for countless miles. Its height soared into the clouds, as if aspiring to pierce the very sky. Ethereal mists enveloped the mountain, swirling like gossamer, creating a dreamlike illusion. Gazing upward, Zhen Yuan Zi was overwhelmed by a profound sense of awe. This was indeed the fabled Kunlun Mountain, the ancestral peak of myriad mountains, the primordial vein of the universe. Its grandeur surpassed all expectations. With reverence, Zhen Yuan Zi ascended the slopes of Kunlun, each step imbued with respect. This mountain bore the weight of infinite primordial fortune, nurturing countless innate powers. The venerable Hongjun and the ancestor of heaven and earth had already emerged from within Kunlun, while the illustrious Pangu and the three pure ones were still in gestation, and the Western Queen Mother had yet to reveal herself. However, it was precisely the presence of so many formidable beings that constrained Zhen Yuan Zi from recklessly gathering various innate treasures as he had before. Many of these mighty figures had already manifested and possessed extraordinary strength. Should he act without caution, he would undoubtedly attract their attention, potentially inviting unnecessary troubles. As he traversed the landscape, Zhen Yuan Zi observed the surroundings. He encountered peculiar flora, each exuding a unique spiritual essence. He heard the gentle murmur of flowing water, its sound seemingly resonating with the rhythm of the Tao. He couldn't help but murmur to himself, "This indeed is a land of exquisite beauty, a convergence of the essence of heaven and earth." The emergence of such numerous innate powers here is no mere coincidence. As his journey progressed, he became increasingly attentive, yet he did not allow trepidation to overcome him. After all, he had ascended to the status of a great Luo golden immortal, armed with the supreme innate treasure, the Tai Xu Yuan mirror. Along with several exquisite innate spiritual treasures for protection, a modicum of caution would suffice. Throughout his travels, he discovered that on Kunlun Mountain, innate spiritual herbs, celestial grasses, and rare innate treasures were almost omnipresent, their numbers far exceeding those he had encountered in any previous location. Although he did not sweep through these innate treasures like a bulldozer, he judiciously collected a considerable quantity. In the blink of an eye, 3 millennia had swiftly passed. At this juncture, Zhen Yuan Zi had meandered through much of Kunlun Mountain. During this process, he deliberately steered clear of the renowned lairs of the reincarnated demon gods, such as those of the esteemed Hongjun Taoist, the venerable Qian Kuan ancestor, and the formidable Yin Yang ancestor. Despite this, he has indeed reaped considerable rewards from this journey. Not only did he acquire countless innate spiritual herbs, rare celestial grasses, and divine materials, but he also obtained 2 mid-grade innate spiritual roots and 2 mid-grade innate spiritual treasures. The Crimson Flame Dragon Fruit Tree, a mid-grade innate spiritual root, matures once every 3,000 years. Its fruit resembles a blazing flame, with a surface that shimmers in a crimson glow, while the translucent flesh within flows like molten lava. The Crimson Flame Dragon Fruit enhances one's affinity with the path of fire, allowing the consumer to forge a closer bond with the essence of fire, enabling them to perceive subtle shifts in its power with heightened sensitivity. When practicing fire attribute techniques, the speed of cultivation will see remarkable improvement, and breaking through bottlenecks becomes significantly easier. In terms of comprehending the laws of fire, the Crimson Flame Dragon Fruit aids practitioners in achieving a deeper understanding of its principles. Furthermore, it possesses remarkable effects in fortifying the physical body. The violent and fiery energy it contains can temper the flesh, allowing the consumer's body to gradually acclimate to high temperatures and powerful energy impacts, thus becoming incredibly resilient and more formidable. However, The body-tempering efficacy of the Crimson Flame dragon fruit pales in comparison to that of the innate dragon elephant fruit, the mystic eye spirit fruit tree. Another mid-grade innate spiritual root also matures every 3,000 years. Its fruit exhibits a deep blue hue, enveloped in a thin layer of frost that emanates a chilling aura. The mystic eye spirit fruit nourishes the primordial spirit, capable of repairing damage to the soul and spirit, restoring those harmed in battle or through cultivation to their former vitality and vigor. Additionally, it significantly enhances the strength of the soul and spirit, making them more resilient against external spiritual attacks and soul erosion, thereby greatly reducing the risk of succumbing to madness. The Dream Pearl, a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, encapsulates 24 innate prohibitions. This pearl can conjure realistic illusions, ensnaring enemies within them, and can also be employed during self-cultivation to challenge one's inner demons. The Soul-Devouring Bell, another mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, also possesses 24 innate prohibitions. When its chime resonates, it can intimidate the souls of enemies, inflicting harm upon them, and may even directly consume the souls of weaker foes to enhance its bearer. Although none of these treasures are as renowned as those from his previous life, the benefits of the Crimson Flame Dragon Fruit and the Mystic Eye Spirit Fruit are commendable, and their values are not insignificant. Even the two mid-grade innate treasures hold considerable worth. As for higher-value spiritual roots or treasures, they may simply not have manifested yet due to timing or perhaps due to insufficient diligence in the search. At this moment, Zhen Yuan Zi was making his way towards the Qianyu Mountain, located in the western Kunlun Range. Qianyu Mountain was the final destination Zhen Yuan Zi had chosen for his journey through the Kunlun Mountains, a choice made with great deliberation. This place was reputed to be the abode of the revered Queen Mother of the West, known as Zhuangmu, perhaps even her birthplace. Before long, Zhen Yuan Zi finally set foot upon the mountainous terrain of Qianyu. Here, clouds and mist swirled in ethereal formations, creating an expansive tapestry of celestial fog that enveloped the world in a shroud of mystery. The ephemeral mist was not stagnant. It danced gracefully like fairies, shifting and transforming, immersing one in a dreamlike realm. The peaks of Qianyu Mountain rose and fell, sometimes piercing the sky, while at other times they were hidden within a sea of fog, reminiscent of slumbering dragons poised to ascend into the heavens. Each peak exuded an ancient and enigmatic aura, as if bearing the memories of countless ages, captivating the heart and leaving one in awe. At the heart of Qianyu Mountain lay a celestial pool, resplendent like a peerless gem, known in legends as the Yaoqi. The surface of the lake was smooth as a mirror, emanating a gentle, primordial essence of purine, which spread languidly into the surrounding air. Wherever this aura reached, the temperature plummeted sharply, as if one had plunged into a realm of unyielding cold. The tranquil surface of the lake reflected the surrounding mountains and mists, resembling an ethereal inkwash painting, breathtakingly beautiful. A soft breeze stirred the water, creating delicate ripples that seemed to harbor endless mysteries and secrets, compelling one to explore their depths. Zhen Yuan Zi gazed intently at the celestial pool, murmuring to himself. It is said that Zhuangmu was born from the first breath of primordial purine. Could this be the legendary Yaoqi, the very place that nurtured her? Driven by intense curiosity, Zhen Yuan Zi submerged himself into the lake. The deeper he ventured, the denser the purine essence became, its chilling power intensifying. However, as a Taoist immortal, Zhen Yuan Zi was impervious to such cold. After delving tens of thousands of fathoms, he beheld a series of precious springs bubbling with extraordinary waters. Some radiated a mysterious glow, containing the purest essence of Yin, a treasure for practitioners of Yin attributes, capable of aiding swift cultivation and breaking through barriers. There was also the seemingly tranquil yet brimming with latent power primordial weak water, immensely heavy, capable of collapsing mountains with a single drop, should one refine it. Their magical prowess would become profound and formidable. Observing the various divine waters flowing from the springs, Zhen Yuan Zi couldn't help but marvel at the extraordinary nature of this place. His heart swelled with joy, for each type of primordial divine water held immense value, greatly benefiting practitioners and enhancing his own foundation and collection. Thus, Zhen Yuan Zi, with ample audacity, produced a spatial treasure and meticulously gathered a substantial amount of the primordial divine water. Yet, he was mindful not to deplete the springs, believing that in the years to come, they would replenish their rich bounty. Afterward, he wandered around the vicinity, yet he did not encounter the legendary Zhuangmu. It was evident that she had not yet taken form. Zhen Yuan Zi felt neither surprise nor disappointment. Beings of such celestial nature often possessed great fortune and were not easily discerned before their emergence. There must be a hidden paradise protecting Zhuangmu in this realm. As Zhen Yuan Zi contemplated leaving, a thought suddenly struck him. Having collected so much divine water that originally belonged to Zhuangmu, he believed it only fitting to leave a token of gratitude, thus establishing a benevolent connection with this primordial deity. He then retrieved an original ginseng fruit and 3 original dragon elephant fruits, placing them beside the spring, and casually set a simple barrier to prevent the fruits from being accidentally damaged. These precious fruits would greatly benefit Zhuangmu when she eventually emerged. As for the Zhuangmu, the primordial embodiment of Purian energy, the effect of the primordial dragon elephant fruit upon her may indeed be even more profound. Ultimately, he meticulously inscribed the pure Yin and Taiyin principles, gleaned from the vast teachings of the 3,000 great Tao, upon the very ground of this place. Having accomplished this, Zhen Yuan Zi chose not to erase his presence left behind, for otherwise, all his efforts would have been in vain. Soon after, with a flicker of his form, he departed from this locale, continuing his journey eastward. Not long thereafter, Zhen Yuan Zi left Kunlun Mountain and pressed on, traversing a myriad of renowned mountains and rivers along the way. In his path lay towering peaks and steep ridges, secluded valleys and deep ravines, as well as expansive great marshes. He had reaped a vast bounty of innate spiritual herbs and celestial gold mines. Within the confines of his treasure space, an array of rare artifacts lay piled high. The richness of his harvest truly astonishing. However, in comparison to the boundless expanse of the primordial world, the places he had traversed were merely the tip of the iceberg. The entire primordial realm was indeed limitless, with countless celestial mountains and islands scattered like stars across the sky. The vast, sprawling continent stretched to the horizon, while the seemingly endless ocean roared with tumultuous waves. Additionally, there were innumerable celestial bodies twinkling in the firmament. Zhen Yuan Zi had merely selected a few renowned mountains and blessed locales for his exploration. He journeyed forward without pause until he finally arrived at the legendary Kongong Mountain. Kongtong Mountain towered into the clouds, its majestic form shrouded in mist, resembling a colossal dragon that coiled gracefully. The trees upon its slopes were lush and verdant, each seemingly imbued with an ancient essence. Between the peaks, waterfalls cascaded down like the Milky Way descending from the heavens, sending up sprays of water that roared thunderously. Standing at the foot of Kongong Mountain, Zhen Yuan Zi gazed upward, struck by its towering presence that pierced the sky, an awe-inspiring grandeur that swept over him. The clouds and mist danced like ethereal fairies, leisurely entwining around the mountain, draping it in a veil of inscrutable mystery. Having traversed countless landscapes and marvels, the sheer magnificence of Kongtong Mountain still stirred within him an uncontrollable surge of emotion. Its reputation was indeed well-deserved. Zhen Yuan Zi murmured in admiration, his voice imbued with wonder and anticipation for this extraordinary sight. A gentle flow of celestial energy enveloped him, reminiscent of a soft breeze caressing the surface of a lake, creating ripples upon ripples. In the next moment, he soared upward toward the mountain like a shooting star racing across the night sky. Along his path, numerous innate spiritual treasures shimmered with enticing brilliance, exuding an aura of vitality, yet Zhen Yuan Zi paid them no heed. For his primary purpose on this journey was to seek the future human treasure, the Kongtong Seal. He navigated through the forest with agility, his gaze sharp as a blade, meticulously scanning every nook and cranny. The waterfall thundered down from the peaks, its splashes resonating with a deafening roar that shook the very fabric of the surrounding space. Yet it failed to distract him in the slightest. At last, deep within the heart of Kongong Mountain, a mysterious and powerful aura drew Zhen Yuan Zi in like a magnet. His eyes brightened, and he quickened his pace, soon arriving at a spot radiating a soft halo. This luminescence resembled a sturdy shield, completely concealing the scene within. This must be the place, he murmured to himself, excitement bubbling within him. He examined the area cloaked by a formidable innate formation, noting the ancient and weathered ruins that seemed to bear the weight of endless ages, glowing with a mysterious and potent light, emanating an aura that repelled all who dared approach. Were it not for his possession of the supreme innate treasure, the Tai Xu Hunyuan mirror, and his intent to explore with precision, an ordinary person would never uncover this hidden paradise concealed within layers of mist. Even if one is fortunate enough to encounter this celestial paradise, it remains a formidable challenge to unravel such a powerful array of restrictions. Even for a being of mixed element golden immortal status, let alone for those of the great Luo golden immortal level. While this intricate formation may confound other great Luo golden immortals, it poses no significant obstacle for Zhen Yuan Zi. With his right hand extended and palm facing upwards, an ancient and weighty mirror materializes effortlessly, hovering steadily above his palm. This is the Tai Xu Hunyuan mirror. a top-tier innate treasure endowed with the extraordinary ability to traverse the void and transcend all formations and restrictions. It can effortlessly navigate through the chaotic currents of time and space in the primordial chaos, as well as the formidable innate sealing arrays. Zhen Yuan Zi gently channels his celestial energy, establishing a mental connection with the Tai Xu Yuan mirror. In an instant, the mirror radiates brilliant light, and the runes of laws within it spring to life like joyful sprites, exuberantly dancing and unleashing a tremendous force capable of reshaping the world. Subsequently, the Tai Xu Yuan mirror envelopes Zhen Yuan Zi, directly bypassing the innate sealing array and transporting him into the celestial paradise. As the shimmering light fades, he finds himself within the realm, where the spiritual energy is so dense that it nearly liquefies, coalescing into wisps of ethereal mist that permeate every inch of space. Exotic flowers and rare herbs abound, each blossom exhibiting vibrant colors and exuding an intoxicating fragrance. At the heart of this paradise, a colossal sphere of light emanates a soft and sacred radiance. Upon closer inspection, Zhen Yuan Zi discovers that within this luminous orb lies the coveted treasure of human fate, the Kongtong seal, which he has been seeking. However, he laments that while the Kongtong seal has begun to take shape, it remains shrouded in a layer of hazy light, with the runes upon its surface flickering uncertainly, indicating that it is still in the process of gestation. This implies that he cannot yet refine and master it for transport. Nevertheless, despite the slight disappointment, the discovery of this esteemed treasure of humanity, the Kongtong seal, is not without merit. Once it has fully matured, he will be poised to refine and control it at the earliest opportunity, thereby ensuring that humanity can steer clear of the fate of becoming mere puppets of the saints in the future. Moreover, he has now entered this wondrous realm of celestial abundance. Although the extraordinary human treasure, the Kongtong seal, remains incomplete and cannot be quantified for transport, he is able to refine the control core of this celestial domain, thereby mastering it and granting himself an additional premier sanctuary. After all, even a cunning hare has 3 burrows. Possessing multiple celestial realms is undoubtedly advantageous. Thus, Zhen Yuan Zi commenced his search for the control core within this celestial sanctuary. After a meticulous exploration, Zhen Yuan Zi discovered a stone tablet emanating a faint glow in a particularly concealed corner of the sanctuary. The tablet was inscribed with ancient and obscure runes, akin to the formation runes of the outside world, yet imbued with a far more formidable surge of power. Zhen Yuan Zi approached the tablet with purposeful strides, crouched down, and gently placed his hands upon its surface. He closed his eyes, focusing intently, and unreservedly infused his celestial consciousness into it. In an instant, the runes on the tablet blazed with brilliance, and a powerful counterforce surged forth, attempting to expel Zhen Yuan Zi's consciousness. However, before Zhen Yuan Zi, such resistance proved utterly futile. As time elapsed, the tablet's opposition weakened progressively. Ultimately, all the runes on the tablet illuminated simultaneously, and Zhen Yuan Zi completely refined and mastered the formations inscribed within. Having fully grasped this celestial sanctuary, Zhen Yuan Zi began to further activate its innate formations, rendering this place thoroughly concealed. At last, he cast a lingering glance at the still-forming Kongtong seal, his figure flickering like a wisp of breeze as he vanished within the celestial realm. Zhen Yuan Zi descended gracefully from Kongtong Mountain, his garments billowing like clouds, as if he were traversing through the void, continuing his journey towards the vast and unknown eastern wilderness. Along the way, he resembled a nimble celestial wanderer, weaving through the intricate tapestry of mountains and rivers, collecting rare innate spiritual treasures that scattered like stars in his path, effortlessly gathering them into his possession. He even acquired several inferior innate spiritual roots and a few inferior innate spiritual treasures. However, in addition to these gains, the more places he traversed, the more formidable beasts he encountered, their strength increasingly formidable. In the forests, fierce beasts frequently sprang forth, their massive forms akin to mountains, eyes gleaming with ferocity, their roars resonating across the land, shaking the very earth. Most of these beasts possessed the strength of golden immortals or Tai golden immortals, yet, before Zhen Yuan Zi, they were as fragile as ants. Each time, he effortlessly dispatched these beasts, though he chose to preserve their bodies for potential future utility. As time flowed like a gentle stream, thousands of years passed in the blink of an eye. Zhen Yuan Zi finally arrived at the renowned Shouyang Mountain. Standing at its base, he gazed upward, beholding the mountain's majestic grandeur, its undulating peaks resembling a slumbering dragon stretching for millions of miles. The mountain was shrouded in swirling mists, its aura suffused with spiritual essence, resembling a realm of immortals. This mountain exuded a unique atmosphere, a blend of history and spiritual energy, the weight of time pressing upon him. Indeed, it was a place of ethereal beauty. Zhen Yuan Zi murmured in admiration, his eyes brimming with appreciation and anticipation. Shouyang Mountain, in later ages of the wilderness, would become exceedingly famous. It was not only the site where the Taiji saint imparted the path of golden elixir to humanity, but also where Laozi eventually established a Taoist sanctuary. Moreover, the majestic Shouyang Mountain harbors the invaluable primordial resource Shouyang copper. Particularly, the legendary Shouyang Copper Mother is an extraordinary and elusive treasure of innate spiritual ore. With anticipation in his heart, Zhen Yuan Zi embarked on his journey into Shouyang Mountain. He traversed the winding mountain paths, each step resonating with the subtle vibrations of spiritual energy coursing through the landscape. Suddenly, a formidable and malevolent aura surged towards him, overwhelming like an avalanche, compelling him to halt. This was the presence of a Deluo golden immortal. A furrow formed upon Zhen Yuan Zi's brow as a tinge of vigilance washed over him. He had not anticipated that this place concealed a beast of such caliber. In his countless years of wandering through the primordial world, this was his first direct encounter with a Deluo golden immortal-level beast. Even among the feral creatures, this being would be regarded as a king. Although it may not rival the legendary four beast kings, it was by no means weak. Zhen Yuan Zi raised his gaze to behold a colossal beast standing atop the mountain peak. Its immense form resembled a mountain, cloaked in black scales that shimmered with a chilling luminescence, as if forged from cold iron. The frigid aura emanating from its scales could freeze glaciers spanning thousands of miles. Its head was colossal, akin to a towering fortress filled with razor-sharp fangs, each jutting several dozen feet high, glinting with a menacing cold light, seemingly capable of tearing apart all existence. Its blood-red eyes blazed like two burning blood moons, radiating a terrifying ferocity. Wherever its gaze fell, the very fabric of space appeared scorched and distorted. Its powerful tail thrashed behind it, each movement capable of causing seismic upheavals, shattering mountains and uprooting forests across vast expanses. Humph. Merely a small beast king, Zhen Yuan Zi scoffed, his expression betraying no fear. As a Deluo golden immortal, possessing numerous spiritual treasures, he would not cower before this creature. Since it obstructed his path, he would show no mercy. A glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes as he summoned his power, feeling it swell around him, as though ready to shatter the very constraints of heaven and earth. With a gentle wave of his right hand, the Tai Xu Divine mirror appeared in his grasp. The mirror emanated a soft, mysterious glow, its surface adorned with flickering runes, as if revealing the secrets of the universe's inception. Exuding an aura capable of warping time and space, in his left hand, he brandished the yin-yang chaos fan, crafted from primordial chaos wood, its surface depicting the duality of yin and yang. With each opening and closing, the chaotic forces surged forth, as if to reshape the cosmos itself. Above him, the exquisite primordial treasure, the Earth Book, hovered, casting down immeasurable divine light to safeguard him. Though he outwardly dismissed the beast, he understood the necessity of wielding every available treasure against a creature of such might. The beast seemed to sense Zhen Yuan Zi's threat, unleashing a deafening roar that echoed across billions of miles, causing countless stars to tremble. It lunged towards him with astonishing speed, its form resembling a black lightning bolt streaking across the sky, traversing millions of miles in an instant, leaving behind rifts in the fabric of space. Unperturbed, Zhen Yuan Zi gently urged the Tai Xu Divine mirror, its radiance intensifying as a mysterious force enveloped him, emanating an indomitable essence seemingly drawn from the cosmic source. This force obscured the celestial mechanisms of the area, ensuring that the happenings here would not easily reach the outside world. The beast's assault struck against this protective barrier, dissipating as if a drop of water in the ocean, leaving no trace or ripple behind. Seizing the opportunity, Zhen Yuan Zi wielded the yin-yang chaos fan, unleashing a swirling torrent of black and white chaotic energy, a force imbued with the power to create and destroy. As it surged forth, the void shattered, sending countless fragments of space scattering. The chaotic energy rushed towards the beast like a tidal wave, overwhelming in its ferocity. The beast, realizing the imminent danger, swung its massive claws in defense. However, the chaotic force proved insurmountable, swiftly eroding its claws into a pool of sanguine fluid. Exuding an odor that could taint the very essence of the world, the beast emitted a wretched cry, filled with rage and desperation, its ferocity intensifying as it attempted a final struggle. "Embrace your demise," Zhen Yuan Zi thundered, his voice resonating like a bell across the heavens. He summoned the Tai Xu Yuan Mirror and Yin-Yang Chaos Fan once more. This time, under his command, the two potent forces melded seamlessly, coalescing into a torrent of annihilating energy and loss. This torrent contained the most violent forces of existence, capable of rendering all to naught, collapsing space, halting time, and causing stars to plummet. The torrent of law and energy surged towards the beast at a speed transcending time itself, though the beast sought to evade. The Tai Xu Yuan Mirror had already suppressed the void around them, and the oncoming force was too swift and overwhelming for any reaction. With a resounding crash, reverberating as if to shatter the very foundations of existence, the beast was engulfed by the torrent of energy. As the brilliance faded, naught remained of the beast save a shattered carcass, its soul obliterated beyond recognition. The mountaintop was left in ruins, once mighty peaks leveled to the ground, and the landscape altered as if ravaged by a cosmic catastrophe. This is the result of Zhen Yuan Zi's utmost restraint. Otherwise, the body of this formidable Deluo beast might have been utterly compromised, causing even greater devastation to the primordial forces. However, in the grand scheme of the primordial realm, a mere 1,000,000 miles is insignificant, merely a drop in the ocean, easily recoverable in due time. Zhen Yuan Zi exhaled deeply, stowing away his spiritual treasures and artifacts, a hint of satisfaction gracing his countenance. At last, it is resolved, he mused softly to himself. Subsequently, he stored the beast's body within the space of his magical artifact. After all, this was a Deluo golden immortal level creature, its entire form a treasure, sure to prove useful in the future. With the beast dealt with, Zhen Yuan Zi commenced his quest for the Shouyang Copper Mother within Shouyang Mountain. Following the vein of spiritual energy, he utilized his keen perception to meticulously explore every nook and cranny. At last, in a concealed cave, he stumbled upon a substantial chunk of, or emanating, a golden radiance. This is the Shouyang Copper Mother. A flicker of delight flashed in Zhen Yuan Zi's eyes as he hastened forward. He carefully detached the Shouyang Copper Mother from the mountainside and secured it within his magical space. Gazing at the exquisite primordial material he had acquired, Zhen Yuan Zi's heart brimmed with joy. In addition to the Shouyang Copper Mother, he also collected a considerable amount of Shouyang Copper and Shouyang Copper Essence, both of which are exceedingly rare materials for refining tools. These gains are sufficient for Zhen Yuan Zi to forge numerous formidable postnatal spiritual treasures, even those of the finest quality. Do not underestimate the value of postnatal spiritual treasures merely because they are categorized as such. In truth, the power of postnatal spiritual treasures is remarkably potent, often rivaling that of innate spiritual treasures of the same level. The rarity of innate spiritual treasures primarily stems from the fact that each one harbors a strand of indestructible primordial light in the essence of primordial origins. Among these, the most precious is undoubtedly the innate eternal radiance. The innate eternal radiance not only enhances the spiritual essence of innate treasures, but also possesses the remarkable abilities of self-repair and reconstitution when fractured. However, these attributes merely scratch the surface of its fundamental capabilities. The primary and most significant aspect of the innate eternal radiance lies in its embodiment of the essence of the great Tao and the corresponding laws. This remarkable quality enables the innate treasures that possess it to assist individuals in swiftly comprehending and mastering these principles. Mastering these principles not only enhances one's own abilities, but also facilitates breakthroughs in one's personal realm. Moreover, in addition to its inherent immortality, the innate spirit light possesses other remarkable functions. However, in terms of power, postnatal treasures may not necessarily be inferior to innate treasures. For instance, several renowned artifacts that emerged during the later celestial battle of the gods, such as the Turning Heaven Seal, the Golden Jiao Scissors, and even the Immortal Slayer Flying Dagger, are formidable postnatal creations. Among them, the Turning Heaven Seal was crafted by the Primordial Supreme being using a fragment of the unyielding mountain. The Golden Jiao Scissors were forged by the Master of Celestial Teachings from the 9 Summoning Dragon Cauldron, refining 2 ancient Jiao dragons. Even the 9 Scatter Soul Gourd, wielded by his future friend, the amiable figure of the primordial era, Hong Yun, falls within the category of postnatal treasures. However, both the Immortal Slayer Flying Dagger and the 9 Scatter Soul Gourd originate from the same gourd vine, thereby qualifying them as innate treasures. This expedition proved immensely fruitful, validating the journey. What a bountiful harvest, Zhen Yuan Zi remarked softly before turning to depart. After leaving Shouyang Mountain, Zhen Yuan Zi continued his travels through the primordial wilderness. Time flowed gently, and millennia slipped away in the blink of an eye, while gathering innate spiritual materials and vanquishing ferocious beasts. Zhen Yuan Zi also sought to comprehend the vastness of this primordial realm. One day, he arrived before a majestic and towering divine mountain. Lifting his gaze, he beheld a range stretching for millions of miles, resembling a colossal dragon slumbering between heaven and earth, its form endlessly extending as if to encircle the entire primordial continent. The mountain range exhibited grandeur and magnificence, with peaks soaring into the clouds, some piercing the sky like swords, while others stood like colossal pillars reaching for the heavens. Amidst the swirling clouds and mist, these vapors were not mere wisps of air, but rather infused with rich spiritual energy, resembling a lively white ribbon weaving through the mountain ranges. Could this mountain be the later Wui Mountain? Zhen Yuan Zi murmured softly, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. He recalled a legendary artifact renowned in later tales, the supreme innate treasure, the falling treasure gold coin, which was said to have been nurtured here. This premier innate treasure shone brilliantly during the celestial battle of the gods when it was wielded by Qiao Sheng, who, despite being an ordinary celestial being, managed to seize the 24C stabilizing pearls and the dragon-binding rope from Zhao Gongming, a true great Luo golden immortal. Thus, this exceptional innate treasure gained fame through its remarkable exploits. Upon arriving at this place, one naturally seeks the legendary spiritual treasure. Zhen Yuan Zi stepped into Wui Mountain, and the spiritual energy within seemed to dance like mischievous sprites, rushing towards him. As he gathered the innate spiritual objects encountered along the way, some emanated a gentle glow, while others released peculiar fragrances. Each specimen contained immense power. He simultaneously vanquished the ferocious beasts that crossed his path. Not far into his journey, he encountered a formidable beast. A sudden wave of malevolent heat surged through the air, as if an invisible giant hand had abruptly raised the temperature around him. Then, a deafening roar echoed from the depths of the dense jungle, causing his eardrums to ache and sending birds and beasts into flight. A beast, as massive as a mountain, leapt ferociously from the canopy of trees that obscured the sun. This creature exuded a majestic yet brutal aura, characteristic of a pinnacle Tai golden immortal. Every inch of its muscle seemed to harbor boundless strength, capable of resonating with the heavens and earth with each movement. The divine fire enveloping its body resembled the primordial flames of the universe, a terrifying force capable of devouring all and reshaping the cosmos. The fire burned with a peculiar purplish-black hue, flickering and revealing ghastly faces that seemed to wail in anguish, emitting chilling sounds. The beast roared defiantly, spewing forth flames that cascaded like a torrent of destruction, instantly igniting a vast expanse before it. Wherever it passed, the void twisted violently, producing hissing sounds as it was seared, creating shocking fissures that revealed chaotic energies, as if connected to an endless abyss of nothingness. Once ensnared, there would be no escape. The surrounding mountains and earth began to crumble, melt, and break apart under the onslaught of this terrifying force. Peaks were severed, boulders vaporized, rivers dried up in an instant, and the entire world seemed to teeter on the brink of annihilation beneath the wrath of this beast. For Zhen Yuan Zi, however, this divine fire, capable of incinerating an entire realm, posed no threat whatsoever. A glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes as he casually waved his hand, unleashing a stream of magical energy that sliced through the beast, slaying it instantly. He then collected the creature's remains and continued his journey. As he ventured deeper into Wui Mountain, Zhen Yuan Zi, with his keen senses, detected a mysterious aura lurking within the heart of the mountain. He quickened his pace, dispatching several beasts that attempted to obstruct him. Finally, at the end of a valley, he discovered a place concealed by an innate array. The array shimmered with light, its runes flowing with powerful waves of energy. The coveted treasure, the falling treasure golden coin, must lie beyond this array. After surveying the innate formation, Zhen Yuan Zi formed a conjecture and took out the Tai Xu Yuan mirror. The mirror floated before him, radiating a soft and mysterious glow, as the runes on its surface flickered in resonance with the innate formation. Under the reflection of the Tai Xu Yuan mirror, the otherwise indestructible innate array dissipated like an ethereal bubble, gradually forming an invisible passageway. Stepping into this void, Zhen Yuan Zi was astonished by the sights that greeted him. Though this cave realm was not vast, measuring only tens of millions of miles, the innate spiritual energy within was so dense it felt almost tangible, each breath invigorating him with a vibrant rush of energy. Simultaneously, a powerful life force surged forth, causing his very soul to tremble. Before him stood a colossal tea tree, radiating a soft and mysterious green light that flowed like a living entity, reminiscent of the primordial energy tides at the dawn of creation. Its trunk was astonishingly thick, requiring dozens of people to encircle it. The bark bore intricate patterns, as if inscribed by nature itself, chronicling the vicissitudes of time since the universe's inception. The branches and leaves of the tea tree spread expansively, creating a breathtaking verdant sea that enveloped the surrounding space. Each leaf resembled an exquisite gem, translucent and seemingly carved from the finest jade, yet infused with an added vitality. The veins on the leaves were distinctly visible, shimmering with mysterious runes that pulsed with ancient wisdom, silently narrating the universe's deepest secrets. Even more remarkable was the layer of dreamlike mist that enveloped the tea tree from root to crown. This mist was not ordinary, it appeared substantial, gently swirling as if depicting the cyclical nature of life and death. Upon closer inspection, countless ethereal visions emerged from the mist, ancient deities forging the cosmos from chaos. Mysterious runes flickering in the void, and strange beings evolving in wondrous realms. These manifestations embodied boundless wisdom and mysteries, containing the knowledge and truths of the universe since its birth, as if understanding even a fraction of this could elevate one to transcendence. To his astonishment, Zhen Yuan Zi realized he had stumbled upon a Tao Enlightenment tea tree. He approached it slowly, scrutinizing it closely, and confirmed that indeed, this was a Tao Enlightenment tea tree. However, unlike the supreme innate Tao Enlightenment tea tree awarded by the system, the one before him in this Wui mountain cave was merely a high-quality innate spiritual root. This should be the original Enlightenment tea tree from the primordial world, which evolved from the branches of the chaos spiritual roots Enlightenment tea tree in the wilderness. Or perhaps it is the result of the severe damage sustained by the chaos spiritual root itself during the opening of the heavens, leading to a significant degeneration of its original essence. Nevertheless, although this Enlightenment tea tree does not compare to the exceptional innate spiritual root bestowed upon him by the system, it remains a superior innate spiritual root. Within this primordial realm, it is an exceedingly rare and precious treasure, a truly unique and valuable spiritual root. Although Zhen Yuan Zi himself possessed a top-tier innate spiritual root in the form of a Tao Enlightenment tea tree, he felt no disdain upon acquiring yet another high-quality innate spiritual root. On the contrary, he was immensely pleased. After all, such innate spiritual roots, which facilitate the comprehension of the Tao, would never be deemed excessive, no matter how many one possessed. At the apex of the Wudao tea tree, a copper coin hovers in the air. This coin emanates a kaleidoscope of colors, seemingly harboring the mysteries of all things within the universe. It takes the form of a round coin with a square hole, adorned with wings on either side, and inscribed with ethereal celestial characters. The front displays the ancient inscription Luo Bao Jin Qian, its letters radiating a mysterious aura of power. Encircling the edge of the coin is a delicate array of runes, shimmering and pulsating as if narrating the secrets of the cosmic loss. At times, it rotates gracefully, at others, it remains perfectly still, each movement or pause invoking subtle shifts in the surrounding space. At last, I have found it, exclaims Zhen Yuan Zi, his eyes alight with joy. He gently extends his hand, enveloping the Luobao coin in a soft, flowing magical energy. The coin, sensing his benevolent intent, offers no resistance and obediently descends into his palm. Upon acquiring the coveted falling treasure coin, she had already gleaned some of its intriguing properties. The falling treasure coin is an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, capable of subduing all treasures beneath the innate supreme artifacts and capable of deciphering the mysteries of the celestial way. Furthermore, this precious artifact possesses the ability to obscure the heavenly mechanisms, yet it cannot seize weaponry. Zhen Yuan Zi carefully secured the falling treasure coin, and then he resolved to excavate the Enlightenment tea tree, intending to transplant it into the spiritual herb garden of Wuzhuang Temple upon his return, so that it might serve as a companion to another exceptional innate spiritual root, the Enlightenment tea tree. He summoned his mystical powers and directly excavated a vast pit spanning hundreds of thousands of miles in size. At the very moment the tea tree was unearthed, a pit emerged in the ground, revealing a clump of soil radiating a rich, mysterious golden hue. It was, astonishingly, the primordial earth of Xianwang. The gaze of Zhen Yuan Zi was instantly captivated by this soil, as he could sense the boundless essence of life and the profound source of Xianwang contained within it. The soil before him was a manifestation of the endless essence of life and the profound primordial energy, forming the exquisite primordial mother soil. This remarkable substance had the capacity to nurture and evolve myriad forms of life, serving as the ultimate divine earth for cultivating spiritual roots, far surpassing the previously acquired creation spirit soil. The creation spirit soil was merely of medium quality among innate spiritual soils, Whereas this primordial mother soil was at least of superior quality, embodying an unimaginable disparity between the two. Such divine earth was truly a gift from the heavens. Zhen Yuan Zi was utterly astonished, yet simultaneously filled with immense joy. This primordial mother soil held immeasurable value for him, capable of elevating his spiritual herb garden by several tiers. Not only could it support the cultivation of more innate spiritual plants, but it could also yield the seeds of the initial fruits borne by the few innate spiritual roots he possessed, allowing for the potential to nurture new innate spiritual roots. Though these would be significantly inferior to their mother trees, they would still possess considerable worth. Without hesitation, Zhen Yuan Zi collected the primordial mother soil and began his search for the core of the formation within this Wui mountain cave. Although this cave was somewhat smaller than the 5 and the previously acquired Kontong mountain cave, it was undoubtedly a top-tier cave worthy of his collection. Soon, he located the core of the formation and, after refining it, he gained yet another top-tier cave under his control. Now he possessed 3 top-tier caves, the 5 cave, the Kontong mountain cave, and this Wui mountain cave. With the Wui mountain cave steel in hand, Zhen Yuan Zi's figure flickered and he departed from the Wui mountain cave. Soon exiting its territory, he raised his gaze toward the east, where the direction of Mount Buzhou lay, marking an essential destination for his journey through the primordial wilderness. However, what met his eyes was the increasingly dense aura of calamity and malevolence, resembling a heavy fog that made it difficult to breathe. The intensity of this malevolent energy suggested that the calamity faced by fierce beasts had reached a critical juncture. Zhen Yuan Zi's brow furrowed as he realized that the fierce beast calamity was nearing its final, most perilous phase, one that might engulf the entire primordial realm. Despite holding numerous innate treasures and possessing extraordinary strength, he was reluctant to take unnecessary risks in the face of such a terrifying disaster. Zhen Yuan Zi understood that amidst this great calamity, even a Deluo golden immortal was but a mere speck in the vast ocean, and a slight misstep could lead to utter destruction. Furthermore, upon reflection, he realized that it had been over 20,000 years since he left the 5, making it time for his return. Alas, this journey has yielded abundant gains. I shall return to the 5, and, once this calamity has passed, consider my next steps. Zhen Yuan Zi murmured to himself, resolute in his decision as he turned westward toward the direction of the 5. On his return journey, Zhen Yuan Zi did not indulge in the leisurely exploration of innate spiritual treasures as he had on his way there. Most of the time, he focused on hastening his speed. However, he occasionally paused to gather some innate treasures. In truth, had he wished to return to the 5 cave immediately, he could have easily traversed the boundless void of the primordial realm using the innate treasure, the Tai Xu Yuan realm. Yet, he chose not to do so. As he flew, Zhen Yuan Zi remained vigilant, observing his surroundings. He noticed that with the intensification of the malevolent energy, the primordial land grew increasingly restless. Some formerly tranquil primordial forests were now permeated with a stifling atmosphere, and the fierce beasts within were becoming more frenzied and aggressive due to the influence of this calamity. Zhen Yuan Zi inwardly lamented the rapid changes in the world, relieved by his decision to return to the 5. For within his cave abode lay the greatest safety amidst this chaos. After flying for a millennium, Zhen Yuan Zi at last caught sight of the familiar Mount Wanshou in the distance. A wave of uncontainable affection surged within him, and his weary face broke into a long-lost smile. At last, I have returned, he softly whispered, quickening his flight. Soon, he landed steadily in the courtyard of the 5. The atmosphere was still tranquil and harmonious, standing in stark contrast to the turmoil outside. The refreshing innate spiritual energy enveloped him, invigorating his spirit. Master, you have finally returned. 2 crisp voices rang out simultaneously as Bingqing and Yinling, 2 young girls, dashed out from within the house. Their faces radiated with brilliant smiles, their eyes sparkling with excitement and joy, filled with reverence and longing for Zhen Yuan Zi. Bingqing was the first to reach Zhen Yuan Zi, tugging at his sleeve with enthusiasm. Master, we have missed you dearly during your absence. Yinling quickly followed suit, nodding vigorously. Yes, we have been waiting for you to come back every day. Zhen Yuan Zi smiled warmly at them, his eyes brimming with affection. I have been away for over 20,000 years. Have you two been diligently practicing? Bingqing and Yinling straightened their postures, replying in unison, Rest assured, Master, we train diligently every day without a hint of laziness. Zhen Yuan Zi scrutinized them closely and was pleasantly surprised to find that they had both reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. He nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. It seems you have not slacked off. I am pleased. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and 2 softly glowing treasures appeared in his palm, the medium-grade innate spiritual treasures. the soul-devouring pearl and the dream illusion pearl. These innate treasures are a gift for you both. I hope they aid in enhancing your strength, Zhen Yuan Zi said gently. Bingqing and Yinling gazed at the precious treasures in awe and desire, yet hesitated. Bingqing cautiously said, Master, this gift is too precious. We cannot accept it. Yinling echoed, Yes. Master, such valuable items, we fear we may not live up to your expectations. Zhen Yuan Zi chuckled and shook his head. You have devoted yourselves wholeheartedly to guarding the five. This is what you deserve. Accept them and cultivate diligently. They will greatly benefit your training. After much insistence from Zhen Yuan Zi, Bingqing and Yinling excitedly accepted the treasures. Kneeling in gratitude, Thank you, Master, for your generous gift. We will surely train hard and not disappoint your expectations. After securing the treasures, Bingqing and Yinling swiftly returned to the house. Shortly thereafter, they emerged, each carrying a pile of exquisite jade boxes. Bingqing placed one of the jade boxes on the table and opened it, revealing a peculiar, fragrant ginseng fruit. Master, these are the innate spiritual fruits that have matured in the spiritual herb garden over the past 20,000 years. Inside are the superior innate spiritual fruit, ginseng fruit, and the premium innate spiritual tea leaves, enlightenment tea. This is the fine-grade innate spiritual fruit, the innate dragon elephant fruit. They mature every 9,000 years. And over the course of 20,000 years, 2 rounds have ripened, all harvested and preserved in these jade boxes. The lower-grade innate spiritual fruits matured more quickly and were significantly more numerous, while the lesser-grade fruits were stored in the treasure vault. Zhen Yuan Zi surveyed the mound of innate spiritual fruits with satisfaction in his eyes. You have done well. He then took out 2 ginseng fruits and 4 innate dragon elephant fruits, handing them to Bingqing and Yinling. Take these and cultivate diligently, remembering to refine the innate treasures I just bestowed upon you. Bingqing and Yinling accepted the spiritual fruits, expressing their gratitude once more before joyfully retreating to continue their cultivation. Once the 2 young girls had left, Zhen Yuan Zi prepared to head to the spiritual herb garden to plant the innate spiritual roots and plants he had gathered during his travels. Just then, a familiar yet somewhat foreign system notification echoed from deep within his soul. Ding. Congratulations, host, for your travels have yielded bountiful returns, triggering a random reward. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving the reward, Tai Xu Secret Realm Token. The Primordial Secret Realm Token, a control token for the Primordial Secret Realm, allows one to teleport into the realm at any time. The Primordial Secret Realm is a prestigious sanctuary of creation, brimming with boundless opportunities for transformation. Upon hearing the random reward he had triggered, Zhen Yuan Zi was somewhat astonished to discover that it was a singular and remarkably unique reward, a control token for a secret realm. This Tai Xu Secret Realm control token, as the sole reward bestowed upon him, was evidently extraordinary. One might assert that the Tai Xu Secret Realm itself was exceptional, as it was a domain unheard of in his previous life, perhaps never before witnessed in the vastness of the primordial chaos. And it was referred to as a realm of creation, likely harboring substantial treasures. Zhen Yuan Zi promptly extracted the reward, and an enigmatic token materialized in his palm. The token, ancient and weighty, was inscribed with mysterious runes that emanated a faint glow, as if whispering the ancient and arcane secrets of the cosmos. Each intricate line seemed to encapsulate boundless mysteries and the unknown, inciting a tidal wave of curiosity and the desire to explore within him. Gazing at the Tai Xu token, Zhen Yuan Zi's eyes sparkled with a blend of excitement and anticipation. At that moment, he was not in haste to tend to the spiritual herb garden and plant the innate spiritual herbs and roots he had acquired during his outing. Rather, he began the process of refining the Tai Xu Secret Realm token. As he poured forth his surging magical energy, the runes upon the token glowed more brilliantly, resonating with Zhen Yuan Zi's soul in a wondrous and intense harmony, as if 2 long-lost souls had finally reunited in that instant. Before long, the refinement was completed. With a slight motion of his mind, the gentle radiance emitted by the token enveloped his form completely. In the blink of an eye, he vanished like a wisp of smoke from the courtyard of Wuzhuang Temple. When he reopened his eyes, Zhen Yuan Zi found himself in a scene that had dramatically transformed. An overwhelming and ancient aura assailed him, rendering him momentarily speechless, his face awash with shock and disbelief. The Tai Xu Secret Realm appeared as an entirely new world, completely detached from the primordial chaos, vast and boundless. Looking up, he beheld the sun, moon, and stars suspended in the sky, exuding a mysterious and timeless essence. Each star seemingly containing the immense power of the cosmos, with the boundless essence of the stars cascading downwards, nurturing this small expanse. Within the space, the primordial spiritual energy surged like a tumultuous tide, thick and almost tangible, interwoven with strands of chaotic energy that danced in and out of visibility. As if this were the very source of the universe's genesis, the birthplace of all rules and powers. At the heart of the secret realm, a magnificent divine mountain rose majestically from the ground. Zhen Yuan Zi gazed up in awe, his amazement growing ever stronger. This Tai Xu Divine Mountain soared into the clouds, its height defying verbal description, as though it sought to pierce the heavens and uphold the entirety of creation. The mountain stretched endlessly from base to summit, its body saturated with primordial spiritual energy, which transformed into vast and roaring rivers, surging forth in all directions. Unable to resist the urge to draw closer, Zhen Yuan Zi observed that within the rivers of primordial spiritual energy sparkled countless tiny, radiant glimmers, which were, in fact, the essence of stars evolving into the sands of the starry river. These sands joyously rolled and surged within the currents, each grain imbued with unfathomable mystical power. As if the chaotic stars had bestowed this mysterious gift upon the realm, evoking a profound sense of reverence and wonder. On the divine mountain, a plethora of primordial spiritual entities flourished, each more exquisite than the last. Rare and precious spiritual herbs thrived, each radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, their lights intertwining to form a dreamlike veil. Extraordinary spiritual fruits dangled heavily from the branches, exuding an irresistibly enticing aroma that made Zhen Yuan Zi's heart flutter with excitement. With fervent anticipation, he ascended the divine mountain, his pace quickening slightly. As he climbed higher, the primordial spiritual energy grew increasingly dense and rich, filling him with a newfound vitality that invigorated his magical essence, causing every cell within him to rejoice and revel in the nourishing atmosphere. At last, after a challenging ascent, Zhen Yuan Zi reached the mountain's summit. Before him lay a boundless lake, stretching for millions of miles, its waters crystal clear yet imbued with an enigmatic depth. At the center of the lake, lotus flowers bloomed proudly, each emanating a unique and captivating fragrance. His gaze was immediately drawn to one particular blossom, and a spark of exhilaration flickered in his eyes as he exclaimed, "A 24-grade pure world white lotus." This was a top-tier innate defensive treasure, possessing not only an impenetrable defensive capability, but also the ability to evolve, purify impurities, and amplify strength. Truly a supreme artifact among defensive treasures. His eyes then swept over the other lotus flowers. 3 of them were 12-grade pure world white lotuses, exquisite innate spiritual treasures imbued with 48 innate prohibitions, ranking among the finest of their kind. The remaining 5 were 9-grade white lotuses, upper-tier innate spiritual treasures, each radiating a gentle yet powerful aura, as if narrating their illustrious heritage. Zhen Yuan Zi knelt down gently, treating the water as if it were a rare treasure, and lightly touched its surface with his fingertips. In that moment, a strange yet potent force coursed through him, causing his entire being to shudder in shock and delight. He marveled inwardly. Could this truly be Tai Xu Divine Water? This Tai Xu Divine Water was born at the dawn of chaos, harboring the most primal and pure essence of chaotic energy and the fundamental forces of the universe. Its effects were nothing short of miraculous for both cultivators and innate spiritual roots. A single drop could cleanse a practitioner's meridians and dantian, purging all accumulated impurities and turbid energies, rendering their meridians broad and resilient like rivers, and their dantian vast and boundless like the ocean. The chaotic energy contained within the Tai Xu Divine Water could reshape a practitioner's foundation, endowing them with extraordinary talent and facilitating an unobstructed path to cultivation. During their practice, the Tai Xu Divine Water would expedite the absorption of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, transforming it into their own magical power, exponentially increasing their cultivation speed. When breaking through bottlenecks, the cosmic essence of the Tai Xu Divine Water could shatter constraints, allowing practitioners to transcend their limits with ease, akin to a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. Moreover, long-term nourishment from the Tai Xu Divine Water would elevate a practitioner's soul, granting them the ability to perceive the mysteries of the universe and achieve an extraordinary understanding of the Tao. The Primordial Divine Water bestows unparalleled vitality and transformation upon innate spiritual roots. When these roots are immersed in the Primordial Divine Water, they flourish at an astonishing pace, their branches and leaves becoming lush, flowers blooming in vibrant colors, and fruits forming abundantly. This divine water has the capacity to awaken the latent spiritual essence within the innate roots, enabling them to evolve into beings of even greater strength and unique innate abilities. The fruits borne by these roots will see a remarkable enhancement in quality and efficacy, transforming into rare divine medicines of the world. Furthermore, the primordial divine water forges an indomitable protective barrier around the innate roots, safeguarding them from external harm and interference, ensuring that they thrive in the purest and most advantageous environment, becoming a singular existence in the cosmos. Yet in this very place, there exists an immense lake brimming with such divine and miraculous water. Beneath it lies a spring ceaselessly transforming primordial chaos into even more of this sacred liquid. Zhen Yuan Zi's gaze slowly drifted to the soil surrounding and beneath the lake, where the earth emanated an aura of profound mystery and formidable creative power. His heart stirred with sudden realization as he whispered in awe, "Primordial chaos soil." This primordial chaos soil originates from the era before the division of chaos, containing the purest essence of the primordial source, the very foundation of all creation. For innate spiritual roots, this is the most coveted ground for growth. Within this soil, such roots can directly commune with the primordial essence, absorbing ancient and enigmatic laws of chaos, transcending ordinary spirituality, and wielding power capable of shaking heaven and earth. Its potent creative force continuously refines the quality of innate spiritual roots, facilitating their evolution. In moments of life and death peril, it can even rescue them, imbuing their fruits with the power of chaos. Consuming such fruits allows one to break through the limits of cultivation, embarking on a path of transcendence towards sagehood. Beside the lake stood a towering tree, colossal as a titan, instantly capturing Zhen Yuan Zi's undivided attention. Its form was ancient and weathered, its trunk like a pillar reaching into the heavens, carved with intricate and luminous Tao patterns. Each line seemed to embody the most profound truths of the universe, as if the very laws of existence were inscribed upon it. Its branches stretched and coiled like sinuous dragons, swaying gently in the wind, adorned with heart-shaped fruits that shimmered with dazzling, dreamlike radiance of chaos. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, Zhen Yuan Zi murmured in reverence, "The Chaos Tao Heart Tree." Legend spoke of this tree as a manifestation of the universe's core Tao principles, born at the dawn of chaos, existing beyond the constraints of time and space. The fruits it bore, Chaos Tao Heart fruits, were nothing short of miraculous. Consuming one could enlighten one's Tao heart, solidify one's cultivation conviction, unveil the essence of techniques, break through bottlenecks, elevate the soul's realm to perfect harmony with the great Tao, nourish the primordial spirit, and even grant the equivalent of 3 cosmic eras worth of profound spiritual power. Yet, compared to supreme innate spiritual roots, this chaos-born tree had an even longer growth cycle, ripening once every 30,000 years, yielding only 18 fruits each time. It was an unparalleled opportunity for any cultivator. Surveying the boundless treasures before him, Zhen Yuan Zi's excitement surged like an unstoppable flood. No wonder the reward had merely been a token to the primordial secret realm. The true treasures lay within. Each of these was a treasure beyond measure. Suppressing his exhilaration, he first collected one of the 24-petaled pure world lotuses, leaving the remaining 8 in the lake to continue their evolution. Next, he gathered the primordial divine water, carefully filling a specially crafted jade vial that glowed faintly in response to the sacred liquid. He took half the lake's water without concern, for the spring beneath would replenish it endlessly, drawing from the boundless chaos itself. He then collected ample primordial chaos soil, more than enough for his 5 manors spiritual herb garden, though it was but a fraction of what lay here. After all, this realm would soon belong solely to him. He would never dream of disrupting its sacred balance. As for the Chaos Tao Heart Tree, Zhen Yuan Zi had no intention of uprooting it. This environment was its ideal home. Instead, he harvested the first batch of fruits, which had matured over countless eons, their potency at its peak. Plucking them would allow the next cycle to begin. Finally, he transplanted the previously acquired high-grade innate spiritual root, the Enlightenment Tea Tree, along with other rare spiritual plants into this land. The conditions here far surpassed those of his herb garden, offering hope for future advancement. Perhaps one day, this high-grade spiritual root might ascend to the same supreme tier as the one rewarded by the system. In that extraordinary realm of creation, where the environment defies the heavens, those innate spiritual plants also possess the opportunity to evolve into innate spiritual roots. Furthermore, the seeds left behind by the primordial ginseng fruits and the primordial innate dragon elephant fruits, along with the exceptional innate spiritual root enlightenment tea trees and the superior innate spiritual root enlightenment tea trees, each bearing 18 tea fruits, were all meticulously sown by him. These primordial seeds of innate spiritual roots, given a suitable environment, possess the potential to cultivate into new innate spiritual roots. Although their grade and efficacy may pale in comparison to the original innate spiritual roots, they still retain certain benefits, categorizing them as innate spiritual roots of remarkable value. The reason for their prior lack of cultivation was primarily due to the insufficient availability of sufficiently potent innate divine soil within the medicinal garden of Wuzhuangguan. The challenge of nurturing such a multitude of innate spiritual roots is indeed considerable. In the primordial secret realm, amidst the extraordinary environment surrounding the primordial lake, should one plant the seeds of the first-generation ginseng fruit, it is conceivable that one could cultivate a ginseng tree of superior innate roots. At the very least, it would yield a tree of moderate innate roots. Moreover, there exists a continual hope for advancement in the future, especially upon discovering more of the extraordinary divine soil. Upon contemplating this, Zhen Yuan Zi, after planting numerous fruit pits and seeds, took out the primordial soil he had gathered during his outing and placed it here to enhance the local environment. Although he had originally intended to use this primordial soil in the medicinal garden of Wuzhuang Temple, it was evident that this location was far more suitable. As for the medicinal garden of Wuzhuang Temple, the chaotic primordial earth would suffice. At the very spot where Zhen Yuan Zi had planted them, the primordial spiritual seeds and kernels began to sprout with astonishing vigor under the miraculous influence of the primal divine water and chaos primordial soil. Upon contact with these sacred elements, the dormant seeds awakened as if parched earth embracing the first rain, instantly bursting forth with exuberant vitality. The kernels of the first-generation ginseng fruit, the primordial dragon elephant fruit, the enlightenment-bestowing tea tree's fruit, along with countless other primordial spiritual roots and plants, broke through the soil in visible motion. Their tender emerald shoots swayed joyously, as though dancing in celebration. Nourished by the primal divine water, the delicate sprouts grew at an astonishing pace. Slender stems thickened, branching into new limbs, while leaves unfurled like translucent jade, veins pulsing with an ethereal luminescence. The primordial essence within the chaos primordial soil flowed ceaselessly into these nascent spiritual roots, igniting their latent spirituality and suffusing them with an ancient, enigmatic aura. The branches of the ginseng fruit tree, the primordial dragon elephant tree, the enlightenment tea tree, and other primordial spiritual roots intertwined, forming a verdant canopy overhead. Blossoms bloomed like scattered stars, each exuding dense spiritual energy, their fragrance permeating the entire primal secret realm, uplifting the soul of any who breathed it in. Having accomplished this, Zhen Yuan Zi stood atop the primal divine mountain, gazing down upon the flourishing realm with profound satisfaction and joy. He spread his arms, basking in the rich spiritual energy and the essence of creation, a serene smile gracing his lips as he murmured, "This harvest has been truly bountiful." Upon emerging from the primal secret realm, Zhen Yuan Zi scattered portions of the primal divine water and chaos primordial soil across his medicinal garden, elevating its inherent creation to the pinnacle of the primordial world's cultivation grounds. Then, he summoned his personal interface, name, Zhen Yuan Zi Cultivation, Mid-Stage Great Luo Golden Immortal Physique, Mid-Stage Great Luo Golden Immortal Origin, Upper Grade Primordial Chaos Fiend God Techniques Divine Abilities, Scripture of 3000 Great Daos. Chaos Origin, Grand Tao Method, Chaos Indestructible Art, Golden Light Flight Treasures, Supreme Primordial Treasure, Void Chaos Mirror, Peak Grade Primordial Spiritual Treasure, Earth Book, Perfect Grade Hongmeng Purple Qi, Upper Grade Primordial Spiritual Treasure, Enlightenment Meditation Mat, Peak Grade Primordial Spiritual Treasure, Yin Chaos Fan, Primordial Treasure, 24-Petaled Pure World White Lotus, 12-Petaled Pure World White Lotus, X3. 9-Petaled Pure World White Lotus, X5, Primal Divine Water, Chaos Primordial Soil, First Sun Copper Essence Primordial Spiritual Roots, Peak Grade, Ginseng Fruit Tree, Enlightenment Tea Tree, Upper Grade, Primordial Dragon Elephant Tree, Mid Grade, Crimson Flame Dragon Fruit Tree, Profound Ice Soul Fruit Tree, Chaos Grade, Chaos Tao Heart Fruit Tree Heavenly Virtue Merits, 100,000,000 Primordial Fortune, 92 Surveying the updated interface, Zhen Yuan Zi felt immeasurable contentment. Not only had he acquired countless primordial materials and spiritual treasures, including spiritual roots and artifacts, but his actions had also triggered the system's rewards, granting him the primal secret realm and its myriad supreme treasures. Moreover, his cultivation had advanced, both in realm and physical prowess, from the early to the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. His accumulated merits had surged from 40 million to 100 million, most of which were reaped from vanquishing primordial beasts. Once the calamity of the ferocious beasts comes to an end, there will likely be an additional wave of merit rewards. Even the innate fortune has increased by 2 points. Perhaps due to the influence of the primordial secret realm, or perhaps for other reasons. Nonetheless, it is imperative to diligently enhance one's cultivation moving forward. At this moment, he could experiment with the effects of the primordial divine water and the chaotic Tao heart fruit. Zhen Yuan Zi lifted the jade vial containing the primordial divine water, its crystalline essence flowing like a celestial river, shimmering with a dreamlike radiance. He tilted his wrist, allowing several drops of the divine water to cascade upon the Baihui acupoint atop his head. As a being of innate divinity, his body should have been devoid of impurities. Yet, under the influence of the primordial divine water, a transformation began to unfold. In an instant, a vast and refreshing power surged through him like a torrential flood, coursing violently through his meridians. Wherever it traveled, peculiar wisps of gas, akin to impurities, erupted from his skin, evaporating into the air. Seated upon the robust branches of the enlightenment tea tree, Zhen Yuan Zi's aura underwent a dramatic metamorphosis due to the divine water's cleansing. The once broad and resilient meridians expanded rapidly, nurtured by the divine essence, akin to a parched riverbed welcoming a deluge, growing deeper and wider like a ceaseless celestial stream, capable of harboring even greater magical potency. His dantian, too, swelled under the impact of this overwhelming force, transforming into a boundless universe. With twinkling stars capable of storing infinite energy, he sensed an alteration in his innate qualifications, though he had not yet attained the pinnacle of innate divinity. He had reached the limits of superior innate divinity. Perhaps, with prolonged usage of the primordial divine water, his qualifications could evolve into the highest echelon of innate divinity. Then, Zhen Yuan Zi took a chaotic Tao heart fruit and placed it directly into his mouth. The fruit dissolved instantly, merging into a colossal force that flooded his soul. He felt as though his essence was enveloped in brilliant light, all distractions and confusions dissipating in an instant, leaving his consciousness remarkably lucid, with an unprecedented comprehension of the laws of the universe and the Tao. Simultaneously, the immense magical power contained within the chaotic Tao heart fruit surged into his being like a tidal wave, colliding fiercely with his own magical energy, merging in a dazzling display. Driven by this overwhelming power, his magical energy surged wildly, crashing against the barriers that obstructed his advancement like relentless ocean waves. Each impact reverberated violently, causing the entire Wuzhuang temple to tremble. At last, with a tremendous surge, the barrier shattered, propelling his cultivation to soar like a rocket, breaking through from mid-stage de Luo Jinxian to late-stage de Luo Jinxian. Not only that, but his physical form underwent substantial enhancement under this force, also breaking through to the late stage of de Luo Jinxian. His muscles, bones, and organs underwent a profound transformation, and a sense of power surged within him. Post-breakthrough, Zhen Yuan Zi felt his body brimming with boundless strength, each cell rejoicing, and his soul becoming purer and more formidable. However, his training was far from over. He continued to meditate upon the enlightenment tea tree, brow slightly furrowed, wholly immersing himself in the process of consolidating his cultivation. He circulated his magical energy, guiding the residual power of the primordial divine water and the chaotic Tao heart fruit through his meridians. With each cycle, new strength infused his body, every cell greedily absorbing this potent energy, continuously fortifying itself. As time passed, Zhen Yuan Zi's aura became increasingly restrained, yet it exuded an awe-inspiring pressure. His skin shimmered with a faint golden glow, a sign of his physical form reaching its zenith. His eyes alternately closed and opened. Each time they opened, a sharp light flickered, as if piercing through the essence of all things. Throughout his practice, he consistently perceived the laws of the universe, integrating these principles into his magical energy, rendering it ever more refined and powerful. Lost in the realm of cultivation, Zhen Yuan Zi forgot the passage of time. Under the sustained influence of the primordial divine water and the chaotic Tao heart fruit, his cultivation solidified, and his understanding of the Tao deepened. His body and soul gradually reached a state of perfect equilibrium, as if he had become one with the cosmos. As the venerable Zhen Yuan Zi immersed himself in his cultivation, a monumental upheaval was concurrently transpiring in the primordial world. In the northern continent of this vast expanse, atop the Beast Emperor Mountain, a cataclysmic battle of unprecedented ferocity was unfolding. The Beast Emperor, Zhen Yuan Zi, emerged like a demon from the abyss of chaos, exuding a chilling aura that instilled fear in all who beheld him. His blood-red eyes radiated madness and savagery, while he donned a blood-red battle armor adorned with mysterious and sinister runes, which flickered with an eerie light with each breath he took, as if recounting tales of endless slaughter and annihilation. In his grasp, the god-slaying spear danced with unrestrained ferocity, its shaft emanating a black glow that writhed like a venomous serpent, each swing accompanied by a piercing whistle that seemed to rend the very fabric of space. The world-destroying grinding mill floated ominously behind him, spinning at a dizzying speed and emitting a deafening roar, distorting the space around it and unleashing torrents of chaotic energy. He commanded a legion of the most formidable beasts, including the likes of Chaos, Taodai, and the 9 kings of the beast race, as they engaged in a brutal struggle against numerous primordial deities such as Hongjun, Luohu, Yangmei, and others, armed with the fearsome god-slaying spear and the primordial treasure. The world-destroying grinding mill, Zhen Yuan Zi, was akin to a deity of death in this conflict, with none of the ancient powers able to match his might. At this juncture, the Beast Emperor had ascended to the pinnacle of the primordial golden immortal realm, verging on the threshold of the great Luo golden immortal stage. His prowess rendered him an insurmountable opponent to even the most powerful of the primordial beings, such as the future Tao ancestor Hongjun and the magic ancestor Luohu. Only through the combined efforts of the great powers could they hope to contend with him. A thunderous roar reverberated through the northern continent, shattering the sky and tearing apart the clouds for miles. The sound surged forth like a tempest, sweeping across the vast land with an unstoppable force. Each explosive roar echoed as if countless ancient volcanoes had erupted simultaneously, spewing forth molten lava that surged like a wild dragon, carrying with it an aura of total destruction. Within the expanse of the Beast Emperor Mountain, an unrelenting battle ensued between the primordial deities and the beast race. The clashing of weapons, the cries of war, and the sounds of fierce confrontation intertwined, creating a symphony of death that resonated through the air. Amidst the continuous boom of conflict, the fervent roars of the deities mingled with the frenzied howls of the beasts, their blood igniting a fervor that illuminated their final moments. A violent wind howled, carrying clouds of smoke and dust, forming a tempest that obscured the sky. In this raging storm, the deafening bang resonated like the furious roar of a demon from the abyss, instilling terror in the hearts of all. The peaks of the Beast Emperor Mountain crumbled. The earth sank, and rivers flowed backward in chaotic torrents. Every inch of land trembled in the wake of this cataclysmic uproar, echoing with sorrow. The void splintered, and chaotic energy surged forth, as if seeking to drag the entire northern continent back into primordial chaos. Above, the sky was ablaze with radiant divine light, each intense collision igniting cataclysmic explosions that threatened to obliterate the heavens and earth. The sound of boom, boom, reverberated in waves, shaking the very souls of those present. Blood rained down like a storm, staining the vast sky crimson, contrasting with the rampant energy waves that painted a horrific tableau of carnage. Countless lives were extinguished in the deafening cacophony, yet more figures surged forth into the fray, as if this relentless slaughter would never cease. And the terrifying roars would echo eternally across the blood-soaked northern continent. Beast race, today marks your doom. Your sins shall be weighed. Hongjun, wielding the Panga banner, stood amidst a maelstrom of chaotic energy, his countenance stern, and his gaze emanating an undeniable authority. With a thunderous roar, he swung the Panga banner, unleashing torrents of chaotic sword energy that surged forth like a tidal wave, each blade carrying the might to rend the very fabric of existence towards the Beast Emperor Zhen Yuan Zi. As the sword's shadows tore through the air, the space was instantaneously rent asunder, revealing unfathomable black fissures from which chaotic energy erupted with reckless abandon. A group of hypocritical wretches. Do you think you can annihilate my beast race? Zhen Yuan Zi's voice thundered, shaking the heavens. As he brandished the god-slaying spear, the black light surged, forming a massive shield that met the oncoming chaotic sword energy. The collision erupted into a cataclysmic roar, a powerful wave of energy radiating outward, warping the very void for billions of miles. The ground trembled violently, mountains crumbled, and countless stars shattered under the impact, cascading into fragments that scattered through the emptiness. Luohu, wielding the Heaven Demon Tower, summoned the 12-grade world-destroying Black Lotus, which erupted with infinite darkness, enveloping the surrounding realm. Beast Emperor, meet your end. His voice was cold and resolute as the tower descended, transforming into a colossal black mountain, bearing down with unparalleled pressure upon Zhen Yuan Zi. Unfazed, Zhen Yuan Zi scoffed and summoned the world-destroying grinding mill to meet the onslaught. The grinding mill spun ferociously, emitting a shrill roar as its chaotic energy clashed with the oppressive force of the Heaven Demon Tower, exploding into brilliant light. Amidst the radiance, space twisted and shattered, black fissures spreading like a spider's web. The ancestor of heaven and earth, wielding the heaven and earth cauldron, intoned incantations, causing the cauldron to radiate a dazzling glow. As if a miniature universe spun within, he hurled the cauldron toward Zhen Yuan Zi, who found himself enveloped within its confines. "Beast Emperor, surrender. Your struggles are futile," echoed the ancestor's commanding voice. Trapped within the confines of the heaven and earth cauldron, Zhen Yuan Zi was undeterred. Thrashing violently as he relentlessly thrust the god-slaying spear against the inner walls of the cauldron, each strike resounding with a tremendous noise that caused the cauldron to tremble. His eyes blazed with fury and defiance, his beastly armor shimmering with an eerie light in defiance of this formidable force. The heaven and earth cauldron, a treasure of primordial origin, could not contain him, as he violently shattered his confinement and emerged unscathed. At this moment, the ancestor of the five elements unfurled the diagram of the five elements, where the powers of the five elements intermingled, transforming into five colossal divine dragons. Each dragon embodied a distinct attribute of power, roaring as they lunged towards the Beast Emperor. The ancestor of Yin and Yang summoned the Taijutsu, which spun and allowed the forces of Yin and Yang to interchange, forming a formidable vortex that sought to engulf the Beast Emperor. The ancestor of the Celestial Vault wielded the Celestial Cauldron, from which an endless torrent of flames erupted, infused with dense chaotic energy, surging towards the Beast Emperor. Other primal deities and formidable beings also unleashed their respective divine abilities and treasures, mounting a fierce assault against the Beast Emperor. Simultaneously, the chaotic beasts, such as Chaos, Tao Tai, and Tao Wu, found themselves in dire straits amidst battles with other primal deities. Qiongqi was ensnared by the ghost mother of the underworld, trapped within a ghostly banner from which dark energy incessantly poured forth, eroding Qiongqi's form as it emitted anguished roars. The heavy Ming bird faced a combined onslaught from Zhu Zhao and Yu Ying, its wings scorched by the true fire of the sun and the chilling energy of the moon, causing feathers to cascade down. Tao Wu was suppressed by the power of the ancestor of the purple star, rendered immobile. Chaos was confined by the spatial divine abilities of the ancestor of Yang Mei, unable to break free. One by one, the beastly monarchs gradually succumbed to the relentless onslaught of the primal deities, ultimately meeting their demise. After the reincarnated deities vanquished the ferocious beast kings, they swiftly turned their attention to besiege the Beast Emperor, Zhen Yuan Zi. Witnessing his subordinates fall one after another, the fury and despair within Zhen Yuan Zi reached a zenith. Faced with such a multitude of innate deities, he did not flinch. Instead, his madness intensified. Wielding the god-slaying spear, he darted through the onslaught with the agility of a phantom, and with each swing of the spear, he claimed the life of an innate deity. His world-destruction mill was a force to be reckoned with, grinding everything in its path to dust. Neither artifacts nor divine powers could withstand its terrifying might. Amidst his frenzied assault, the elder ancestor, Hong Kuan, fell victim to the god-slaying spear, which pierced his chest, blood gushing forth like a fountain. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and despair as he ultimately succumbed to the crimson pool beneath him. The sun candlelight and the Yin shadow joined forces to assault Zhen Yuan Zi, only to be met with a critical opening that he exploited, mercilessly crushing them with the world destruction mill. In an instant, the bodies of the two elders were reduced to countless fragments, dissipating into the ether. As the battle raged on, Zhen Yuan Zi was not without wounds. His body was covered in scars, blood streaming ceaselessly. Yet, his gaze grew ever more frenzied. "Since you desire my demise, I shall take you down with me," Zhen Yuan Zi roared, channeling all his strength into the world destruction mill, which spun faster and emanated an increasingly malevolent aura. He recklessly summoned the powers within him, charging towards the core of the northern continent's ley lines. "You shall learn the cost of offending my beast clan," he cried out wildly, bringing the world destruction mill crashing down upon the ley line's core, with a thunderous roar that shook the very fabric of the universe. The primordial realm trembled as if it would be torn asunder by this force. The ley line's core was utterly detonated, unleashing an unimaginable wave of energy that radiated outward in every direction. Wherever this energy rippled, the void shattered, and chaotic energy surged forth like a torrential tide, engulfing the entire realm in a shroud of chaos. The earth itself fractured under the impact of this force. Countless mountains were leveled, rivers dried up, and magma erupted like a volcano, forming towering columns of fire that reached for the heavens. Countless stars fell from the sky, transformed into meteors streaking across the darkened firmament. The innate deities turned pale, realizing the gravity of the situation. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they hastily invoked their powers to flee from the explosion's epicenter. Elder Yongmei, utilizing his formidable spatial abilities, instantaneously tore through the fabric of space and vanished. Hongjun wielded the Panga banner, conjuring a chaotic shield before him in an attempt to withstand the horrific energy onslaught. Luo Ho enveloped himself in the celestial demon tower within the 12-rank world destruction Black Lotus. Elder Qian Kuan stowed away the Qian Kuan cauldron, exerting all his might to form a protective barrier. The 5 Elements Elder and the Yin-Yang Elder united their forces, combining the 5 Elements diagram and the Taiji diagram into a grand defensive array. Other innate deities also deployed their treasured artifacts and divine abilities for defense. However, the explosive power of the northern continent's ley line was overwhelmingly terrifying. The energy wave surged forth like a relentless tide, instantly breaching the defenses of the innate deities. They were hurled away by the sheer force, spitting blood and sustaining grievous injuries. Many mighty beings, such as Elder Ziwei and Elder Cheong Tian, ultimately succumbed to this cataclysmic energy, falling one after another. Despite sustaining severe injuries after the detonation, the Beast Emperor Shun Enai erupted into maniacal laughter. With the heavenly path incomplete, I shall unite the remnants of my beast clan and the 3,000 chaotic demon spirits, transforming into a calamity. From henceforth, whenever a cataclysm descends, the heavenly secrets shall be obscured. The aura of calamity shall permeate, clouding the minds of sentient beings. The deeper the tribulation, the more frenzied the outcome. I shall not rest until the primordial realm is shattered. As his voice faded, he vowed upon the great Tao, gradually dissipating into the cosmos. After a lengthy interval, the surviving innate deities slowly regained their composure. They surveyed the ravaged northern continent before them, their hearts heavy with grief and helplessness. Once a thriving land, it had now been reduced to desolation. Countless lives extinguished in this conflict, the innate spiritual energy diminished, and the aura of calamity pervading the air. Hongjun and his companions bore expressions of fatigue and sorrow, fully aware that although this calamity of ferocious beasts had temporarily ceased, it had inflicted irreparable wounds upon the primordial realm. The grand oath established by the Beast Emperor serves as a formidable shackle, weighing heavily upon the hearts of every innate deity and demon, instilling within them a foreboding sense that the impending cataclysms in the primordial realm are destined to be plentiful. As the calamity of the ferocious beasts comes to a definitive end, the malevolent energy dissipates from the realm, and the heavenly Tao bestows boundless merits. A colossal influx of virtue descends. There are at least 1 billion units of celestial merit, sufficient to rival the merits of a primordial creation. Should this boon be conferred upon a supreme deity, it would likely empower them to ascend to sanctity with unparalleled swiftness. This immense cloud of merit is, in fact, a reward bestowed by the heavenly principles and recognition of the being's performances during the recent calamity of fierce beasts. Among them, the 3 great races, the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin, made substantial contributions, each receiving a share of this merit. The primordial powers, such as Hongjun and Luozhua, are to share this merit among themselves in 3 portions. Additionally, another 3 portions of merit have been allocated to the northern continent, intended to dispel negative energies and restore the celestial environment of that region. The remaining portion of heavenly merit will be distributed among the myriad beings across the vast wilderness that contributed to this calamity. Even Zhen Yuan Zi, residing in the Wuzhuang Temple, received a reward of several million merits. Naturally, he sensed the conclusion of the fierce beast calamity. In fact, during the final decisive battle, Zhen Yuan Zi utilized the supreme treasure, the Tai Xu Yuan Mirror, to traverse the boundless void and witness the cataclysmic conflict unfold. It can only be said that the battle was exceedingly brutal, with even several formidable beings of the Hunyuan Jingxian level perishing in the fray. This reinforced Zhen Yuan Zi's conviction in his prudent choice to refrain from recklessly involving himself in the decisive battle of the fierce beast calamity. Although he ultimately missed out on a significant amount of merit, he prioritized his safety. With the memories of his past life and his current capabilities, he recognizes that there will be ample opportunities to acquire merit in the future, rendering such risks unnecessary. During his travels, he vanquished numerous ferocious beasts, thereby accumulating a considerable amount of merit. Although it may not rival that of the supreme reincarnated deities, it was nonetheless a significant harvest. Subsequently, Zhen Yuan Zi returned to his secluded cultivation, for in the primordial world, one's cultivation ultimately holds paramount importance. Time swiftly passed, and tens of thousands of years elapsed in the blink of an eye. At last, Zhen Yuan Zi emerged from his retreat. After millennia of dedicated practice, aided by an abundance of rare innate spiritual fruits and exquisite enlightenment teas, his efforts bore immense fruit. Not only did his cultivation reach the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, but more importantly, his foundational qualifications underwent a profound transformation, evolving from a superior innate demon god to a supreme innate deity. Now, his foundational qualifications rival those of the three pure ones without a hint of inferiority. Furthermore, Zhen Yuan Zi thoroughly refined many of the supreme treasures and spiritual artifacts he employed. During this period, the system was once again activated to deliver a reward. This time, the rewards are rather extraordinary. They are not treasures or divine artifacts, but rather a collection of transcendent abilities. They include 1. Manipulation of creation. Possessing the unparalleled power to command the creation of all things in the universe, one can conjure entirely new forms of life with but a thought. This ability even extends to the creation of worlds, imbuing existence with boundless possibilities and the capacity to rewrite the fundamental laws of reality to align perfectly with one's will. 2. Reversal of yin and yang. This ability allows one to completely overturn the order of yin and yang, instantly reversing the flow of these energies, leading to a chaotic upheaval of the cosmos, where the seasons become disordered and the source of an adversary's strength spirals into utter chaos. 3. Size manipulation. One can infinitely expand their physical form to fill the entirety of the universe or contract to enter the microscopic realm, mastering all the laws that govern that domain. 4. Return of wind and fire. By controlling the direction of the winds, one can incite chaotic storms, causing flames to evolve into primordial chaos fire, reducing all in their path to the essence of chaos itself. 5. Star shifting. This ability permits the effortless relocation of celestial bodies, altering not only their positions but also reshaping their essence and power, wielding the strength of stars with the grace of a mere gesture, unleashing cataclysmic forces capable of annihilating the very heavens and earth. In total, there are 5 divine abilities, all of which are known to him from the 36 celestial powers. However, it is evident that these abilities have undergone systematic enhancement, their potency vastly surpassing that of the original 36 celestial powers, even resulting in a qualitative transformation in their effects. Having devoted considerable time to mastering these various divine powers, Zhen Yuan Zi is aware that attaining a consummate level, or even reaching the pinnacle of these abilities, would necessitate even more time and potentially a higher realm of cultivation. After several millennia of dedicated practice, he has finally emerged from his seclusion, enveloped in an ethereal radiance. This aura, a manifestation of the profound essence accumulated over the years and the elevation of his capabilities, emanates from within, exuding a formidable presence that is both profound and enigmatic. It seems that with merely a glance, he could perceive the secrets of the universe. As he steps out from his hermitage, the familiar and comforting atmosphere of Wuzhuangguan's cave heaven envelopes him. Zhen Yuan Zi squints slightly, a flicker of nostalgia and contentment passing through his eyes, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curving upward into a faint smile. Although the days spent in seclusion have led to significant breakthroughs in his cultivation and powers, the prolonged solitude of thousands of years has left him restless in his newfound tranquility. It has been many millennia since the calamity of ferocious beasts concluded, and the primordial land has begun to awaken anew, with numerous innate spiritual entities starting to regenerate. Moreover, numerous innate beings suffered grievously during the calamity of ferocious beasts, with the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans similarly afflicted. At this juncture, these 3 great clans had yet to fully ascend. Although many innate clans had begun to emerge, it was indeed a splendid time for wandering through the vast wilderness. Thus, Zhen Yuan Zi resolved to embark on another journey through the primordial realm. After making this decision, he summoned the 2 young girls, Bingqing and Yanling, to his divine consciousness. Before long, the melodious laughter, akin to silver bells, resonated from afar. Subsequently, 2 lively figures streaked across like meteors, appearing before Zhen Yuan Zi. Bingqing donned a flowing gown as pure as freshly fallen snow, her skin translucent and radiant, reminiscent of ice sculpted by masterful hands. Her eyes sparkled with clarity and brightness, akin to a crystal-clear spring, exuding wisdom and vitality. In contrast, Yanling was adorned in garments of fiery red, her hair billowing like flames, and her face radiated an exuberant smile, as if capable of dispelling all the world's gloom. "Master, you have finally emerged from seclusion," exclaimed Bing Qing and Yin Ling in unison, their eyes shimmering with surprise and excitement. They bounded towards Zhen Yuan Zi like two joyful fawns, circling around him in exuberance. Observing the vivacious and adorable girls, Zhen Yuan Zi couldn't help but smile. He gently extended his hand, tenderly patting their heads, and remarked, "Indeed, it has been quite some time. You two have grown significantly, and your cultivation has made remarkable progress, having advanced from the pinnacle of Golden Immortal to the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Truly commendable." Upon hearing Zhen Yuan Zi's praise, Bing Qing's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. She lowered her gaze slightly, her voice soft yet tinged with shyness. "This is all thanks to your meticulous guidance, Master, as well as the unparalleled environment of Wuzhuang Temple and the invaluable innate spiritual fruits you bestowed upon us. Without these, we could not have achieved such progress." Yin Ling, with a carefree spirit, confidently thumped her chest and declared, "Exactly. Master, you are a great benefactor. We will surely double our efforts in cultivation and will never disappoint your expectations." Zhen Yuan Zi nodded in satisfaction, speaking earnestly, "It brings me great joy to see your awareness. However, while the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal is commendable, in this vast and boundless wilderness where powerful beings abound, it remains insignificant. You must not become complacent. The path of cultivation is long and arduous, with no end in sight. Only through relentless effort and perseverance can you establish your footing in this harsh world." Bing Qing and Yin Ling nodded solemnly, their eyes reflecting unwavering determination, committing Zhen Yuan Zi's teachings to memory. Observing this, Zhen Yuan Zi felt a deep sense of contentment. After a brief pause, he continued, "Upon my emergence from seclusion, I intend to traverse the primordial realm once more. Before my departure, I shall impart the teachings once again, hoping they will aid you in your future cultivation." "Thank you, Master." Upon hearing this, Bing Qing and Yin Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to the brightest stars in the night sky. They promptly seated themselves respectfully before Zhen Yuan Zi, placing their hands neatly on their knees, their expressions focused and earnest, eagerly anticipating his discourse. During this time, each of them took out a piece of enlightenment tea leaves and placed it in their mouths. The enlightenment tea, bestowed upon them by their master, was their greatest treasure. Each time they submitted their harvest of spiritual fruits and tea leaves, their master rewarded them handsomely. Even after consuming a portion, they managed to amass a modest fortune, saving it for crucial moments. Zhen Yuan Zi slowly settled onto a massive green stone, his eyes gently closed. As an ethereal and mysterious aura enveloped him, he entered an immensely profound state, seemingly merging with the very fabric of the universe. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes and began to articulate the principles of the Tao. Each sound, each word, resonated with boundless Taoist resonance, reverberating throughout the entire Wuzhuang Temple cave. As Zhen Yuan Zi delved deeper into his discourse, the ethereal energies of the cave surged fervently, as if stirred by an unseen hand. The tranquil sky was suddenly torn apart, and radiant beams of light cascaded down like waterfalls, intertwining and colliding to form exquisite and enigmatic patterns. These patterns occasionally morphed into ancient divine beasts, roaring and galloping. At other times, they transformed into mystical runes, shimmering with the light of wisdom. On the ground, countless golden lotuses burst forth from the earth, blossoming in layers, their petals translucent and exuding a gentle, sacred glow. Above the golden lotuses, ethereal figures flickered in and out of view, dancing gracefully with elegance. Simultaneously, celestial music resounded, the melodious tunes seemingly emanating from the depths of the cosmos, transcending the boundaries of time and space, echoing throughout the cave. This celestial melody was not only enchanting but also imbued with immense power. Each note instilled tranquility, allowing one to grasp deeper truths of the Tao. The innate spiritual roots flourishing within Wuzhuang Temple appeared to respond to some mysterious call, swaying gently while radiating a soft yet potent luminescence. The fruits upon the spiritual roots grew plump and rounded, emanating an alluring fragrance, as if imbued with boundless vitality and strength. Bing Qing and Yin Ling were immersed in Zhen Yuan Zi's teachings, their eyes sparkling with wisdom, and their faces occasionally reflecting profound realizations. Guided by Zhen Yuan Zi, they seemed to traverse a tunnel through time, arriving at the origin of the universe, witnessing the magnificent spectacle of the world's genesis, and comprehending the essence of all creation and transformation. The discourse lasted for a full 7 days and nights, and as Zhen Yuan Zi concluded, the extraordinary phenomena within the Wuzhuang Temple began to gradually dissipate. The sky returned to its former tranquility, the golden lotuses slowly sank back into the earth, and the celestial music faded into the air. Bing Qing and Yin Ling slowly opened their eyes, filled with gratitude and reverence. They rose and bowed deeply to Zhen Yuan Zi. Their voices tinged with emotion. "Thank you, Master, for your teachings. We shall not disappoint your expectations and will diligently cultivate ourselves." Zhen Yuan Zi smiled and nodded, saying, "Well, remember, during my absence, you must safeguard the Wuzhuang Temple Cave and tend to those spiritual roots with care." Bing Qing and Yin Ling firmly nodded in unison, assuring, "Rest assured, Master, we will take good care of the cave." Zhen Yuan Zi offered them a few more words of guidance before turning to depart. Time passed swiftly. Indians rolled by in the blink of an eye. This time, Zhen Yuan Zi journeyed through the primordial chaos, emerging not only with greater strength but also with a longer span of experience, yielding far more substantial rewards than before. He acquired numerous innate spiritual plants, divine metals, and celestial stones, along with over 10 specimens of low and medium-grade innate spiritual roots, as well as a multitude of mid to low-grade innate spiritual treasures. Among the most significant gains was the acquisition of the precious artifact of human fortune, the Hongmeng seal. Initially, Zhen Yuan Zi merely intended to journey to Kantong Mountain to gather some spiritual treasures and inspect the conditions of a certain cave heaven. To his delight, he discovered that the Hongmeng seal, a treasure embodying the fortune of the human race, had already reached completion. This discovery filled him with immense joy, prompting him to spend several millennia refining it within the Kantong cave heaven. Afterward, he departed from Kantong Mountain to embark on a journey through the vast wilderness. In the blink of an eye, over 10,000 years have passed. Zhen Yuan Zi traversed numerous renowned mountains and rivers, as well as the blessed abodes of immortals. Now, more than a cosmic cycle has elapsed since the calamity of the ferocious beasts concluded, and the great emperors of the wilderness have gradually begun to revive. Many innate races have emerged, and during this latest expedition through the wilderness, Zhen Yuan Zi encountered far more beings than during his previous travels. However, these so-called innate races are not the powerful innate divine demons birthed by the primordial world. They can only be regarded as innate beings, with their potential and qualifications at best qualifying them as innate sanctified entities, resulting in their generally feeble strength. As Zhen Yuan Zi collected spiritual artifacts, he occasionally paused in aesthetically pleasing locations to expound upon the grand principles of the Tao, thereby accruing merit along the way. Within the vast expanse of the primordial realm, he imparted wisdom to these innate beings, all the while earning varying degrees of merit. However, his primary objective remained to traverse the wilderness, gathering resources and treasures, while simultaneously contemplating the essence of the primordial universe. At long last, Zhen Yuan Zi arrived at the foot of the revered Buzhou Mountain, a place he had long yearned to visit. The moment his gaze fell upon Buzhou Mountain, time seemed to stand still. Before him, the mountain loomed like a transcendent deity from antiquity, majestically standing between heaven and earth. Its peak was invisible, piercing the clouds as if to create a chasm in the firmament. Its breadth was unfathomable, stretching across the land as though cleaving the entire primordial world in twain. The overwhelming aura surged forth like a tidal wave, evoking a sense of reverence even in Zhen Yuan Zi, a pinnacle being of the great Luo golden immortal. Upon the summit of Buzhou Mountain, mist swirled and celestial energy permeated the air. Occasionally, radiant beams of colorful light pierced through the clouds, resembling divine arrows that transcended all worldly illusions. At the mountain's base, a rushing spiritual spring converged into a river, its crystal-clear waters flowing with spiritual essence so rich that it seemed on the verge of liquefaction, as if the lifeblood of the divine mountain coursed through the earth. Buzhou Mountain was said to be the spine of the great Pangu, the formidable force that upheld the primordial world, a sacred site in the hearts of countless beings. Pangu, through his monumental act of creation, transformed into myriad forms, giving rise to the flourishing expanse of the primordial realm. Thus, even for Zhen Yuan Zi, visiting Buzhou Mountain for the first time, his demeanor was one of utmost reverence as he bowed in homage to the divine. Upon completing his reverent tribute, Zhen Yuan Zi rose, his gaze resolutely fixed upon the mountain's summit. Taking a deep breath, he commenced his ascent of the sacred mountain. He did not employ any of his mystical powers, relying solely on the strength of his corporeal form and the unwavering determination of his spirit. As he climbed higher, the invisible pressure intensified, as if countless unseen hands were attempting to drag him down. The further he ascended, the more formidable the weight of the pressure became. Yet, the purification and benefits he received in return were equally immense. Buzhou Mountain encapsulated the indomitable spirit and eternal will of Pangu. Every being that ascended this divine mountain would undergo a profound baptism and elevation of their Tao heart. The oppressive force serves as a profound tempering influence on one's cultivation, Time swiftly passes, and in the blink of an eye, it has been several millennia since the expedition to the unyielding peaks of Zhen Yuan Zi. At this moment, he had only just ascended to the mountainside. The protracted duration of his endeavor was attributable not only to the fact that Zhen Yuan Zi had refrained from utilizing his cultivation, but also to the primal forces of heaven and earth that had yet to dissipate. The might of Mount Buzhou during this epoch was unparalleled by any future era. Upon reaching the mountainside, every step Zhen Yuan Zi took became exceptionally arduous. His garments were drenched in sweat, and his legs grew as heavy as lead. Yet, there was not a trace of retreat in his gaze. Gritting his teeth, he persevered step by step toward the summit. Throughout his ascent, he could distinctly perceive the essence and spirit of Panga that resided within Mount Buzhou. This formidable will surge forth like a tumultuous tide, relentlessly assailing his spirit and honing his determination. The oppressive force bore down upon him like a heavy hammer, relentlessly forging his physical form, elevating its strength with each strike. As Zhen Yuan Zi ascended to the mountainside, he sensed a subtle metamorphosis occurring within his corporeal being, as if he were poised to transcend from the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal to the realm of the Primordial Golden Immortal. A flicker of surprise glinted in his eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by calmness. He understood that in moments of utmost significance, relaxation was not an option. Swiftly, thousands of years slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this protracted span, Zhen Yuan Zi devoted himself entirely to the arduous ascent of Mount Buzhou. Throughout this journey, his resolve was purified, and his physical form underwent a profound transformation. At this juncture, his body had withstood countless trials, approaching a critical threshold of strength. Yet it seemed to lack a vital force to catalyze his breakthrough. As he finally ascended to the summit, an endless torrent of celestial essence surged toward him. At that moment, Zhen Yuan Zi suddenly produced 8 innate dragon elephant fruits. Among them, 3 were the original innate dragon elephant fruits, while the remaining 5 were of the highest quality innate spiritual fruits. The remarkable quality of these fruits was a result of the nurturing from the primordial divine water and the chaotic primordial soil. The innate dragon elephant fruit tree had successfully transformed from a superior innate spiritual root to a supreme innate spiritual root, thus yielding fruits of unparalleled excellence. Their efficacy had also been significantly enhanced. The 3 primordial innate dragon elephant fruits, as the first generation of fruits nurtured over countless millennia, possess effects that are equally remarkable as those of the finest innate spiritual fruits. Zhen Yuan Zi gazed at the alluringly radiant spiritual fruits in his hand, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. Without hesitation, he consumed these fruits, which melted instantly upon contact, unleashing a surge of formidable power that erupted within him. This force surged like a torrential flood, rampaging through his meridians, transforming his muscles, bones, and organs in a cataclysmic upheaval. Simultaneously, the boundless essence of the universe flooded into his being, seemingly catalyzing a metamorphosis of his corporeal form. Zhen Yuan Zi's body began to tremble violently. A faint golden radiance enveloped his skin, his muscles undulating like waves, and his bones resonating with crisp explosions, as if undergoing a profound rebirth. As time progressed, that power was gradually absorbed by his body, enhancing his corporeal strength, and each inch of his skin radiated an overwhelming aura. Finally, with a deafening roar, Zhen Yuan Zi's physique underwent a complete transformation. His corporeal realm advanced even more swiftly than his cultivation level, propelling him to the initial stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm. At this moment, his physical strength surpassed that of many innate spiritual treasures. In the future, the 12 ancestor witches would dominate the vastness of the primordial world, relying on their unparalleled corporeal might. At this moment, the physical cultivation and strength of Zhen Yuan Zi can be said to be on par with the pinnacle of certain ancestral witches. His heart was filled with joy and excitement. At this juncture, relying solely on his physical prowess, he was already comparable to the formidable beings at the early stage of the primordial golden immortal, which corresponds to the initial realm of quasi-saints. In the present world of Hongwang, the Hunyuan Golden Immortal and quasi-saint experts undoubtedly rank among the pinnacle of powerful beings, the foremost practitioners of profound arts. It can be asserted that even without relying on magical artifacts, solely based on his physical cultivation, Zhen Yuan Zi has finally ascended to the status of a supreme powerhouse within the realm of Hongwang. Compared to the original fate of Zhen Yuan Zi, he has now seized countless advantages. After suppressing the tumultuous excitement within his heart, Zhen Yuan Zi commenced his ascent once more. He had now reached the vicinity of the summit of Mount Buzhou, resolutely aiming for the pinnacle, the very apex of the mountain. A century had passed, seemingly in the blink of an eye. Throughout this protracted period, Zhen Yuan Zi harbored but one conviction: to conquer the summit of Mount Buzhou. Each step he took was fraught with difficulty, yet his gaze remained unwaveringly fixed upon the mountaintop, as if it held his eternal aspiration. Regardless of the passage of time or the onslaught of storms, his determination remained unshakable. At long last, after 100 years, Zhen Yuan Zi's feet graced the summit of Mount Buzhou. In that instant, the entire world appeared to freeze, the gears of time ceased their relentless turn, and a profound silence enveloped everything. Soon after, an overwhelming force surged forth from the cosmos, an inexhaustible torrent of celestial essence akin to a tumultuous tsunami, crashing into Zhen Yuan Zi's consciousness. Within this essence lay the primordial mysteries of creation, the supreme laws governing the ancient world, and countless ineffable wonders. He felt himself swept away by an enigmatic power as his consciousness transcended the confines of his corporeal form, merging with the universe, becoming one with Mount Buzhou. In this extraordinary realm, Zhen Yuan Zi's awareness transformed into a gossamer breeze, freely traversing the expanse of heaven and earth, attuned to the subtle currents of spiritual energy. He also felt as if he had become a resplendent star, quietly suspended in the vast cosmos, gazing down upon the ebb and flow of all existence. He could distinctly perceive the breath of the universe, each pulse seemingly narrating ancient tales. He could touch the very fabric of the laws, each vein imbued with infinite secrets. An aura of profound mystery emanated ceaselessly from him, rippling across the mountaintop like gentle waves, pervading the celestial realm. As the stars shifted and the seas transformed, time in this mystical domain seemed to lose its significance, and he could not ascertain how many millennia had elapsed. Gradually, Zhen Yuan Zi opened his eyes, a flicker of astonishment, disbelief, and joy dancing within them, a tapestry of complex emotions. In that recent epiphany, he had unexpectedly received the celestial legacy left by the primordial deity Pangu. This inheritance was akin to a beacon piercing through darkness, illuminating the myriad mists on his path of cultivation, elevating his comprehension of the Tao to an unprecedented zenith. This is indeed the legacy of the primordial deity Pangu. Zhen Yuan Zi murmured in fervent awe, his voice laced with reverence and astonishment. His hands trembled slightly, his eyes betraying endless devotion. He fully understood the rarity of this inheritance and the profound benefits it would bestow upon him. His current comprehension had surged remarkably. With a period of seclusion and diligent practice, he would effortlessly elevate his cultivation to the realm of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Moreover, within the profound legacy of the celestial principles, there exists an exceedingly formidable technique known as the 9 transformations of the mysterious arts. This is a supreme method capable of elevating one's physical form to a state of sanctity, a stark contrast to the truncated version of the 8-9 mysterious arts that has been passed down through the ages. Upon witnessing this unparalleled method for bodily cultivation, a wave of uncontainable elation surged within Zhen Yuan Zi's heart. Although he already possessed the chaos indestructible art, a grand-level technique, the emergence of the 9 transformations undoubtedly added a vibrant hue to his path of cultivation. It not only serves as an excellent reference, deepening his comprehension of the practice, but he could also choose to pass it down as a cultivation method for his disciples, or perhaps adapt it for future generations. Regardless of the approach, it holds immense benefits. With hands clasped in gratitude, Zhen Yuan Zi bowed deeply, his voice resonant and unwavering. Echoing atop the mountain, I express my heartfelt thanks to the primordial Father Pangu for this divine gift. I, Zhen Yuan Zi, shall not disappoint and will endeavor to propagate this legacy, contributing my share to the vast world of the primordial realm. After concluding his reverence, Zhen Yuan Zi prepared to descend from the unyielding mountain. As he reached the midpoint of the descent, an extraordinary sensation suddenly surged within him. His brow furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of perplexity as he pondered, what could this be? Why does such an unusual wave beckon me? Following the direction of this peculiar energy, he beheld a flickering, enigmatic light ahead, imbued with a mysterious and powerful force. Quickening his pace, curiosity and anticipation filled his heart. Upon approaching, he discovered an innate formation. This formation emanated an aura of ancient mystery, with runes within it shimmering with a strange radiance, as if narrating an untold history. Zhen Yuan Zi sensed that the formation was on the verge of activation, yet it required a bit more time. A glimmer of contemplation flickered in his eyes, soon replaced by a confident smile. Possessing the formidable Tai Xu Hunyuan mirror, he understood that he need not wait for the formation to unravel on its own or attempt to forcibly decipher it. Instead, he summoned the Tai Xu Hunyuan mirror, intending to leverage this treasure to bypass the constraints of the established formation. The Tai Xu Hunyuan mirror radiated brilliantly, casting forth a mysterious beam that clashed with the innate formation. Following a dazzling eruption of light, a passageway emerged, allowing Zhen Yuan Zi to successfully traverse the formation. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of a radiant small flag known as the Southern Flame Flag of the Ground. This flag radiated dazzling brilliance, encapsulating powerful waves of energy. Zhen Yuan Zi instantly recognized it as one of the 5 directional flags of innate origin, specifically the Southern Flame Flag of the Ground. This artifact ranks among the most elite defensive treasures in the primordial realm, containing 48 innate restrictions and possessing extraordinary capabilities such as chaos of yin and yang, inversion of the 5 elements, repelling all malevolence, and immunity to myriad laws. The discovery of the Southern Flame Flag of the Ground astonished Zhen Yuan Zi, his eyes widening in disbelief. In a previous incarnation, this treasure seemed to have been acquired by Lao Zi of the Taiji. However, Lao Zi possessed the even more powerful heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda, rendering the flag somewhat superfluous. To his surprise, he now found himself in possession of it. Zhen Yuan Zi mused upon this fortunate turn of events. After all, acquiring an innate spiritual treasure, especially one renowned for its defensive prowess, was indeed a cause for celebration. He hurried forth, carefully stowing the Southern Flame Flag of the Ground. Subsequently, he sat cross-legged, dedicating a millennium to its initial refinement. A millennium later, he finally completed the preliminary refinement, slowly opening his eyes, which now sparkled with satisfaction. He then began to explore this cave dwelling. This small cave, nestled within the unyielding mountain, paled in comparison to the top-tier cave abodes he had previously encountered. Yet, Zhen Yuan Zi did not disdain it. After all, even the leg of a mosquito, though small, is still flesh. He meticulously scoured this modest secret realm, leaving no corner unchecked, gathering numerous innate spiritual materials into his possession. Finally, he refined the core control of this secret realm and enhanced its defensive array, thereby augmenting his own haven. Beyond this small paradise, the venerable Zhen Yuan Zi embarked on further explorations of the vast expanse of Mount Buzhou, seeking to unearth additional treasures. He wandered through the boundless realms of this sacred mountain, hoping to encounter more primordial spiritual treasures or innate spiritual roots. After all, he had serendipitously acquired a supreme innate spiritual treasure, one of the 5 element flags. By continuing his journey, he might fortuitously discover even more spiritual treasures that resonate with his fate. As the venerable Zhen Yuan Zi immersed himself in the exploration of Mount Buzhou, the entire primordial world began to undergo a tumultuous transformation, an unprecedented upheaval quietly brewing. In the heavens above the eastern sea, separated by unfathomable distances, the once pristine and tranquil sky was suddenly shrouded by an overwhelming and terrifying aura that resonated deeply within the soul. This presence seemed to emanate from the ancient forces of chaos, causing the very fabric of space to subtly distort, emitting a mournful groan under the weight of its burden. In the wake of this disturbance, the once placid expanse of the sea was violently stirred as if by an invisible giant hand. In an instant, the waters surged furiously, with waves rising like ancient behemoths awakening from slumber, crashing upwards with a force capable of toppling mountains. Towering into the clouds, each crest reached dizzying heights, resembling majestic peaks frolicking upon the surface of the ocean, fervently charging towards the heavens as if to rend the very firmament asunder. Amidst the cataclysmic upheaval, a figure of unimaginable magnitude slowly emerged from the depths of the sea. It was a colossal dragon, stretching billions of miles in size, its sinuous body undulating like a celestial river spanning across the cosmos, seemingly endless. The scales of this divine dragon shimmered with a cold yet regal luminescence, each scale as grand as a towering immortal mountain, intricately patterned, as if imbued with the most ancient laws and orders of the universe. Exuding an aura so sacred that it was beyond mortal comprehension, the dragon's eyes, resembling 2 enormous stars, were set within its formidable head. From these eyes radiated a chilling golden light, sharp enough to pierce the boundaries of time and space, unveiling the illusions and truths of the world. Each shift of its gaze was accompanied by distortions and tremors of space itself, as if the entire universe quivered under its watchful scrutiny. The colossal and awe-inspiring ancestral dragon, the supreme progenitor of the innate dragon clan, now rises majestically. At this moment, the ancestral dragon slowly elevates its head, embodying an innate nobility and authority that commands the very essence of existence. It is as if the entire cosmos trembles in response to its every motion. Opening its vast maw, capable of devouring the heavens and the earth, its voice resonates like thunder, imbued with boundless power and majesty. Echoing throughout every corner of the primordial world, I am the ancestral dragon, the embodiment of the world's aqueous essence. Today, I proclaim to the primordial realm. From this moment forth, my dragon clan shall reign supreme over all scaled beings. Let the heavens bear witness. This proclamation carries the weight of cosmic intent. infused with unyielding dominance and grandeur, each word striking the very core of every soul, sending tremors through the entirety of the primordial world. It is as if the entire realm is poised to fall under its dominion, transforming into the territory of the dragon clan. Behind the ancestral dragon, countless divine dragons emerge, each exuding an intoxicating aura of power, their bodies soaring through the sky, stirring tempestuous winds that rend the very fabric of space and dim the stars. Their scales shimmer with a kaleidoscope of colors, intertwining to form a breathtaking spectacle that bathes the sky above the eastern sea in a dreamlike glow, yet radiating an inescapable aura of authority and terror. The multitude of divine dragons roars in unison, their voices crashing forth like a tidal wave, coalescing into an indomitable force that reverberates through the heavens and stirs the hearts of all living beings, plunging the primordial world into a frenzy of awe and tumult. Simultaneously, in the vast, enigmatic central continent, the ancestral land of the Qilin clan east of Mount Buzhou is engulfed by a surging power, plunging it into unprecedented fervor. Within this sacred ground, the myriad beasts cry out, their roars resonating like a cataclysm, seemingly intent on shattering the very fabric of existence. Amidst the throng of creatures, countless Qilin roam. Though fewer in number than the dragons, they are equally imposing. Each Qilin radiates a powerful and unique essence, their manes standing on end, their eyes ablaze with a fervor of reverence and zeal, embodying supreme admiration for their sovereign and an insatiable thirst for glory. Each Qilin quivers slightly, a manifestation of excitement and anticipation for the monumental events to unfold. In this fervent atmosphere, the primordial Qilin rises, seemingly touched by destiny, as if receiving a divine revelation from the cosmos, ascending from the heart of the ancestral land. In an instant, the entire terrain is enveloped in a dazzling spectrum of radiant light, reminiscent of the primordial forces that birthed the universe, imbued with sacred majesty, casting everything around into a dreamlike haze. The Qilin, resplendent in its divine glow, stands as the destined sovereign of this realm. Upon its majestic head, a pair of colossal antlers pierce the heavens. These antlers, inscribed with enigmatic runes that shimmer with ancient power, seem to whisper the oldest secrets and laws of the cosmos. Its form is robust and agile, every muscle a reservoir of untold energy, capable of obliterating stars. Its sturdy limbs tread upon the void, threatening to rend the very fabric of space. Its tail, akin to a sinuous dragon, dances through the air, generating powerful gusts that ruffle the fur of the surrounding beasts. The primordial Qilin raises its head, exuding a proud and regal demeanor, almost as if the entire primordial world bows beneath its gaze. Drawing in a deep breath, its chest expands like a vast bellows, inhaling the air from miles of surrounding void. Then, with a thunderous roar that echoes from the depths of the underworld, it announces, "I am the primordial Qilin, the embodiment of terrestrial essence, the progenitor of the Qilin clan. Today, I declare to the primordial realm, from this moment forth, my Qilin clan shall reign supreme over all terrestrial beasts. Let the heavens bear witness." This proclamation reverberates like rolling thunder, resonating through the cosmos, each word imbued with the essence of divine authority, as if all terrestrial creatures must heed its command unconditionally, lest they incur celestial wrath. Behind the primordial Qilin, a multitude of Qilin emerge, each one grand and formidable. Their manes swirl in the wind, glimmering with extraordinary brilliance. Some burn like flames, others chill like frost, and some twinkle like stars. Their eyes shine with unwavering loyalty and fervor, guardians of the Qilin clan's honor. As the multitude of Qilin roars in unison, their collective voice forms a powerful wave of sound, an invisible force that surges forth, shaking the very ground. The earth trembles violently under the impact. Fissures spiderwebbing across the terrain, mountains collapse, boulders tumble, and dust rises in clouds. The sky, too, dims under this sonic onslaught, dark clouds roiling, lightning flashing, and voids tearing apart. The ancestral land becomes enveloped in this overwhelming power, transforming into a realm ruled by the Qilin clan. In the southern continent of the primordial world lies the immortal volcano. Stepping into this mysterious domain, one is met with an endless expanse of heat and fury. Countless immortal volcanoes erupt violently, their blazing flames ascending like fiery dragons breaking free from shackles, determined to ignite the heavens. These flames harbor an inexhaustible source of power, each flickering tongue seemingly capable of annihilating the world, warping the surrounding air, emitting a hissing sound. A torrential heat wave sweeps across the land, as if intent on reducing all to ashes. Under the glow of these searing flames, the sky transforms into an eerie and vivid crimson, as though drenched in blood, casting the land in a mysterious and terrifying hue. Amidst this infernal landscape of volcanoes, many primordial phoenix trees flourish, their trunks robust and resilient. Seemingly forged from the hardest materials of the universe, capable of withstanding any formidable force. Among them, a particularly striking specimen is the exquisite Innate Wudong tree, characterized by its superior primordial spiritual roots. Towering towards the heavens, its canopy resembles a vast, verdant ocean, with each leaf shimmering with a subtle golden radiance, exuding a rich essence of life. Though it bears no fruit, it possesses an irresistible allure that invites phoenixes to alight and nest. Here lies the sacred sanctuary of the Phoenix clan, their most cherished abode. At this very moment, this hallowed ground is enveloped in a scene of extraordinary vibrancy. Birds from all directions converge, either soaring through the skies or resting upon the branches, their eyes gleaming with reverence and devotion. They encircle the primordial Wudong grove, producing a crisp and melodious symphony, as if performing a sacred and solemn opus. This is the grand spectacle of avian homage. Amidst the flocks of birds, countless colorful phoenixes dance gracefully, their feathers shimmering with a kaleidoscope of hues, resembling vibrant rainbows streaking across the sky. Their forms are light and elegant. With each powerful flap of their wings, they create a cascade of multicolored auras that adorn the heavens with an ethereal beauty reminiscent of a celestial realm. In this serene and sacred atmosphere, the Yuan phoenix slowly ascends from a magnificent primordial Wudong tree, its stature grand and resplendent, akin to a blazing peak of fire, exuding an awe-inspiring beauty and majesty. Its plumage resembles clusters of flickering flames, each feather radiating a dazzling brilliance, as though forged from the purest essence of fire from the universe. As it soars into the sky, the flames trailing behind create a long fiery tail, casting a crimson glow across the firmament. Its eyes, like two resplendent stars, are set upon its noble head, twinkling with wisdom and profound insight, as if capable of unraveling the mysteries of existence. The Yuan phoenix gradually spreads its wings, and in that instant of expansion, it seems that the entire world is enveloped by its radiant light. Taking a deep breath, it emits a clear and resonant phoenix cry, a sound that slices through the skies like a bolt of lightning, instantly resonating in every corner of the primordial realm. I am the Yuan phoenix, the embodiment of the fire essence, the progenitor of all phoenixes. Today, I proclaim to the primordial world that henceforth, all avian beings shall revere the Phoenix clan. Let the heavens bear witness. This proclamation is imbued with pride and confidence, as though all birds of the primordial realm are destined to honor it. For it stands as the supreme sovereign of the avian lineage, the ruler of this domain. Behind the Yuan phoenix, countless other phoenixes materialize, each one colossal and exuding an extraordinary presence. Their feathers glisten in the sunlight, sparkling like a multitude of exquisite gemstones. The fire burning in their eyes reflects their loyalty to the Yuan phoenix and their pursuit of the glory of the Phoenix clan. As billions of phoenixes cry out in unison, their voices coalesce into a formidable and awe-inspiring force, akin to surging ocean waves crashing against everything in their path. The air vibrates violently under the impact of this power, producing a resonant hum. Volcanoes erupt with increased ferocity, flames reaching for the heavens. The ground trembles as if rejoicing in the rise of the Phoenix clan. The entire primordial world is shaken by this overwhelming force, every creature feeling the majesty and strength of the Phoenix lineage. As the three primordial beings, the ancestor dragon, the first Qilin, and the Yuan phoenix, proclaim their presence to the primordial realm, the heavens respond. A magnificent beam of light descends, illuminating the three great clans. Boundless merit floods in like a tidal wave, enveloping the three factions. Among them, the ancestor dragon, the first Qilin, and the Yuan phoenix receive the most merit, radiating a myriad of colors, as if bestowed with unparalleled honor. This spectacle leaves the entire primordial world in awe, as countless beings gaze upward, their eyes filled with reverence and envy. The initiative undertaken by the heavenly Tao undoubtedly signifies a substantial recalibration of the primordial order. It endeavors to establish a human-centric order founded upon the three primordial clans, the dragon, the Qilin, and the phoenix, with the aim of governing the sentient beings of humanity and preserving the stability of the primordial world. This marks the heavenly Tao's inaugural attempt to manage the human entities following the immense devastation wrought by the ferocious beasts upon the primordial realm. At this juncture, while the heavenly Tao harbors trepidation regarding the destructive potential of humanity, it has not yet succumbed to total despair. Instinctively, it hopes that through this initiative, the human beings will forge their own order, thus mitigating further calamity upon the primordial world. However, the heavenly Tao has overlooked the intricacies and uncontrollability of human nature. Humanity embodies the essence of the elusive one, brimming with boundless transformations, while simultaneously signifying a lack of control. A formidable human entity possesses the potential to bestow great benefits upon the primordial world, yet may also unexpectedly unleash catastrophic destruction. Despite the heavenly Tao's aspirations to impose order through the three clans, the desires and ambitions of human beings cannot be easily restrained. Under the fervor for enlightenment and the insidious provocations of the ambitious, discord among the three clans inevitably arises. From the moment the three clans began to establish order, a colossal conflict brewing throughout the entirety of the primordial realm was set into motion. Once this conflict erupts, the devastation it inflicts upon the primordial world will be unimaginable, potentially surpassing even the havoc wrought by the ferocious beasts in the past. This will further enable the heavenly Tao to comprehend the uncontrollable nature of the sentient beings within the human Tao, laying the groundwork for its subsequent choice of Hongjun as the master of the saints, thereby intertwining the human Tao with the heavenly Tao. Only through this means can the heavenly Tao hope to maintain order among the beings of the human Tao and stabilize the circumstances of the primordial world. During his sojourn in the Unzao Mountains, Zhen Yuan Zi subtly sensed this profound transformation within the primordial realm. He paused, lifted his gaze toward the horizon. Realizing that with the establishment of the three innate tribes, the primordial world was on the cusp of entering an era of contention among the tribes. As the three tribes took shape, the primordial world officially transitioned into a period of rivalry. Zhen Yuan Zi commenced his return from the Unzao Mountains. 3,000 years later, he passed through the Hongmeng mountain range. Upon meticulous examination, he discovered that his future companion, the amiable Hongyan of the primordial realm, had yet to take form. Conversely, the Hongmeng mountain range, which he had previously scoured, had once again given birth to numerous innate spiritual entities. Zhen Yuan Zi had no choice but to endure the pain of another search. He then hurriedly departed, returning to Wanshou Mountain and the cave dwelling of Wuzhuang Temple. This journey through the primordial realm proved to be the longest he had ever undertaken, especially the time spent at the pinnacle of Unzao Mountain, where he became immersed in enlightenment, which consumed countless years. During these years, nothing particularly remarkable occurred at Wuzhuang Temple. However, the two young girls, Biqing and Yinling, missed him dearly. This was his first prolonged absence from Wuzhuang Temple, and upon his return, the two girls nearly wept with joy at the sight of him. Aside from this, during these years, the cultivation of the two young girls had steadily progressed. In the realm of the elixir garden, the numerous innate spiritual roots have been meticulously tended to by the two young maidens. Over the years, the ripened spiritual fruits and celestial tea have been skillfully gathered and preserved by them, coupled with the bountiful harvest from the primordial secret realm. The assortment of innate spiritual fruits and enlightenment tea leaves in the possession of Zhen Yuan Zi has now reached a staggering quantity. Notably, within the primordial secret realm, the seeds of the innate spiritual fruits and the tea seeds of enlightenment, previously sown by Zhen Yuan Zi, have flourished into thriving spiritual roots in the uniquely favorable environment. Moreover, the quality of these innate spiritual roots is notably high. For instance, the small ginseng fruit trees cultivated from the seeds of the ginseng fruit, if planted in the outside world, even with the finest celestial soil to nurture their growth, they would at best develop into a medium-grade innate spiritual root. However, the small ginseng fruit trees that have emerged from these ginseng fruit seeds have all matured into superior innate spiritual roots. Although the effects of these superior innate spiritual ginseng fruits do not quite match those of the exquisite grade, their efficacy and value are by no means inferior to any superior innate spiritual roots. The tea seeds from that exceptional innate spiritual root level enlightenment tea tree have yielded small enlightenment tea trees that have also reached the upper tier of innate spiritual root level. Although they may not quite compare to the extraordinary innate spiritual root level enlightenment tea tree rewarded by the system, they are nonetheless on par with the one that originated in the primordial wilderness. However, the originally transplanted enlightenment tea tree from the primordial world, having undergone the nurturing of chaotic primordial soil, primordial divine water, and the primordial yellow mother soil, has also ascended to the status of an exceptional innate spiritual root. The tree of the superior innate spiritual root, the innate dragon elephant fruit tree, which the system has rewarded, has also ascended to the status of an exquisite innate spiritual root. However, due to its initial classification as a superior innate spiritual root, the saplings cultivated from its primordial fruit seeds have only attained the level of a medium-grade innate spiritual root, even within the exceptional environment of the primordial secret realm. To further elevate to a superior innate spiritual root, an extended period of nurturing is required. along with the potential addition of more potent exquisite innate divine soil or innate divine water. In addition to the aforementioned exceptional innate spiritual roots, Zhen Yuan Zi has cultivated yet another extraordinary innate spiritual root. This remarkable specimen was nurtured from the seed of the primordial chaos Tao heart fruit, which he had consumed in the past. After partaking of this chaos spiritual fruit, he planted the seed in the vicinity of the Tai Xu lake. However, due to the direct cultivation of the seed into an extraordinary innate spiritual root, the process required a considerable amount of time. It was only recently that this exceptional innate spiritual root was fully matured. During his prolonged sojourn in the vast wilderness, he amassed an abundance of innate spiritual roots within the primordial secret realm, enabling him to gather numerous innate spiritual fruits and enlightenment tea leaves. Moreover, all the grades are of considerable quality, featuring not only chaotic root-level spiritual fruits but also a multitude of exquisite innate spiritual roots, with a vast quantity of high-grade and medium-grade innate spiritual roots. However, the most abundant are the low-grade innate spiritual roots. These low-grade innate spiritual roots were meticulously gathered by Zhen Yuan Zi from the primal chaos, comprising valuable and uniquely effective top-tier innate spiritual plants, which evolved after being cultivated in this place. Nonetheless, the essence of these innate spiritual plants is ultimately too feeble, and their potential is significantly limited. Thus, achieving the evolution into low-grade innate spiritual roots represents nearly their current pinnacle. To advance further would require an immeasurable accumulation of time, calculated at least in terms of eras. Alternatively, they could be nurtured with even more powerful divine soil and divine water to catalyze a transformation of their essence. Nevertheless, even a single low-grade innate spiritual root possesses considerable value. After all, many formidable beings in the primal chaos might not even possess a single low-grade innate spiritual root, let alone the vast number of innate spiritual roots across various grades. Such a monumental accumulation is beyond the imagination of any great power within the world of primal chaos. In order to harvest the ethereal fruits and celestial tea from the primordial secret realm in a timely manner, although Zhen Yuan Zi did not specifically appoint other beings to guard the area, he directly crafted a unique spiritual treasure to be placed within, dedicated solely to the management and collection of these spiritual fruits. Such a divine treasure is, for Zhen Yuan Zi, not difficult to forge at all. Aside from the Wuzhuangguan Cave Heaven, the years have witnessed considerable changes on Mount Wanshou, which has become significantly more vibrant. Numerous innate beings have emerged, each inhabiting the mountain and infusing it with a sense of vitality. However, Zhen Yuan Zi has no intention of accepting these innate beings as disciples. Most of them possess rather mediocre talents, only slightly surpassing those of ordinary postnatal beings, although they are classified as innate beings. The vast majority do not even reach the threshold of low-grade innate sanctity. They merely represent the commonality of innate beings, and at most, can be regarded as such. Given his status and current strength, there is no necessity for him to accept these beings as his disciples. In the future, when he chooses disciples, he will seek individuals endowed with great fortune, formidable talents, or those who simply resonate with him. Upon returning to the Wuzhuangguan Cave Heaven, Zhen Yuan Zi first imparted teachings to the two young maidens once more before allowing them to enter secluded cultivation. He himself likewise embarked upon a period of seclusion. Previously, during his ascent of Mount Buzhou, his physical form had first transcended, reaching the realm of the primordial golden immortal. However, his primordial spirit, magical powers, and understanding of the laws had yet to attain the same exalted level, remaining at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal. Yet, upon reaching the summit of Mount Buzhou, the profound insights he encountered and the heritage of Pangu's Tao he obtained had positioned him on the precipice of a breakthrough. The external world has now entered an era of the three clans vying for supremacy, which will soon precipitate what is heralded as the greatest calamity of ancient and modern times, the Dragon Han Cataclysm. Thus, it is an opportune moment for him to enter seclusion and diligently cultivate, enabling a comprehensive elevation of his cultivation to the level of the primordial golden immortal. As the impending calamity of the Dragon Han approaches, he may seize the opportunity to navigate the tumultuous waters to his advantage. Although even if he were to break through to the initial stage of the primordial golden immortal realm, he would still be unable to avert the cataclysm or the ensuing conflict between Tao and demon, nor could he prevent Hongjun from attaining sanctity. Nevertheless, this advancement would empower him, enhancing his capacity for survival and enabling him to accrue greater benefits, thus laying a more substantial foundation for himself. In the future, he would be able to live with greater ease and potentially progress at an accelerated pace. Name: Zhen Yuan Zi Cultivation. Initial stage of primordial golden immortal physical state. Initial stage of primordial golden immortal footsteps. Supreme innate demon god technique divine powers. 3000 great Tao scriptures. Primordial great Tao technique. Chaos indestructible art. Earthly golden radiance. Manipulation of creation. Return of wind and fire. Inversion of yin and yang. Size manipulation. Stellar transformation. Treasures. Supreme innate treasure. Tai Xu Hong Yuan mirror. Supreme innate spiritual treasure. Earth book. Perfect grade Hongmeng Purple Qi. Superior innate spiritual treasure. Enlightenment meditation mat. Supreme innate spiritual treasure. Yin Yang chaos fan. Innate treasure. 24-petal pure world white lotus. 12-petal pure world white lotus x3. 9-petal pure world white lotus x5. Tai Xu divine water. Chaos origin soil. Shouyang copper mother. Innate spiritual roots. Supreme innate spiritual root. Ginseng fruit tree. Supreme innate spiritual root. Innate dragon elephant fruit tree. Supreme innate spiritual root. Enlightenment tea tree x2. Superior innate spiritual root. Little ginseng fruit tree x30. Medium innate spiritual root. Little dragon elephant fruit tree x300. Superior innate spiritual root. Enlightenment tea tree x18. Medium innate spiritual root. Crimson flame fire dragon fruit tree. Medium innate spiritual root. Xianbing spirit soul fruit tree. Chaos spiritual root. Chaos Tao heart fruit tree. Supreme innate spiritual root. Little chaos Tao heart fruit tree. Heaven and earth merit. 150 million innate fortune. 92 after secluding himself for several millennia, when Zhen Yuan Zi emerged once more. His cultivation had ascended to the initial stage of the primordial golden immortal realm. After all, he was merely a step away from this breakthrough. A threshold that he could easily surpass at any moment. Moreover, he possessed supreme innate enlightenment tea leaves and numerous exceptional innate spiritual fruits. Thus, in this brief span of several millennia, Zhen Yuan Zi's cultivation had progressed, matching his physical state at the primordial golden immortal level, with advancements in his primordial spirit, magical power, and laws. However, the subsequent realms would not be easily attainable in the short term. Even with an abundance of exceptional innate spiritual fruits and superior enlightenment tea leaves, he could not hastily accumulate his cultivation. Even if such a method were feasible, he would not opt for it. To achieve comprehensive enhancement and eliminate any weaknesses, he must cultivate steadily, step by step. Pursuing immediate speed could lead to future regrets. Establishing a solid foundation is paramount, necessitating a certain period of accumulation. Regardless, Zhen Yuan Zi's current cultivation and myriad opportunities have already exceeded the bounds of his original fate by an unimaginable degree. Although he may not yet rival the earliest reincarnated demon gods, such as Hangjun and Luo Jiao, he has far surpassed his contemporaries among the innate demon gods. He has advanced ahead of them, having transformed early and traversed the primordial wilderness, fortified by a systematic existence that grants him a significant edge. With countless innate spiritual roots, and even the presence of chaotic spiritual roots, alongside numerous innate spiritual treasures and the existence of innate artifacts, as well as mastering various great divine abilities and achieving the primordial golden immortal cultivation level, the gap between him and those destined to emerge in his era has reached an unfathomable extent. Even those born with a golden key, such as Pangu and the three pure ones, cannot be compared to him. Even the most formidable among the three pure ones merely stands at parity with Zhen Yuan Zi at present. As for the innate treasures yet to be obtained, such as the Taiji diagram, Panga banner, and the Excalibur of Annihilation, the three pure ones are even less comparable. Comparisons regarding innate spiritual roots are utterly unnecessary. In terms of cultivation, the same holds true. Without specific techniques to practice, one can only comprehend the laws during gestation, and the results are far inferior to those achieved after transformation. By the time they manifest, they will, at best, reach the realm of Tai Golden Immortal. After all, if one were to directly attain the Great Luo realm, the quality of the condensed three flowers could potentially be quite low, and it is inconceivable for the three purities to exist in such a manner. Thus, upon their transformation, if they were to encounter Zhen Yuan Zi, they might still need to address him as senior. After a complete breakthrough to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal realm, Zhen Yuan Zi instructed the two young ladies to guard the cave dwelling before once more departing from Wuguan Manor. Upon re-entering the wilderness world, Zhen Yuan Zi began his journey westward. It is worth noting that Zhen Yuan Zi could be regarded as a primordial power of the Western continent, as the location of Wanshou Mountain lies at the juncture of the Western and Central continents. However, despite his numerous travels through the wilderness, he had always headed east. This was his first venture into the Western continent. Upon entering the Western continent, Zhen Yuan Zi discovered that, contrary to the later narratives of its barrenness, the region was not as desolate as portrayed. Along his journey, he encountered a plethora of celestial mountains and blessed lands, various innate spiritual treasures, celestial gold, divine mines, and celestial birds were abundant and visible everywhere, rivaling the richness found in the central continent. Moreover, although no supreme innate deities have yet emerged, a myriad of various innate beings is already ubiquitous. While the inherent qualities and backgrounds of these innate beings are akin to those of the majority previously witnessed, merely ordinary in nature, they nonetheless attest to the flourishing vitality and prosperity of the Western continent at this moment. This is, in fact, quite normal. After all, as one of the principal vast continents of the primordial world, the Western continent is naturally not lacking in splendor. Similarly blessed by the legacy of the great Pangu, the Western continent is also a realm teeming with vitality and creation. Most importantly, the Western continent has yet to be impacted by the catastrophic struggle between the Tao and the demons. Nor has it faced the threat of the demon ancestor Luo igniting the very ley lines of the continent. Thus, it is this very circumstance that allows him to witness the current prosperity of the Western continent. After the cataclysm of the demonic war unfolded, the repercussions of the grand conflict, coupled with the detonation of the Earth's veins in the Western continent, led to the near extinction of countless primordial beings. The spiritual energy and the essence of creation in the West not only diminished but also vanished entirely, resulting in a profound decline. Henceforth, it transformed into the desolate Western continent of later generations, far inferior to the flourishing of the other continents. It could perhaps only be compared to the Northern continent, which had also suffered from the onslaught of ferocious beasts. It is here that the future saint of the Western continent, often spoken of in desolate terms, emerges. This calamity can be described as one with boundless repercussions. However, should we succeed in preventing Luo Yin from igniting the ley lines of the West, it would undoubtedly yield immeasurable merit. It may not even be necessary to completely avert the disaster, as such an endeavor is nearly unattainable. At present, the capabilities of Zhen Yuan Zi are insufficient for such a feat yet. Even preserving a portion of the ley lines would still constitute an act of profound virtue. Zhen Yuan Zi evidently perceived a significant opportunity to accumulate immense merits. After all, he not only possessed mastery over the earthly writings and the ability to organize the primordial veins of the earth, but he also wielded the innate treasure, the Tai Xu Hunyuan realm, which allowed him to disregard formations and traverse the void at will. Thus, achieving the aforementioned objectives was not beyond the realm of possibility. In fact, even his current journey to the Western continent was not devoid of such considerations. However, it was imperative to devise a meticulous plan first. He needed to wait until Luo Qi had manipulated the various nodes of the Earth's veins before he could effectively target and disrupt them. Nevertheless, at this stage, he pondered silently whether Luo Qi had already interfered with the nodes across the Western continent. The answer to this question evidently requires him to gradually observe and seek knowledge during his journey through the West. Throughout his travels across the Western continent, Zhen Yuan Zi has consistently exemplified his frugal and diligent habits, fully embodying his established style. He left no valuable innate spiritual objects he encountered uncollected, gathering them all into his possession. After all, even if he were to refrain from acquiring these innate treasures at this moment, they would inevitably be destroyed in the impending calamity in the struggle between the Tao and the demons, rather than allowing them to go to waste. It is far better for them to find refuge in his own coffers. Time flows swiftly, and yet another span of 3,000 years has passed. At that moment, as Zhen Yuan Zi passed by the Hanwu Immortal Mountain, the Tai Xu Hunyuan mirror quivered ever so slightly, and he suddenly experienced an inexplicable sensation. Moreover, he was exceedingly familiar with this sensation, clearly indicative of the fluctuations of a certain primordial formation. Could it be that within the Hanwu Immortal Mountain lies a hidden paradise? A conjecture swiftly blossomed in Zhen Yuan Zi's mind. Subsequently, armed with the supreme innate treasure, the Tai Xu Hunyuan mirror, he embarked on a meticulous search. However, he expended several centuries before finally locating the presence of that primordial formation. One can only imagine the extent of its concealment. Had it not been for the initial perception of that faint fluctuation sensed through the Tai Xu Hunyuan realm, he might not have devoted such an extensive amount of time to this pursuit. In fact, he may not have even bothered to thoroughly explore this mountain range, considering it merely an inconspicuous immortal mountain of later generations. Ultimately, It was still thanks to the capabilities of the Tai Xu Yuan realm that he was able to discover the location of this primordial formation. Although there were also factors such as the formation not yet being in a state of turmoil and the veiling of heavenly secrets. It cannot be denied that the concealment of this primordial formation was remarkably profound. Moreover, in addition to that, this innate array was extraordinarily formidable, even surpassing the innate formations found in the secret realm of the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the falling treasure gold, in the superior innate spiritual root, the enlightenment tea tree. At Wu Mountain. This incited an even greater anticipation within Zhen Yuan Zi. After all, the more powerful and concealed such arrays are, the greater the treasures or opportunities concealed within them tend to be. Although it remained unclear why this lesser-known immortal mountain in later generations harbored such a potent and hidden innate formation, it did not diminish Zhen Yuan Zi's eagerness. Perhaps the reason this immortal mountain was not renowned in later times was precisely due to the overwhelming secrecy and strength of this array. Alternatively, it could have been affected by the subsequent eruption of the western earth veins, leading to unforeseen events or even becoming ensnared in chaotic currents. Conceivably, there lay hidden within it a powerful innate treasure that never emerged in later eras. Thus, Zhen Yuan Zi unhesitatingly activated the Tai Xu Yuan mirror, effortlessly traversing the formation and entering its inner sanctum. This immensely powerful innate array, capable of thwarting even the mightiest of Hunyuan golden immortals, proved utterly ineffective before the Tai Xu Yuan mirror. As Zhen Yuan Zi stepped into the scene, he found himself momentarily breathless, his gaze ensnared and utterly unable to waver. Before him lay an immense pool, resembling a vast miniature lake, its edges emanating a gentle halo. This halo flowed like shimmering starlight along the walls of the pool, coalescing into mysterious runes that flickered with ancient and distant luminescence. The water within the pool was not merely clear, it presented a profound and enigmatic shade of inky purple, akin to a reflection of the cosmic abyss, so deep that its bottom seemed unfathomable, as if it harbored endless secrets and power. The water rippled gently, each wave resembling a fold of time, carrying the marks of ages as it spread outward. The glimmers that arose wove intricate visions upon the surface of the dark purple water, occasionally revealing the silhouettes of primordial deities and at other times showcasing the magnificent vistas of the universe's primordial chaos, dreamlike and surreal, ensnaring one's senses in a reverie. Above the tranquil pool hovers a magnificent purple lotus platform of the 24th rank, radiating a brilliance as dazzling as the sun, yet imbued with a soft and enigmatic aura that compels one to gaze yet dares not to stare directly. The platform is entirely crafted from a translucent purple crystal, with each petal intricately carved with elaborate and exquisite patterns, resembling the flowing trajectories of celestial bodies, shimmering with a mysterious luster as if narrating the tale of the cosmos' inception. Each petal of the lotus platform is immense, towering over a human's height, and its edges glimmer with a kaleidoscope of colors, akin to being adorned with countless resplendent gems. Bathed in the platform's luminous glow, they emit a captivating radiance. At the heart of the lotus lies a circular recess, within which flows a golden liquid that resembles flames of gold, exuding an intense and formidable essence. Periodically, arcane symbols emerge within the liquid, flickering with peculiar light, intertwining and colliding as if participating in a mysterious rite. Beneath the platform, a faint purple halo swirls like ethereal clouds, with twinkling stars hidden within, suggesting a miniature universe brimming with boundless power. As a gentle breeze stirs, the lotus platform rotates gracefully, each turn generating a wave of enigmatic vibrations that resonate with the brilliance of the pool, creating a breathtaking tableau. Under the illumination of this radiance, the entire space transforms into a dreamlike realm, as if one has stepped into a mystical paradise. Herein lies a treasure of unparalleled worth, and to my astonishment, I have encountered it. The heart of Zhen Yuan is filled with shock and delight, mingled with a hint of incredulity. The innate treasure, the 24th rank reincarnation purple lotus platform, is derived from the semi-mature seeds of the chaotic azure lotus, seated upon the lotus, impervious to all loss. It is also a genuine treasure of the earth, a locus of celestial destiny and reincarnation, capable of evolving the 6 paths of reincarnation and perfecting the rules thereof. This innate treasure of celestial reincarnation, within the primordial realm of fate, has remained hidden, much like another potential reincarnation treasure, the 6 paths reincarnation disc. Its absence from the world may stem from various unforeseen circumstances, preventing it from being discovered by the fated, or perhaps it has slipped into chaos due to such unpredictable events. Alternatively, it might have been acquired by certain entities yet concealed from sight. However, this latter possibility is slim, for both treasures related to reincarnation are crucial to the evolution of the 6 paths, and involve an immense merit in achieving sanctity. In the primordial expanse, no mighty being is indifferent to merit. Indeed, many innate powers have devised myriad strategies and attempted various means to attain it. Before the magnificent opportunity to attain sanctity, no being would remain indifferent. Thus, possessing any one of the authentic treasures of reincarnation, it would be inconceivable to conceal such an artifact. After all, for those formidable beings of the primordial chaos, utilizing these treasures to amass boundless merits and enhance their strength far outweighs the prudence of retaining a singular treasure. This holds true even for the celestial sages. Moreover, there exists another possibility regarding these treasures of the earth. Due to their origins or other reasons, they may not have reached full maturation. As it stands, it remains uncertain whether the 6 paths of reincarnation disc has completed its gestation. However, the 24-grade reincarnation purple jade lotus has manifested before him, clearly indicating its completion. It is perplexing why, within the original fate of the primordial chaos, no living being has acquired this treasure to refine the rules of reincarnation within the cosmos. Otherwise, when Hutu initiated the 6 paths of reincarnation, there would have been no necessity for her to utilize herself to evolve the 6 paths. Little did he expect that such a genuine treasure would come into his possession. Yet, upon reflection, it is not without reason. He inherently possesses the extraordinary innate spiritual treasure, the Earth Book, which grants him the authority to grasp and refine the veins of the primordial land, bestowing upon him the inherent destiny of the master of the earthly court. The 6 realms of reincarnation, as an evolution and refinement of the earthly domain, should naturally fall within the jurisdiction of the earthly court. The 24th grade reincarnation of the purple jade lotus platform, as an authentic treasure of the earth, is indeed destined to be connected with him, Zhen Yuan Zi. However, Zhen Yuan Zi is acutely aware that the primary reason for acquiring this genuine treasure lies in his possession of the unparalleled innate treasure, the Tai Xu Hunyuan realm. Had it not been for the existence of the Tai Xu Hunyuan realm, it is highly likely that he would have overlooked the presence of this authentic treasure even if he were to pass by. He might not have even detected this innate formation. Even if he had discovered this innate formation, entering it would have posed significant challenges. After all, in the original destiny of Hongwang, Zhen Yuan Zi did not possess this genuine treasure. Of course, this may also relate to his premature emergence, his earlier travels through Hongwang, and his possession of the strength of a Hunyuan golden immortal. In the original destiny of Hongwang, Zhen Yuan Zi's time of emergence and his travels through Hongwang occurred much later than at present. Even if the destined Zhen Yuan Zi were to traverse the western continent and arrive at this location, it would have undoubtedly been after the conflict between Tao and Demon. The upheaval caused by the explosion of the Earth's veins on the western continent is unimaginable, and it is highly probable that this authentic treasure had already vanished from this place, perhaps even entering the chaotic void of turbulence. Thus, even if the Zhen Yuan Zi of that time had come here, he would have found nothing of significance. Nonetheless, at this moment, acquiring the authentic treasure, the 24th grade reincarnation purple jade lotus platform, filled Zhen Yuan Zi's heart with immense joy. Although he was not lacking in innate treasures or other formidable spiritual artifacts. Moreover, this innate treasure, the 24th grade reincarnation purple jade lotus platform, possesses rather modest combat capabilities, or rather, it is not particularly remarkable, merely classifiable as an ordinary type of innate treasure. However, its significance is profound. It can be utilized to evolve the cycle of reincarnation and refine the principles of reincarnation, which bears immense implications for perfecting the Tao, completing the primordial universe, and enhancing the heavenly laws, among others. This endeavor encompasses a vast accumulation of merit, a merit substantial enough to attain sanctity. This is precisely why Zhen Yuan Zi places such great importance on it and feels an overwhelming sense of joy. Moreover, in addition to this extraordinary treasure, the pool beneath the innate lotus platform possesses waters of unparalleled value. This is a supreme innate divine water, intimately connected to the essence of reincarnation, endowed with remarkable efficacy and extraordinary worth. The rebirth reincarnation liquid, derived from the 24th grade reincarnation purple jade lotus platform, is infused with the primordial power of reincarnation drawn from chaos, encapsulating the formidable strength of rebirth and reincarnation. It possesses the ability to transcend the boundaries of life and death, allowing the souls of the deceased to re-enter the cycle of reincarnation while retaining fragments of their past memories and innate talents. For practitioners, consuming this water enables them to traverse between the realms of life and death, comprehending the path of reincarnation, enhancing the resilience of their souls. and even granting them the opportunity to master the laws of reincarnation, thereby reversing the cycle of life and death. While this supreme innate divine water may not serve to cultivate spiritual roots, it could yield extraordinary effects for certain unique spiritual roots. Most importantly, it offers immense benefits to cultivators. For some entities, its value could rival that of a treasured artifact or even surpass it. The bounty acquired this time is truly monumental, as both the 24th grade Reincarnation Purple Jade Lotus platform and the Rebirth Reincarnation Liquid hold incredible worth. After collecting the 24th grade Reincarnation Purple Jade Lotus platform and the pool of Rebirth Reincarnation Liquid, Zhen Yuan Zi leisurely explored the secret realm, seeking additional treasures. He then proceeded to refine the control core of this secret area, further utilizing the capabilities of the Tai Xu Hongyuan mirror to conceal the location and enhance the array within. He named this secret realm the Reincarnation Secret Realm, which would stand as his first premier cave dwelling on the western continent, excluding the Wuzhuangguan. This will serve as yet another sanctuary for him, or perhaps a refuge. With this newfound cave, he has already acquired several concealed private realms, each one a premier sanctuary. All of these will become his private sanctuaries for the future. The Wuzhuang Temple shall exist as his publicly acknowledged sanctuary. Decades later, when Zhen Yuan Zi departs from this secret realm of reincarnation, it will have been completely concealed. At that moment, even the Hunyuan Golden Immortal would be unable to uncover its presence. With the current prowess and methods of Zhen Yuan Zi, coupled with the assistance of the Tai Xu Hunyuan mirror and the inherently formidable and concealed innate formation present here, accomplishing these feats is not particularly challenging. After exiting the Hanwu mountain range, Zhen Yuan Zi continued his travels across the western continent. Throughout his journey, he observed that although traces of the innate three clans, dragons, phoenixes, and Qilin, are indeed present in the western continent, they can never be compared to those found in the central continent, the eastern sea, or the southern continent. It is evident that the dragons, phoenixes, and Qilin primarily reside in these three regions. Nevertheless, the western continent has also given rise to numerous innate races. However, these races are far inferior to the dragons, phoenixes, and Qilin. Moreover, the most significant and captivating aspect that drew the attention of Zhen Yuan Zi was his discovery of the active presence of a demon race in this western continent. Moreover, these demonic clans are exceedingly vigorous, relentlessly coercing or subjugating numerous innate races to join their ranks. The power of the demon race is swelling at an astonishing rate. It is surprising that the demon race has also emerged, and their strength appears formidable, nearing the unification of the western continent. Zhen Yuan Zi sighed inwardly. However, this was a development that was bound to occur. After all, Luo Hu, as the reincarnated deity of the western continent, inherently possesses the great fortune of the West, making him the natural sovereign of that realm. Thus, it is entirely reasonable, even destined, for the demon race he founded to unify the western continent. Nevertheless, while the demon race currently wields considerable power and displays dominance in the West, they have not, unlike the innate triad of dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins, proclaimed their existence to the entirety of the Hongwang, nor have they openly contended for supremacy or the fortune of the Hongwang. Consequently, at present, the demon race has not garnered the attention of the innate triad. As Zhen Yuan Zi journeyed through the western continent, he remained oblivious to the unfathomable distances separating him from the ancestral vein of Mount Sumeru, where the demonic ancestor, Rahu, had established his domain. Within the chaotic and enigmatic realm of the ancestral vein, endless mist surged like thick ink, enveloping this place, deemed forbidden by the primal beings, which served as Rahu's sanctum, perpetually emanating a chilling aura of dominance. Rahu sat majestically upon the 12th grade black lotus of annihilation, emanating a profound, dark radiance that pulsed like an undercurrent. Ancient symbols, seemingly alive, meandered across the lotus petals, each movement distorting the surrounding space, creating rifts that led to unknown realms of darkness. Rahu exuded an overwhelming presence, as if capable of contending with the very heavens, while chaotic energy swirled around him, showcasing his unparalleled majesty and strength. Before Rahu floated 4 unparalleled divine weapons, the legendary 4 swords of extermination. Each blade radiated a fearsome brilliance and an insatiable aura of slaughter, akin to the sharpest instruments of judgment in existence. The sword of extermination shone like a blazing sun, emitting blinding crimson light that seemed to harbor boundless destructive power, capable of incinerating all order in the world. The runes etched upon the blade flickered like dancing flames, igniting ancient and mysterious forces, each symbol a universe unto itself, brimming with myriad secrets and lethal intent. When wielded, the sword of extermination could rend the very fabric of space, rendering the laws of time and space fragile, obliterating all tangible and intangible entities beneath its edge. The sword of entrapment radiated a chilling blue light, reminiscent of an unfathomable abyss, its icy essence capable of freezing all vitality in its vicinity. The runes upon its blade glimmered with an eerie glow, seemingly cursed from the depths of the nine hells, each rune a trap, ensnaring any being that dared to venture too close. Once ensnared within the sword of entrapment's domain, time and space would warp, all powers diminished, leaving even the mightiest to struggle against the engulfing darkness. The sword of slaughter gleamed with a resplendent golden light, dignified and imposing. Yet beneath this gleam lay an insatiable thirst for blood. The runes upon its blade shimmered like sharp edges, each symbol a command for annihilation, capable of extinguishing all life. When drawn, the sword of slaughter sent tremors through the cosmos, heralding the arrival of doom, as all beings trembled in its formidable presence. The sword of absolute extermination appeared crystalline and flawless, akin to a perfect gem. Yet, beneath its pristine veneer lay the power to obliterate all existence. The runes inscribed upon the blade exuded a mysterious aura, each symbol of forbidden incantation, shattering the very laws of the universe. Once unleashed, the sword of absolute extermination would plunge the cosmos into chaos, collapsing all order into boundless darkness and despair. Above these four swords of extermination hovered a grand formation diagram. Countless mysterious runes and patterns intertwined, forming a vast and intricate sword array. These symbols flickered with strange luminescence, at times rumbling like thunder, at times howling like tempestuous winds, at times blazing like fire, and at times rippling like water, encompassing all elemental forces of the universe. Within this formation, a potent aura of malevolence permeated, forged from the blood and resentment of countless beings, evoking dread in those who approached. Rahu's eyes were tightly shut, his essence surging like tumultuous waves. With swift hand gestures, each seal he formed caused the ancestral vein of Mount Sumeru to quake violently, releasing an unfathomable force as if awakening slumbering dragons. Simultaneously, Rahu, drawing upon his supreme magical prowess, harnessed the power of the land's veins and the endless might of diabolic energies from the western continent. The force of the land surged forth like molten lava, imbued with tremendous power and scorching heat, while the diabolic energies crackled through the void like dark lightnings, emitting a thunderous roar. These forces converged into a formidable torrent of energy, crashing towards the formation diagram and the four swords. Under this onslaught, the diagram and the swords trembled violently, their runes and patterns growing ever brighter, casting a light that threatened to illuminate the entire cosmos. The four swords, nourished by this power, emitted triumphant cries, celebrating their transformation and elevation. As time progressed, the torrent of energy intensified, and the formation diagram and the four swords gradually fused as one. Ultimately, with a thunderous explosion that reverberated through the heavens, the sword array of extermination was fully realized. A blinding brilliance erupted from the diagram, illuminating the entirety of Mount Sumeru. Within this radiance, the might of the sword array unveiled itself, as countless runes and patterns danced in the void, forming a colossal and mysterious sword formation. Within this array, the four swords of extermination embodied divine manifestations, radiating boundless authority and power, seemingly capable of dictating the fate of existence itself. Rahu slowly opened his eyes, their depths glinting with madness and exhilaration. Rising to his feet, he let out a resounding howl, his laughter shaking the very foundations of Mount Sumeru. Ha ha ha! The sword array of extermination is finally mine. From this day forth, who in the primordial realm can rival me? His voice brimmed with unfathomable confidence and arrogance, as if he commanded the entire world beneath his dominion. This sword array of extermination, the foremost killing formation of the cosmos, will ensure my supremacy over the primordial realm, bringing all things to kneel before me. His words betrayed boundless ambition and desire, as if he sought to envelop the entire primordial world under his rule. In that moment, Rahu exuded an atmosphere of despairing might, as if he were the sovereign of all creation, compelling everything to bow before him. Before him, the sword array of extermination appeared even more enigmatic and terrifying under his formidable presence, resembling an abyss capable of devouring all, instilling dread in every living being. However, despite the current demeanor of the demon ancestor, Luo Chuan, which may seem exceedingly arrogant, boastful, and audacious, he simultaneously exhibits a remarkable level of rationality, or perhaps one might say, cunning treachery. Even though he has successfully completed the ritual of the sword array of extermination, he has chosen not to directly venture forth to unify the primordial chaos. Instead, he He chose to sow discord among the three primordial clans, simultaneously accumulating power while undermining them, ultimately positioning himself as the beneficiary. After the demon ancestor Liu successfully crafted the extermination of Immortal's sword array, his ambitions swelled unchecked, yet he refrained from rash actions. Moreover, although the sword array of Zhu Xian possesses remarkable power at this moment, there remains ample room for enhancement. He was acutely aware of how to augment its power. In the depths of the netherworld, in the forbidden realm of the Nine Hells, an overwhelming aura of primordial corruption had enveloped this land since the inception of the universe by Pangu. This locale was one that even the most exalted immortals dared not tread. Yet, for the extermination sword array, these primordial corruptive energies served as the finest elixir for enhancing its might. With a flicker, he vanished from the sacred ground of the Shumi Mountain ancestral veins, only to reappear in the profound abyss of the netherworld. Before his eyes lay a surreal vista, where the very fabric of space seemed to be distorted and reshaped by an enigmatic force, revealing a form that transcended mundane comprehension. Above, in the opalescent firmament, floated colossal, crystalline clouds that shimmered with an eerie luminescence. Within these clouds, lightning flickered, not the usual azure white, but a bizarre purplish hue that radiated an ominous aura. Each bolt of lightning crashed down, accompanied by a resonant rumble, akin to the roar of ancient behemoths, shaking the very foundations of this realm. Towering upon the ground were mountains of bizarre shapes, not formed of ordinary stone, but constructed from a mysterious crystalline substance. Their surfaces glimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, subtly infused with an air of lethal intent. Between these peaks flowed torrents of viscous, inky liquid, the waters emitting a mournful wail as if countless tormented souls were lamenting. In this extraordinary and enigmatic domain, an endless tide of primordial corruption permeated the atmosphere, a force born from the dawn of creation, having undergone eons of sedimentation and refinement. Possessing unimaginable destructive power, it was unlike any ordinary darkness or decay, manifesting in a bewildering and unpredictable form. As though the most ancient and arcane forces of the cosmos had taken shape, these corruptive energies moved with a life of their own, occasionally coalescing into titanic, beastly apparitions. Their forms wreathed in vibrant yet deadly auras. Each aura resembled a blade capable of cleaving the heavens, and when they roared towards the sky, the sound waves shattered the surrounding space like fractured glass, unleashing chaotic energies from myriad minuscule rifts, heralding an apocalyptic arrival. At times, they morphed into ethereal humanoid figures, radiating an oppressive aura that instilled dread. In their movements, the flow of time seemed to be manipulated by an unseen hand, sometimes racing forward, reducing everything in their vicinity to mere rubble, and at other times, halting entirely, freezing existence in a moment of eternity. Occasionally, they dispersed into countless twinkling motes, akin to stars in the cosmos, yet imbued with boundless annihilative power. These motes danced through the air, distorting the void, shattering the once stable laws of space, giving birth to bizarre vortices that mercilessly consumed all surrounding matter and energy. In the heart of this abyss, the demon ancestor Ra stood, his eyes alight with exhilaration and anticipation. The boundless primordial corruptive energies here were the perfect catalyst for amplifying the extermination sword array's power. With a mere wave of his hand, the extermination sword array materialized before him. As the array emerged, it exuded a terrifying aura potent enough to make the very heavens tremble. The four extermination swords hovered in the air, their blades radiating a dazzling brilliance. A brilliance that transcended mere intent of slaughter. Rather, it seemed to embody the annihilative will of the cosmos, each beam of light akin to an ancient dragon of destruction, howling and roaring, intent on obliterating all order in the world. The runes upon the sword's blade danced with a life of their own, flickering wildly in the radiance, emanating a murderous intent so palpable that it could pierce through any defense, striking directly at the very depths of the soul. Wherever the runes traveled, space was rent asunder, and the river of time rippled ominously, as if on the verge of collapse. The array of the extermination of immortals rotated slowly above the four swords, its mysterious runes and patterns intertwining to form a vast and intricate sword formation. At that moment, the sword array transcended mere interwoven sword energies. Each stream of sword energy harbored the power to rewrite the very laws of heaven and earth. As the sword energies collided and intertwined, they conjured a colossal vortex of energy, infused with boundless chaotic force, reminiscent of the core of the universe's cataclysmic birth. Should it erupt, it would be sufficient to reduce an entire realm to ashes. Then, with a mere thought from Luo Ho, the extermination sword array unleashed an unimaginable and formidable force of attraction. This force rivaled the creative power of the universe's inception. Akin to the terrifying might of a black hole consuming all that surrounded it, drawing in the primordial tainted energy with ferocious fervor. The primordial tainted energy surged forth like a tumultuous tide, bearing the momentum of cataclysm, rushing toward the extermination sword array. Upon contact, the primordial tainted energy was instantly torn apart, transforming into countless shards brimming with immense energy, each shard containing the violent power from the genesis of the world. Akin to millions of colossal suns merging into the sword array. As the primordial tainted energy continued to flood in, the potency of the extermination sword array escalated exponentially. The radiance of the 4 extermination swords became increasingly dazzling, akin to the core of the sun, where their light reached, space was thoroughly purified, leaving only an infinite force of annihilation. The runes upon the blade became even more distinct, each rune resembling an independent universe, imbued with endless mysteries and lethal intent. The runes resonated with one another, forming a formidable energy network enveloping the entire sword array, endowing it with unparalleled defensive and offensive capabilities. The sword energies within the array grew ever more ferocious, weaving through the air to create resplendent, yet lethal beams of light, no longer mere lines, but a symphony of destruction. Instead, it has formed a series of enigmatic runes and patterns, which encapsulate the most ancient and formidable forces of the universe. Capable of manipulating the very fabric of time, space, and the laws of life and death. Each strand of sword energy resembles a divine blade, capable of severing the threads of causality. Whether corporeal matter or intangible souls, all shall be ruthlessly annihilated before its might. During the process of absorbing the primordial chaotic essence, the extermination sword formation undergoes continuous metamorphosis and exaltation. The runes and patterns within the formation flicker and transform incessantly, as if enacting a mysterious cosmic law. Each transformation is accompanied by a surge of power potent enough to shake the very foundations of the primordial realm, causing tremors that reverberate through the depths of the netherworld, even leading to minute fissures appearing in the barriers of time and space. As time progresses, the extermination sword formation absorbs an ever-increasing quantity of primordial chaotic essence, its potency reaching unprecedented heights. Luo, who stands at the heart of the extermination sword formation, feeling the elevation of its power, and is filled with immense satisfaction. As Raha reveled in the formidable power of the extermination sword array, the surrounding primordial turbid energy suddenly underwent a transformation. The once surging turbid energy became ferocious, coalescing into colossal monstrosities. These creatures varied in form. Some resembled gigantic dragons, enveloped in a haze of purple-black mist, which harbored a venom potent enough to corrode the soul. With each breath, they could conjure a tempest capable of annihilating an entire world. Others took on the guise of malevolent wolves, their eyes gleaming with a blood-red light that could penetrate any defense, igniting the essence of their foes in an instant. Some appeared as demons, marked by enormous black wings that, when unfurled, could rend the very fabric of space, unleashing boundless dark energy to consume all in their vicinity. They clawed and lunged toward the extermination sword array, seemingly intent on devouring both Rahu and the array itself. Observing this, a flicker of disdain crossed Rahu's eyes. With a disdainful snort, the extermination sword array sprang into action. The 4 swords of extermination blazed with brilliant light, releasing streams of sword energy that shot forth like meteors. At this moment, the sword energy transcended ordinary might, embodying a composite force infused with chaotic, temporal, and spatial powers. Wherever the sword energy struck, the monsters were cleaved into fragments, dissipating into clouds of black smoke. This smoke, rich with the monster's resentment and power, was swiftly absorbed by the extermination sword array, further augmenting its might. Yet, these creatures seemed inexhaustible, surging toward the extermination sword array in relentless waves. Nevertheless, Raha remained undaunted, continuously urging the array to dispatch the approaching fiends. Under his command, the extermination sword array reached its zenith of power. Each strike felled countless beasts, and the energy released with each vanquished foe was assimilated by the array, enhancing its potency. As the battle raged on, the extermination sword array absorbed ever-increasing amounts of primordial turbid energy, its power growing exponentially. Ultimately, the monstrous onslaught could no longer withstand the horrific might of the extermination sword array and began to retreat. Standing at the heart of the array, Rahu gazed upon the fleeing beasts, a triumphant smile gracing his visage. Through this trial, the might of the extermination sword array had been further refined. It was now time to return to the primordial world and execute the next phase of his plan. He stowed away the extermination sword array and, with a flicker of his form, vanished into the depths of the nether. In the primordial world, while the demon ancestor Luoho busied himself with the sacrificial refinement of the Excalibur array, Zhen Yuan Zi continued his wanderings across the western continent. As time flowed and the stars shifted, a fleeting 10,000 years swiftly passed. In recent years, the demonic forces upon this western continent have grown increasingly formidable. Countless primordial beings and innate races have been compelled to join the ranks of the demons. Even the esteemed Zhen Yuan Zi has encountered numerous invitations from powerful demonic entities urging him to align himself with their cause. However, he has resolutely declined each overture. After all, the demonic realm is destined to decline, and that demise shall not be far off. As a distinguished primordial powerhouse, it is inconceivable for him to choose allegiance with the demons. One can only imagine the reaction of the domineering and tyrannical demons to his steadfast refusal. Among the demon clan, the only one who can instill fear in the current Zhen Yuan Zi is the demon ancestor, Luoho. The other formidable figures of the demon race, including the several great demon generals, are dismissed with disdain by Zhen Yuan Zi. Thus, when faced with these demon factions that resort to violence after failed recruitment attempts, Zhen Yuan Zi unhesitatingly chooses to eliminate them all. In the process, he thoroughly plunders the resources they possess. Unbeknownst to the demon ancestor Luoho, who is preoccupied with the ritualistic forging of the Excalibur array in the depths of the netherworld, he remains oblivious to these matters. Even at this moment, while situated within the sacred confines of Mount Sumeru, he pays no heed to such trivialities. After all, despite the fact that the demon clan is on the verge of unifying the western continent and exhibiting a brazen dominance, instances of their being vanquished are not entirely absent. In such circumstances, it is invariably the minions of the demon clan who are dispatched to address the situation. After vanquishing the demonic faction that dared to challenge him, Zhen Yuan Zi reaped a considerable bounty of innate resources. Remarkably, the leaders of that faction each possessed an innate spiritual treasure, albeit all of them were of inferior quality. Nevertheless, these treasures contained innate prohibitions and the indestructible radiance of primordial essence, rendering them exceedingly valuable. All of this similarly fell into the hands of Zhen Yuan Zi. However, as long as the demonic forces did not provoke him, Zhen Yuan Zi refrained from taking the initiative to eliminate these demonic teams. Firstly, the value of the inferior innate spiritual treasures had not yet reached a level that would compel him to disrupt his own plans. Moreover, not every team possesses inherent treasures. Additionally, these demonic beings ultimately belong to the realm of Western beings. At this moment, the calamity of the dragon and Han has yet to fully unfold, and the mysteries of the heavens remain unclouded. Most importantly, the demons still possess a significant amount of fortune and have not yet borne the burden of the heavenly laws. Therefore, if one were to take action and eliminate a considerable number of these demons, it is conceivable that one could reap certain resources. However, such actions would also incur the weight of heavenly karma, thereby diminishing one's own merits and blessings. Engaging in such an exchange is undoubtedly a most unwise venture. Furthermore, should one embark on a large-scale slaughter of these demons, it would likely attract the attention of powerful demon entities, most critically that of the demon ancestor, Luoho. Moreover, such an action undoubtedly exposes oneself to the forefront, shielding the three innate clans from scrutiny. He would naturally refrain from opting for such a course of action. In addition to this, over the years he has traversed the western continent, garnering a plethora of gains, among which are several innate treasures. However, these innate treasures are merely of mediocre quality, thus not warranting his significant attention. Subsequently, Zhen Yuan Zi continued his journey across the western continent. Time swiftly passed, and thousands of years went by. During this period, he acquired a few more mediocre innate treasures, while the number of other innate spiritual items was indeed countless, marking a commendable harvest. Nevertheless, Zhen Yuan Zi now intends to return home. This expedition across the western continent can be deemed a resounding success. Setting aside the mediocre innate treasures and the multitude of innate spiritual items, the mere acquisition of the 24th grade reincarnation Purple Jade Lotus platform, a treasure of heaven and earth, along with the supreme innate essence of rebirth liquid, constitutes an unimaginable gain. Particularly, the 24th grade reincarnation Purple Jade Lotus platform. Although its quality is merely that of an ordinary innate treasure and does not reach the echelon of a supreme innate treasure, such as the treasures of creation, belongs to the realm of earth treasures. It is intricately linked to the cycle of reincarnation, pertaining to the grand merit of the evolution of reincarnation. Moreover, it is capable of producing the rebirth liquid, further enhancing the value of this earth treasure to a level that rivals that of supreme innate treasures. Moreover, this journey encountered no significant setbacks, let alone any crises. Even though he dispatched several demon tribesmen, his formidable strength, combined with the concealment provided by the Tai Xu Yuan mirror, rendered the demon clans utterly oblivious to his actions. They were unable to trace the whereabouts of the teams he had annihilated. Zhen Yuan Zi proceeded eastward, embarking on his return to Wanshou Mountain's Wuzhuang Temple. However, he was in no haste to reach his destination. Instead, he leisurely scavenged along the way. Just as he had on his outward journey, he once again examined several ley line nodes and discovered that, at this moment, the ley line nodes on the western continent appeared to be untouched by the machinations of the demon ancestor Luo. Perhaps the time had not yet come. Zhen Yuan Zi shook his head and continued his journey eastward. To ignite the entire ley line of the western continent was no simple endeavor. Even with the pinnacle strength of the demon ancestor Luo, at the time of the primordial golden immortal, it remained a formidable task. Therefore, in order for the demon ancestor Luo to detonate the entirety of the western ley line, it was imperative to manipulate these nodes in advance, connecting them as a cohesive whole. To prevent such occurrences, he naturally must wait until the demon ancestor Rahu has established his schemes, and then proceed to covertly undermine them. Clearly, the time has not yet arrived. At present, the demon ancestor Rahu may still be plotting some devious scheme either within the confines of Mount Sumeru or in some other hidden corner. Moreover, even when destruction becomes necessary, it must be executed with utmost discretion. After all, he wishes to avoid an early confrontation with the demon ancestor Luahu, for he does not intend to serve as a mere pawn for the king of the vanguard, weaving garments for others in vain. Thus, a swift passage of 10 millennia ensued. Only then did Zhen Yuan Zi leisurely return from the western continent to the 5 on Mount Wanshou. At this moment, the celestial mountain of Wanshou appeared more ethereal than ever, with an even more pronounced essence of primordial spiritual energy enveloping it. Moreover, the number of innate creatures within the mountains has significantly increased compared to before. The various birds and beasts cry out, exuding a vibrant vitality. In addition to those originally birthed and nurtured by the Mount Wanshou, these primordial beings also include numerous entities that have migrated from various other locales. Moreover, it is not difficult for Zhen Yuan Zi's divine awareness to discern that, in the more distant east, a continuous stream of innate beings is migrating towards this direction. With a mere sweep of his consciousness, he discerned the general reason behind it all. The 3 primordial clans, the dragon, the phoenix, and the Qilin, have now commenced their formal struggle for supremacy. Their current primary battlegrounds are concentrated in the vast and prosperous regions of Middle-earth, the southern continent, and the eastern sea. Presently, Middle-earth teeters on the brink of relentless warfare. Thus, these primordial beings have sought refuge here. However, judging by the current state of the world, the struggle for supremacy among the 3 major innate clans has yet to reach a sufficiently intense level. Only when their battles become sufficiently fierce and the number of fallen souls reaches a critical mass will the accumulation of malevolent energy, deathly aura, and vengeful spirits in the realm finally invoke the descent of calamity. It will also mark the onset of the great calamity. When the calamity of quantification commences and the ominous forces descend, those ensnared within the cycle of calamity shall inevitably find themselves engulfed by these malevolent energies, clouding their minds and spirits. In such a moment, they will recklessly engage in fierce battles, disregarding all else. This struggle among the 3 clans, a cataclysmic conflict of the heavens and earth, shall swiftly engulf the entirety of the primordial world. In the midst of this primordial universe, one often finds oneself at the mercy of circumstances, particularly when entangled in a calamity of cosmic proportions. Even the desire to evade such tribulations does not guarantee one's autonomy, especially for those innate beings lacking their own hidden realms. They frequently become involuntary participants in these cataclysmic events, ultimately leading to their demise and the dissolution of their essence. As for the innate beings residing within Wanshou Mountain, as long as they refrain from indiscriminately disrupting the environment, Zhen Yuan Zi has no intention of concerning himself with them. When the venerable Zhen Yuan Zi first emerged into existence, he had already manifested the 5 Zhuang Temples cave heaven. Thus, even the innate beings of Wanshou Mountain, who had not previously heard Zhen Yuan Zi's teachings, were aware of the presence of a formidable innate power within this mountain, namely, the master of the 5 Zhuang Temples cave heaven. However, due to the existence of the innate formations and the defensive measures set by Zhen Yuan Zi, these innate beings were neither permitted nor capable of entering. They lacked even the ability to approach for a visit. Upon Zhen Yuan Zi's entrance into the cave heaven, a surge of primordial spiritual energy, almost tangible in its richness, enveloped him with a force reminiscent of a mighty tide. This energy was pristine, devoid of impurities, with every strand shimmering with a gentle and mysterious luminescence, akin to countless fragments of celestial stars dancing in the air. Within this energy lay a unique essence of the cosmos. The entire cave heaven was shrouded in swirling mists, suffused with ethereal vapors. On the ground, vibrant spiritual herbs and celestial flowers flourished wildly, each exuding a distinctive fragrance that intermingled to create a refreshing aroma. The leaves of the spiritual herbs sparkled with dewdrops, resembling jewels embedded within. In the air, occasional glimpses of domesticated spiritual birds and exotic beasts flitted by, their melodious calls resonating throughout the cave heaven, as if nature itself were composing a beautiful symphony. In the distance, majestic peaks soared into the clouds, bathed in a soft golden glow, a manifestation of the utmost condensation of innate spiritual energy. Between the mountains, cascading waterfalls and flowing springs rushed down, the splashes transforming into resplendent rainbows beneath the sunlight, a sight of unparalleled beauty. The cultivation environment and scenery here were beyond comparison to the outside world, even surpassing many premier blessed lands that could not hold a candle to the current state of the Five Zhuang Temple's cave heaven. After all, the present Five Zhuang Temple's cave heaven was not what it once was. It had been enhanced with the cultivation of more innate spiritual roots and had undergone meticulous transformation by Zhen Yuan Zi, resulting in its current magnificence. As Zhen Yuan Zi stepped into the palace, he was greeted by the sound of hurried footsteps. The two young maidens, Bingqing and Yinling, rushed toward him like two joyful fawns. Bingqing wore a delicate blue dress, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, her skin as fair as snow, and her expressive eyes sparkled with excitement. Yinling donned a fiery red outfit, her charming face adorned with a radiant smile, her lustrous black hair flowing as she ran. "Master, you finally returned!" Bingqing and Yinling exclaimed in unison, their voices brimming with joy and excitement. They approached Zhen Yuan Zi, halting before him, slightly breathless, yet their smiles grew ever brighter. Observing the lively and adorable young maidens, Zhen Yuan Zi could not help but smile warmly. He gently patted their heads and said, "You have worked hard during this time." Bingqing and Yinling exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. "It was not hard, master. We have been looking forward to your return every day," Bingqing replied sweetly. Yinling quickly agreed, "Indeed, master. We missed you dearly while you were away." Zhen Yuan Zi looked at them with a sense of satisfaction, noting how much the two maidens had matured during his absence, though they still displayed their joy and excitement upon seeing him. Their demeanor now bore a newfound composure and tranquility. "Has everything been well within the cave? Has anything occurred?" Zhen Yuan Zi inquired with concern. Bingqing and Yinling shook their heads again. "Master, everything is fine. Nothing out of the ordinary has happened," Bingqing assured him. Yinling added, "The innate spiritual roots in the medicinal herb garden are thriving, and we have harvested several rounds during this time." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy flashed in Zhen Yuan Zi's eyes. "Oh, that is indeed wonderful." Bingqing and Yinling promptly turned to present the various innate spiritual fruits and enlightenment tea they had accumulated over the years. They carefully placed their harvest before Zhen Yuan Zi, who regarded the spiritual fruits with admiration. He selected several ginseng fruits, a dozen innate dragon elephant fruits, and some enlightenment tea leaves, distributing them to Bingqing and Yinling. "Take these," Zhen Yuan Zi said, "as a reward for your hard work during this time." Receiving the spiritual fruits and tea leaves, their eyes sparkled with tears of excitement. "Thank you, master," they chorused, their voices filled with gratitude. Although they had been rewarded with many innate spiritual fruits before, their joy and excitement remained undiminished. This is not due to the inherent value of these primordial spiritual fruits or the enlightened tea leaves, but rather the affection that the master has for them. Zhen Yuan Zi gazed at them gravely and earnestly remarked, "You must diligently utilize these spiritual fruits and tea leaves and strive in your cultivation. In the future, you will surely achieve great accomplishments." Bingqing and Yinling nodded emphatically, their eyes brimming with determination. "We certainly will, master," they responded. Subsequently, Zhen Yuan Zi imparted further guidance on the cultivation methods to Bingqing and Yinling before turning and returning to his palace. Upon entering the palace, he immediately heard the system notification echoing in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for embarking on a journey across the Western continent and reaping significant rewards. Triggering a random bonus. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Primordial Supreme Treasure, the Heaven-Slaying and World-Destroying Halberd. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Primordial Supreme Treasure, the Destiny Compass. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, 1,000 bottles of Primordial Creation Elixir. Upon hearing these system notifications, a glimmer of surprise and excitement flickered in Zhen Yuan Zi's eyes. He had not expected that this journey across the Western continent would yield such bountiful random rewards. The heaven-slaying and world-destroying halberd, a top-tier Primordial Supreme Treasure. Imbued with 49 innate prohibitions, this halberd, entirely pitch black, gleamed with a chilling, icy radiance, as if capable of rending the very fabric of the void. Once wielded, an endless surge of murderous intent would erupt, capable of annihilating myriad worlds and destroying chaotic voids, its might sufficient to make heaven and earth tremble. The Destiny Compass, a top-tier Primordial Supreme Treasure, also containing 49 innate prohibitions, possessing abilities such as concealing celestial secrets, discerning fate, shielding destiny, obscuring one's presence, and suppressing fortune. The Primordial Creation Elixir has the power to cleanse the marrow and refine the bones, enhancing cultivation aptitude and accelerating the speed of cultivation. Although there are only 3 rewards, each one holds extraordinary value. Even the one with the lowest worth, the Primordial Creation Elixir, offers effects of marrow cleansing, bone refining, enhancement of cultivation aptitude, and acceleration of cultivation speed. While it only benefits those with mid-tier innate divine demon lineage and lower, it remains invaluable. Though it may not have a direct effect on Zhen Yuan Zi himself, it could be utilized in nurturing disciples or gifted to others, making it a commendable present. While some of its functions overlap with those of the primordial water of the beginning, these two can be used concurrently without conflict. Perfectly. It can also serve to further enhance the aptitude of the 2 young girls, Bing Qing and Yin Ling. Moreover, the quantity is a remarkable 10,000 bottles. The Celestial Execution Spear, as a supreme innate treasure, is comparable to the Taiji diagram and the Panga banner, both of which are primordial artifacts of creation. Thus, its worth is indeed beyond imagination. Moreover, the function of the Celestial Slaughter Spear is relatively singular, focusing solely on the ultimate power of destruction, unlike the Taiji diagram, which boasts a plethora of intricate and elaborate capabilities. This also signifies that the destructive power of the Celestial Annihilation Spear will be incredibly terrifying, far surpassing that of other treasures of the same rank. At present, Zhen Yuan Zi possesses an abundance of defensive and supportive treasures, yet he finds himself lacking a weapon of destruction. The Celestial Obliteration Halberd appears to be the perfect match for his needs. However, when considering Zhen Yuan Zi's dignified demeanor, the image of him wielding a formidable halberd to slay his foes seems somewhat incongruous. Yet, this fleeting thought was swiftly extinguished in his mind. In comparison to a supreme innate treasure, such considerations pale in significance. Moreover, Yu says he cannot wield the spear for battle. The final exquisite innate treasure, the Celestial Mechanism Fate Compass, filled Zhen Yuan Zi with immense astonishment. The Celestial Mechanism Fate Compass, classified as an auxiliary type of supreme innate treasure, possesses formidable capabilities that undeniably exhilarated Zhen Yuan Zi. This compass, characterized by its ancient round form with a diameter of approximately half a meter, is crafted from a mysterious dark golden unknown metal. Its surface is adorned with profound and esoteric celestial runes that ceaselessly flow and transform, as if narrating the infinite mysteries of the universe. At the center of the compass lies a colossal chaotic crystal orb, radiating a gentle yet enigmatic glow, within which a vast galaxy seems to rotate languidly. The Celestial Mechanism Fate Compass is endowed with an innate and potent ability, requiring no additional activation or incantation. It can effortlessly conceal the celestial mechanisms, enveloping the user and all related aspects as if shrouded by an invisible barrier, rendering even the heavenly principles unable to discern the slightest detail within. Moreover, it can directly obscure the user's fate trajectory, liberating them from the constraints of predetermined destiny, thus allowing for the autonomous control of their own development, unperturbed by external forces. Additionally, it possesses formidable celestial deduction capabilities, as long as the user's cultivation is sufficient. They need only connect their mind with the compass to gain a lucid understanding of numerous celestial mechanisms, the emergence of opportunities, and potential crises. Furthermore, under the influence of the celestial fate compass, one can obscure the heavenly Tao. Even the heavenly Tao is incapable of perceiving the user's existence, rendering them seemingly invisible beneath its regulations, unbound by numerous constraints and influences. Possessing formidable concealment capabilities, it allows the user's essence, form, and even soul vibrations to be entirely shrouded from the world, as if they had never existed at all. Moreover, it possesses the formidable ability to suppress fate. Each of these capabilities is remarkably powerful and is indeed invaluable to the Zhen Yuan Zi. Its capacity to obscure the heavenly secrets not only shields one from the deductions of others, thwarting their calculations, but also averts numerous covert malevolent energies and offers a defense against hidden curses. In the primordial world, there exist numerous potent curse techniques, as well as cursed spiritual treasures, and even supreme treasures. These methods and artifacts are often exceedingly difficult to guard against. Moreover, Zhen Yuan Zi was born prematurely, necessitating the concealment of his own celestial secrets in order to prevent being deduced by those supreme reincarnated deities and demons. These all necessitate the formidable treasure that obscures the heavenly secrets. The previously acquired supreme innate treasure, the Tai Xu Divine Mirror, although possessing the ability to shield the heavenly mechanisms, ultimately does not serve as its primary function. Therefore, if a powerful being were to employ the treasure to deduce their heavenly secrets, it remains plausible that they could transcend the celestial barriers imposed by the Tai Xu Divine Mirror. Now, with the celestial fate compass, a supreme innate treasure of the celestial realm, even Hongjun, utilizing the fragmented chaos treasure, the creation jade disc, is unable to deduce his celestial mechanics. The celestial destiny compass possesses an array of formidable functions, significantly facilitating his future endeavors. Its capabilities to obscure celestial secrets and veil the path of destiny empower him to remain unaffected by calamities of fate. Even amidst such tribulations, he shall not be ensnared. Rather, he can strategically navigate through these trials and orchestrate his plans. Additionally, he is adept at evading the direct scrutiny of formidable adversaries who might exploit the cosmic order to their advantage. Regardless, the rewards from this recent sign-in have proven to be immensely gratifying. After claiming the activation rewards, Zhen Yuan Zi commenced a period of seclusion to refine these two extraordinary treasures. In conjunction with the innate treasure, the 24th grade reincarnation Purple Jade Lotus platform acquired during his travels across the Western continent, he now has a total of 4 innate treasures awaiting his meticulous refinement. Such a revelation would undoubtedly leave countless powerful beings in disbelief. Indeed, this is the reality. Subsequently, Zhen Yuan Zi devoted an astonishing span of several millennia to thoroughly refine these extraordinary treasures. Only after this extensive period did he master them completely. However, the effort proved to be entirely worthwhile. Upon acquiring these remarkable artifacts, Zhen Yuan Zi could sense their immense power. With these treasures in his possession, his own strength surged several-fold. Now, even when confronting the most formidable reincarnated demonic deities, he felt that he could stand his ground against them, fully capable of engaging in a contest of strength. Nevertheless, despite this newfound confidence, Zhen Yuan Zi had no intention of provoking those ancient beings at present. Moreover, these venerable beings each possessed numerous hidden cards. For instance, Hongjun is akin to a colossal force of nature, embodying the essence of the primordial bulldozer, adorned with an unfathomable number of formidable spiritual treasures, even including the ultimate artifacts, all of which serve as his secret weapons. In his grasp lies the fragmented chaos supreme treasure, the creation jade disc. Although it is not primarily a weapon of battle, it possesses immense power. Having just concluded his seclusion and emerged from Wuguan Zhuang, Zhen Yuan Zi furrowed his brow slightly. Has the ominous aura of calamity once again permeated the world? This presence is even more peculiar than before, imbued with a potent force that confounds the mind. Is it possible that the era of tribulation is upon us? In Zhen Yuan Zi's perception, a strange aura of calamity has once again spread across the heavens and the earth, reminiscent of the ominous energy he sensed during the Great Beast Calamity. Although this current aura is considerably weaker than that of the Beast Calamity, Zhen Yuan Zi can keenly discern that it is far more enigmatic, wielding an even stronger force of mental confusion. Could this be attributed to the great oath sworn by the Beast Emperor Sheni, resulting in a transformation of the Calamity's power? This could very well be the precursor to the Dragon Han Calamity. Zhen Yuan Zi speculates internally, his expression growing solemn. As a time traveler, he is acutely aware of the developmental trajectory of the primordial world. Following the Great Beast Calamity, the 3 dominant clans, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin, began to rise, gradually ushering in the era of their competition, ultimately culminating in the Dragon Han Calamity. This calamity was exceptionally brutal, rivaling, if not surpassing, the ferocity of the beast calamity. Countless reincarnated deities and primordial gods perished in droves, including numerous innate beings of immense power. This devastation was not solely attributable to the rivalry among the three great clans. Rather, it was intricately orchestrated by the scheming of the demon ancestor, Luoho, with even the likes of Hong Jun and other mighty beings entangled in his machinations. This catastrophe is deemed the most significant since the primordial cataclysm, leading to the annihilation of countless reincarnated deities, primordial gods, and innate races. The once dominant dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans faced inevitable decline, their fallen kin numbering beyond comprehension, while the surviving powerful beings were exceedingly few, rendering the situation perilously dire. Among the illustrious casualties were numerous prominent figures of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal rank, many of whom had attained the pinnacle of this realm, wielding innate treasures of unparalleled might, yet still met their demise. However, with his current strength, he harbored no fear of the innate three clans. After all, the gravest dangers during the Dragon Han calamity did not originate from these tribes. Thus, leveraging his current prowess and the treasures at his disposal, he could strategize effectively. Nonetheless, it was imperative to remain concealed in the shadows, for lurking dangers could still manifest. Even a minuscule fraction of peril, in the eyes of the prudent Zhen Yuan Zi, constituted an undeniable risk. On the summit of Kunlun's jade capital mountain, ethereal mists danced, auspicious clouds converged, and myriad radiant colors filled the air, creating a realm seemingly detached from worldly turmoil, a realm of profound mystery. The Taoist Hong Jun sat serenely atop the mountain, his aura profound and enigmatic, perfectly blending with the grand principles of the universe, as if he were the very embodiment of this primordial cosmos. Before him floated the fragmented creation jade plate, which, despite its shattered state, still emanated boundless Taoist essence and the power of laws. Each flickering ray of light seemed to recount the endless mysteries of the principles that have existed since the birth of heaven and earth. Suddenly, a peculiar aura surged across the creation jade plate like a bolt of black lightning, shattering the tranquility of the moment. The previously harmonious light became chaotic in an instant, with symbols flickering and leaping as if conveying an ominous message. The typically placid visage of Hong Jun transformed into one of gravity, a sharp glint flashing through his deep-set eyes as he sensed the immense threat concealed within this aura. With swift movements, Hong Jun formed intricate Taoist seals with his hands, channeling a torrent of magnificent spiritual power into the creation jade plate. As this power flowed in, the plate blazed with radiant light, illuminating Jade Capital Mountain as if it were midday. Mysterious symbols flickered within this brilliance, seemingly deciphering the most concealed celestial secrets. A calamity approaches. Could another great disaster be imminent? Hong Jun's voice resonated deeply, imbued with an air of boundless authority, echoing through the valleys of Jade Capital Mountain, lingering long after it was spoken. At this moment, his countenance was somewhat grim. As a paramount powerhouse in the primordial world, Hong Jun Taoist was acutely aware that the arrival of each cataclysm would usher in a period of untold suffering and cataclysmic upheaval. Countless formidable beings would be reduced to ashes amidst the tribulations, and the entire landscape of the primordial world would be irrevocably altered. Even with his formidable cultivation, he was not immune to the perils that such tribulations might entail. Nonetheless, within these tribulations lay opportunities as well. If one plotted astutely, immense benefits could be obtained. Far beyond the immeasurable distances from the central continent, a powerful pressure suddenly enveloped the azure skies above the eastern sea. The ancestral dragon, with its magnificent and imposing form, hovered amidst the clouds, radiating a golden sheen from its scales, resembling a blazing sun, dazzling and resplendent. Each breath it took incited the tumultuous churn of the ocean, unleashing towering waves, and all beings succumbed to its dragon might. At that moment, a mysterious shadow materialized out of thin air, seemingly tearing through the very fabric of space, abruptly appearing before the ancestral dragon. This figure was entirely shrouded in a black robe, its form indistinct, exuding an unsettling and enigmatic aura. Even the unparalleled power of the ancestral dragon, a Hunyuan Golden Immortal, felt an unprecedented sense of oppression in the presence of this figure, as if the depths of its being harbored unfathomable strength. A subtle thread of threat was palpable, even to the ancestral dragon. The dragon's eyes narrowed instantly, emitting two piercing beams of light, while its overwhelming dragon might surged forth without restraint, akin to a towering mountain pressing down upon the shadowy figure. "What divine being dares to skulk before me?" thundered the ancestral dragon, its voice resonating like a tempest, causing the very heavens and earth to shift. The black-robed figure slowly lifted its head, revealing a pair of eyes that glimmered with an eerie green light, as if capable of piercing through all illusions. Dear friend Ancestral Dragon, to attain the Tao of Han Yuan and achieve the exalted status of a supreme sage, one must unify the primordial world and gather the fortunes of humanity, it replied cryptically, its voice hoarse and deep, imbued with an ancient and mysterious cadence. Upon hearing this, the ancestral dragon's lips curled into a slight smirk, betraying a hint of disdain. Humph, a furtive wretch such as yourself thinks to beguile me with mere words? You merely present a farcical spectacle before me. Though his words were defiant, a tempest of thoughts raged within him. The aspiration to attain the Tao of Han Yuan and become a sage had long been his fervent desire, yet he had struggled to find the right path. The sudden mention of it by the black-robed figure stirred a ripple of intrigue within his heart. Seemingly undeterred by the ancestral dragon's retort, the shadow continued in a neutral tone, whether you believe or not rests solely in your thoughts. As soon as the words left its lips, the black-robed figure began to dissipate, gradually melding into the surrounding space until it vanished without a trace. Once the shadow disappeared, the ancestral dragon's expression darkened, revealing a glimmer of contemplation in its gaze. The once defiant dragon now found itself deeply pondering the enigmatic words of the black-robed figure, seriously considering the potential of unifying the primordial world and gathering the fortunes of humanity to achieve the Tao of Han Yuan. Simultaneously, in the domain of the Qilin clan on the central continent and the immortal volcanic archipelago inhabited by the Phoenix clan in the southern lands, the powerful beings Shikolin and Yuan Feng, both possessing the strength of Han Yuan golden immortals, encountered the same mysterious black-robed figure. It conveyed to them the same enticing message regarding the crucial path to attaining the Tao of Han Yuan, to unify the primordial world and gather the fortunes of humanity. While Yuan Feng and Shikolin were filled with wariness, the allure of such tempting words began to subtly inflate their ambitions. They were acutely aware of the arduous journey to attain the Tao of Han Yuan. Yet the black-robed figure's words ignited a fervent desire within them for the supreme status of a sage. At this moment, within their respective primordial spirits, the celestial path was fervently warning them. However, the ominous aura of calamity in the world intensified, surging forth like a tide of darkness. They found themselves ensnared in a cataclysm, already tainted by the overwhelming karma of the celestial path, as their ambitions and the pervasive aura of disaster gradually clouded their judgment. The founders of the three clans, who had previously sought to avert conflict, now felt a fierce blaze igniting within them, urging the annihilation of the other two factions. The impending clash among the three great clans appeared imminent, heralding a monumental calamity that could shake the very foundations of the primordial world. Outside the five, Zhen Yuan Zi resolved to venture forth once more. Despite the calamity that had already descended, casting a shadow akin to the sword of Damocles over the primordial realm, the aura of disaster had yet to reach its zenith. The most devastating phase of the cataclysm was still distant. For Zhen Yuan Zi, this was insufficient to instill a sense of retreat or to warrant avoidance. His recent retreat culminated in a profound realization during his seclusion. He sensed the presence of a primordial deity who had come to pay a visit. This individual was none other than Hongyan, the renowned benevolent ancestor from the Hongmeng mountain range. In Zhen Yuan Zi's perception, this was a friendship preordained by fate. The fact that Hongyan had finally emerged into the world and made the effort to visit left Zhen Yuan Zi deeply moved. Yet at that time, he was engrossed in the crucial process of refining several treasured items, making it inconvenient to emerge. Furthermore, the two young maidens by his side were also in seclusion, and he did not wish to disturb them, thus he had temporarily refrained from allowing Hongyan entry. Now, the time was ripe for a visit, given Hongyan's character and pedigree. He was indeed a worthy friend to cultivate. Zhen Yuan Zi's figure flickered, akin to a streak of light darting across the sky, as he hastened toward the Hongmeng mountain range. Upon reaching the skies above the mountain, he gently released a wisp of his aura. This essence, akin to a lively spirit, swiftly traversed the cosmos, precisely directing itself toward the Hongyan cave. Within the Hongyan cave, the venerable ancestor was in a meditative state. Suddenly, his eyes sprang open, illuminated by a glimmer of surprise. Could this aura signify the arrival of a distinguished guest? He murmured to himself, and with a swift movement, transformed into a radiant streak of red light. Soaring from the cave, upon catching sight of Zhen Yuan Zi's imposing figure, a brilliant smile erupted on Hongyan's face, and he exclaimed with hearty laughter, "Ah, who would have thought that today a distinguished guest would grace my humble abode? and moreover, it is a venerable expert from Wanshou Mountain. I am truly fortunate. Zhen Yuan Zi regarded the venerable ancestor before him. He was tall and surrounded by swirling, resplendent red clouds, resembling animated flames dancing around him. His visage exuded warmth and approachability, with a gaze reflecting innate kindness and open-mindedness. At that moment, the venerable ancestor's cultivation was at the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. While not among the most formidable in the primordial world, his unique aura was undeniably endearing. At this moment, the venerable Hongyun had just emerged into existence, possessing a status that could be classified as a mid-tier innate deity, though his cultivation had reached an advanced stage, which was rather typical for one of his caliber. The formidable strength he exhibited stemmed not only from his superior innate endowment, but also from the numerous fortuitous encounters bestowed upon him by the system, which facilitated his remarkable transformation. Undoubtedly, the advantage of having transformed early could not be overlooked. Without this early metamorphosis, even with the system's support, such accomplishments would remain unattainable. Upon witnessing this, Zhen Yuan Zi chuckled heartily and remarked, "I am Zhen Yuan Zi, merely having emerged a few Yuan Hui cycles prior to you. So feel free to address me as a fellow Taoist, without the need for formalities." Hongyun, being a person of great openness, accepted this with a gentle smile and replied respectfully, "I pay my respects to you, Taoist Zhen Yuan Zi." Zhen Yuan Zi reciprocated with a cupped fist salute, saying, "I pay my respects to you, Taoist Hongyun." Then, with warmth, Hongyun extended an invitation, "Your esteemed presence graces my humble abode, illuminating my Hongyun cave heaven. Please, come inside, where I may offer you my hospitality." Zhen Yuan Zi nodded in agreement and followed Hongyun into the enchanting realm of the Hongyun cave heaven. Within, clouds of mist swirled, and the air was thick with an ethereal aura, as various rare blooms and exotic herbs flourished, releasing enchanting fragrances. The interior was tastefully arranged, with stone tables and chairs meticulously positioned, exuding an atmosphere of tranquility and elegance. Seated across from one another, Zhen Yuan Zi's gaze reflected admiration as he commented, "Your cave is adorned with an exquisite charm, Taoist Hongyun." Hongyun beamed with pride, replying, "Please forgive my humble arrangements. It was merely a spontaneous endeavor. I hope you find it acceptable." The conversation flowed freely between them, traversing the vast expanse of ancient and modern tales of the primordial world, the myriad beings, and the profound truths of the Tao. They spoke of Pangu's monumental act of creation and the cataclysmic tribulations wrought by ferocious beasts. They delved into the rise and fall of various innate races and the operational patterns of the Tao. Each topic ignited unique insights, with their thoughts intertwining like vibrant sparks, as though they were long-lost friends, reveling in delightful discourse. Hongyun was awestruck by Zhen Yuan Zi's extensive experiences traversing the primordial realm, his eyes brimming with reverence. He eagerly sought answers to numerous queries, while Zhen Yuan Zi generously shared his observations and reflections. During their exchange, Zhen Yuan Zi waved his hand, and 6 translucent, fragrant ginseng fruits along with 6 powerful innate dragon elephant fruits appeared on the stone table. The moment these spirit fruits materialized, the spiritual energy in the Hongyun cave heaven intensified, almost palpable enough to liquefy. Upon seeing these exquisite innate spirit fruits, Hongyun's eyes widened in astonishment, and he stammered, "These are indeed 2 types of extraordinary innate spirit fruits. Taoist Zhen Yuan Zi, I am truly humbled by your generosity. I have little to offer in return, and yet I find myself partaking in your bounty." Zhen Yuan Zi waved his hand dismissively, smiling, "You flatter me. These are but a few treasures I gathered during my travels through the primordial realm. The ginseng fruit is a product of my accompanying spiritual root, while the innate dragon elephant fruit was a serendipitous find. Since we have met today, I wish to share these fruits with you." Deeply touched, Hongyun gingerly picked up a ginseng fruit and placed it in his mouth. In that instant, an immense surge of spiritual energy flooded into his being, continuously bolstering his physical strength. He felt as if his cultivation level was rapidly ascending, propelled by a formidable force that shattered his previous stagnation. Upon fully assimilating these spirit fruits, his realm soared to the consummate level of the Tai Golden Immortal. Overwhelmed with joy, Hongyun's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rose and bowed deeply to Zhen Yuan Zi, exclaiming, "Taoist Zhen Yuan Zi, I cannot express my gratitude adequately. These spirit fruits are akin to a timely gift amidst adversity. Without your kindness, I would have lingered in this stagnant state for an indeterminate time." Zhen Yuan Zi promptly assisted Hongyun to his feet, saying, "There is no need for such formality, my friend. Our meeting is a matter of destiny. There is no need for such distance between us." The two continued their dialogue, ranging from insights on cultivation to visions for the future, from the state of the primordial world to the fates of all beings. Time slipped by unnoticed, and before long, several days had passed. Zhen Yuan Zi slowly rose, his expression turning serious and solemn as he regarded Hongyun with earnestness. Taoist Hongyun, the great calamity has now descended upon the primordial realm. The shadows of tribulation loom over this land. During this time, myriad crises will inevitably arise across the primordial expanse, with undercurrents of danger lurking. It would be wise for you not to venture out into the primordial realm lightly. Should you choose to do so, remain close to the Hongmeng mountain range. It is safest to cultivate within this cave heaven, as it will minimize the risk of unnecessary peril. The potency of this calamity far exceeds our imagination. A moment's carelessness could lead to irreparable consequences. Upon hearing this, Hongyun's demeanor shifted, and he nodded solemnly in acknowledgement. I shall heed your counsel, Taoist Zhen Yuan Zi. I will exercise caution and remain focused on my cultivation within this cave heaven, avoiding unnecessary troubles. Seeing his sincerity, Zhen Yuan Zi felt reassured and nodded slightly. That is commendable. It has been a pleasure conversing with you, Taoist Hongyun, but it is growing late, and I must take my leave. Hongyun's eyes reflected reluctance as he replied. Taoist Zhen Yuan Zi, as we part ways today, I cannot help but wonder when we shall meet again. I hope you will visit often. Zhen Yuan Zi's gentle smile returned as he assured, Indeed, I shall make it a point to return. Take care, my friend. With that, Zhen Yuan Zi vanished like a fleeting light, disappearing into the horizon. Hongyun gazed in the direction of his departure, filled with admiration and gratitude for Zhen Yuan Zi. Time flowed like a fleeting shadow, and as the stars shifted in the heavens, thousands of years had passed since Zhen Yuan Zi last parted from Hongyun. The primordial world had undergone a dramatic transformation, with calamity having fully descended. The chilling aura of tribulation spread across the land like a black tide, overwhelming the primordial realm with its formidable force. Due to the vengeful essence and malevolent aura spawned from the Beast Emperor's divine fusion with 3,000 chaotic demonic deities, a formidable calamity was unleashed, manifesting as the power of tribulation. This force of tribulation possesses the insidious ability to ensnare the hearts and minds of sentient beings, plunging them into an abyss of unending madness and slaughter. Even more terrifying is its capacity to obscure the celestial mechanisms, casting a heavy shroud over the heavenly Tao, rendering it devoid of its former majesty and efficacy amidst this harrowing tribulation. The binding laws of the heavenly Tao upon the realms and their inhabitants have grown exceedingly tenuous, allowing those tainted by the power of tribulation to transcend their limits with relative ease, further exacerbating their descent into madness. The entire primordial world seems to have broken free from the shackles of the heavenly Tao, spiraling into an abyss of chaos and disorder, as if vowing to shatter this primordial realm entirely without respite. As the protagonists of this Dragonhan calamity, the Innate three clans, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin, are the foremost victims of the tribulation's insidious influence. The terrifying power of tribulation gradually erodes their rationality, driving them into a frenzy of brutality. Simultaneously, it appears as though they have been bestowed with a gift from the tribulation, augmenting their strength, with the constraints of the heavenly Tao's laws diminishing. The pace at which these clans' powerful beings ascend in rank accelerates with astonishing velocity, akin to a rocket soaring through the skies. What once required countless eons to achieve now becomes effortlessly attainable, bolstered by the might of tribulation. This sudden surge in power incites further madness within these formidable beings, their ambitions spreading like rampant weeds in their hearts. Under the relentless drive of unbridled desire, the Innate three clans embark on a bloody campaign to conquer the primordial world. Time passes swiftly, and another Yuan Zi has elapsed. Within the Dongdian of Wuzhuang Temple, Zhen Yuan Zi concludes his cultivation. At this moment, his cultivation had finally made a comprehensive breakthrough from the early stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm to the mid-stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm. This inevitably led Zhen Yuan Zi to reflect on the immense difficulty of cultivating to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal level. Even with his exceptional foundation and the abundant resources at his disposal, the pace of his breakthroughs had significantly slowed compared to before. Prior to the onset of this calamity, he had already remained at the early stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm for several millennia. Now, after spending a significant amount of time, I have finally transcended to the mid-stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm. In the midst of the primordial chaos, a single cycle of the Yuan era spans an impressive 129,600 years. Moreover, this remarkable cultivation speed can be attributed to his possession of numerous exceptional innate spiritual roots, including the rare chaotic spiritual root, as well as a wealth of invaluable resources. In reality, his rate of breakthrough is already remarkably swift, like many innate prodigies. Even the mere ascension to the great Luo realm often demands several epochs of time. It is quite common for those formidable beings known as the mixed Yuan golden immortals to struggle for over a dozen epochs in their attempts to transcend a minor realm. Otherwise, the ancestral figures of the three clans, the dragon, the phoenix, and the Qilin, would not exhibit such fervor in their quest to attain higher realms. Moreover, Zhen Yuan Zi's breakthrough encompasses simultaneous advancements in physical form, magical power, primordial spirit, and the fundamental laws, rather than a singular aspect alone. Such a level of difficulty undoubtedly amplifies the challenge manifold. The combination of such circumstances with this extraordinary pace is something that many innate powers find difficult to comprehend, and even harder to believe. If Zhen Yuan Zi were not for the existence of the system, the transformation of his innate talents, the possession of extraordinary spiritual roots, unparalleled resources, and the remarkable techniques bestowed by the system, along with the principles enshrined in the 3,000 Tao Sutras, he would not have been able to achieve such rapid breakthroughs. Furthermore, throughout this Yuan Wei, apart from occasionally visiting friends, engaging in discussions with Hongyun, and making a brief sojourn to the west to survey the situation, as well as collecting some items from the battlefield of the three clans, he dedicated the majority of his time to secluded cultivation. It is this rigorous dedication that has led to his comprehensive advancement today. At this moment, the vast expanse of the outer world has undergone tremendous transformations during this period of the Yuan Assembly. In the initial phase of the calamity, the leaders of the three clans, the ancestor dragon, the primordial Qilin, and the original phoenix, still retained a semblance of lucidity. They were acutely aware of the brutality and peril inherent in a full-scale war among their clans. Thus, they exercised mutual restraint, striving to maintain a delicate equilibrium among the three factions. However, lurking in the shadows, the demon ancestor Rahu, as the primary instigator of this calamity, was determined not to allow such a state of affairs to persist. He would not permit this precarious balance to endure for long. He dispatched agents to secretly impersonate the powerful beings of the three clans, wreaking havoc across the vast wilderness by indiscriminately slaughtering members of the other two clans and sowing discord. Each bloody massacre acted as fuel poured onto dry tinder, intensifying the animosity among the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans like a brewing volcano. The long-standing conflicts resulting from years of warfare had already created an immense reservoir of grievances. Ultimately, under the weight of repeated provocations and conspiracies, the tensions among the three great clans erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. On that fateful day, the entire primordial world was shrouded in the relentless flames of war, with the cacophony of battle cries, wails of anguish, and roars of fury intertwining, resembling a mournful dirge emanating from the depths of hell. Moreover, due to the presence of these three primordial clans, which command the groups of scales, beasts, and avians, the scale of this war rapidly escalated, akin to a snowball effect, growing ever larger. Billions of primordial beings became ensnared in its clutches. Countless souls were displaced or perished amidst the chaos of conflict. The earth was stained crimson with blood, rivers choked with corpses, transforming the entire primordial world into a hellish realm. However, for Zhen Yuan Zi, who was diligently cultivating within the confines of the Five Zhuang Temple, this turmoil and slaughter seemed like the affairs of a distant realm. Although the calamities raging outside were extraordinarily terrifying, they bore no effect on him whatsoever. Instead, he would occasionally venture out from the temple to observe the unfolding tribulations. Guarded by numerous treasured artifacts, particularly the celestial mechanism Fate Compass, his destiny was thoroughly concealed, isolating him from the malevolent energies of the outside world. Under this protective barrier, the ominous forces of the tribulations could hardly inflict any significant impact upon him. Thus, he remained unperturbed by the encroachment of calamities, shielded from being drawn into this harrowing catastrophe. At such a critical juncture, amidst his seclusion, he took the opportunity to traverse the primordial wilderness, not merely to observe the epic clash of the three clans. While witnessing the tumult, he sought to collect the fallen bodies of the formidable beings from the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans. Following this cataclysm, as these three clans began to decline and their ranks of powerful beings dwindled, the prospect of acquiring such numerous remains would soon become exceedingly arduous. Thus, seizing this moment to gather some was prudent. Otherwise, it would be a squandered opportunity, or worse, a boon to the demon ancestor, Luo Ho, who might utilize them to refine his extermination sword array. After all, Zhen Yuan Zi had previously encountered traces of the demon ancestor on the battlefield of the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans. Despite the demon ancestor's elusive nature, Zhen Yuan Zi had managed to track him down with his treasured artifacts. Conversely, though the demon ancestor possessed a greater realm of power, he failed to detect Zhen Yuan Zi, who was veiled by the celestial compass of fate and the existence of the supreme void. In the eastern sea of the primordial wilderness, the once tranquil waters suddenly stirred as if agitated by an unseen giant hand. The inky waters began to whirl in a bizarre manner, sending visible black ripples racing outward, as if intent on engulfing the entire cosmos in a terrifying vortex. From the depths of the ocean, a muffled roar resonated, akin to the heartbeat of an ancient behemoth, with each tremor causing the very fabric of the primordial realm to shudder. With a thunderous crack that shattered the fabric of space and time, an unimaginably colossal dragon burst forth from the depths. Its length spanned billions of miles, coiling majestically between heaven and earth. Resembling a mighty mountain range bridging the continuum of time and space, the dragon's scales emitted a blinding radiance, more dazzling than the sun itself. With each scale as large as a mountain, refracting a kaleidoscope of colors under the sunlight, as if each held the mysteries of the universe. The dragon's whiskers extended for tens of thousands of miles, resembling two flowing rivers of stars, dancing wildly in the gale. Each motion induced violent distortions in space, creating black fissures that sprawled like a spider's web around it, threatening to consume all in their path. As the dragon soared into the sky, the waters it displaced formed towering curtains, rising to thousands of miles, enveloping the entire eastern sea in a colossal embrace. These water curtains shattered and reformed under the dragon's might, each rupture accompanied by earth-shattering roars, as though the very heavens were weeping. The dragon's emergence disrupted the laws of the primordial world. The celestial bodies wavered in their courses, flickering as if on the verge of breaking free from their orbits. The dragon opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a roar capable of collapsing the very fabric of existence. This sound sliced through the endless expanse of time and space, sending terrifying shockwaves radiating from the dragon's core. Wherever the sound waves traveled, space fragmented into countless shards, mountains crumbled under the onslaught, and the earth contorted as if manipulated by an invisible hand, creating unfathomable chasms and towering peaks. The vast continuum of time and space quaked under the weight of this roar, teetering on the brink of total collapse. Ha 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 ha. The dragon's laughter resounded, wild and unrestrained, echoing like thunder throughout the realms. Finally, it had transcended to the late stage of the mixed Yuan golden immortal. The path of fortune was indeed the key to my supreme dominion. In its colossal eyes, larger than planets, burned an insatiable madness, revealing an extreme thirst for power and an unyielding desire to claim dominion over the primordial wilderness. At this moment, the ancestral dragon resembled a god of death, surveying the entirety of the primordial realm, where all creatures appeared as insignificant as ants. As this calamity unfolded, the dragon clan, wielding formidable strength and an ever-increasing fortune, embarked on a campaign throughout the primordial world. Each battle was akin to an unstoppable torrent, where all tribes capitulated before the might of the dragon clan. As the conquered tribes multiplied, the dragon clan's fortune swelled like a rolling snowball, amplifying the power of fortune available to the ancestral dragon. This formidable force of fortune acted as a catalyst, propelling the ancestral dragon's cultivation speed to astonishing heights. In the span of a mere round of time, the ancestral dragon ascended from the mid-stage to the late stage of the mixed Yuan golden immortal. Of course, this was also due to the suppression of the heavenly principles and the weakening of the constraints placed upon all beings by the Tao of Heaven. Such a rapid advancement has further solidified Zulong's belief in the righteousness of the path of destiny, intensifying its fervent desire to unify the primordial chaos. Moreover, the progeny of the dragon race are numerous, with countless beings possessing the dragon bloodline. This abundance endows the dragon race with an undeniable supremacy among the three primordial clans. Such formidable power further ignites the ambition of the ancestor dragon. It resolves to no longer conceal its brilliance. The time has come to proclaim the dragon race's dominion over the vast wilderness. The ancestor dragon lets out a thunderous roar, its voice resonating like rolling thunder. Echoing through every corner of the eastern sea, "Come forth, children of the dragon race. Join me in conquering this primordial world." Instantly, billions of divine dragons ascend from the surface of the eastern sea, obscuring the sky. The resplendent colors of the seven-colored divine dragons shimmer like a rainbow, each flicker invoking a kaleidoscope of ripples in space. The azure dragon, enveloped in rich azure energy, causes flora to flourish wildly in its wake, as if it were a harbinger of life. The heavenly dragon exudes an aura of mystery, weaving through the clouds, each flight stirring the clouds into a furious tempest. The 5-clawed golden dragon and the 9-clawed golden dragon stand as the sovereigns of the dragon race, emanating an overwhelming presence, with each scale harboring the power to annihilate worlds. The cacophony of billions of divine dragons resounds, their collective roar threatening to shatter the very heavens. Their eyes brim with excitement, fervor, and fervent zeal, each dragon yearning to follow the ancestor dragon into battle to dominate the primordial realm. The voice of the ancestor dragon reverberates with authority and might. From this day forth, we, the dragon race, shall be the overlords of the primordial wilderness, uniting all tribes. Any clan that dares to defy us shall face extinction, obliteration, and eradication. Let every inch of the primordial lands bow beneath our feet. Dominate the primordial wilderness. Dominate the primordial wilderness. The billions of divine dragons unite in a deafening chorus, their voices brimming with arrogance and authority. Their roars echo through the realms, as if to ensnare the entire primordial world under the dragon race's rule. At this moment, every divine dragon manifests its majesty and resolve, their form shimmering under the sun's radiance, akin to an indomitable legion of steel. Simultaneously, in the ancestral land of the Qilin on the central continent, a similarly awe-inspiring spectacle unfolds. The once tranquil Qilin homeland is suddenly enveloped by a terrifying aura. The ground quaking violently as golden light erupts from the earth, soaring into the sky. Amidst this brilliance, the primordial Qilin's form expands, an unfathomable power surging from within, distorting the surrounding space as if it were on the verge of being torn asunder. With a cataclysmic roar, the primordial Qilin ascends to the late stage of the Hunyuan golden immortal realm. It radiates a dazzling golden light, akin to a golden sun illuminating the entire Qilin homeland. The sharp gleam in the primordial Qilin's eyes betrays boundless ambition and dominance. It bellows skyward, its voice echoing throughout the central continent. Hear me, children of the Qilin race. Today, I have ascended to the late stage of the Hunyuan golden immortal realm, a divine gift bestowed upon us by the heavens. From this moment forth, we shall unite all tribes of the primordial wilderness and become its sovereign. Any clan that stands in our way shall be ground into dust. Unite the primordial wilderness. Unite the primordial wilderness. Millions of Qilin and other beasts roar in unison, their voices resonating through the skies. Their eyes reflect fervor and loyalty, unconditionally obeying the commands of the primordial Qilin. The very earth of the Qilin homeland trembles under their roars, seemingly rejoicing in the rise of the Qilin race. The manes of the Qilin dance wildly in the wind, their forms exuding immense power, each Qilin akin to a valiant warrior, ever prepared to fight for the glory of their kind. On the southern volcanic island where the Phoenix race resides, a similarly shocking scene unfolds. The volcano on the island erupts violently, streams of molten lava surging forth like fiery dragons, ascending towards the heavens. The lava ignites in the air, creating a vast sea of flame that envelopes the entire volcanic island. Amidst this inferno, the primordial phoenix is ablaze with fierce flames, the colors shifting from red to gold to purple, each hue embodying terrifying power. With a clarion call that resonates through the air, the primordial phoenix ascends to the late stage of the Hunyuan golden immortal realm. It unfurls its wings, spanning thousands of miles, each feather glimmering like a myriad of precious gems. Its eyes burn with intense flame, radiating boundless majesty and authority. The primordial phoenix proclaims to the entire southern continent, "Hear me, children of the phoenix race. Today, I have ascended to the late stage of the Hunyuan golden immortal realm, marking our rise. From this moment on, we, the phoenix race, shall unite all tribes of the primordial wilderness, compelling the entire realm to submit to our flames. Any who dare oppose us shall be reduced to ashes. Unite the primordial wilderness. Unite the primordial wilderness." Millions of phoenixes and other avian creatures cry out in unison, their voices deafening. They burn with fierce flames as if intent on igniting the entire world. The sky above the southern continent turns crimson beneath their cries, resembling a burning ocean. The avian creatures soar and dance in the air, their silhouettes illuminated by the flames, each filled with fighting spirit, eager to follow the primordial phoenix in conquering the primordial realm. As the ancestors of the three primordial clans simultaneously break through to the late stage of the Hunyuan golden immortal realm, they issue their declarations of dominion over the primordial wilderness. A grand war, set to engulf the entire primordial world, is on the verge of commencing, as the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin races prepare to unleash a tumultuous struggle that will reshape the primordial landscape. A cadre of elite primordial beings is surreptitiously emerging from the many revered mountains and rivers of the primordial world. Their arrival will undoubtedly add new turbulence to an already tempestuous primordial realm. In the eastern Kunlun, within the ethereal realm of Qingxiu, the air is thick with rich spiritual energy, swirling in a dreamlike haze. Suddenly, a wave of Taiji energy, infused with boundless merit, rushes forth from the void. Pure and untainted, the light of the merit shines brilliantly, akin to the convergence of stars. As this radiant energy coalesces, an elderly Taoist figure gradually materializes. He is enveloped in an aura of immortality, appearing as though he hails from the celestial realms. His white hair cascades like the Milky Way, each strand luminous with enigmatic light. His visage exudes kindness yet commands respect, with eyes deep as the abyss, seemingly holding the wisdom of ages. Atop his head rests the primordial treasure, the Linglong Xian Wang Pagoda, a nine-tiered structure inscribed with mysterious runes that glow with an ominous light, exuding an aura of reverence. Surrounding the pagoda, countless streams of celestial light swirl, each imbued with formidable merit, capable of suppressing all evil and defending against any assault, ensuring the primordial remains invincible. The elderly Taoist is draped in a yin-yang robe, its colors shifting with an ethereal grace, at times as luminous as daylight, and at others as profound as the night. The patterns on the elder's robe flickered in and out of visibility with his movements, seemingly embodying the transformative interplay of yin and yang. The aged Taoist's gaze was deep and contemplative, quietly observing the two streams of ethereal energy beside him. These two wisps of pure essence danced around him like spirited sprites, occasionally intertwining and at other times drifting apart. The elder furrowed his brow slightly, as if pondering something of great significance. Eventually, he gently raised his hand. The fingers long and pale, resembling delicate sculptures of white jade. With a subtle sweep, two beams of light shot forth from the streams of energy, akin to shooting stars, before vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Yet those two strands of pure energy seemed utterly oblivious, continuing to dance with carefree grace. The elderly Taoist's lips curled slightly upward, revealing a barely perceptible smile, as a flicker of contentment crossed his eyes. In the western continent, atop the sacred mountain, a naturally auspicious celestial white lotus blossomed silently. The petals of the lotus were as pure as jade, each radiating a gentle luminescence, with tendrils of golden fortune flowing along them, resembling the most precious treasures of the universe. At this moment, a primordial force from the exquisite innate bamboo root began to merge into the lotus, causing it to shine brilliantly, emanating a powerful aura. As the radiance gradually receded, a middle-aged Taoist, his face etched with suffering, materialized before the onlookers. His gaunt visage and eyes bore infinite compassion, as if he could perceive all the world's suffering. With a soft sigh, the middle-aged Taoist plucked a segment from the bitter bamboo root. As he grasped the root, a faint, refreshing fragrance wafted forth. With swift movements, he formed intricate hand seals while murmuring incantations, sending forth mysterious symbols from his fingertips to merge into the root. As the symbols infused, the root began to transform, gradually morphing into a supreme spiritual treasure, the 6 roots of purity bamboo. This bamboo, vibrant green throughout, was inscribed with enigmatic symbols that glimmered softly, and its tip radiated strands of light as if capable of severing all worldly troubles. Beside the middle-aged Taoist stood a magnificent western metal Bodhi tree, standing tall and proud. Its robust trunk and lush foliage sparkled with the essence of metal energy. A single seed upon the Bodhi tree, infused with innate metal essence, glowed brilliantly as a figure emerged from within. Approaching the middle-aged Taoist, he respectfully bowed and spoke, "Senior brother, I greet you." The middle-aged Taoist nodded with a smile, replying, "Junior brother, now that we have taken form, we must contribute to this primordial realm." Subsequently, he, like his senior brother, plucked a branch from the Bodhi tree. Holding the branch in his hand, he combined it with 7 innate spiritual materials, one by one. As the materials merged, the Bodhi branch began to transform, gradually evolving into a supreme spiritual treasure, the 7 Treasures Marvel Tree. This tree boasted 7 branches, each adorned with a gemstone of a different hue, radiating dazzling light. With the 7 colors intertwining to form a resplendent rainbow, a gentle sway of the 7 Treasures Marvel Tree produced a melodious sound, imbued with immense power, as if capable of purifying all evil in the world and gathering all things within. In the western Kunlun, within the jade pool of the celestial mountains, there lay a realm seemingly detached from the mundane world, a dreamlike paradise. The lake shimmered like a vast crystal mirror, reflecting the surrounding mountains and flora, enchanting in its ethereal beauty. The water was rich with spiritual energy, each droplet resembling a meticulously carved jewel, sparkling with myriad colors, intertwining to form splendid halos that gently rippled across the surface. Suddenly, the previously tranquil waters were violently stirred, as if by an invisible hand, churning into massive whirlpools that threatened to engulf the entire world. A powerful, heart-pounding aura surged from the depths of the lake, imbued with an innate nobility and mystery, instantly enveloping the entire jade pool. In a flash of light, the figure of a woman gradually emerged. As the brilliance faded, the onlookers beheld a woman of unparalleled beauty and noble demeanor, the Western Queen Mother. Clad in an exquisitely ornate feathered robe, her garments flowed elegantly, each fold imbued with boundless charm, dancing delicately in the breeze, as if she were an otherworldly being untouched by earthly troubles. Her complexion was as pale as jade, smooth and delicate like the finest mutton-fat jade, glowing softly in the sunlight. Her bright, captivating eyes resembled the most brilliant stars in the night sky, deep and alluring, exuding an innate regal aura that deterred any from gazing directly upon her. Adorning her head was a beautifully crafted phoenix crown, encrusted with numerous dazzling gemstones, each sparkling with radiant light, as if the stars of the night sky had been plucked and adorned upon her. With every movement, the crown shimmered, a sight to behold. The Western Queen Mother slowly opened her eyes, surveying her surroundings with a glimmer of curiosity and exploration. When her gaze fell upon a large stone nearby, a flicker of surprise danced in her eyes. Upon the stone lay several spirit fruits emitting a peculiar glow, the most striking being a transparent fruit radiating a soft golden light, the supreme innate spirit fruit, the ginseng fruit, and notably, the original version. Its fragrance was intoxicating. Merely inhaling it invigorated the senses, dispelling fatigue in an instant. The other three fruits exhibited unique life force patterns, adorned with strange markings, emanating powerful vibrations. Representing the original high-grade innate spirit fruit, the innate dragon elephant fruit. With a gentle gesture, the Western Queen Mother summoned the fruits, which floated gracefully into her hand. She examined them closely, a smile of delight illuminating her face as she murmured, "I did not expect to encounter such precious spirit fruits upon my very emergence. Truly, the heavens favor me." At that moment, her attention was drawn to some cryptic symbols etched into the side of the stone. Approaching, she discovered these symbols to be obscure laws, containing the essence of the lunar and pure Yin principles. Furrowing her brow, she contemplated, extending her delicate fingers to touch the symbols, as a surge of powerful energy coursed into her being. Her body trembled slightly, and a look of astonishment washed over her face as she murmured, "What formidable power of the laws is this? Which esteemed predecessor left this behind?" Immersed in her understanding of the laws, her gaze suddenly sharpened, as if she had caught a faint trace of an elusive presence. Following the source of the aura, a hint of astonishment flickered across her expression. It turned out, this aura belonged to Zhen Yuan Zi. A complex swirl of emotions surged within the Western Queen Mother, a blend of reverence for the predecessor who left behind such invaluable treasures and profound laws, and curiosity about this mysterious presence. She gently closed her eyes, attuning herself to the energy's fluctuations, seeking to glean more information about Zhen Yuan Zi. After a moment, she slowly opened her eyes, determination shining within as she softly declared, "This esteemed predecessor left such precious gifts. There must be profound significance. If fate allows, I shall express my gratitude in person in the future." However, she slightly raised her head and gazed into the distance, her eyes revealing a hint of concern. The Blood Sea, the most eerie and sinister place on this primordial continent, is perpetually shrouded in crimson mist. The surging blood waters resemble boiling magma, tumultuous and relentless, with waves crashing against the shore, producing a deafening roar. The air is thick with a nauseating metallic scent, so potent that it seems almost tangible, instilling a sense of dread in every being that treads upon this ground. Deep within the tumultuous depths of the Blood Sea, a mysterious and formidable power is quietly gathering. Suddenly, a blinding beam of blood light shot into the sky, piercing through the thick crimson clouds above the Blood Sea like a sharp sword, soaring into the heavens. The entire Blood Sea appeared even more grotesque and terrifying under the illumination of this blood light, with the waves churning more violently, as if welcoming the arrival of an unparalleled powerhouse. With the emergence of this blood light, a towering figure slowly ascended from the Blood Sea. It was the ancestor of the Underworld River. The ancestor of the Underworld River stood majestically, every inch of his muscular form brimming with boundless power, as if he could effortlessly shake the heavens and the earth. His visage was as cold as ice, sharply defined, with eyes akin to wolf's eyes in a frigid night, glimmering with a chilling and ruthless light that sent shivers down one's spine. He donned a blood-red robe intricately embroidered with vivid dragon patterns that seemed alive, clawing and thrashing in the reflection of the blood light, as if ready to break free from the confines of the robe and soar into the sky. In his hands, he wielded two world-renowned treasures, the Yuan Zi sword and the Abijna sword. The Yuan Zi sword, slender and elongated, radiated a deep blood-red glow, akin to burning flames, as if destined to devour all existence. Its blade was inscribed with countless mysterious runes that flickered with an eerie light, whispering tales of bloody massacres. The Abijna sword exuded a chilling aura of death, its broad and heavy blade resembling a colossal mountain, capable of causing tremors in space with each swing. The most terrifying aspect of these treasures lies in their ability to kill without incurring karmic retribution. Whenever the ancestor of the underworld river wielded these two artifacts, regardless of the might of the slain, not a trace of karmic consequence would cling to him, as if the slaughters had never transpired. Beside him, an even more powerful treasure, the 12-petaled fiery red lotus of karmic fire, floated. This lotus, with its 12 petals, flickered with scorching flames, embodying boundless karmic power. The fiery red lotus rotated slowly, emanating a formidable pressure, as if capable of suppressing all evil in the world. Not only did the 12-petaled fiery red lotus provide the ancestor of the underworld river with formidable defense, but it also unleashed terrifying offensive capabilities in battle. Once activated, the karmic flames would surge forth like a tidal wave, overwhelming any adversary. The ancestor of the underworld river, holding the Yuan Zi sword and the Abijna sword, with the 12-petaled fiery red lotus hovering beside him, slowly ascended from the blood sea. He raised his head slightly, looking toward the sky, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. In the northern wilderness, the cold wind howled, and snowflakes danced in a scene of icy desolation. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted as a colossal Kunping soared into the sky from the waters of the northern wilderness. The Kunping's immense body spread its wings, obscuring the sun, each feather shimmering with a glacial light. After circling in the air a few times, it transformed into a tall, stern-faced man. He was the ancestor of Kunping. The ancestor of Kunping's gaze was devoid of warmth, exuding a powerful chill that froze everything in its path. He raised his hand slightly, a tremendous force emanating from it, shattering the surrounding ice and snow. He looked into the distance, a glint of ambition evident in his eyes. On the ancient star of the primordial world, beneath the sacred Fusang tree, the essence of the sun converged, radiating brilliance and warmth. Amidst the light, the deities Zhen, Tai, and the sun goddess Shiha gradually manifested. Zhen's handsome visage bore a wise glint, wielding the river diagram and the Luo book, treasures that emanated an enigmatic glow. The river diagram depicted an endless array of celestial patterns, while the Luo book was inscribed with mysterious runes, seemingly holding the secrets of the cosmos. Tai's resolute face emanated an aura of dominance, crowned by the primordial treasure, the chaos bell, which was ancient and heavy, inscribed with mysterious runes that shimmered faintly. Each toll of the bell reverberated, causing ripples in space. The sun goddess Shiha was regal and graceful, commanding the supreme innate treasure, the six-dragon chariot, holding the sun essence wheel, with the six dragons radiating scorching light as they galloped through the sky. Shiha's beauty was enchanting, her gaze imbued with gentleness. On the moonstar, the celestial goddesses Changxi and Washu, both possessing unmatched beauty, also manifested, holding the moon essence wheel and the lunar cold moon diagram. In the Panga Hall on Mount Buzhou, laws intertwined, and blood energy surged, exuding an overwhelming pressure. 12 drops of crimson essence fused with the energy of the earthly fiend and the 12 fundamental laws, radiating brilliance as 12 towering ancestral witches took shape. Dijiang, with 6 legs and 4 wings, possessed a crimson visage, the ancestral witch of space. His stature was as towering as a mountain, each of his 6 powerful legs capable of crushing a divine peak with ease. With his wings spread wide, he obscured the sky, their surfaces shimmering with mysterious light, as if containing the secrets of space. His red face bore piercing eyes, exuding immense confidence. Di Jiang raised his hand slightly, causing the space to warp instantaneously. His figure vanished in the distorted space, only to reappear a million miles away. Zhu Jiaoyin, with a human face and serpent body, clad in crimson, was the ancestral witch of time. His massive form coiled upon Mount Buzhou, his imposing visage exuding an air of authority. Upon opening his eyes, light flooded the universe. Upon closing them, darkness engulfed the world. Zhu Meng, with a human face and bird body, draped in green, was the ancestral witch of the Eastern Wood. His countenance was serene, his eyes radiating warmth. With a gentle wave of his staff, the grass and trees on the earth surged in exuberant growth, creating a vibrant scene. Zhu Rong, with a beast's body and a human face covered in red scales, was the ancestral witch of fire in the south. His form radiated intense flames, akin to a mobile volcano. His visage was commanding, his eyes reflecting a domineering spirit. Zhu Rong opened his mouth, unleashing a roaring flame that swiftly engulfed everything in its vicinity, reducing it to ashes. Rousseau, with a snake coiling around his left ear, riding 2 dragons, was the ancestral witch of gold in the west. His expression was stern, his gaze imbued with a chilling aura. The green serpent coiling around his left ear glinted with an icy sheen. Rousseau rode upon 2 mighty dragons, their presence altering the very winds and clouds around them. Gong Gong, with a human face and serpent body, red hair, was the ancestral witch of water in the north. His visage was fierce, his eyes burning with rage. His snake body was robust, each movement causing tremors in the ground. Chang Liang, with a tiger's head and a human body, wielding 2 yellow serpents, was the ancestral witch of thunder. His visage is fierce, with an expression that betrays a hint of savagery. Upon his tiger's head, his eyes are wide and glinting with a chilling light. Luxurious as a corpse, he possesses a human face upon a beast's body, with 2 serpents piercing through his ears. The progenitor of venomous sorcery. His countenance is peculiar, imbued with an air of enigma. His beastly form is cloaked in dense fur, each strand shimmering with an arcane radiance. Tian Wu, with 8 human faces and a tiger's body adorned with 10 tails, is the ancestral sorcerer of the winds. His immense physique is formidable, with each of the 8 heads bearing a unique countenance, yet all exuding a potent aura. The stripes upon his tiger form glimmer with brilliance, and his 10 tails sway ceaselessly behind him, each motion capable of inducing tremors in the fabric of space. Shi Si, with a human face and a bird's body, adorned with 2 serpents and wielding 2 red snakes, is the ancestral sorcerer of lightning. His beauty is exquisite, his eyes alive with a spirited glimmer. His avian form displays a kaleidoscope of feathers, each plume radiating a mysterious light. Xian Ming, a colossal beast adorned with bone spines, is the ancestral sorcerer of ice. Her form emanates a frigid aura, causing snow and ice to coalesce wherever she treads, her body bristling with sharp bone spines that gleam with an icy glare. Ho Tu, possessing a human body and a serpentine tail, with 7 hands at her back and 2 hands in front clasping twin writhing serpents, is the central ancestral sorcerer of earth. Her countenance is gentle, her gaze suffused with kindness. Clad in an opulent robe embroidered with mysterious patterns, her robust serpentine tail stirs the ground with each movement. The 7 hands behind her and the 2 in front grasp the writhing serpents, which twist in her grasp as if heeding her command. In the primordial world, countless realms of hidden treasures, celestial mountains, and oceanic expanses thrive. Innumerable innate deities and demons, imbued with great fortune, are born and take form. Yet, this primordial realm is currently undergoing the catastrophic calamity of Longhan. Thus, these newly formed innate deities and demons, endowed with extraordinary fortune, dare not traverse the primordial expanse at this moment, fearing that a single misstep may ensnare them in the maelstrom of fate, leading to their demise and dissolution. At this moment in the primordial chaos, as the ancestors of the 3 innate clans, the ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the first Qilin, ascended to the late stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, the onslaught of these 3 clans grew increasingly frenzied, with the ancestors themselves exhibiting the same fervor. The power of the Dragon Clan stands unparalleled among the 3 great factions, exhibiting a dominance that is both formidable and relentless. Following the ascent of the ancestral dragon to the pinnacle of the primordial golden immortal realm, it promptly intensified its offensive against the other 2 clans. Previously, due to the machinations of the Demon Clan, a fierce conflict had already erupted among the 3 primordial clans, dragons, phoenixes, and Qilin, resulting in a deep-seated enmity. This time, the scale of warfare among these 3 factions has escalated dramatically. The ancestral dragon, leading formidable entities such as the Yinglong, Zhulong, Tianlong, Qinglong, and the 9-clawed divine dragon, initiated an assault on the Phoenix clan of the southern continent. The Phoenix clan, inherently aligned with the element of fire and significantly outnumbered by the dragons, finds itself constrained by the water-centric mastery of the Dragon Clan. Consequently, they are retreating in the face of the relentless onslaught led by the ancestral dragon. In contrast, the Qilin, who are adept in the path of earth, find themselves unable to suppress the ancestral dragon and instead are being dominated in return. This time, the primordial Qilin clan initially intended to remain aloof as an onlooker. After all, the Qilin and Phoenix clans had forged a sea of blood feud between them in their territorial disputes. Under such circumstances, it was only natural they wouldn't extend a helping hand to the Phoenix clan. Moreover, their minds had long been clouded by the malevolent forces of calamity, rendering them incapable of comprehending the principle that when lips perish, teeth feel the cold. Even if they later came to understand this truth, the fundamental conflicts of interest between the two factions would still prevent any possibility of mutual assistance. On the battlefield of dragons and phoenixes, the Dragon Clan, under the leadership of the ancestral dragon, surged forth with unstoppable momentum. Fortunately, however, the primordial phoenix also reached the late stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Even though the primordial phoenix may not be a match for the ancestral dragon, it is capable of restraining him. Otherwise, the Phoenix clan would have long since succumbed to defeat. Nevertheless, the situation remains far from optimistic. Within a mere few tens of thousands of years, the Phoenix clan has found itself precariously positioned. It seems that the Dragon clan is on the verge of vanquishing the Phoenix clan. Yet, such an outcome is not one that certain entities wish to witness. On the battlefield of the three clans, enigmatic figures that had once appeared and then gradually faded away have reemerged. At times, they masquerade as the Qilin clan, attacking the Dragon clan or the Phoenix chicks. At other times, they assume the guise of the Dragon clan, launching assaults on the Phoenix clan or the Qilin clan. They also occasionally impersonate the Phoenix clan, targeting both the Dragon clan and the Qilin clan, fervently inciting animosity among these primordial three clans. In the midst of this great calamity, the three tribes, whose minds have been ensnared by the influence of the calamity, have long since lost their reason. The ancestral dragon has begun to lead the Dragon clan in a simultaneous assault against the Qilin and Phoenix tribes. The Qilin tribe's hopes of remaining passive observers, waiting to reap the benefits of the conflict, have been dashed. The struggle among the three tribes has once again devolved into a chaotic melee, more intense and brutal than ever before. Accompanying this turmoil are countless innate clans ensnared in the conflict, such as the Scale clan led by the Dragon tribe, the Beast clan commanded by the Qilin tribe, and the Aviary clan under the Phoenix tribe's leadership. Countless beings have shed blood, and formidable powers have fallen. As the stars shift and the tides of time ebb and flow, another cycle of the primordial era has passed on the vast expanse of the wilderness. The fierce battles among the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin tribes have persisted for an entire cycle of the primordial era. Moreover, it has become an unrelenting and brutal massacre throughout the entirety of this conflict. If we consider the initial stages of the cataclysm, the three primordial factions have been embroiled in mutual slaughter for 2 or 3 epochs. The number of souls lost across the realms is beyond reckoning, a fate shared by the beings of the three ancient lineages. However, as their relentless battles continue, an increasing number of formidable warriors have emerged. Presently, the ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the beginning Qilin have endured yet another epoch of bloodshed, their cultivation now having ascended to the pinnacle of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal realm. This advancement has only amplified the fervor of the three factions. Coupled with the lingering enmity from their catastrophic clashes, the hatred among the three tribes has become nearly irreconcilable. Thus, even as the number of beings among the primordial three has significantly dwindled, they remain undeterred in their ambition to dominate the wilderness. The conflict among the three primordial tribes has reached a fevered pitch, with battles erupting ceaselessly across the heavens and earth. From time to time, powerful warriors self-destruct, unleashing immense devastation. These mighty beings, bewitched by the aura of calamity, have succumbed to frenzied violence, determined to take their foes down with them in their final moments. The primary battlegrounds of this struggle, the Eastern Sea, the Central Continent, and the Southern Continent, lie in ruins, battered and scarred beyond recognition. Even the natural restoration of the primordial realm struggles to keep pace with such horrific levels of destruction. The barriers of heaven and earth, the membranes of creation, and the veins of the wilderness have all been incessantly ravaged and weakened. It is as if the words of the former beast emperor, Zhen Yuan Zi, echo true. They will not rest until the wilderness is shattered. What follows are a series of terrifying natural disasters. In the primordial world, the natural disasters are far from ordinary calamities. Under the relentless onslaught of the three clan savage battles, the very order of the universe teeters on the brink of collapse. As terrifying cataclysms surge forth like a relentless tide, plunging the entire realm into a deeper abyss of despair. In the Eastern Sea, the sea begins to convulse violently, as if an ancient behemoth, long slumbering in the depths, has been thoroughly roused from its slumber. The once stable energies of the sea spiral into chaos, as a colossal vortex spins at an unimaginable velocity, voraciously drawing in the surrounding waters. At the vortex's heart, the seawater contorts and distorts, emitting a thunderous roar that seems poised to rend the entire eastern sea asunder. Cracks in the ocean floor spread like a web, proliferating throughout the seabed. These fissures are unfathomably deep, exuding a chilling aura of chaotic malevolence. This chaotic malevolence surges forth like a tumultuous black torrent, streaming through the cracks and merging into the primordial world. Wherever this sinister energy flows, the seawater instantaneously boils, and countless marine creatures are obliterated by this overwhelming force, leaving not a trace behind. As the chaotic malevolence continues to flood in, it wreaks unprecedented havoc upon the primordial realm. In the southern continent, the archipelago of immortal volcanoes erupted with an overwhelming fury, as countless colossal volcanoes simultaneously expelled torrents of molten lava, akin to furious fire dragons, soaring toward the heavens. The lava traced resplendent arcs through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, instantly incinerating all in its vicinity. The toxic gases, miasma, and the Earth's noxious vapors intertwined, giving rise to a shroud of dark clouds that obscured the sun. This ominous veil enveloped vast expanses of the southern continent, as the noxious fumes swiftly spread through the atmosphere, causing flora and fauna to wither and perish in an instant. The tainted air seeped into the soil, rendering it barren and desolate, incapable of nurturing any form of life. More terrifying still, with each volcanic eruption, the molten rock cascaded like a torrential flood from the craters, submerging everything in its path. Wherever the lava flowed, stones melted away, and the earth glowed with a scorching hue. Fragile tribes were swiftly engulfed by the onslaught of lava, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, in the central continent, the very earth began to tremble violently. It was as if an invisible giant hand was tearing the land apart, creating gaping fissures that stretched for miles and plunged into abyssal depths. These rifts spewed forth searing lava and toxic gases. Creatures engaged in fierce combat on the battlefield inadvertently fell into these chasms, only to be consumed by molten rock and poisonous fumes, their anguished cries echoing in despair. Simultaneously, the skies transformed ominously. The once azure expanse darkened, laden with storm clouds, as thunder rumbled ominously. Striking bolts of divine lightning, like colossal silver serpents, danced wildly across the heavens, relentlessly striking the ground. Each strike was accompanied by a deafening roar, obliterating everything in its immediate vicinity. Yet, amidst this chaos, the relentless conflict among the primordial three clans showed no signs of abating. Once favored by the heavens, these ancient clans had now become the true harbingers of destruction, wreaking havoc upon the primordial world. Even the ancestral beings, the ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the first Qilin, remained indifferent to the devastation. As long as the ominous aura of calamity persisted, the cycle of tribulation could never cease. At the most critical juncture of this calamity, Zhen Yuan Zi once again emerged from the cave heaven of Wuzhuangguan. Upon his departure, he made his way directly to the western continent. This journey was not undertaken for the sake of leisurely exploration or the pursuit of primordial spiritual treasures, but rather to inspect the ley line nodes of the western continent. Consequently, he did not meander along the path. Instead, he activated the primordial treasure, the Tai Xu Yuan mirror, and, guided by previously recorded coordinates, he instantaneously traversed the boundless void, arriving at a marked ley line node. Upon meticulous examination, Zhen Yuan Zi discovered that the ley line node had been tampered with. Based on his understanding, it was evident that this was the handiwork of the demon ancestor, Luo Ho. With such machinations, Luo Ho could, in a desperate final moment, ignite the entire western ley line as a last-ditch and frenzied counterattack. At this moment, although Zhen Yuan Zi possessed the ability to dismantle these schemes, he understood that they were crucial arrangements made by the demon ancestor Rahu. Any slight disturbance would surely attract attention, and the timing of his actions was of utmost importance. However, equipped with the Tai Xu Yuan mirror, he could disregard the restrictions of the formations, and with the Tianji Ming Yun compass, he could conceal his fate, allowing him to effortlessly navigate through the layers of vigilance established by the demon ancestor Rahu and arrive at the node of the earth veins. Zhen Yuan Zi refrained from direct destruction, recognizing that any action taken at this moment would inevitably alarm Rahu. Not only would it complicate the subsequent destruction of other nodes, but Rahu would also have the capacity to restore them. Thus, he produced a disposable artifact he had crafted and gently placed it upon the earth vein node. This artifact, when activated at a critical moment, would instantaneously obliterate the mechanisms set by Rahu. By that time, even if the demon ancestor became aware, there would be no opportunity for a counteraction. Following the same method, Zhen Yuan Zi continued to teleport to other earth vein nodes. Each node was fortified with Rahu's schemes, and he meticulously left behind identical contingencies. Within a mere few centuries, he had effectively managed the majority of the earth vein nodes across the western continent. However, the nodes closer to the main vein of Mount Shumi lay within the perceptual range of the demon ancestor Rahu. While his presence might go undetected, the traps he had set could potentially be discovered. Considering various other factors, Zhen Yuan Zi weighed his options carefully and ultimately decided against further actions. He returned to Mount Wanshou, where he would closely observe the unfolding situation of the chaos in the primordial world. At this moment, in the heart of the western continent, the ancestral peak of Mount Sumera towers into the heavens, resembling a celestial pillar that supports the very fabric of this realm. Atop the summit, mist swirl and demonic energy surges, creating an atmosphere of chaotic mystery. The demon ancestor, Rahu, sits upon the 12-petal annihilation lotus, emanating an aura of boundless malevolence. This lotus is a supreme innate spiritual treasure, each petal inscribed with ancient and enigmatic runes that radiate a chilling light, as if capable of devouring all vitality in the world. The imposing figure of Rahu is shrouded in tumultuous dark energy, resembling a crashing wave of night, sometimes morphing into ghastly demonic shadows, at other times coalescing into razor-sharp demonic blades. His countenance is stern and majestic, with eyes that burn like twin suns of black flame, profound and terrifying, as if they could pierce the very essence of all existence. At this moment, his aura looms like a towering mountain, distorting the space around him, and the air is thick with a stifling sense of oppression. He has reached the pinnacle of the primordial golden immortal realm, a level of power renowned throughout the vast wilderness, capable of unleashing cataclysmic storms with a mere gesture. Formless, the demon ancestor Rahu suddenly intones, his voice deep and hoarse, akin to the voice of a demon god emerging from the depths of the netherworld, laden with infinite authority and coldness. In an instant, a black-robed demon general materializes before him, hunched and cloaked in shadows, revealing only a pair of eyes gleaming with greed and madness. Kneeling on one knee, he respectfully inquires, "What command does the demon ancestor have?" Rahu coldly regards the black-robed general and slowly replies, "Continue to stoke the fires among the innate three clans, inciting them into utter madness. I desire this calamity to reach its zenith without the slightest delay." Upon hearing this, a spark of excitement flickers in the general's eyes as he quickly responds, "Rest assured, demon ancestor. We have already established sufficient contingencies within the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans. For the grand cause of the demon ancestor and the unification of our kind in the wilderness, we would willingly face death 1,000 times over. Here, I wish the demon ancestor success in unifying the wilderness and attaining the realm of primordial sage." However, there is no trace of joy on Rahu's face. Instead, a grave expression deepens. He narrows his eyes, gazing into the distance as if piercing through layers of space, glimpsing the hidden peril shrouded in the mist of fate. He speaks softly, "This great calamity is not solely an opportunity for my own ascendance. I sense that in the unseen realm, another formidable adversary has similarly acquired the chance for enlightenment. Only one of us can attain the position of primordial saint. When I am on the verge of unifying the wilderness and achieving the status of sage, he will undoubtedly emerge to thwart me." The black-robed general, upon hearing this, is taken aback, a flicker of fear crossing his face. He never imagined the demon ancestor could be so formidable, and that the world still harbors such an enemy. Moreover, the demon ancestor boldly stated it outright. He cautiously inquired, "Demon ancestor, may I ask who that formidable adversary of life and death is?" The demon ancestor Luohu remained silent, instead slowly directing his gaze towards the direction of Zhong Kunlun. A glimmer of coldness and murderous intent flickered in his eyes, as if he could pierce through the vast and boundless void to behold the Taoist Hong Jun, seated atop Zhong Kunlun. At that moment, the Taoist Hong Jun appeared to sense this presence. He slightly lifted his head and gazed towards the direction of Mount Shumi. The two gazes seemed to converge in a mystical connection, each perceiving the other's existence. Upon seeing Taoist Hong Jun, the demon ancestor Luo, whose countenance instantly turned frigid, his eyes betraying an inexhaustible thirst for blood. The Taoist Hong Jun smiled faintly, his face revealing an enigmatic expression. However, neither of the two had any intention of engaging in combat. They were acutely aware of each other's terrifying strength, both undeniably formidable beings of the same caliber. In the presence of such powerhouses, even the slightest misstep could ignite a cataclysmic battle. Humph. The demon ancestor Luahu scoffed softly, retracting his gaze. He turned to the black-robed demon general and coldly commanded, "Convey the order to hasten our actions, ensuring the three innate clans enter the decisive battle swiftly. Time is of the essence. I must accomplish my grand undertaking before that mortal enemy has a chance to react." The black-robed demon general promptly nodded, responding respectfully, "Yes, demon ancestor. I shall attend to it immediately." With that, he vanished in a flash. The demon ancestor Luahu resumed his position atop the 12-petal world-destroying lotus platform, his eyes glinting with a chilling light as he silently plotted his next move. No being could obstruct his path to becoming a sage of primordial chaos. Those who dared to intervene would meet only with death, death, death. The enmity towards obstructing his path was greater than the heavens themselves. Above the eastern sea, thick, inky clouds surged chaotically, while serpentine flashes of lightning danced wildly within the depths, casting a surreal and ominous light across the realm. The void appeared as fragile as glass, fracturing under the immense pressure, emitting a sound of unbearable strain. The ancestor dragon, with an immeasurable and colossal form, loomed like an ancient divine mountain, suspended in midair, exuding a terrifying aura that instilled dread. Each scale of the dragon shimmered with a cold and piercing light, seemingly harboring the power to annihilate all existence. "Fight! Fight!" The ancestor dragon let out a resounding roar, his voice akin to rumbling thunder, shattering countless spatial barriers. The sound waves acted as indomitable blades, tearing through layers of dimensional void, distorting time and space, causing the stars to dim and lose their brilliance. "Kill! Kill!" Countless divine dragons followed suit, their united roars coalescing into a force as overwhelming as a tsunami, sweeping across the vast primordial land. The earth trembled violently under the impact of this power. Countless mountains crumbled, rivers reversed their course, and the ground fissured into bottomless chasms, with magma erupting forth as if the apocalypse were nigh. At this very moment, a crisp and commanding phoenix cry pierced through the heavy void. The primordial phoenix led a host of her kin, enveloped in blazing five-colored flames. Flames that seemed to originate from the dawn of chaos, imbued with the power to obliterate worlds. Wherever they traveled, the void ignited, transforming into a sea of fire. Dragon Clan, meet your demise. The primordial phoenix possessed strength at the pinnacle of the Zhen Yuan golden immortal realm, her gaze brimming with indomitable battle intent, fearlessly responding to the challenge of the Dragon Clan. "Annihilate! Annihilate!" The Phoenix tribe roared in unison, their voices echoing through the heavens, and with their presence, the entire sky was painted in vibrant yet perilous hues. Each phoenix radiated formidable energy, their feathers shimmering with iridescent brilliance, akin to burning stars illuminating the dark battlefield. Suddenly, a deep and resonant roar emanated from the depths of the central continent, causing the earth to tremble violently, countless mountains crumbling, dust soaring into the air. The primordial Qilin, leading his tribe, emerged slowly. Their forms were as majestic as mountains, each step triggering severe tremors, the earth seemingly unable to bear the weight, groaning in agony. "Ancestral Dragon, today marks your day of downfall." The primordial Qilin exuded a heavy and ancient aura, equally a formidable being at the apex of the Zhen Yuan golden immortal realm. His eyes revealing a frenzied battle spirit, determined to confront both the dragon and phoenix clans. Roar. The Qilin tribe's roar resonated like a mighty bell, exuding an unstoppable momentum that shook the entire battlefield. With the responses from the primordial phoenix and the primordial Qilin, the decisive battle representing the three great innate clans, the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin, officially commenced. Countless divine dragons, phoenixes, and Qilin surged toward one another, unleashing a frenzy of slaughter. In an instant, the entire primordial world was enveloped in the radiance of conflict, powerful spells, and divine abilities clashing continuously, producing deafening booms. The various clans of the primordial realm, including the scale-armored tribe, the terrestrial beasts, and the avian tribe, were already swept into this grand battle, each aligning with different factions, joining the brutal melee. On the battlefield, golden immortals and Tai golden immortals were as insignificant as ants, merely cannon fodder in this terrifying war. Their attacks appeared trivial before these mighty beings. Countless golden immortals and Tai golden immortals were instantly torn to shreds, reduced to dust, their flesh and souls scattering into the void, creating a scene shrouded in blood mist. Even the Deluo golden immortals on this battlefield could barely protect themselves, as a moment's carelessness could lead to their demise. They continuously evaded attacks from all directions while seeking opportunities to strike lethal blows against their foes. Yet, even with their formidable strength, they felt exceedingly insignificant amidst the horrors of this battle. Their forms appeared fragile within the tempest of raging energies. Amidst this chaotic battlefield, shadowy figures in black robes quietly emerged. They were the powerful beings of the demon clan. These demon warriors moved like phantoms along the edges of the battlefield, their objective to collect the bodies of the powerful beings fallen in combat. Their actions were profoundly clandestine, each strike executed in silence. Wielding peculiar artifacts capable of swiftly absorbing the collected bodies and enabling a rapid retreat from the fray. On the battlefield, the boundless vitality surged as if drawn by an invisible force, flowing ceaselessly towards the ancestral veins of the western Shumi Mountain, weaving crimson threads in the void. Both eerie and terrifying. Simultaneously, the figure of Zhen Yuan appeared silently on the battlefield, wielding the celestial mechanism Destiny Compass, which emanated a mysterious glow, allowing him to conceal his presence from the perceptions of powerful beings on the battlefield. He was also collecting the rare and formidable bodies of various beings, particularly those of the three primordial clans, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin. With the concealment provided by the celestial mechanism Destiny Compass, a supreme innate treasure, coupled with Zhen Yuan's status as a Hunyuan golden immortal, no entity on the battlefield could detect his movements. However, the black-robed strongmen of the demon clan could not escape his notice. Indeed, these demons were also gathering these bodies, saving him considerable effort. Thus, while collecting the bodies, he specifically focused on those demon warriors, especially those who had amassed high-ranking corpses. Whenever these demons prepared to transport their collected bodies, Zhen Yuan would strike swiftly and silently. The demon warriors scarcely had time to react before being slain by him, and their gathered bodies fell into his possession. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, it was exceedingly difficult for the demon warriors to discern Zhen Yuan's actions. Even if they noticed the fall of their comrades, they would assume it was the work of the powerful beings amidst the tumult, never suspecting Zhen Yuan's covert machinations. While gathering the bodies of the Deluo strongmen, Zhen Yuan would conjure another phantom of himself to prevent detection by the powerful figures of the three clans. After all, the strongmen of these clans, particularly the ancestral dragon and the other two beings, though clouded by the calamity's influence, had not entirely lost their senses. Should they discover his actions, their wrath would undoubtedly result in unpredictable consequences. On the ancestral Shumi Mountain of the western continent, the demon ancestor Rahu quietly observed the decisive battle of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, a faint smile gracing his lips. His aura gradually intensified, as if awaiting an opportune moment. "This battle is truly magnificent," Rahu remarked softly, his eyes glinting with avarice. In the central Kunlun Jade capital mountain, Taoist Hongjun was similarly engrossed in the unfolding conflict. He could not help but lament. The great calamity has arrived. Alas, the ancestral dragon, primordial phoenix, and beginning Qilin possess formidable cultivation, yet lack the corresponding Taoist principles and realms. They are easily ensnared by calamity, clouding their minds, and ultimately, they face a dismal exit. The innate three clans shall thus decline, which is both tragic and lamentable. However, a barely perceptible smile flickered in his eyes, suggesting that everything lay within his grasp. The innate three clans were destined to exit the stage of the primordial history, and it was time for him to prepare for the impending conflict. A confrontation with Rahu was inevitable. It remained to be seen who would emerge victorious to dominate the primordial realm. Having concluded his thoughts, Taoist Hongjun vanished from the Jade Capital Mountain. At that moment, the primordial world was engulfed in flames of war, with countless beings perishing by the second. Numerous lives were lost in this cataclysmic battle, their blood staining the earth, and their corpses piling high. The entire primordial realm was shrouded in a shadow of death, as if the apocalypse were upon them. In the skies above, the clash of the ancestral dragon, primordial phoenix, and beginning Qilin escalated to a fever pitch. The ancestral dragon brandished the supreme innate treasure, the ancestral dragon pearl, which radiated a mysterious and powerful luminescence, its surface inscribed with flickering runes, seemingly narrating the secrets of the universe. "With you too. Do you think you can hinder my dragon clan's supremacy over the primordial realm? Utter folly." The ancestral dragon laughed boisterously, his voice dripping with disdain, exuding arrogance as he faced two peak Hunyuan golden immortals. Not only did he not falter, but he also held a slight advantage. With a gentle wave, the ancestral dragon pearl unleashed a dazzling light, imbued with boundless dragon might. Wherever it struck, the void crumbled, creating immense black holes. The surrounding space twisted into chaotic shapes, and the stars were torn apart by the gravitational pull, transforming into cosmic dust. The primordial phoenix wielded a phoenix feather fan, another supreme innate treasure, its feathers shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, each imbued with formidable power. With a stern expression, she fanned the feathers, unleashing countless fiery sword energies that surged forth like flaming dragons towards the ancestral dragon. Wherever the fiery sword energies passed, the void was incinerated, leaving behind charred marks, remnants of scorched space. Ancestral dragon, you shall not be so arrogant. Today shall be your demise. The beginning Qilin summoned the Qilin grinding disc, radiating an ancient and mysterious aura, its runes glowing with a golden light, as if guarding an ancient secret. With a gentle rotation, a powerful gravitational field enveloped the battlefield, compressing the surrounding space into a singular point before erupting, creating a mighty shockwave that flattened everything in its wake. Ancestral dragon, today you shall undoubtedly face defeat. The three mighty beings engaged in an intense and fierce battle, each of the ancestral dragon's attacks carrying the weight of mountains, his claws capable of rending the void, plunging the surrounding space into utter chaos. The phoenix's fiery assaults crashed like relentless waves, overwhelming the ancestral dragon. The Qilin's gravitational force resembled a colossal vortex, attempting to ensnare the ancestral dragon and reduce him to fragments. As the battle raged on, numerous strongmen and clansmen from the three clans perished in droves. On the battlefield, even the Zhen Yuan Golden Immortals began to suffer casualties. Although these fallen were merely at the initial stages of the Zhen Yuan Golden Immortal realm, it signified that the conflict among the three clans had reached its most intense and brutal peak. The ancestral dragon, Primordial Phoenix, and beginning Qilin found themselves at the height of their powers, unleashing their most formidable abilities. The ancestral dragon's scales radiated a blinding brilliance as his body swelled, as if striving to break free from the constraints of heaven and earth. Since you insist on courting death, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Today, I shall reduce you to ashes, erasing your clans from this primordial realm. With a furious roar, the ancestral dragon expelled a massive breath, imbued with endless destructive power. Wherever it traveled, the void froze and then shattered. The primordial phoenix ignited in a blaze of five-colored divine fire, the temperature rising to the point of threatening to melt the very universe. Ancestral dragon, even in death, I shall drag you down with me. With a powerful flap of her wings, she unleashed countless fiery storms toward the ancestral dragon and beginning Qilin, turning everything in their path to ash. The beginning Qilin radiated a golden glow, enveloping him like a sturdy armor, capable of withstanding all assaults. Ancestral dragon, your tyranny shall bring about your retribution today. With a powerful stomp of its four hooves, the earth instantaneously fissured, opening vast chasms from which countless columns of magma erupted, surging towards the ancestor dragon and the primordial phoenix. The collision of these three formidable forces unleashed an unfathomable wave of energy, akin to a cosmic explosion, that instantly fragmented the surrounding space into myriad shards. The entire primordial world trembled under this energy surge. Stars plummeted, the ground cracked incessantly, and numerous black holes manifested in the sky. Countless fragments of space danced in the void like razor-sharp blades, slicing through everything in their vicinity. The chaotic energy surged back violently, intertwining with the shattered space to create a scene of utter disarray. With a thunderous roar, the ancestor dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the initiate Qilin all suffered grievous injuries simultaneously. Their bodies fell from the heavens like kites severed from their strings, their breaths growing exceedingly feeble, plummeting from the pinnacle of the primordial golden immortal realm to barely maintaining the initial stage of this same level. At that moment, the ominous energy of calamity in the world began to dissipate, and the consciousness of myriad beings finally returned. The ancestor dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the initiate Qilin regained their senses, gazing upon the desolate expanse of the primordial land, witnessing the near extinction of their clans, the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin, with their once millions now reduced to a mere fraction. In the vast expanse of primordial beings, many clans have met with utter annihilation, while numerous others have dwindled to a mere handful of survivors. No, how could this be? The ancestor dragon let out a mournful roar, his eyes brimming with regret and self-reproach. I am the center of the dragon clan. It is I who have brought ruin upon the entire dragon lineage. His body trembled as his colossal form collapsed helplessly to the ground, the light in his eyes gradually fading. Yuan Feng, too, was in tears, her voice heavy with sorrow. No, how could this happen? The Phoenix clan has perished because of me. Her feathers dulled, and her once proud head bowed in despair, tears cascading down her cheeks, falling onto the charred earth below. The primordial Qilin knelt upon the ground, grasping the earth with trembling hands, his body shaking uncontrollably. The Qilin clan has fallen into decline by my hand. I deserve nothing less than death. His gaze was filled with despair and anguish, as if the very world had crumbled around him. The mighty beings of the three primordial clans, witnessing the devastation before them, were ensnared in profound sorrow. Their hearts were laden with remorse and guilt, having paid a heavy price for their impulsiveness and greed. This great conflict not only led the three primordial clans to their downfall, but also plunged the entire primordial realm into endless calamity. Now that the calamity's malevolence has dissipated, the ancestor dragon, Yuan Feng, and the primordial Qilin, the progenitors of these three great clans, have come to a complete understanding of the events that transpired. The power of calamity had clouded their minds, igniting their ambitions, while a great adept secretly manipulated events from the shadows, sowing discord among their clans. Coupled with the will of the heavenly Tao, this culminated in the current tragedy. Yet now, they realize that it is too late. Their clans have suffered devastating losses. Once a thriving lineage of countless members, the three primordial clans now stand with but a mere few remaining. Moreover, the three great clans have already committed countless atrocities in the primordial chaos, accumulating an unfathomable number of enemies. Today, nearly all the formidable beings of these clans have perished, and the ancestral powers have seen their strength diminish to the early stages of the primal golden immortal. It seems that these clans will find it exceedingly challenging to withstand the impending retribution from the myriad beings of the primordial realm, not to mention the terrifying entities that conspire against the three innate clans from the shadows, whose power rivals that of the supreme beings during their zenith. The utmost priority now is to ensure the survival of their respective clans. The ancestral dragon lay prostrate on the ground, enveloped in a suffocating aura of bloodshed. Once a majestic being that could obscure the heavens, its once mighty form was now battered and scarred, with large patches of scales shed and blood gushing forth, staining the charred earth a shocking crimson. His gaze, once filled with madness and battle intent, transformed into one of despair and regret. Slowly lifting his heavy head, he surveyed the chaotic skies above, ravaged by war and energy, his eyes swirling with complex emotions, defiance, remorse, and a resolute determination. The ancestral dragon inhaled deeply, summoning the last vestiges of his strength, and expelled the ancestral dragon pearl, the gem radiating a mysterious glow. Upon its release, the pearl began to rotate gracefully in midair, its brilliant light flashing continuously, each beam seemingly embodying the rise and fall of the dragon clan, intricately intertwined with the fate of the ancestral dragon. The radiance of the ancestral dragon pearl illuminated the surrounding void, casting an even more desolate light upon the dragon's battered body. With a gentle wave of his claw, imbued with profound solemnity and resolve, the ancestral dragon pearl soared towards the heavens. In that instant, an invisible force surged through the cosmos, as if witnessing this historic moment. Subsequently, the ancestral dragon, using his own essence as a conduit and the ancestral dragon pearl as a medium, swore an oath to the heavenly Tao from this day forth. The dragon clan would withdraw from the primordial continent, forever safeguarding the seas, suppressing the oceanic depths, channeling the will of heaven to bring rain, and protecting the tranquility of all beings in the primordial realm. Should this oath be violated, the dragon clan willingly accepts the eternal punishment of the heavenly Tao, imploring the heavens to bear witness. The primordial phoenix, enduring her physical pain, managed to rise with great difficulty. Her feathers, once resplendent and capable of illuminating the entire sky, were now matted with blood and dirt, their vibrant colors dulled and disheveled. Taking a deep breath, she summoned the power of divine fire within her. Exhaling a plume of multicolored flames, the flames swiftly coalesced in the air, transforming into a lifelike phoenix that danced gracefully around her. Each flap of its wings seemingly narrating the glorious past of the Phoenix clan juxtaposed with their current helplessness. After a few circles, the vibrant phoenix flew towards the direction of the southern bright immortal volcanoes. Concurrently, the primordial phoenix, offering her own spirit as a sacrifice, vowed to the heavenly Tao, henceforth, the Phoenix clan shall eternally guard the southern bright immortal volcanoes, maintaining stability in the primordial realm, and shall no longer partake in the struggles for supremacy. Should this oath be breached, the Phoenix clan willingly endures the torment of heavenly fire, never to be reborn, imploring the heavens to bear witness. The beginning Qilin also slowly raised its head towards the sky, its eyes filled with regret and resignation. The once resolute gaze now bearing the weight of weariness and sorrow. Taking a deep breath, it summoned the earth's power within, radiating a golden light. Within this light, a colossal Qilin phantom gradually emerged, letting out a resounding roar that echoed through the heavens and earth, imbued with boundless majesty and solemnity. As the Qilin phantom materialized, the beginning Qilin, At the cost of its own fortune, swore an oath to the heavenly Tao, from this day forth, the Qilin clan shall withdraw from the primordial struggles, no longer intervening in the disputes of the realm, transforming into a harbinger of auspiciousness, bringing blessings to all beings. Where they tread, good fortune shall surely follow. Should this oath be violated, the Qilin clan accepts the punishment of the earth, forever bound to obscurity, imploring the heavens to bear witness. With the oaths of the three great ancestors proclaimed, the previously tumultuous and chaotic world suddenly fell silent, as if the entire primordial realm held its breath in that moment. The heavenly Tao, sensing this, gathered three immense merits in the heavens, descending upon them, filling the air with melodious celestial sounds and vibrant colors. The heavenly Tao thus acknowledged the declarations of the ancestral dragon, primordial phoenix, and beginning Qilin, for their actions facilitated the operation of the primordial heavenly Tao, resulting in the bestowal of heavenly merit. However, the ancestral dragon and the other two beings had inflicted immense destruction upon the primordial realm during this calamity, committing countless atrocities and staining themselves with an almost infinite amount of heavenly karma. Even with the substantial merits bestowed by the heavenly Tao, which were all absorbed by the ancestral dragon and the others, they could not alleviate the heavy burden of heavenly karma upon them. In the lengthy epochs to come, they would need to expend endless time to fulfill their oaths and gradually repay their debts to erase the heavenly karma that clung to them. This burden extended not only to these three ancestral beings but also to every creature that participated in the conflicts among the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans, all of whom were tainted with immense karma. Even the innate fortunes of their clans were imbued with boundless karma, and this is the retribution imposed by the heavenly principles upon them. Subsequently, the three exalted beings, including the ancestral dragon, conveyed messages to their respective tribes, instructing them to return to their ancestral lands and henceforth uphold the vows they had made. Soon after, they would each be required to venture forth to quell the disturbances in the four seas and the Sea of Ice, or perhaps to the immortal volcano archipelago. However, prior to that, it was imperative to return the few remaining clansmen to their ancestral lands, the myriad tribes of the primordial world. Due to the circumstances surrounding the three innate clans, were ensnared in a catastrophic calamity, with many compelled to take to the battlefield, resulting in countless casualties. Numerous tribes faced extinction, while others suffered grievous losses. Consequently, the animosity harbored by the surviving clans towards the three innate clans is all too evident. In addition to this, there exist other innate factions that harbor animosity towards the three clans. Although their realm has now diminished to the early stages of the Zhen Yuan Golden Immortal, their residual power still lingers, enabling them to maintain a tenuous deterrence against these factions and formidable beings. If they were to vanish, it is feared that these clans and their formidable members would act without restraint. At that time, it would be difficult to predict how many of the innate three clans would still survive to return, the remnants of the three primordial clans. Upon hearing the complete voice of their progenitor, each bowed deeply to their ancestral founder before leading their surviving kin back to their respective homelands. Upon the battlefield of the three clans, the remaining formidable beings of the myriad races, along with those lurking in the shadows, found themselves momentarily stirred with anticipation. However, ultimately, they were deterred by the overwhelming might of the three preeminent powers, such as the ancestor dragon, and relinquished their intentions. Upon witnessing the safe departure of their remaining kin, the ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the primordial Qilin finally exhaled in relief, their previously tense expressions gradually easing. Subsequently, the force of the heavenly Tao descended, enveloping the three illustrious beings. In an instant, the ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the primordial Qilin, the progenitors of the three innate clans and the unrivaled powers of the realm, vanished from their place. Ultimately, only a handful of the surviving formidable beings from the myriad races of the primordial wilderness remained on the battlefield of the three clans. In this scene, the hidden figure of Zhen Yuan Zi observed everything with keen eyes. He comprehended that the disappearance of beings such as the ancestor dragon was an act of the heavenly Tao. Subsequently, these three entities would need to expend countless years to fulfill the oaths they had sworn in atonement for the sins committed by their respective clans. Otherwise, how could it be possible for them to evade a fate far more tragic, perhaps even annihilation, merely by uttering a few profound vows? As the remaining powerful beings of the myriad ancient races observed the vanishing of the innate three clans, including the ancestral dragon, they contemplated their departure. It was at this moment that the heavens and earth underwent yet another monumental transformation. Upon the return of the remnants of the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans to their respective territories, they ventured into their treasure vaults, intending to retrieve some spiritual items to heal their kin. However, the expressions of the Dragon clan's Zhulong, the Phoenix clan's Colorful Phoenix, and the Qilin clan's Earth Qilin changed drastically, their faces reflecting profound dismay. At that moment, their treasure vaults were nearly devoid of contents. The invaluable innate spiritual items, innate spiritual materials, and even some innate spiritual treasures that had been stored there for countless millennia were inexplicably stripped bare. The amassed wealth of their clans, accumulated over eons, had been ruthlessly plundered. A surge of fury ignited within their hearts, yet they found themselves with no outlet for their wrath. All of this, of course, is the doing of Zhen Yuan Zi. As a time traveler, how could he possibly overlook the treasury of the three clans during the great catastrophe of Longhan? Furthermore, with the innate treasure of the Tai Xu Han Yuan Mirror and the Tian Ji Ming Yun Compass, he could effortlessly locate the treasuries of the three clans and enter them silently. The innate three clans had committed countless sins in the primordial chaos, plundering innumerable treasures. And now, a virtuous individual like him could rightfully occupy their riches, thus alleviating some of their transgressions. Of course, this was merely a facade of nobility. The core motivation was that Zhen Yuan Zi coveted the treasures of these three clans. However, one cannot entirely blame him for such actions, for the treasury of the innate three clans was indeed enticing. Before the decline of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, they wielded immense power in the primordial realm, amassing an unfathomable wealth. Various innate spiritual materials, innate spiritual plants, and innate spiritual materials piled high like mountains. In addition, there were numerous lower-tier innate spiritual treasures and low-grade innate spiritual roots. The wealth of these three clans, accumulated over countless eons, far surpassed that of any other treasury, except for the supreme treasures and rare spiritual roots bestowed by the system. During this tumultuous time of conflict among the three clans, they possessed innate spiritual treasures within their vaults, choosing not to deploy them in battle, which attests to their vast riches. By raiding the treasury of the three clans and seizing their millennia of accumulation, Zhen Yuan Zi would undoubtedly become extraordinarily wealthy. The battlefield of the three clans was shrouded in a pall of death. The remaining powerful beings felt a profound sense of relief at having survived the calamity, eager to escape this place rife with bloodshed and terror. Just as they prepared to depart, a boisterous laughter erupted unexpectedly. "Ha ha, wish to leave? Stay right there." The voice resonated like a death knell from the depths of the abyss, imbued with an oppressive chill that sent shivers through their very souls. The earth trembled as if shaken by an enraged giant, and dark, enigmatic patterns surged from the depths of the ground, weaving into a colossal demonic array at an astonishing speed. Within this array, thick, ink-like demonic energy surged like a cataclysmic tsunami, rising with overwhelming force. This energy was no ordinary substance. It harbored the anguished wails of countless tormented souls, their despairing cries piercing the air and chilling the heart. At the periphery of the array, myriad grotesque demonic shadows manifested, some resembling twisted humanoid forms with contorted horns, from which oozed a strange black liquid that corroded the ground into bottomless pits. Others took the form of colossal beasts, engulfed in roaring black flames that not only exuded a sense of dread, but could also swiftly consume all matter around them, reducing it to nothingness. These demonic shadows flickered in and out of visibility within the demonic energy, as if hunting for prey or awaiting their master's command, poised to strike with lethal precision. In an instant, the terrifying demonic energy enveloped the powerful beings, who felt an icy chill invade their very bones, as if cast into an eternal ice cavern, their souls on the brink of freezing. Meanwhile, far beyond immeasurable distances, a larger and more terrifying demonic array suddenly ignited atop the ancestral vein of Mount Shumi. This array radiated outwards from Mount Shumi, its runes pulsating with eerie crimson light, each seeming to contain the cataclysmic power to obliterate the heavens and earth. The runes intertwined and clashed, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds that sent shivers down one's spine. Under the array's influence, Mount Shumi was bathed in a blood-red hue, resembling a mountain of demons rising from the depths of hell. The surrounding void warped and collapsed under the pressure of this formidable array, with spatial rifts sprawling like gaping wounds, as if the entire world were on the brink of annihilation. Incredibly, despite the vast distances, the two arrays began to resonate with one another as if connected by an invisible thread. A mysterious and perilous void passage gradually took shape, swirling with peculiar energy currents that alternated between powerful suction and terrifying rejection. Before the myriad powerful beings could utter a single cry of alarm, they were swept into the passage by an irresistible force, instantly transported into the array atop Mount Shumi. The demon ancestor Rahu sat calmly upon the 12th grade supreme innate spiritual treasure, the annihilating black lotus, suspended in the void. He emanated boundless demonic energy, which swirled around him like tangible black silk, his long black hair dancing wildly as each strand seemed imbued with infinite demonic power, capable of rending the very fabric of space. His blood-red eyes exuded a chilling cruelty, as if they could perceive the life and death of all things, instilling fear in those who gazed upon him. As the myriad powerful beings regained their senses, fear and rage intertwined within them, prompting some to question, "Who are you? Why have you brought us here?" However, the demon ancestor Rahu merely cast a casual glance their way. That gaze was akin to an invisible blade, causing those who spoke to shatter like fragile bubbles, erupting into clouds of blood mist, leaving no trace of their souls behind. This scene rendered countless beings speechless, paralyzed by terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably as fear engulfed them like a tidal wave. Finally, the demon ancestor Rahu spoke coldly. "I am the demon ancestor Rahu. You have fallen into my hands today. Only by submitting to my demon clan may you have a glimmer of hope." His voice resonated through the void, filled with an undeniable authority. At this moment, the words spoken were indeed the ultimate objective behind his endeavor to instigate the great calamity, to unify the myriad clans of the primordial world and consolidate the boundless fortunes of humanity, thereby achieving the path to sanctity. This was the method of attaining sanctity he had meticulously devised. However, prior to the onset of the great calamity, due to the existence of the three innate races, even with his formidable strength, the demon lord Luo Ho was acutely aware that it would be nearly impossible to unify the primordial realm relying solely on himself and the demon race. Only by instigating a great war among the three clans and ushering in a cataclysmic event can he incite mutual slaughter among them, leading to their significant depletion of vitality. Ultimately, they may even perish together, thus granting him the opportunity to unify the vast wilderness. At that moment, he would merely need to eliminate the remnants of the opposing forces to achieve dominion over the wilderness, akin to the current scenario. By suppressing the remaining powerful beings of the myriad clans and sweeping across the expanse of the wilderness once more, he can consolidate boundless fortune and unify the realm. Moreover, the bloodshed among the three innate races will inevitably engulf the myriad beings of the primordial era, who possesses the strength of the myriad races, while countless formidable beings perish, yet can still assist him in refining the extermination sword array. It is simply a situation that yields multiple benefits. Thus, he commenced his clandestine scheming, instigating the tumultuous conflict among the three innate races and ushering in the impending calamity. He began to subtly impart the methods of fortune and the path to enlightenment to the ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the initial Qilin, thereby igniting their respective ambitions. After all, the hearts of the ancestors of these three races harbored an inherent desire to dominate the primordial realm, while simultaneously pursuing the aspiration of becoming a saint of mixed origin. Now, with the convergence of these two aspirations, it naturally incites a wild proliferation of ambition within them. It is precisely due to the authenticity of the method of fate and enlightenment that the three primordial beings of the ancestral dragon are able to place their trust. Subsequently, he secretly incited discord among the three innate clans, sowing seeds of division and fervently stoking the flames of enmity among them. Simultaneously, he maintained a balance of power among them to prevent any one faction from unifying the vast wilderness, particularly to avert the dragon clan from achieving supremacy. Furthermore, under the influence of the calamity-laden atmosphere, the slaughter among the three innate clans intensified, resulting in countless lives lost in this brutal conflict. The blood soaked the land of the vast wilderness, mountains crumbled, and the sun and moon lost their radiance. Ultimately, the three innate clans suffered severe depletion in this harrowing war, with countless casualties and only a handful of survivors remaining, the powerful among them being exceedingly rare. The three supreme beings, including the ancestral dragon, could only helplessly offer sacrifices to fill the sea, the volcanoes, and the central land. The endless sins burdening them are such that, despite enduring countless tribulations, they find it arduous to atone, and they remain shackled by these heavy chains. Now, The three clans have declared their withdrawal from the vast wilderness, no longer participating in the struggle for fate. And the opportunity for the demon ancestor Luo Ho has finally arrived. He merely needs to subjugate the myriad powerful beings before him and conduct a thorough sweep of the vast wilderness to realize his grand vision of unification, thereby gathering boundless fortune and attaining the path of sanctification. Just as the demon ancestor Luo Ho prepared to unleash his methods and compel the myriad powers within the formation to yield, four figures emanating a terrifying aura suddenly appeared on the horizon, racing towards Mount Shumi at an unimaginable speed. Leading them was Taoist Hongjun, clad in a purple robe embroidered with mysterious runes, each shimmering with a faint glow as if containing the secrets of the universe. In his hand, he held a black small banner, the top-tier innate treasure, the Panga banner. Following closely was Ancestor Yang Mei, dressed in a robe of void, which appeared as an infinite expanse, deep and enigmatic. An aura of endless spatial laws enveloped him, making one feel as though they were immersed in the vast cosmos, with all spatial principles under his command. Above his head hovered the innate treasure, the red universe golden pagoda, radiating brilliant light that warped and transformed the space it touched. Ancestor Yang Mei's presence seemed to merge with the entire space, and every movement he made triggered violent ripples in the fabric of space, rendering him unfathomable. Next was Ancestor Taiji, donned in a yin-yang robe, where the dual energies of yin and yang flowed endlessly, intertwining yet opposing each other, embodying the ultimate principles of the universe. He was adorned with the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram, upon which the yin-yang fish rotated slowly, each turn seemingly influencing the motion of the entire cosmos. Surrounded by the dual energies of yin and yang, Ancestor Taiji alternated between a gentle spring breeze and a fierce sword aura, allowing one to perceive the infinite transformations of yin and yang's power. The final figure was Ancestor Qianquan, clad in a Qianquan robe depicting myriad manifestations of the universe, stars, sun, moon, mountains, rivers, all encompassed within. Above him rested the innate treasure, the Qianquan cauldron, exuding an ancient and weighty aura as if bearing the weight of the entire cosmos. With each step Ancestor Qianquan took, the very heavens seemed to tremble, his presence majestic, akin to the embodiment of the universe, exuding boundless authority. The four primordial beings descended upon Mount Shumi. Ancestor Qianquan glared fiercely, his voice resonating like a thunderous bell as he reprimanded Luo Ho. You presumptuously incite calamities in the vast wilderness, committing countless acts of slaughter. Yet now, you remain unrepentant, seeking to suppress all living beings. Will you not cease your actions? Upon hearing these words, the cold light in Luo Ho's eyes intensified, and a murderous intent surged around him as he roared. Do you seek to impede my enlightenment? The grudge against obstructing the path is greater than the heavens themselves. If that is the case, let us engage in battle. In an instant, the void surrounding Mount Shumi seemed ignited. As the auras of the demon ancestor Luo Ho and the four supreme primordial beings violently clashed, the entire world trembled under the overwhelming force of this confrontation, seemingly on the verge of being torn asunder by their immense power. Having painstakingly plotted for several epochs, and with the opportunity to attain enlightenment now at hand, how could the demon ancestor Luo Ho possibly let it slip away? Taoist Hongjun, with eyes like torches, gazed intently at Luo Ho, his expression mingling compassion with admonition, and spoke. Luo Ho, as you tread the path of the demon, your actions endanger the vast wilderness. If this continues, it will inevitably return to a state of chaos. It is not too late to turn back. Should you abandon the demonic path and return to the righteous way, we, your fellow Taoists, shall naturally withdraw, and you may yet preserve your life. His voice was calm yet imbued with immeasurable strength, as though he could command the very cosmos with each word. Hearing this, Ancestor Qianquan and Ancestor Taiji exchanged glances, observing the swirling demonic energy around Mount Shumi that mirrored apocalyptic scenes, and they nodded in agreement. They understood the grave consequences of the rampant demonic path that had already plunged the beings of the vast wilderness into despair. The venerable Yang Mei cast a meaningful glance at Taoist Hongjun, yet offered no further words, although he remained detached from the ongoing conflict. The nefarious actions of the demon ancestor Luo Hu were undeniably at odds with his interests. Upon hearing Taoist Hongjun's pronouncement, the demon ancestor initially froze in disbelief, only to erupt into a thunderous laugh imbued with mockery and fury. To demand that he dissolve his demonic cultivation would render him vulnerable to slaughter. Even if the individuals before him retreated, others would undoubtedly seek to strike him down. It was conceivable that he might be vanquished by those he once deemed insignificant, an affront he could not abide. This was nothing short of a humiliation. With a chilling sneer, the demon ancestor retorted, "Hong Jun, you hypocrite. We are merely engaged in a contest of the Great Way. Ultimately, we must face one another. Your attempt to compel me to relinquish my demonic prowess is tantamount to offering me up for slaughter." His voice resonated like rolling thunder, sending ripples through the surrounding space. With demonic energy surging around him with increasing intensity, the ancestor of Yin and Yang's expression darkened at his words, a glint of fierce determination flashing in his eyes as he reprimanded, "Stubborn and deluded, you defy the natural order. Today we shall act in accordance with heaven's will, ensuring that your demonic path finds no refuge." The irascible ancestor of heaven and earth, with unbridled fury, bellowed, "Why waste words? Let us unite and bring him down." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the formidable presence of the four supreme innate beings erupted forth. Their collective aura surged like tumultuous waves, relentlessly pressing toward the demon ancestor Luo Hu. The weakest among them possessed the late-stage cultivation of a Hunyuan golden immortal, and their overwhelming essence began to warp the very fabric of space around them. In swift succession, they summoned their respective treasures. Taoist Hong Jun waved the Panga banner, unleashing a chaotic sword aura that cleaved through the air, ripping the space apart and revealing an abyss of darkness. The Taiji diagram of the ancestor of Taiji unfurled slowly, transforming the dual energies of Yin and Yang into two colossal dragons that lunged at the demon ancestor, each clash igniting violent energy waves that threatened to shatter the heavens and the earth. The crimson Zhaojin Tower atop Yang Mei's head blazed with radiant light, unleashing countless spatial blades that sliced through everything in their path, even severing the demonic energy into fragments. The Qianquan cauldron of the ancestor of heaven and earth descended with immense force, akin to Mount Tai crashing down upon the demon ancestor, collapsing space and creating massive voids. Unyielding, the demon ancestor wielded the divine artifact, the god-slaying spear, its tip glinting with a chilling light capable of rending the very void with each swing. Beneath him, the 12-petal annihilation black lotus burned with black, demonic flames, corroding all it touched. Above, the innate treasure, the world-destroying millstone, rotated ominously, emitting a spine-chilling creak as if intent on grinding all existence to dust. His peak cultivation as a Hunyuan golden immortal was laid bare, and the clash of demonic energy with that of the four formidable beings erupted in blinding bursts of light, causing the entire Mount Sumeru to tremble violently, as if on the verge of collapse. In an instant, Taoist Hong Jun, the ancestor of heaven and earth, the ancestor of Yin and Yang, and the demon ancestor Luo who were locked in fierce combat. The Panga banner clashed with the god-slaying spear, each collision birthing powerful energy storms that fragmented the surrounding space. The Qianquan cauldron and the world-destroying millstone countered one another, their immense forces battling in a colossal energy vortex that consumed everything nearby. Meanwhile, the ancestor of Yin and Yang wielded the dual powers of the Taiji diagram, relentlessly seeking the demon ancestor's vulnerabilities, alternating between defensive shields and offensive blades in a terrifying war. The venerable Yang Mei wielded his spatial divine powers, his hands deftly forming intricate seals as mysterious spatial runes erupted from his fingertips, merging seamlessly into the formation. The remnants of the myriad races, ensnared within the demonic array, perceived a fleeting brilliance before being enveloped by a gentle yet irresistible force that liberated them from the clutches of the enchantment. Had he not prioritized their escape? The mere aftermath of this cataclysmic battle would have sufficed to obliterate these formidable beings. Once he had ushered the myriad warriors to safety, he flickered and plunged into the heart of the demonic domain. His form glided effortlessly amidst the ranks of the demonkin, with each strike. The very fabric of space contorted and collapsed. The exalted beings, those at the pinnacle of power, stood utterly powerless against his spatial prowess, swiftly reduced to mere fragments by his ethereal blades. Even the two early-stage quasi-saints among the demon generals found themselves retreating in disarray before his relentless advance. Each movement of Yang Mei appeared as though he were orchestrating the very forces of space itself, his presence plunging the demonic faction into chaos. As this extraordinary battle raged on with fervor, far removed from the western continent, in a distant locale outside of Mount Shumi, Zhen Yuan Zi observed the clash in silence. At the instant, the demon ancestor Luo Hu engaged in a fierce confrontation with several innate powerhouses. He discerned that the moment to dismantle the remnants of Luo Hu's primordial earth veins had arrived. Even if he were to annihilate all that the demon ancestor had left in reserve, he would lack the time to react and re-establish his own strategies. Zhen Yuan Zi first revealed his form, lifting the veil of the heavenly mechanism fate compass that had shielded him. After all, his elaborate plan was not solely aimed at the Western continent, but was also intended to harness the immense merit contained within. He could not allow the heavenly path to remain oblivious to his actions. Otherwise, should the merit not be attributed to him, all his efforts would have been in vain. In the wake of the Great War's outbreak, all parties were preoccupied, leaving him free from the necessity of concealment. Subsequently, with a mere thought, Zhen Yuan Zi activated the numerous contingencies he had previously established at various ley line nodes. Countless beams of light surged forth from these nodes, each imbued with formidable power, assailing the various restrictions and treasures laid by the demon ancestor Luo, who within the ley lines. In an instant, the earth trembled and the mountains shook, as the majority of the meticulously arranged contingencies of the demon ancestor were obliterated, leaving only Mount Xiumi and a few surrounding ley line nodes intact. Meanwhile, within Mount Xiumi, the demon ancestor Luo, who was engaged in a fierce battle against several innate powers, including Taoist Hongjun, when his expression suddenly shifted, he sensed that his contingency plans within the western ley lines had been discovered, and, alarmingly, a substantial number had been annihilated in a remarkably short span of time. A wave of shock and fury surged through him as he realized that his plans had encountered a significant upheaval. Now, even if he were to detonate the ley lines, it would only result in the destruction of Mount Xiumi and portions of the western continent's ley lines, at most claiming less than half of the entire ley line network of the western continent. Moreover, it is of paramount importance that the primal earth veins are intricately linked to the potency of his extermination sword formation. Now, having severed the connection to a significant portion of these veins, its power is inevitably diminished, which greatly undermines one of his crucial trump cards. This situation has incited the demon ancestor, Luo, who, to act with increasing ferocity, is heart brimming with resentment and rage. The god-slaying spear in his grasp dances with heightened speed, each strike imbued with an unwavering resolve to annihilate all that lies before him. The Taoist Hongjun and his companions also sensed the transformation of the demon ancestor Luo, who they understood that this battle had reached a critical juncture. A moment's carelessness could allow the demon ancestor to escape or plunge the Honghuang into an even more perilous situation. After all, one as proud as the demon ancestor Luo who would never choose to flee easily. Moreover, the opportunity to preach is right before us. Should we escape this time, the chance to devise another plan may remain elusive for an indeterminate future. Moreover, he was not without his own contingencies. Given the presence of four supreme beings, particularly Yang Mei, who excelled in the path of space, and the Yin-Yang Taoist, master of the Taiji diagram, escape would be an arduous task. It would be far more prudent to seize the moment, leveraging his home advantage and employing his hidden trump card for a desperate gamble. Thus, sensing the perilous nature of the situation, the demon ancestor Luo who resolutely decided to unleash his ultimate weapon, the extermination sword array. In an instant, the heavens and earth seemed to be gripped by an invisible giant hand, as the air was compressed, emitting a sharp, piercing whistle. Around him, a terrifying aura of malevolence surged forth, akin to a raging black tide, rising with an overwhelming force that threatened to pierce the very skies. Accompanying this apocalyptic energy, for gleaming, sinister swords ascended slowly from the abyss of endless darkness. In that moment, a boundless crimson light flooded the realm, as the four murderous swords, along with the formation, hovered ominously in the void. Upon the blades, mysterious and ancient runes writhed like ethereal serpents, twisting, leaping, and pulsating with an eerie, icy luminescence, exuding a chilling aura. Wherever the sharpness reached, space tore apart like fragile parchment, revealing an unfathomable abyss filled with chaotic turbulence. Time itself seemed ensnared by this power. Trapped in an eternal stasis, all things in existence appeared diminutive and fragile beneath this overwhelming radiance, as if they could be mercilessly crushed into cosmic dust at any moment. In an instant, the boundless bloodthirst and malevolence of the world were drawn towards the extermination sword array, surging like a rampant black tide. The entire universe was enveloped by this terrifying presence, as if the apocalypse were upon them. The might of the extermination sword array escalated relentlessly, its dreadful power causing the very fabric of space to warp and distort, while time appeared to come to a halt. As the saying goes, neither copper, nor iron, nor steel, once concealed beneath Mount Sumera. No need for the inversion of yin and yang to refine. Can there be no water and fire to temper the edge? The extermination is sharp, slaying the celestial beings. The array awakens with a crimson glow. The transformations of the celestial are boundless and wondrous. The blood of the great Luo celestial stains the garments, With the infusion of boundless malevolent energy, the extermination sword array erupted with even more terrifying power, as if it sought to obliterate the entire primordial world. Hongjun Daoist, the Yin-Yang ancestor, the Qianquan ancestor, and Yang Mei ancestor found themselves ensnared within the extermination sword array, their expressions shifting dramatically. They gazed at the four celestial swords radiating endless malice, their hearts filled with astonishment. They had not anticipated that Luo Hu possessed such a formidable and sinister array. The countenance of Hongjun Daoist grew grave, his expression somewhat unsightly. It was no wonder that Luo Hu dared to confront the four of them. This must be his source of confidence. The current extermination sword array was not only refined by the power of the Western Continent's ley lines and the ceaseless malevolence of the Nine Nether Abyss, but had also absorbed the boundless bloodlust from the battlefield of the three races, rendering it exceedingly fearsome. It could be deemed the foremost killing formation beneath the heavens of the primordial realm. The Qianquan ancestor bellowed in fury, whatever formation it may be. I shall shatter this wretched array. Gripping the Qianquan cauldron tightly in his hands, his aura surged dramatically, attempting to break through the terrifying sword array with sheer force. The Yin-Yang ancestor likewise wore a stern expression, clad in the innate treasure of the Taiji diagram, with the dual energies of Yin and Yang swirling around him, ever vigilant against the sword array's onslaught. The venerable Yang Mei stood beneath the resplendent red Zhu golden pagoda, its brilliance enveloping his figure and emanating enigmatic spatial fluctuations. As the demon ancestor Luo Ho observed the crowd ensnared within the sword array, a chilling smile crept across his visage. He immediately activated the extermination sword array, effectively isolating figures such as the ancestor of heaven and earth and the ancestor of yin and yang. Subsequently, the four formidable beings, including Daoist Hongjun, were similarly segregated into distinct spatial domains of the array. An unending torrent of lethal sword energy surged towards them, intent on annihilation. Simultaneously, the demon ancestor Luo Ho, wielding the god-slaying spear, with the world-destroying millstone hovering above him and standing upon the 12-petal world-destroying black lotus, advanced menacingly towards the ancestor of heaven and earth. The ancestor, grappling with the ceaseless onslaught of murderous sword energy and the tempest of slaughter, was struck with paralyzing dread upon witnessing this. He hastily summoned all his strength to activate the cauldron of heaven and earth, enveloping himself within its protective embrace in an attempt to withstand the assault from demon ancestor Luo Ho. However, the ferocity of Luo Ho's strikes was beyond comprehension. Each swing of the god-slaying spear radiated cataclysmic power. In but a single blow, the ancestor of heaven and earth's cauldron was nearly hurled into the abyss. Heaven and earth, today marks your demise. Luo Ho cackled madly, his eyes ablaze with frenzied light as the god-slaying spear lunged towards the ancestor like a venomous serpent. The ancestor of heaven and earth was gripped by profound alarm, fully aware that he was no match for Luo Ho and sought to escape. Yet, he soon realized that the extermination sword array had formed its own closed-off space, rendering any hope of flight futile. Left with no alternatives, he once more exerted the full force of the cauldron of heaven and earth to shield himself, striving to withstand the onslaught of the demon ancestor. Nevertheless, despite the ancestor of heaven and earth being a late-stage primordial golden immortal, even with the innate treasure, the cauldron of heaven and earth, at his disposal, the overwhelming might of the extermination sword array, combined with the pinnacle mastery of the demon ancestor and the lethal synergy of the god-slaying spear and the world-destroying millstone, proved insurmountable. In mere moments, the cauldron was sent flying by Luo Ho, leaving the ancestor of heaven and earth with only the map of heaven and earth and the ruler of heaven and earth, barely fending off the relentless attacks of the demon ancestor. At the moment when the fate of the Grandmaster of heaven and earth hung by a thread, the void within the extermination sword formation suddenly twisted. A dazzling beam of golden light tore through the layers of demonic barriers, akin to the first glimmer of hope emerging from the darkness. At this critical juncture, the Taiji diagram of the ancestor of yin and yang transformed into a resplendent bridge of white jade and gold, spanning the boundless void. Descending with the formidable power of yin and yang before the Grandmaster of heaven and earth, the impending strike from the demon ancestor, Luo Hu, crashed violently against the white jade and gold bridge. In that instant, a cataclysmic explosion of energy erupted, reminiscent of two celestial bodies colliding, the blinding brilliance dispersing the surrounding ink-like demonic aura. A powerful shockwave surged outward, shattering the space around it like fragile glass. Witnessing this, the demon ancestor Luo Hu felt no trepidation. Rather, he erupted into a maniacal laugh, his voice resonating and rippling through the surrounding space. Yin and Yang, you are courting death. Since you have voluntarily offered yourself, Do not blame me for being merciless today. With that, the demonic energy swirling around him surged like a boiling black ocean, armed with the god-slaying spear, its tip gleaming with a chilling light. He unleashed a torrent of annihilation that shot forth like a bolt of black lightning aimed directly at the ancestor of Yin and Yang. The ancestor of Yin and Yang's expression turned grave. He dared not show the slightest hint of negligence, as he channeled his mystical power to resist the overwhelming might of the extermination sword formation. The relentless onslaught of murderous sword energy battered against his defenses like a tempest, each strike possessing the power to obliterate the void. Simultaneously, he kept a vigilant eye on the movements of the demon ancestor Luo Hu, the Taiji diagram in his grasp radiating brilliance, with the energies of Yin and Yang swirling around him like two majestic dragons, forming an impenetrable barrier. As the demon ancestor Luo Hu closed in, he thrust the god-slaying spear forward, piercing the air with a sharp whistle, wielding an earth-shattering force aimed at the throat of the ancestor of Yin and Yang. The ancestor's eyes narrowed. He swiftly commanded the energies of Yin and Yang to meet the spear's advance. The two dragons lunged fiercely at the spear, and upon collision, a dazzling explosion of light erupted, energy coursing chaotically as the surrounding space buckled and reformed under the weight of such terrifying power. However, the demon ancestor Luo Hu, possessing the pinnacle of the primordial golden immortal realm and wielding the god-slaying spear along with the annihilation millstone, pressed his relentless assault. Each strike bore cataclysmic momentum, forcing the ancestor of Yin and Yang to retreat step by step. Though armed with the innate treasure of the Taiji diagram, the ancestor gradually felt the strain. His defenses began to show fine cracks under the onslaught of the demon ancestor's ferocity. After several exchanges, the ancestor of Yin and Yang realized that he was no match for Luo Hu that day, and a desire to retreat blossomed within him. He summoned all his internal power, channeling it into the Taiji diagram, attempting once more to transform it into the white jade and gold bridge to escape the extermination sword formation. In an instant, the bridge blazed with resplendent light, trembling slightly as if gathering strength to break through the layers of confinement. Yet, the demon ancestor Luo Hu would not allow such an escape. With a cold snort, he declared, thinking to flee now? It is too late. He then immediately summoned the remaining ley line energies of the western continent, causing the power of the extermination sword formation to surge dramatically, further solidifying the space and halting the white jade and gold bridge in its tracks. This sudden turn of events caused both the ancestor of Yin and Yang and the Grandmaster of Heaven and Earth to change their expressions. Within another realm, the Taoist Hongjun appeared to sense the situation on this side, his expression slightly shifting. Yet, he refrained from taking further action, continuing to leisurely withstand the lethal aura emanating from the sword array of immortal execution. The demon ancestor Luo Hu, with a ferocious countenance, declared, "You shall all perish." A glint of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes as he unleashed the power of the sword array, relentlessly pressing towards the ancestor of Yin and Yang. Meanwhile, the god-slaying spear in his hand resonated with the world-destroying grinding disc above his head, unleashing a more terrifying force directed at the ancestor of Yin and Yang with full intensity. After a fierce battle, despite the protection offered by the Taiji diagram, the injuries sustained by the ancestor of Yin and Yang grew increasingly severe, further exacerbated by the malevolent and murderous energy permeating the sword array. As the Taiji diagram was sent flying by the god-slaying spear in conjunction with the world-destroying grinding disc, the ancestor of Yin and Yang let out a wretched cry, his body struck by the spear, instantly disintegrating. His eyes, bloodshot, reflected a ghastly expression as he roared frantically, "Luo Hu, since you wish to slay me, I shall drag you down with me." In that moment, the body of the ancestor of Yin and Yang began to swell, his aura becoming exceedingly terrifying, clearly indicating an impending self-detonation. "Madman!" exclaimed the demon ancestor Luo Hu, his expression shifting dramatically. The self-detonation of a peak quasi-saint like the ancestor of Yin and Yang was a force he dared not confront directly. Hastily, he positioned the 12th grade world-destroying Black Lotus and the world-destroying grinding disc before him, along with several other high-grade, innate spiritual treasures for additional protection. With a thunderous explosion, the ancestor of Yin and Yang self-detonated. The terrifying might swept through the endless void, causing the entire sword array of immortal execution to tremble precariously under the impact of such force. Fortunately, as they were within the confines of the sword array, a self-contained space, the destructive power of the explosion, while formidable, only wreaked havoc within the array and did not affect the outside world. Had this explosion occurred amidst the primal chaos, not even a mountain as vast as Mount Sumeru, stretching billions of miles, would remain intact. Thousands of such peaks would be utterly obliterated. Even at this moment, faced with the dreadfulness of the self-detonation, several of the demon ancestor Luo whose defensive innate spiritual treasures were directly destroyed. Even the 12th grade world-destroying Black Lotus, a supreme innate treasure, suffered considerable damage. Simultaneously, Luo who sustained some injuries, yet due to the protection of multiple spiritual treasures, the extent of his wounds was not severe. Without the protection of these divine treasures, facing such a self-destructive assault would likely leave him gravely injured, if not dead. The terrifying self-detonation of the Yin-Yang ancestor, capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth, erupted violently within the space enveloped by the killing immortal sword array. This cataclysmic event not only inflicted wounds upon the demon ancestor, Luo Ho, but also brought misfortune to the primordial ancestor of heaven and earth, who shared this space. The horrific energy unleashed by the Yin-Yang ancestor's explosion surged forth like an ancient beast breaking free from its shackles, overwhelming everything in its path with a tidal force. The entire space trembled violently under the impact of this power, as if it were on the brink of being ground to dust. Caught unprepared, the primordial ancestor of heaven and earth could scarcely react before being struck by this frenzied wave of energy. The innate treasure, the heaven and earth cauldron, which he had just summoned back, was swept away once more by the sheer ferocity of the shock, akin to a leaf caught in a tempest. Vanishing into the chaotic maelstrom of energy, he could do nothing but activate the remaining innate spiritual treasures to defend himself. The already wounded body of the primordial ancestor of heaven and earth felt as though it were being sliced by thousands of sharp blades under the relentless onslaught of this force. Grievous wounds erupted across his skin, and blood gushed forth like a fountain. Simultaneously, a surge of malevolent energy and a thirst for slaughter, akin to sharks sensing blood, flooded into his being with frenzied intensity. As a result of the terrifying self-detonation, the spatial realm of the slaying immortal sword array teetered on the brink of collapse. Enormous fissures rapidly spread across the spatial barriers, with the ominous void seeping through the cracks, as if it sought to consume the entirety of existence. Upon witnessing this, the demon ancestor Luo, whose expression shifted dramatically, should this realm succumb to ruin, the potency of the slaying immortal sword array would be severely compromised, potentially thwarting his grand scheme. Without a moment to spare, he exerted all his efforts to manipulate the slaying immortal sword array, thereby stabilizing the fragile space. As the venerable ancestor of the universe found himself bereft of the protection afforded by the innate treasure, the universe cauldron, and on the brink of death from grievous wounds, a glimmer of ruthless intent flashed in the eyes of the demon ancestor, Luo Ho. His demonic aura surged like a black tsunami, bearing down once more upon the ancestor of the universe. In that moment, the ancestor was ensnared in a dire predicament, compounded by the influx of malevolent and murderous energy. His eyes, aflame with rage and despair, turned crimson as they radiated an insane thirst for bloodshed. With a deafening roar that seemed to shatter the heavens, the ancestor of the universe began to uncontrollably swell in size. The immense power of a late-stage Hunyuan golden immortal surged within him, akin to an imminent volcanic eruption. As his roar echoed, the surrounding space contorted under the strain of his power, the air compressed into a sharp, explosive sound. In a moment of reckless abandon, the ancestor of the universe chose to self-destruct. His body transformed into a dazzling burst of light, imbued with boundless destructive force, which radiated wildly in all directions. This power eclipsed even that of the previous self-detonation of the ancestor of Yin and Yang. Wherever it reached, the fabric of space shattered like a broken mirror, and the power of the immortal slaying sword array began to teeter precariously under this onslaught. Another madman, roared the demon ancestor Luo Ho, taken aback by the ancestor of the universe's resolute decision. He hastily summoned the 12-petal annihilation Black Lotus, the world-destroying millstone, and several other spiritual treasures, positioning them before him. Under his full exertion, these treasures emitted a brilliant radiance, forming an impregnable barrier of defense. Yet, even so, Luo Ho felt the immense pressure bearing down upon him. The terrifying force of the self-detonation battered his defenses, causing cracks to emerge in his protective treasures, and the petals of the annihilation Black Lotus swayed perilously. The recently restored immortal slaying sword array emitted a mournful hum under this new surge, its four celestial swords dimming as if on the verge of losing control. The entire space was engulfed by this dreadful power, as though the apocalypse had indeed descended upon them. Meanwhile, the venerable ancestor Yang Mei, situated in another part of the immortal slaying sword array, also sensed the unfolding chaos. Alarmed, he seized the moment as the array exhibited vulnerabilities and the void grew unstable, channeling the power of the spatial origin through the Qizhou Golden Tower. After a ripple of spatial fluctuation, he swiftly escaped from the confines of the immortal slaying sword array, his whereabouts unknown. Meanwhile, within another realm, the Taoist Hongjun also sensed the unfolding situation, a faint smile gracing his face. The demise of the ancestor of Qian Kun and the ancestor of Yin Yang, alongside the flight of the ancestor of Yang Mei, had resulted in two of his three companions perishing, with one escaping. Yet, he exhibited no concern for the dire circumstances. Instead, a glimmer of delight flickered in his eyes. Had he not concealed his true abilities precisely for this moment? Now, with the self-detonation of the ancestors of Yin Yang and Qian Kun, the power of the sword array of extermination had been significantly diminished, presenting him the perfect opportunity to step in and rectify the situation. Moreover, with the self-destruction and demise of the Qian Kun ancestor and the Yin Yang ancestor, they not only weakened the Zhuxian sword formation but also eliminated two potential rivals on his path to enlightenment. After all, both were reincarnations of primordial chaos fiends. Though they had united to oppose the demon ancestor Luohu now, there was no guarantee they wouldn't join forces against him when he approached his own ascension. Furthermore, he harbored future ambitions to manipulate the fortunes of the human path. Thus, these fallen comrades were, in truth, the most beneficial allies he could have wished for at this juncture. Moreover, he was able to acquire the two invaluable treasures left behind by these two existences, along with the thousands of innate spiritual treasures accumulated over countless millennia. These were indeed a wealth of riches. Subsequently, a jade disc, entwined with the essence of myriad laws and principles, manifested above the head of the Taoist Hongjun. From this jade disc descended an infinite stream of profound radiance and an abundance of moral and transformative light, safeguarding Hongjun Taoist and rendering the extermination sword array incapable of inflicting any harm upon him. Shortly thereafter, three Taoist figures materialized, representing the three corpses he had severed. Each possessed the same pinnacle attainment of the primordial golden immortal as his own essence, and each wielded a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Go! With a low command from Hongjun Taoist, the three figures united their strength and launched an assault on the four celestial swords within the extermination sword array. In but a fleeting moment, they effortlessly seized the extermination sword, the slaughtering sword, and the trapping sword. As Hongjun Taoist restrained Luohu, he deftly seized the Excalibur. With the removal of the four celestial swords, the Excalibur formation was instantaneously shattered. The destruction of the Excalibur formation dealt a significant blow to the demon ancestor Luohu, whose countenance darkened, filled with resentment and fury. Luohu, your demise is at hand. Hongjun Taoist fixed his cold gaze upon the demon ancestor Luohu, and with a gentle wave of the Panga banner, a chaotic sword aura, capable of splitting heaven and earth, surged forth to strike at Luohu. In response, the furious Luohu roared, brandishing the god-slaying spear, standing upon the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus, and crowned by the Annihilation Millstone. He summoned all his strength to withstand Hongjun Taoist's assault. The two engaged in a fierce clash, their battle sending shockwaves throughout the vast expanse of Hongwang. This confrontation between Tao and demon was also a contest for enlightenment. The victor would claim the opportunity for transcendence, ultimately determining the fate of the future of Hongwang. It would dictate whether the realm would be governed by the celestial path or the demonic path. As the saying goes, to the victor belong the spoils. After an intense struggle, the demon ancestor Luohu sustained considerable injuries, having already been gravely wounded from the previous self-destructive assaults of the Yin Yang ancestor and the Qian Kun ancestor. The Taoist Hongjun possesses the primordial treasure, the Chaos Jade Disc, as a formidable defense. Even though the Jade Disc is damaged, it remains impervious to the assaults of the demon ancestor, Luohu. Thus, even with the assistance of the Excalibur formation, Luohu's attacks could not harm Hongjun, let alone in the present circumstances. In contrast, wielding the Panga banner, a treasure of innate offensive power, Hongjun repeatedly breached the defenses of Luohu's 12th-grade Annihilation Black Lotus. With the support of the three corpses, it was evident that Luohu was no match for Hongjun, and he soon sustained grave injuries. As Hongjun activated the Chaos Jade Disc, in conjunction with his three corpses, he sent Luohu's world-destroying grinding disc flying. while the Panga banner once again shattered the defenses of the 12-grade Annihilation Black Lotus, inflicting further severe damage upon Luo Hu. Luo Hu, you have lost. Will you not concede and surrender? Hong Jun gazed coldly at Luo Hu, a flicker of disdain passing through his eyes. Yet, at this moment, the demon ancestor Luo Hu became increasingly deranged, his eyes filled with madness and resentment. Old fool Hong Jun, even if I perish today, I shall ensure you do not escape unscathed. With that, he instantly activated the remaining contingencies he had laid within the Western Earth veins, combining them with the remnants of the Excalibur formation, triggering an explosion within these veins. A terrifying aura of malevolence surged into the earth, causing the nodal points of the veins to convulse violently, leading to countless eruptions. The overwhelming power swept across the heavens and the earth, causing the entire western continent to tremble violently, as if on the brink of collapse. Luo Hu, you dare. Hong Jun's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly summoned the Chaos Jade Disc for protection while attempting to suppress the power of the earth veins near Mount Shumi, but to no avail. Luo Hu laughed maniacally, reveling in his madness. Ha ha. Old fool Hong Jun, if you obstruct my path to enlightenment, I shall ensure you suffer. This boundless karma will also claim you. Subsequently, he proclaimed a great oath. With the Tao above, I, Luo Hu, hereby vow to transform into an otherworldly demon. Henceforth, the Tao and demon shall not coexist. The Tao rises, the demon ascends. The Tao wanes, the demon grows. As the oath was uttered, Luo Hu's cultivation dissipated in an instant, and his form transformed into a black light, vanishing into the void. Subsequently, the great Tao, moved by profound sentiments, bestowed a plethora of merits along with a formidable 33-layered demon tower. Thereafter, it vanished into the boundless chaos of the outer heavens, carrying with it a fragment of the true spirit of the demon ancestor, Luo Hu. At this moment, the terrifying power of the self-detonation of the Western Earth's veins had yet to dissipate, casting an overwhelming darkness upon the world. The remnants of various supreme treasures that lingered upon the battlefield were also swept away by this formidable force. Hong Jun and his 3 corpses swiftly pursued several treasured artifacts as well as innate spiritual treasures. Concealed in the shadows, Zhen Yuan Zi also took action upon witnessing this scene, utilizing the celestial mechanism Fate Compass to obscure his identity. He subsequently harnessed the spatial capabilities of the Tai Xu Hun Yuan Mirror to traverse the void towards those treasured items, rather than hastening to seize the Taiji diagram. He prioritized claiming the Qian Kuan Ding before the 3 corpses of Hong Jun. Although the Taiji diagram, as a primordial treasure of creation, holds a superior rank and power compared to the Qian Kuan Ding, its significance to Zhen Yuan Zi pales in comparison to that of the latter. While the Taiji diagram boasts comprehensive and formidable functions, Zhen Yuan Zi does not lack similar innate treasures. Instead, he places greater value on the Qian Kuan Ding's ability to reverse the postnatal into the prenatal. Despite potential limitations, it nonetheless possesses immense utility. In addition to the Qian Kuan Ding, Zhen Yuan Zi also acquired the God-slaying spear and the world-destroying mill, originally belonging to the demon ancestor Luo Hu. Furthermore, he seized over 1,000 innate spiritual treasures, including the exquisite Qian Kuan diagram and the Qian Kuan ruler, alongside other exceptional and superior innate treasures, culminating in an impressive collection exceeding 1,000 items of varying quality. These treasures represent the accumulation of countless millennia by the Yin-Yang ancestor and the Qian Kuan ancestor. Only beings of their caliber, top-tier reincarnated divine demons born at the dawn of the world, could amass such a substantial fortune. Yet now, it has inadvertently benefited Zhen Yuan Zi and Hong Jun. At this moment, Hong Jun Daoist has likewise seized the Tai Chi diagram, along with numerous innate spiritual treasures. However, his 3 corpses, in pursuit of the Divine Slayer's spear, the Qian Kuan cauldron, and the world-destroying disc, have mysteriously vanished, which leaves Hong Jun somewhat perplexed. Could they have been ensnared in the chaotic void? Moreover, the quantity of spiritual treasures does not align with his expectations. Is it possible that other entities are covertly intervening? While Hong Jun Daoist harbors such suspicions, his attempts to deduce the situation using the creation jade plate yielded no fruitful results. Nevertheless, in the end, Hong Jun successfully acquired the Tai Chi diagram, an unparalleled innate supreme treasure, as well as a plethora of innate spiritual treasures. Each of his 3 corpses also attained hundreds of innate spiritual treasures. Thus, this endeavor proved to be immensely rewarding for Hong Jun. After Zhen Yuan Zi completed all of this, in order to avoid a direct confrontation with Hong Jun at that moment, he traversed the void once more and returned to Mount Wanshou, as if nothing had transpired. At this moment in the primordial world, the ominous aura that had descended due to the conflict between the Tao and the demon was dissipating. Following the demise of the demon ancestor, Luoho, who had transformed into an otherworldly fiend. With the cessation of this celestial battle, the malevolent energy began to fade, ushering in a return to clarity in the heavens and the earth. As the ominous miasma completely vanished, the obscuring forces that had shrouded the heavenly Tao dissipated, allowing the primordial Tao to resurge. This resurgence was accompanied by a profound sensation within the Tao itself. In the distance, vast swathes of merit manifested as golden clouds, billowing and coalescing, their radiance akin to that of a blazing sun, illuminating the entirety of the primordial realm. The rich power of merit stirred the hearts of countless beings, who gazed skyward in awe. Taoist Hongjun, observing the expanse of golden clouds, was overtaken by a sense of elation. Could it be that, despite the annihilation of the demon Luoho resulting in the devastation of half of the Western Earth's veins and causing significant destruction to the Western continent, the heavenly Tao not only refrained from administering karmic retribution, but also bestowed such immense merit? The notion that such destruction could occur without punishment, and instead yield tremendous rewards of merit, was beyond his imagination, filling him with an uncontainable sense of delight. However, just as Taoist Hongjun was eagerly anticipating the arrival of this merit, he suddenly realized that the direction from which the golden clouds descended was not aligned with his own position. Instead, it descended towards the distant direction of Mount Wanshou, which lay countless billions of miles away. The smile of Hongjun Taoist suddenly froze on his face, an awkward expression flooding his heart, and a wave of heat surged across his countenance. He never anticipated that this immense merit would have no connection to himself whatsoever. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a tremendous force of karma unexpectedly descended upon him. The expression on Hongjun Taoist's face darkened, and his mood soured considerably. This was clearly the celestial karma resulting from the disruption of the primal earth veins, a portion of which was attributed to him. He swiftly employed the Chaos Jade Plate to discern the origins of these events. As his calculations deepened, he gradually unraveled the general sequence of occurrences. It turned out that the hidden schemes set by the demon ancestor Luo, at the nodes of the earth veins in the western continent, had been largely compromised. This was also the reason behind the shifting countenance of demon ancestor Luo during the Great Battle. They had sensed this disturbance at the time, yet, engrossed in the fierce conflict, they did not investigate further. The destruction of the contingency plans at the Earthvein nodes had diminished the potency of Luohu's Excalibur formation. Most crucially, it prevented Luohu from igniting the entirety of the Western Earthveins, thereby mitigating significant devastation to the Western continent. Although the Western continent remained ravaged, with countless celestial mountains and blessed grounds obliterated, and numerous innate spiritual entities and beings annihilated, along with a decline in primordial spiritual energy, at the very least. Half of the Western Earthveins were preserved, averting the catastrophic consequences of a complete detonation. Consequently, the karma he accumulated was reduced by half. Although this remaining half of the earthly energy is still substantial, without this presence to safeguard it, the karma he bore would have likely intensified by more than double. It can be said that in this battle, he not only incurred a significant karmic debt to the West, but also to this remarkable entity. Not long ago, when undertaking this task, Zhen Yuan Zi deliberately chose not to conceal the secrets of heaven. Thus, through a series of calculations, Taoist Hongjun became aware of the karmic debts he owed, which were attributed to Zhen Yuan Zi of the 5 palaces on Mount Wanshou. At this moment, Zhen Yuan Zi, situated on Mount Wanshou, was enveloped by a magnificent cloud of meritorious golden light. This golden radiance flowed around him like a tangible liquid, elevating his presence to that of a deity. As he basked in this boundless power of virtue, Zhen Yuan Zi felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, as if every pore of his being was rejoicing in exuberance. However, he refrained from directly absorbing this precious power of virtue, for it was far more valuable than the essence of innate spiritual energy belonging to the very source of heaven and earth. Moreover, in addition to this, there are various remarkable applications, not to mention that the merit of protecting oneself will be favored by the heavens and the earth, and others will exercise caution in their actions due to various considerations. At this moment, such direct absorption would be a sheer waste. After all, Zhen Yuan Zi currently possesses ample means to enhance his strength, rendering the use of such merit for cultivation rather regrettable. However, if his cultivation were to reach the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, or even just the late-stage pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, he could harness this immense merit to summon the Primordial Purple Qi, thereby directly achieving sanctification through merit. Yet, at present, His cultivation only attains the mid-stage completion of quasi-sainthood, leaving him with a slight gap to the late-stage realm. Nonetheless, his foundation is remarkably solid, and a breakthrough to the late-stage quasi-sainthood is not far off. If one considers the previous accumulation, he is now poised to expend all his merit power, relying on the primordial purple energy, which similarly offers a glimmer of hope for forcibly attaining the path of merit. However, such an endeavor would inevitably lead to a fragile foundation, and his strength among the sages would be considerably diminished, necessitating a protracted period for recovery. Furthermore, he harbors no desire to directly achieve enlightenment through merit, as he perceives far greater utility in it for other purposes. He remains unperturbed by the prospect of failing to attain the path in the future and feels no need to vie with Hongjun for a position of unification. Adding to this, his actual combat prowess far exceeds his present realm, thus there is no urgency in his actions. Consequently, he absorbed all of it into his being, etching it into a series of merit golden wheels. Each merit golden wheel radiates a gentle yet formidable luminescence, as if harboring boundless mysteries. Subsequently, Zhen Yuan Zi activated the system panel. Name: Zhen Yuan Zi Cultivation. Mid-stage perfected Hunyuan Jingxian physical body. Mid-stage perfected Hunyuan Jingxian footing. Supreme innate demon god technique. 3000 Great Tao scriptures. Hunyuan Great Tao technique. Chaos indestructible art. Golden light of the earth. Manipulation of creation. Returning wind and fire. Inversion of yin and yang. Size and convenience. Stellar shift treasures. Top-tier innate supreme treasure. Tai Xu Hunyuan mirror. Top-tier innate supreme treasure. Jutian destroying world halberd. Top-tier innate supreme treasure. Heavenly mechanism fate compass. Exquisite innate spiritual treasure. Earth book. Perfect grade primordial purple energy. Superior innate spiritual treasure. Enlightenment lotus. Exquisite innate spiritual treasure. Yin yang chaos fan. Innate supreme treasure. 24-petal pure world white lotus. 12-petal pure world white lotus x3. 9-petal pure world white lotus x5. Tai Xu divine water. Chaos origin soil. Shouyang copper mother. 24-petal reincarnation purple jade lotus platform. Rebirth reincarnation liquid. Innate creation spiritual liquid. 10,000 bottles. God-slaying spear. World-destroying grinding disc. Innate roots. Exquisite innate root. Ginseng fruit tree. Exquisite innate root. Innate dragon elephant fruit tree. Exquisite innate root. Enlightenment tea tree x2. Superior innate root. Small ginseng fruit tree x30. Medium innate root. Small dragon elephant fruit tree x300. Superior innate root. Enlightenment tea tree x18. Superior innate root. Crimson flame fire dragon fruit tree. Superior innate root. Profound ice spirit soul fruit tree. Chaos root. Chaos Tao heart fruit tree. Exquisite innate root. Small chaos Tao heart fruit tree x3. Heaven and earth merits. 1. 2 billion innate fortune. 93 gazing upon the multitude of treasures before him. Particularly the staggering merit of 1. 2 billion. Zhen Yuan Zi felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Moreover, in addition to the 12 billion merits, the quantities of spiritual treasures, spiritual materials, and spiritual plants have significantly enriched the treasury of the three clans. The accumulations of the ancestor of yin and yang and the ancestor of heaven and earth have undoubtedly bestowed upon him an opportunity for sudden wealth. Throughout these years of nurturing, certain innate talents have also ascended to a higher realm. It is this that has led to the current transformation of the panel. After deactivating the panel, Zhen Yuan Zi found himself relatively content with the gains from this calamity. This scheme not only yielded numerous spiritual treasures but also resulted in the acquisition of 3 innate treasures of extraordinary caliber, while safeguarding half of the eastern earth vein. Although the West is still reeling from significant devastation, it will undoubtedly not remain as barren as it once was along the original trajectory of the primordial. This will also influence the status of humanity in the eyes of the heavenly Tao, allowing it to recognize that human beings not only contribute to the destruction of the primordial, but are also capable of protecting the cosmos. Otherwise, the immense suffering inflicted upon the West could have led to a heightened vigilance from the heavenly Tao towards humanity, thereby imposing stricter constraints on human beings. Subsequently, when Hongjun unified with the Tao, managing the primordial on behalf of the heavenly Tao and restraining human beings, this was one of the contributing factors. Moreover, the most significant aspect is that by safeguarding half of the western earth veins, the heavenly Tao bestowed upon him a staggering 1 billion merits. This represents the largest accumulation of merits he has ever received, surpassing several times the total he has gathered over numerous epochs. In fact, This 1 billion merits could be deemed comparable to the celestial merits attained by the three pure ones in their respective realms of creation, perhaps in terms of quality. The merits of the heavenly Tao may differ from those of cosmic creation. However, when converted into quantity, they do not vary greatly, each equating to an impressive 1 billion heavenly Tao merits. Moreover, the layer of primordial merit possessed by the three purities cannot be summoned at their will. They must await the opportune moment, relying on the merits of establishing doctrine to invoke the primordial merit within them. At this moment, the 10 billion merits of heavenly principles bestowed upon Zhen Yuan Zi come without such restrictions. As Zhen Yuan Zi basked in joy, a voice echoed from the horizon, calling out, "Tao friend." It was Hongjun, riding on a cloud of vibrant colors, emanating an aura of mystery as he approached. His expression was serene, yet his gaze betrayed an undeniable authority. Upon reaching Zhen Yuan Zi, he offered a slight bow and said, "This humble Taoist, Hongjun, pays his respects to you, Tao friend Zhen Yuan Zi." Startled yet maintaining a composed demeanor, Zhen Yuan Zi promptly returned the greeting. "Ah, it is you, Tao friend Hongjun. I was unaware of your visit. What brings you here?" Hongjun's gaze fixed upon Zhen Yuan Zi as he spoke slowly. "I have come to inquire whether you have safeguarded half of the western vein of the earth." At this moment, Zhen Yuan Zi had no reason to conceal the truth and openly admitted, "Indeed, it is I. I inadvertently discovered that the demon ancestor, Rahu, had tampered with the primal veins of the wilderness. Unfortunately, my realization came too late, and due to the threat posed by the demon ancestor, I could not completely dismantle all the contingencies around Mount Shumi, allowing the demon ancestor to detonate half of the primal veins. Such a significant matter concerning the wilderness was no longer something to be hidden. Furthermore, Zhen Yuan Zi's strength had evolved significantly, and he possessed numerous treasures. Even though there was a disparity in cultivation between him and Hongjun, he felt confident enough to engage in a contest. While he knew he could not vanquish Hongjun, who possessed the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the Creation Jade Plate, albeit damaged, it still held formidable power, alongside many other treasures and spiritual artifacts. Yet, despite the impossibility of slaying Hongjun, Zhen Yuan Zi was assured he could hold his own with his treasures. After all, he was not an ordinary Hunyuan golden immortal. Having cultivated his physical body, primordial spirit, laws, and magical powers in tandem, coupled with the powerful innate treasures at his disposal, he felt no fear in confronting Hongjun at this moment. The outcome, whether victory or defeat, could only be determined through battle. Of course, he would not challenge Hongjun without cause, exposing his own cards prematurely. However, revealing this matter now seemed inconsequential. Upon hearing these words, the Taoist Hongjun nodded slightly and remarked, "My friend, you have performed admirably. Were it not for your actions, which safeguarded half of the western wilderness's ley lines, the realm would likely be in utter devastation, with countless lives lost. Your deed is indeed one of immense merit, and it is no wonder that you have garnered such vast rewards." After a brief pause, Taoist Hongjun continued, "Had it not been for your selfless act, preserving the majority of the wilderness's lifeblood, I would have faced unimaginable karmic repercussions from the heavenly Tao. Thus, I owe you a significant karmic debt, which I shall certainly repay in the future. Should you require assistance, you may seek me at the jade capital of the central Kunlun mountain." With that, Taoist Hongjun once more clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, then transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Zhen Yuan Zi gazed in the direction of Hongjun's departure, deep in thought. Indeed, Hongjun had incurred a substantial karmic debt to him. Yet, he pondered how it would ultimately be repaid. After all, Hongjun was known for his unyielding demeanor when it came to settling debts. The fates of Ancestor Yinyang and Ancestor Qian Kuan serve as a testament to this. Moreover, one would not recklessly repay due to the existence of causality. In the original trajectory of the primordial chaos, Hongjun indeed incurred a significant karmic debt to the West. Characters such as the Zhuanti and Jiayin Taoists embody the immense fortune destined for the West, bearing the weight of its significant destiny. The debt that Hongjun owes to the West, a consequence of past actions, ought to manifest in these two individuals. However, what manner of person is Hongjun? He perceives the path cultivated by Zhuanti and Jiayin as vastly divergent from the profound teachings he is about to establish within the Xiamen. Moreover, he discerns the intrinsic nature of these two figures, foreseeing that they will inevitably pose a threat to the sacred teachings he intends to create. He established the Xiamen with the aspiration to become the master of all saints and all beings, aiming to seize the fortunes of both. Although he did not pursue the path of attaining sanctity through fortune, that does not imply that fortune holds no significance for him. He gathers the boundless human fortune of the primordial chaos in preparation for aligning himself with the heavenly principles, thereby facilitating a rapid enhancement of his cultivation upon achieving sanctity. This is also the reason he was able to swiftly distance himself from the three purities and other saints after his ascendance. Even if Zhen and Jian were to join the Xianmin, they would inevitably establish their own sect in the future, which would naturally allow them to share in the fortunes of the Xianmin and actively compete for the fortunes of the primordial chaos. Thus, Hongjun naturally intends to thwart this, wishing to nip it in the bud. Consequently, he would not readily permit these two individuals to attain sanctity, let alone accept them as disciples. After all, during the initial teachings at the Purple Cloud's Palace, Hongjun took the three purities as his direct disciples, while Nuo was designated as the last disciple, known as the closed-door disciple. This term, by its very nature, signifies the last disciple accepted by the master. Therefore, he originally had no intention of taking Zhen and Jian as students. The last two meditation cushions were not intended for these two individuals. Had it not been for their unexpected seating on the cushions and their audacious insistence on taking him as their master, he would have never begrudged his reputation and ultimately recognized them as nominal disciples. In the original trajectory of the primordial chaos, this was precisely how Hongjun acted. Why did Zhen and Jian arrive almost last among the 3,000 worldly guests at the Purple Cloud's Palace? It was certainly not due to the supposed remoteness of the Western path. After all, among the 3,000 worldly guests, there were also beings from the West, whose cultivation levels were inferior yet arrived much faster than Zhen and Jian. The reason lies with Hongjun, who caused both of them to meander through the chaos several times before finally locating the Purple Cloud's Palace, hence their belated arrival. At this moment, the two individuals who arrived found that the original 6 meditation cushions no longer had any available spots for them. Consequently, Zhen and Jian had no reason to shamelessly acknowledge him as their master, nor was there any necessity for them to be directly granted 2 strands of primordial purple energy. Regarding the repayment of the karmic debts to the West, he merely intended to bestow a single strand of primordial purple energy to comprehend the Western causality. However, even if Hongjun were to bestow a strand of primordial purple energy, the question of whether Zhen and Jian could safeguard it remained uncertain. After all, without the deterrent of Hongjun Daozu's recognized identity, other formidable beings of the primordial chaos would not hesitate to disregard the prowess of Zhen and Jian, and would undoubtedly attempt to seize it, especially after the remaining saints achieved sanctification through the primordial purple energy. It would undoubtedly incite many of the top-tier powers of the primordial chaos to intervene and contend for it. At that juncture, it would be nearly impossible for Zhen and Jian to retain the primordial purple energy. Thus, not only did Hongjun resolve the karmic debt owed to the West, but he also deprived Zhen and Jian of their chance to attain sanctification. One could say that Hongjun truly executed a masterful scheme. Yet, he had entirely overlooked the existence of Hongyun. He never anticipated that Hongyun would emerge as a significant player, promptly yielding his position to Jian and even persuading Kunping to relinquish his seat to Zhen, thereby providing the two with a pretext to oust Kunping from his position. Such actions inevitably incurred the ire of Hongjun. Thus, he bestowed upon Hongyan a strand of primordial purple energy. Otherwise, what reason would there be for the last strand of primordial purple energy to descend upon Hongyun? Was it due to his reputation as a benevolent figure in the primordial chaos, or was it because he bore immense fortune? The esteemed reputation of the benevolent figure from the primordial era remains unscathed by this, nor can it be attributed to the immense fortune that accompanies Hongyun. If Hongyun truly possessed such vast fortune, capable of garnering the favor of the primordial purple energy, he would not be a nameless Taoist, destitute to the point of being impoverished, nor would he be so easily destined to fall under the intricate machinations of the primordial cosmic energy. Hongyun ultimately met with a fate of demise and dissolution. This was originally the destiny belonging to Zhen and Jian, even if the two may not fall as a result. There exists a significant possibility that the primordial purple energy will be forcibly taken from them. When it came to Hongyun, his fortune paled in comparison to that of Zhen and Jian. Thus, in the end, he met his demise, his Tao extinguished. Hence, even when Hongjun sought to repay karmic debts, he was selective in his recipients. Merely owing a karmic debt did not preclude him from scheming. Shortly after the departure of Taoist Hongjun, Zhen Yuan Zi also returned to his cave abode within Wuzhuang Temple, the primordial world. Having endured the calamities of the Dragon Han era and the strife between Tao and demonic forces, had at long last regained its long-lost tranquility. At this moment, countless primordial beings, including the future 3,000 worldly guests of the Zixio Palace, had already emerged in the midst of the great calamity. However, as the Hongmeng realm was engulfed in peril. These beings, upon taking form, dared only to conceal themselves within their respective abodes. Now, the primordial world has returned to tranquility, allowing these innate beings to finally venture out and explore the vast expanse of the primordial realm. However, the landscape of this ancient world, having endured 2 catastrophic calamities, appears utterly ravaged. It will take not merely thousands of years, but perhaps several epochs, for it to begin to heal and regain its former splendor. Furthermore, in the primordial wilderness, various precious innate resources, such as innate spiritual treasures and innate spiritual roots, have long been thoroughly scavenged by the earlier emerging dragon, phoenix, and Chilean tribes, as well as those reincarnated deities and innate demons. In the original trajectory of fate within the primordial realm, most of these treasures ended up in the possession of Taoist Hongjun and ancestor Yangmei. After all, the 3 innate tribes in the earliest batch of slaying deities have either fallen into decline or met their demise. Especially notable is Taoist Hongjun, who, following the 3 teachings at the Zixiao Palace, not only distributed innate supreme treasures or top-tier innate spiritual treasures to several disciples, but also allocated at least several thousand innate spiritual treasures from the treasure distribution rock, illustrating the immense wealth at his disposal. Now, compared to the original trajectory of fate, there is merely the addition of a figure known as Zhen Yuan Zi. At this moment, even disregarding the treasures and spiritual roots awarded by the system, his wealth, amassed through several plunders of the primordial universe, is already quite considerable. After plundering the treasuries of the 3 primordial clans and acquiring remnants of treasures left by the Yin-Yang ancestor, the Qinquan ancestor, and the demon ancestor Luo Hu, his wealth skyrocketed. This clearly demonstrates the immense benefits of seizing the initiative. Of course, merely having the first mover advantage is insufficient. One must also possess adequate strength. Without sufficient power as foundation, it would be impossible to obtain such treasures, and even if acquired, they would likely be difficult to retain. For these very reasons, the primordial beings and deities emerging during this great calamity, the future 3,000 guests of the Violet Heaven Palace, are pathetically destitute. Apart from their innate spiritual treasures, they can scarcely obtain any other artifacts or spiritual roots. Some primordial deities don't even possess a single innate treasure. How utterly lamentable. It's practically a disgrace to their divine heritage. That said, the primordial world still harbors many hidden spiritual treasures. While most are of low or mediocre grade, there exist superior and even supreme grade primordial artifacts. However, only the most exalted primordial deities, those blessed with vast innate providence like the 3 pure ones of Pangu, Enhua, Fuxi, the Queen Mother of the West, Emperor Jun, and Dong Wangtai, have the fortune to acquire such supreme treasures after their emergence. Yet these matters hold little relevance to Zhen Yuan Zi at present, nor do they warrant his excessive attention. Upon returning to his Wuzhuang Abbey, scarcely had he re-entered his sanctum when the system's rewards were triggered once more. Its crystalline chime, long unheard, resounding again, ding. Congratulations, host, for surviving the Dragonhan calamity and the Dao Demon conflict. Random rewards activated. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining Perfect Primordial Violet Qi 3. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the Great Divine Ability, Cosmic Reconfiguration. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the Great Divine Ability, Resurrection from Death. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the Chaos Origin Level Cultivation Manual, Jade Radiant Scripture of the Supreme Ein. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining 300 million Heavenly Dao Merit Coins. Though Zhen Yuan Zi remained inwardly delighted by this unexpected bounty, his outward composure no longer betrayed the unbridled excitement of his younger days. A quiet anticipation thrummed beneath his serene demeanor. The ultimate rewards bestowed by the system did not disappoint him. There were a total of 5 rewards. The perfect grade Primordial Purple Qi, the foundation of sanctification, all devoid of any adverse effects and untouched by the influence of the heavenly Tao, rendering them exceedingly precious. To his astonishment, he had unexpectedly acquired 3 of them in one go. Although he had previously obtained 1 perfect grade Primordial Purple Qi, he would never disdain the abundance of such treasures that pertain to the path of sanctification, regardless of how many he possessed. The supreme powers of creation and resurrection have undergone systematic enhancement, rendering them advanced versions of their original forms. The power of creation grants absolute dominion over the transformation of all things in the universe, allowing one to conjure entirely new worlds and bestow infinite possibilities upon life. while also possessing the ability to strip creation from all existence. Note, the specific effects depend on the user's mastery of the power and their cultivation level. Resurrection can be employed on oneself or others. Even those whose souls have been shattered and whose forms obliterated can be summoned back from chaos, their true essence restored, and their bodies reformed, emerging more formidable than before. Additionally, this power can be wielded in combat to deprive others of their vitality. Note, to resurrect another, their cultivation level must not exceed that of the user, lest it incur a significant cost. Both of these supreme powers are immensely potent, having been refined through systematic enhancement. However, they do not inherently possess such extraordinary capabilities from the outset. Their effectiveness is contingent upon one's comprehension of the corresponding principles in the user's cultivation level, which equally influences the outcomes. Regardless of the type of power, similar limitations apply. The art of manipulation of creation primarily pertains to the laws of creation. A preliminary mastery of this particular ability signifies an initial comprehension of the laws governing creation. To cultivate the art of transformation to its ultimate perfection, one must also comprehend the laws of creation to a sufficiently profound extent. While cultivating the art of transformation, one is simultaneously comprehending the principles of its intricacies. The revival from the brink of death primarily pertains to the laws of life and death, while also bearing some connection to the principles of yin and yang, as well as the cycle of reincarnation, yet the essence remains rooted in the law of life and death. Nevertheless, regardless of the laws in question, for Zhen Yuan Zi, who possesses the 3,000 Great Tao scriptures, the primordial Great Tao techniques, and exquisite enlightenment tea, there exists little challenge. It merely requires a substantial investment of time for cultivation. However, in the present era of the primordial chaos, time is the least valuable commodity. The fourth reward, however, is a profound technique, specifically a Hunyuan Deluo level skill, akin to a method that directly pertains to attaining the status of a Hunyuan sage. While possessing this technique does not guarantee the ability to cultivate into a Hunyuan sage, it ultimately provides a pathway forward and a systematic approach to cultivation. Should one invest an eternity of time, it may be unfeasible to achieve the rank of Hunyuan sage. Yet there remains a possibility of attaining the realm of Hunyuan Deluo Golden Immortal. The Primordial Supreme Golden Immortal and the Primordial Sage both belong to the same echelon of formidable beings. However, unlike the Sage, the Primordial Supreme Golden Immortal does not entrust their primordial spirit to the celestial path, which paradoxically grants greater freedom. Nevertheless, to cultivate to the realm of the Primordial Supreme Golden Immortal through a single technique would likely demand an unfathomable expanse of time. It is imperative to accumulate an endless foundation or to possess immense merit. It can be asserted that the Primordial Supreme level scripture, the Primordial Tainyuhua Sutra, holds a value that, for suitable innate deities and demons, surpasses that of a congenital supreme treasure. Yet, for Zhen Yuan Zi, it serves merely as a reference. After all, he possesses an even more powerful technique, the Primordial Tao Sutra. However, should it be regarded as a form of inheritance, it may one day be passed on to suitable disciples or appropriate recipients. Among these 5 rewards, it was the last one that astonished Zhen Yuan Zi the most. He had not anticipated that the system would directly bestow upon him 300 million merit coins. Each merit coin can be converted into a corresponding level of celestial virtue. He was taken aback that the system would directly reward celestial virtue, and in the form of merit coins, no less. Whether it is the celestial virtue bestowed by the heavens or the profound virtue derived from the Great Path, both are inherently personal possessions, incapable of being transferred to others. The merit currency rewarded by the system, however, is devoid of such limitations, allowing for its unfettered conversion into one's own celestial merits. It can likewise be bestowed upon others for their transformation. It can be asserted that, in comparison to the celestial merits granted by the heavens, its efficacy is equally remarkable, if not superior, and it offers greater convenience, ultimately rendering it of even higher value. The 300 million merits of the heavenly path signify an extraordinary value, equivalent to 300 million heavenly merits. Time flows gently, and in the blink of an eye, it has been a considerable duration since the multifaceted gathering. During this time of multifaceted gatherings, the primordial universe has seldom regained its tranquility. During this period, apart from occasional excursions, he devoted the majority of his time to secluded cultivation within the ethereal confines of Wuzhuang Guan's cave paradise. His primary focus lay on mastering the profound divine abilities bestowed by the cultivation system, alongside their corresponding principles. After an extended duration within this multifaceted realm, he reaped considerable rewards. Now, whether it pertains to the manipulation of creation or the art of resurrection, he has reached a consummate level of mastery, merely a small phase away from perfection. Correspondingly, he has delved into the intricate laws of creation and the cycle of life and death, achieving an extraordinary depth of understanding in both. However, to refine these two divine abilities to their ultimate state, he still requires a significant amount of time for meticulous honing. Furthermore, he took the opportunity to reforge various newly acquired spiritual treasures, along with those he had previously failed to fully refine, including some of the most coveted artifacts. Additionally, and perhaps most crucially, his cultivation level has ascended to the late stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm. Moreover, he has transcended to the late stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm in terms of physical body, magical prowess, primordial spirit, and laws. In the realm of laws, Zhen Yuan Zi primarily cultivates the principles of the Earth Tao, the Reincarnation Tao, the Space Tao, as well as the Tao of creation and the Tao of life and death. Naturally, with the existence of the 3,000 Great Tao Sutras, he will also comprehend other laws, albeit not at this moment. Currently, focusing on these particular Tao laws suffices. After all, many mighty beings, even those supreme innate deities and demons, typically only cultivate one or two Tao laws that resonate with their essence. The remainder of their practice is often dedicated to the refinement of their physical bodies, magical energy, or primordial spirits, concentrating solely on a singular aspect. Had Zhen Yuan Zi not possessed the existence of a system, an array of extraordinary resources and treasures, unparalleled techniques, and the foundation to ascend to the pinnacle of innate divine demons, he would have never contemplated such a path. It is precisely because he cultivates along four paths simultaneously and comprehends such a multitude of principles that, under the premise of an existing system, his progress in cultivation has been rather gradual. Of course, this perceived slowness in his advancement is merely a perspective held by Zhen Yuan Zi. For countless top-tier innate deities and demons of the primordial era, the rate of Zhen Yuan Zi's breakthroughs would be regarded as nothing short of extraordinary. Were these innate beings to become aware of this, they would undoubtedly find it hard to believe. The breakthrough in one's cultivation realm brings forth an explosive augmentation of strength. Zhen Yuan Zi could palpably sense that with his current prowess, had he engaged in battle with the demon ancestor Luo, who as Hong Jun did previously, he would likely have been capable of subduing the former, despite his current status being merely at the late stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. While Hong Jun had already attained the pinnacle of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal and possessed the three corpses at that time, Zhen Yuan Zi harbored a profound sense of confidence in his own capabilities and judgments. Nevertheless, it would be imprudent for him to recklessly assault Mount Yujing in the central Kunlun, delivering a beating to Hong Jun without substantial cause. After all, a significant span of time had elapsed since that confrontation, over a yuan hui, nearly 2. The distance to Hong Jun attaining sainthood was likely not far off. Without considerable incentives laid before him, such an action would be inconceivable. Regardless, the transformation in his strength had not betrayed the efforts he had invested during this period. Indeed, it was rare for him to engage in cultivation for such an extended duration, almost 2 yuanhuis. Aside from occasional excursions, he had predominantly been immersed in his training. Initially, prior to triggering the system rewards, he contemplated endeavoring to mend the earth veins of the western continent of the Hongwang, to see if he could achieve any success in restoration. Should he succeed, it would likely yield immense merit. However, the challenges inherent in this task were evident. Even without commencing the repairs, he was acutely aware of the formidable difficulties ahead. After all, this was the Hongwang world, not a mere simplistic realm. In ordinary worlds and universes, even if obliterated, restoration would be a trivial matter for quasi-saint beings, easily achievable. Yet the Hongwang world is of a far superior essence. A formidable realm forged by Pangu, transcending the average vast worlds and far surpassing those of the highest tiers. Moreover, it embodies the essence and profound depth of the 3,000 chaotic demon gods, reaching an unimaginably high level of existence. Even if it is merely a singular main vein of the Western realm, its essence surpasses the vast and terrifying nature of an entire multiverse. Not to mention the multitude of principal veins present. The mere restoration of one such vein is an arduous task. Otherwise, Hong Jun would not willingly bear such an immense burden of heavenly karma. He would have long since undertaken the task of repairing the earthly veins. Furthermore, the 6 great saints of later generations, particularly the Western saints, the saint of primordial purity and the saint of guidance, are unlikely to remain idle. They are deeply connected to the spiritual essence of the Western realms. However, since no attempts had been made to effect repairs, the difficulties involved were readily apparent. Nevertheless, for one who held dominion over the Earth's scriptures, he felt confident enough in his current capabilities to make a tentative endeavor. Even if he could not fully restore the primary veins, perhaps he could mend some of the nodes and tributaries, thereby garnering a modicum of merit. Nonetheless, the challenges remained evident, and the merit gained would undoubtedly be far less than anticipated. After the system rewarded him with 300 million Dao merit coins, Zhen Yuan Zi resolved against pursuing the restoration of the Western Earth veins. Ultimately, it seemed more likely to be a thankless task fraught with effort. Moreover, he harbored a subtle disdain for the potential rewards of merit. In the present era of the primal chaos, following a period of rejuvenation lasting over 2 celestial gatherings, vitality and various other aspects have undergone significant restoration. Locations such as Kunlun Mountain, Mount Buzhou, the Sun Star, and the Moon Star, along with the 4 seas and the myriad islands beyond the seas, have given rise to numerous innate beings of extraordinary abilities, who have begun to traverse the vast expanses of the primal chaos. In doing so, they have carved out a resounding reputation throughout these primordial realms. Among them, Zhen Yuan Zi of Wuzhuang Temple on Mount Wanshou holds considerable renown in the present wilderness. After all, during his seclusion, he ventured outside on several occasions, achieving some noteworthy results. At this moment, within the Dao Palace of Wuzhuang Temple, Zhen Yuan Zi, filled with contemplative energy, was contemplating another journey through the wilderness. Suddenly, a distinctive wave of energy surged forth, swiftly permeating the entire cave of Wuzhuang Temple. Have Biqing and Yinling, those 2 young maidens, simultaneously ascended to the realm of the Luo Jinxian? And remarkably, they have both blossomed at the 9th tier. Excellent, excellent. Their progress has not disappointed my efforts in nurturing them. A hint of surprise flickered across Zhen Yuan Zi's face, and joy blossomed within his heart. He regarded these 2 young girls as if they were family, providing them with abundant precious resources and often personally guiding their cultivation. However, their innate potential was ultimately inferior to his own. Despite several enhancements, they could only ascend to the intermediate tier of innate divine demons. Moreover, the attainment of the great Luo golden immortal status is inherently a formidable endeavor. In addition, Zhen Yuan Zi maintains rigorous standards for them, not permitting them to ascend easily. Otherwise, with an abundance of precious resources and his guidance, a mere breakthrough to the ordinary great Luo golden immortal would not necessitate such a protracted duration. However, such a breakthrough would yield a significantly inferior quality of the 3 flowers. After all, they are not akin to the supreme innate deities of the 3 pure ones, who not only experience rapid breakthroughs, but also achieve an exceptionally high quality of 3 flowers, all reaching the 9th grade. Within the ranks of the 3,000 guests at the Zhixiao Palace, many innate deities, lacking explicit cultivation guidance and eager to advance, swiftly attained the great Luo golden immortal realm without allowing for the essential sedimentation and refinement of their foundations. Consequently, the quality of the 3 flowers they ultimately coalesced was exceedingly low, with many merely reaching the 3rd or 4th grade, and some even as low as the 1st or 2nd grade. Even for a being of such exalted stature, the aspiration to ascend to the realm of the Hunyuan golden immortal is fraught with immense difficulty, rendering the prospect nearly hopeless. Only through possessing extraordinary, serendipitous opportunities and enduring a protracted passage of time can one hope to achieve such a feat in the depths of the Wuzhuang Temple's cave. A rich, ethereal aura ebbed and flowed like a tangible river of spirit, transforming into a kaleidoscope of vibrant clouds that freely permeated every inch of space. In the secluded chambers of ice clear and flame spirit, a blinding radiance erupted, as 2 distinctly contrasting yet wondrous energies surged forth like immense dragons ascending to the heavens. When Ice Clear broke through, an intense chill radiated from her being, as if her icy essence could freeze both time and space, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to crystallize instantaneously into sharp ice shards. Under the dazzling illumination, a cold yet resplendent brilliance flickered, resembling countless blades slicing through the void. Conversely, when Flame Spirit achieved her breakthrough, a tempest of flames surged forth, the searing fire reminiscent of the destructive force unleashed at the dawn of creation, igniting the surrounding spiritual energy in an instant. A tumultuous sea of fire enveloped the area, with waves of heat cascading outward, distorting the very fabric of space in their wake. In an instant, Zhen Yuan Zi appeared outside their secluded retreat as if he had teleported. His Taoist robe billowing in the wind, exuding an air of celestial grace, his face adorned with expressions of satisfaction and delight. As the radiant glow gradually receded, ice clear and flame spirit slowly opened their eyes, which sparkled with a vibrant light. The aura of the great Luo golden immortal surged around them, steady and profound, akin to an ancient bell whose every reverberation could shake the heavens and earth. "Master," they exclaimed, rising swiftly, their graceful steps carrying them before Zhen Yuan Zi. Where they bowed deeply, their voices laced with uncontainable excitement and joy. Zhen Yuan Zi gently assisted them to their feet, his gaze warm and affectionate as he scrutinized the two, nodding in approval, exclaiming, "Excellent. You two have truly not disappointed my earnest efforts. With your blossoming talents, your future achievements are boundless." With a grand gesture, Zhen Yuan Zi conjured several fruits of extraordinary light, the supreme innate spirit fruits, ginseng fruits, and innate dragon elephant fruits, along with dozens of leaves of comprehension tea. Shimmering with profound Tao essence, the ginseng fruit resembled a smooth jade bead, its surface alive with threads of vitality, seemingly narrating the mysteries of life. The innate dragon elephant fruit exuded an ancient and robust vitality, as if it harbored the immense power of primordial dragon elephants. The patterns on the comprehension tea leaves resembled the imprints of cosmic laws, shimmering with the radiance of Tao essence. "This is a reward from your master," he proclaimed. "The ginseng and innate dragon elephant fruits will aid you in solidifying your realms, while the comprehension tea leaves will assist you in better grasping the laws of the cosmos during your cultivation." Ice Clear and Flame Spirit accepted the spirit fruits and tea leaves with hands trembling with excitement, their eyes brimming with joy, reassured that their efforts had met their master's approval and not disappointed his hopes. "Thank you, Master, for your generous gifts. We shall undoubtedly strive harder in our cultivation and live up to your expectations," they declared in unison, their voices clear and resolute, as if proclaiming their determination to the heavens. Zhen Yuan Zi nodded slightly, his eyes filled with anticipation, advising, "The path of cultivation is akin to rowing against the current. If one does not advance, one will inevitably regress. You must not let the slightest complacency take hold. Should you face any uncertainties in your practice, do not hesitate to seek my counsel." After imparting his wisdom to the two young women, Zhen Yuan Zi, filled with quiet contemplation, resolved to set forth once more into the vast wilderness. In a flash, he vanished from the cave of Wuzhuang Temple, heading eastward across the primordial continent. As he journeyed, Zhen Yuan Zi keenly sensed the vibrant and almost frenzied life force pulsating across the primordial land. The terrain, once ravaged, had begun to rejuvenate over nearly 2 epochs, now radiating a breathtaking vitality. The innate spiritual energy was so dense it seemed capable of giving birth to life itself, as countless innate beings thrived upon this mystical soil. Amidst the mountains, colorful spiritual birds soared high, their cries resonating through the heavens, their feathers shimmering with dreamlike hues. Each flap of their wings sent ripples of spiritual energy cascading through the air. Extraordinary beasts galloped, their bodies imbued with boundless strength, causing the earth to tremble with their passage. In the rivers, divine fish frolicked, emanating a mysterious glow, leaving behind radiant trails as they swam. The celestial spring flowed, its waters tinkling melodiously, as if performing the most exquisite symphony of the cosmos, with each drop brimming with rich spiritual essence capable of refining body and mind. As Zhen Yuan Zi passed a celestial mountain, he keenly detected a peculiar fluctuation. At the summit, a colossal innate white jade was undergoing transformation and tribulation. Bolts of lightning, akin to silver serpents, descended from the heavens, imbued with cataclysmic power, tearing the fabric of space as they struck. Yet, the gentle radiance emanating from the white jade repelled the lightning's fierce assault. As the tribulation progressed, the jade's aura steadily intensified. Ultimately, with a melodious chime, a goddess clad in white gauze emerged from the jade. Upon her appearance, she possessed the pinnacle cultivation of a golden immortal, her aura ethereal and mysterious, as if she had merged with the very cosmos. Zhen Yuan Zi, concealed in the shadows, observed quietly, having no intention of revealing himself. Upon witnessing the successful transformation of the goddess, he felt a subtle stir within. With a casual wave of his hand, he conjured an exquisite innate ginseng fruit, 2 innate dragon elephant fruits, and several leaves of comprehension tea, which appeared beside the goddess like shooting stars. Subsequently, he departed silently, vanishing into the void without disturbing a soul. After her transformation, the goddess, in a meditative state, suddenly noticed the presence of the fragrant spirit fruits and tea leaves beside her. She gazed around in astonishment, her eyes reflecting confusion and amazement. Yet she found no trace of anyone, understanding that this was a boon bestowed by a powerful being. She quickly rose and performed 3 profound bows and 9 kneelings to the void, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for granting me such a grand opportunity. I shall etch this kindness in my heart, and, should the chance arise, I will surely repay your benevolence." Far away, Zhen Yuan Zi felt the goddess's gratitude and merely smiled, a serene expression gracing his countenance, as if this were nothing more than a trivial matter. To him, it was merely an act of casual generosity. If fate were to allow, he might consider accepting this goddess as a disciple in the future. As a millennium passed swiftly, Zhen Yuan Zi found himself once more at the Western Kunlun. At this moment, the Western Kunlun had once again birthed numerous innate spiritual treasures. Though these treasures were of little significance to Zhen Yuan Zi, he adhered to the principle of waste not, want not, and thus, still gathered those that caught his fancy. One day, Zhen Yuan Zi arrived beside an innate lotus pool, where he beheld the pristine white jade snow lotuses standing gracefully. These snow lotuses were as white as jade, seemingly sculpted from celestial jade descending from the heavens, their petals crystalline and translucent, each glimmering with a soft spiritual light, as if fragments of stars were embedded within. The heart of the flowers exuded a gentle fragrance capable of instantly banishing all worries and immersing one in a state of ethereal tranquility. The spiritual energy within the lotus pool was continuously absorbed by the snow lotuses, creating small vortices of spiritual energy. It is as if a multitude of mysterious universes revolve within, each vortex harboring boundless enigmas, seemingly capable of drawing one's soul into their depths to explore the uncharted realms. Among them, the most exquisite of all is a primordial white jade snow lotus, having attained the pinnacle of innate spiritual flora. Just a step away from ascending to the status of a lower-grade innate root, this particular snow lotus is more magnificent than its counterparts. With petals radiating a richer aura of spiritual light, and within its core lies the essence of a miniature world, exuding a fragrance potent enough to make one's soul tremble. This pond of primordial white jade snow lotuses is breathtakingly ethereal, resembling a fantastical paradise, perfectly aligning with the desires of Zhen Yuan Zi. Although the grade of these primordial white jade snow lotuses may not be exceptionally high, should they be transplanted back to Wuzhuang Temple, they would undoubtedly enhance the temple's landscape with their striking beauty. Moreover, nurtured by the precious resources in his possession, these snow lotuses might indeed possess the opportunity to advance into innate spiritual roots. Contemplating this, Zhen Yuan Zi hesitated no longer. He directly invoked his divine powers, and a tremendous force surged from his hands, as if capable of shaking the very heavens and earth, uprooting the entire lotus pool. As the pool was excavated, it left behind a vast pit spanning hundreds of thousands of miles, unfathomably deep, resembling a chasm leading to the abyss of hell, with the surrounding space distorted and deformed by this overwhelming power. Subsequently, Zhen Yuan Zi waved his hand, releasing a force of law. This force acted like a magical brush, causing the once-gaping pit to vanish in an instant, restoring the ground to its original smoothness as if nothing had ever transpired, leaving no trace behind. At that moment, a celestial maiden of noble elegance and resplendent grace suddenly descended from the horizon, clad in a splendid garment adorned with countless gems and pearls, each radiating a mysterious glow. She emanated a soft luminescence akin to the fusion of moonlight and starlight, gentle yet enigmatic. Every movement of hers exuded grace, as if she had stepped out from ancient legends, her every gesture imbued with an irresistible charm. Zhen Yuan Zi sensed a vaguely familiar aura emanating from her, simultaneously discerning her formidable status as a great Luo golden immortal. In this era, apart from beings like Zhen Yuan Zi, who had transformed early into innate divine demons, those capable of attaining the great Luo realm were undoubtedly among the most powerful entities in the primordial world. Coupled with that familiar aura, Zhen Yuan Zi's heart began to form a subtle conjecture regarding the visitor's identity. The celestial maiden approached, her face adorned with a gentle smile. She offered a slight bow to Zhen Yuan Zi, her voice clear and melodious, akin to the song of a yellow oriole. "Taoist, it is a pleasure to meet you." Upon hearing her self-introduction, Zhen Yuan Zi confirmed in his heart that this celestial maiden was indeed the future Queen Mother of the West, the foremost among the celestial maidens of the primordial world. Gazing upon her breathtaking beauty, he clasped his hands in greeting and replied with a smile, "I am but a humble practitioner who has merely transformed earlier than others. There is no need for such formalities. Might we address each other as fellow practitioners instead?" The Queen Mother of the West responded with a radiant smile. Bowing once more, "Sister is honored to comply. In that case, I graciously greet my esteemed Taoist brother, Zhen Yuan." Zhen Yuan Zi reciprocated with another bow, smiling in reply. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Taoist sister Taijin." The Queen Mother of the West looked at Zhen Yuan Zi with gratitude in her eyes. When Taoist brother Zhen visited the Jade Mountain and the Yaoqi, I had yet to transform and could not extend my hospitality. I hope you can forgive me. I also wish to express my thanks for the innate spiritual fruits you bestowed upon me, along with the opportunities presented by the engraved laws. Zhen Yuan Zi waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he said, "A mere handful of spiritual fruits are nothing to concern oneself with. Those laws were inscribed casually, and if they have been of assistance to you, that is all I desire." Instead, it was I who intruded presumptuously, taking away several drops of innate pure Yin water and other primordial divine waters. The Queen Mother of the West smiled slightly, although she had not yet transformed back then and could not meet Zhen Yuan Zi after her transformation. She learned about the events that transpired through the spiritual fruits and the laws he left behind, realizing that a remarkably kind and noble elder had visited. Recognizing the familiar aura earlier, she had come to pay her respects to this esteemed elder. Thus, the Queen Mother of the West smiled again and said, "You are too modest, Taoist brother. Setting aside the effects of those spiritual fruits, the insights I gained from those laws have greatly enlightened me, helping me comprehend the importance of a solid foundation before reaching the Great Luo. Otherwise, if I had rushed to break through to the Great Luo realm, I might not have been able to condense the 9 grade 3 flowers upon my ascent." Upon finishing her words, she looked at Zhen Yuan Zi with anticipation. "Taoist brother, if I may be so bold, I would like to invite you to my abode for a discussion." Zhen Yuan Zi nodded slightly, readily agreeing. "In that case, I shall intrude upon your hospitality." With that, the two soared towards the Queen Mother of the West's abode, leaving behind a trail of brilliance, reminiscent of the most exquisite rainbow streaking across the sky. As Zhen Yuan Zi and the Queen Mother of the West walked side by side, they journeyed toward the Jade Mountain and the Yaoqi. They occasionally strolled along winding paths shrouded in mist, savoring the refreshing spiritual aura and the melodious chirping of birds in the forest. At times, they soared through the boundless sea of clouds, gazing down upon the magnificent landscapes of the primordial realm. Along the way, they engaged in conversations about the heavens and the earth, exchanging insights on their cultivation experiences and understanding of the laws of nature. Zhen Yuan Zi's profound cultivation and unique perspectives provided immense benefits to the Queen Mother of the West. The wisdom of the Queen Mother of the West and her delicate perception of all things in heaven and earth earned the silent admiration of Zhen Yuan Zi. Time flowed gently, and after several years, they finally arrived at the majestic Qianyu Mountain and the Yaoqi. From a distance, the Yaoqi appeared as a brilliant pearl nestled within the embrace of the mountains. The lake's waters were crystal clear, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, as if the brilliance of countless gems fused together. Giant lotus flowers floated upon the lake's surface, each as large as a house, their petals shimmering with translucent clarity, adorned with mysterious runes that seemed to narrate the secrets of the universe. On the shores of the lake, extraordinary flowers and rare herbs blossomed, their fragrances permeating the air, soothing the spirit and body, as if all weariness and troubles had been swept away. The Queen Mother of the West smiled gracefully, raising her hand in an inviting gesture. "Brother Zhen Yuan, please accompany me. Allow me to guide you through the enchanting scenery of the Yaoqi." Zhen Yuan Zi nodded slightly, his eyes glimmering with curiosity and anticipation as he followed the Queen Mother into the Yaoqi's mystical realm. Upon entering the secret domain, Zhen Yuan Zi felt as if he had stepped into an entirely new world. The concentration of spiritual energy here surpassed that of the outside world, manifesting as a tangible mist that flowed gently through the air. In the center of this realm stood a resplendent celestial palace, its architectural style unique, with each brick and stone seemingly carved from exquisite jade, emanating a soft glow. The walls of the palace were embedded with various rare gemstones, forming enchanting images, ancient celestial charts, and legendary beasts locked in combat, whispering tales of the profound transformations of primordial times. The palace's roof was crafted from a translucent crystal, allowing the twinkling stars above to be seen, their light cascading into the palace, harmonizing with its own radiance, creating an ethereal ambience. Indeed, my dear Taoist friend, this Yaoqi's secret realm is truly one of the rare celestial paradises in the world. Such beauty is intoxicating, Zhen Yuan Zi exclaimed sincerely. The Queen Mother smiled humbly and replied, "You flatter me. Though the Yaoqi is beautiful, how could it possibly compare to your profound Wuzhuangwen Taoist temple?" As they conversed, a white-clad celestial maiden, accompanied by several other fairies, gracefully approached from within the palace. They moved with lightness, their exquisite features glowing with a faint ethereal aura. The white-clad maiden arrived before the Queen Mother, bowing respectfully and saying, "We welcome your return to the palace, your majesty." Zhen Yuan Zi's gaze shifted slightly, scrutinizing the white-clad maiden. Recognizing her as a transformation of the Xian bird, yet uncertain if she was the renowned Zhou Tianzuan of later generations. The Queen Mother nodded slightly, instructing, "Go to the Celestial Beast Garden and capture a few celestial beasts for the banquet, and also bring forth the jade dew and immortal brew I have crafted. Today I shall host our esteemed Zhen Yuan master." The fairies responded in unison, respectfully accepting their orders and departing. Subsequently, the Queen Mother began to lead Zhen Yuan Zi on a tour of the Yaoqi secret realm. Their first stop was a vast celestial forest, where towering trees bore an abundance of extraordinary fruits. These fruits released an enticing fragrance, some shimmering with spiritual light, as if harboring boundless energy. Within the forest flowed numerous spiritual springs, their waters gurgling melodiously, akin to the music of the heavens. Next, they arrived at the Celestial Beast Garden, a realm where various rare and wondrous creatures roamed freely. Here, the fiery vermilion bird, surrounded by flames, ignited a sea of fire with each flap of its wings. The enormous qilin exuded an aura of auspiciousness, causing the ground to tremble slightly with each step, and the nine-tailed spiritual fox, its eyes sparkling with vivacity, danced through the air with its 9 tails like vibrant ribbons. Upon seeing the Queen Mother's arrival, the celestial beasts and birds erupted into joyous sounds, as if welcoming their mistress back home. Subsequently, they ventured into the Spirit Herb Garden. Within this enchanting sanctuary thrived a myriad of spiritual herbs, each exhibiting unique forms. Some resembled ginseng with humanoid features, their eyes twinkling with a faint luminescence. Others, akin to racer mushrooms, emanated a kaleidoscope of colors, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy and forming miniature vortexes of ethereal essence. At the heart of the garden stood a magnificent, top-grade innate spiritual root, an elixir of immortality. This remarkable plant towered several dozen feet high, its trunk seemingly sculpted from white jade, radiating a gentle, lustrous glow. Its branches were adorned with crystalline fruits, each resembling luminous pearls, casting a soft, enchanting light. Mysterious runes flowed across the surface of the fruits, embodying the very laws of heaven and earth. The entire elixir exuded a profound vitality, evoking the essence of life's vigor and immortality. "Is this the prized elixir of immortality belonging to your esteemed companion?" remarked Zhen Yuan Zi, his eyes glimmering with admiration. The Queen Mother of the West nodded slightly and replied, "Indeed, this is my sister's accompanying spiritual root. However, it is merely a top-grade innate spiritual root, possessing only the function of prolonging life. Once consumed, it bestows near immortality. It requires 30,000 years to mature fully, yielding only 18 fruits per cycle. Yet, for beings such as ourselves, it holds little utility, overshadowed by your exquisite ginseng fruit tree. Even your innate dragon elephant fruit tree pales in comparison." Zhen Yuan Zi waved his hand with a smile. "There is no need for such modesty, dear friend. Each spiritual root possesses its own unique merits. The efficacy of this elixir of immortality is indeed rare within the primordial realm." This was not merely flattery. Although it was only a top-grade innate spiritual root, its lengthy growth cycle rendered its life-prolonging properties even more formidable. While its sole function was extending life, it could grant eternal existence. For beings of their caliber, it may seem of little use, yet in the later eras of the primordial world, it would undoubtedly drive countless powerful entities to madness in pursuit of its treasures. After their leisurely exploration, they returned to the palace, which was now adorned with a lavish banquet, the air filled with the tantalizing aromas of exquisite delicacies. Zhen Yuan Zi and the Queen Mother of the West sat across from each other, as celestial maidens gracefully approached, filling their cups with jade dew and elixirs of immortality. Zhen Yuan Zi lifted his cup, savoring a sip, and proclaimed, "Dear friend, this jade dew and elixir of immortality is truly a rare nectar of the world, rich and smooth, leaving an everlasting aftertaste. The dishes upon this banquet are crafted from rare ingredients, prepared with exquisite techniques, a feast for the senses. Your culinary artistry from the Yaoqi realm is truly commendable." The Queen Mother of the West chuckled lightly, covering her mouth. "It pleases me that you enjoy it. To receive a compliment from Zhen Yuan Zi is a reward for our efforts." Amidst the laughter and merriment, Zhen Yuan Zi and the Queen Mother raised their cups in a toast. As the banquet concluded, the Queen Mother and the assembly of celestial maidens were flushed with vitality, their internal celestial energy surging like tumultuous waves. Having consumed the flesh of a celestial beast of the Tai golden immortal level, along with dishes prepared from various innate spiritual herbs, and imbibed the elixir brewed from the immortality herb. The potent medicinal forces coursed through their bodies, compelling them to commence the process of refinement. Even the Queen Mother, a formidable figure of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, felt the overwhelming and domineering nature of this power. The white-clad celestial maiden, possessing the cultivation of a Tai Golden Immortal, was enduring immense pressure. At this moment, she tightly closed her eyes, exerting her utmost effort to harmonize with the overwhelming force. Meanwhile, Zhen Yuan Zi sat beside her, quietly observing as they refined the medicinal energy within their bodies. To him, although these delicacies and celestial brews could enhance his magical power to a certain extent, they were merely a drop in the ocean. For someone of his formidable strength, at the level of a primordial golden immortal, the increase in magical power was negligible. He derives immense pleasure from this rare indulgence in culinary delights. After all, despite being a gifted individual, he is not one to shun the pleasures of life, nor does he aspire to become a being devoid of desires and aspirations. For him, a life stripped of emotions and desires renders the realms of immortality and sanctity utterly meaningless. The craftsmanship of the Yaoqi celestial realm is indeed remarkable. The taste of the immortal brew leaves him in endless admiration. Each sip is rich and mellow, gliding down his throat and leaving an everlasting aftertaste. Time swiftly passes, and years fade in an instant. At last, the Queen Mother of the West successfully assimilates the medicinal properties within her, slowly opening her eyes, a glimmer of joy flickering within them. This time of refinement has significantly augmented her magical power by thousands of years, enhancing her strength remarkably. Rising gracefully, she adjusts her attire and glides toward Zhen Yuan Zi, slightly bowing as she softly remarks, "Thank you for your patience, brother." With a radiant smile, she picks up the wine jug and pours the celestial liquor for Zhen Yuan Zi, gently inquiring, "Brother, what do you think of this immortal brew?" Zhen Yuan Zi lifts the cup, gently swirling it, observing the liquid ripple within, exuding an alluring sheen, and praises, "This celestial brew is truly extraordinary. It is rich and aromatic, a rare gem in the world." Sister Taizhen's brewing skills are indeed commendable. Upon hearing this, the Queen Mother's lips curl into a slight smile, revealing a captivating expression. "If you enjoy it, do indulge further." Zhen Yuan Zi nods with a smile, then with a flourish of his hand, a dozen exquisite innate spirit fruit, ginseng fruits, appear before them. These ginseng fruits are plump and radiant, emanating a profound spiritual essence, each containing immense energy. Zhen Yuan Zi hands 2 to the fair-clad fairy, while the others receive 1 each, reserving the majority for the Queen Mother. As the Queen Mother gazes upon these precious ginseng fruits, a flicker of emotion crosses her eyes, prompting her to urge the fairies, "Do express your gratitude to Master Zhen Yuan." The fair-clad fairy and the other celestial maidens step forward, bowing gracefully. Their voices melodious like the songs of orioles. "Thank you, Master Zhen Yuan, for your generous gift." Zhen Yuan Zi nods with a smile, and the maidens eagerly consume the ginseng fruits, closing their eyes once more in meditation. The potency of these ginseng fruits surpasses that of the previous celestial meals and brews. Once ingested, they transform into a torrent of spiritual energy coursing through their meridians. The fair-clad fairy and her companions feel a warm surge throughout their bodies, their magical powers swelling like a dam bursting. Their expressions fluctuate between wonder and satisfaction, evidently striving to endure and assimilate this formidable force. Years pass again, and the celestial maidens awaken from their cultivation. Their auras are palpably more robust, each face radiating joy and gratitude. The Queen Mother approaches Zhen Yuan Zi once more, bowing deeply, sincerely expressing, "Thank you for the ginseng fruits, brother. They are indeed remarkable. Not only do they enhance magical power far beyond that of the immortal elixirs, but they also embody a fragment of earthly principles, proving immensely beneficial." Zhen Yuan Zi waves his hand, smiling, "If you enjoy them, sister, feel free to visit Wuzhuang Temple anytime to savor them." A glimmer of surprise lights up the Queen Mother's eyes as she promptly replies, "Then I must thank you in advance, brother." After a brief pause, she adds with a hint of anticipation, "Brother, I have long held some doubts regarding the path of cultivation. Might I engage in a discussion with you about it?" Zhen Yuan Zi readily consents, "Of course. It would be my honor to discuss the Tao with you." Thus, they sit facing each other, embarking on a profound discourse. Armed with the 3,000 Tao Sutras and a realm far surpassing that of the Queen Mother, Zhen Yuan Zi addresses her cultivation inquiries, each word resonating like a sublime revelation, enlightening her profoundly. The Queen Mother eagerly absorbs this knowledge, continuously presenting her questions and insights. Over the course of several millennia of dialogue, the Queen Mother gains immense insights. Her path of cultivation becoming clearer, and signs of a breakthrough in her strength begin to manifest. Zhen Yuan Zi also benefits, as the Queen Mother's unique perspectives and experiences in cultivation unveil new avenues of thought for him. After the conclusion of the discussion, Zhen Yuan Zi intended to depart. The Queen Mother of the West persistently urged him to stay, and gazing upon the exquisite celestial beauty before him, Zhen Yuan Zi ultimately acquiesced. Thus, time swiftly flowed by for several millennia. During these ages, Zhen Yuan Zi would occasionally engage in philosophical discussions with the Queen Mother of the West. Sometimes accompany her in exploring the mystical Yao Qi, and at other times, share delightful libations with her. To this end, he even procured numerous spiritual fruits, collaborating with the Queen Mother to explore the art of brewing divine elixirs. Throughout the passage of countless millennia, Zhen Yuan Zi has engaged in discussions of ancient and modern times, recounting the extraordinary tales and remarkable anecdotes from the primordial world, as well as his profound insights into cultivation. His discourse is characterized by clarity of thought, eloquent references to classical texts, and unique perspectives, all delivered with exceptional eloquence, coupled with his strikingly handsome demeanor, tall stature, and an air of effortless grace. These qualities evoke a peculiar emotion within the heart of the West Queen Mother. The graceful and dignified demeanor of the Queen Mother of the West, with her every smile and frown, captivates Zhen Yuan Zi, who finds himself glancing at her more often than he intends. As their time together extends, his admiration for her roots deeper within his heart, and a subtle, indescribable affection begins to blossom between them. However, moments of togetherness are always fleeting. After yet another philosophical discourse concludes, Zhen Yuan Zi feels it is time to depart and continue his journey through the primordial wilderness. Upon learning this, the Queen Mother gazes at him with reluctance, gently grasping the sleeve of his robe, and softly implores, "Elder brother, please stay a little longer." Zhen Yuan Zi, looking at this exquisite and noble celestial being, feels a ripple of emotion within him, yet he replies, "Parting is inevitable after our gathering. Dear sister, focus on your cultivation. For in the primordial realm, it is ultimately mastery that prevails. I shall return to visit you in the future, and you may seek me at the 5. Upon hearing this, the Queen Mother reluctantly nods, "Elder brother, take care on your journey. I shall diligently cultivate and look forward to our reunion." Zhen Yuan Zi gazes deeply at her before transforming into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. The Queen Mother lingers in place, her eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow as she watches him depart. After leaving the Yao Qi, Zhen Yuan Zi resumes his exploration of the primordial wilderness. His figure dances among mountains and lakes, occasionally pausing to marvel at the wonders of the world, and engaging in exchanges with other powerful beings. Over the course of the subsequent millennia, he traverses the central Kunlun and eastern Kunlun. He once sat within the jade capital of western Kunlun, discussing the principles of the Tao with Hongjun, who was astonished by Zhen Yuan Zi's insights into the Great Way. Zhen Yuan Zi could likewise perceive that the Taoist Hongjun was now but a step away from achieving the sanctified state of enlightenment. After departing from Yujing Mountain, he had sought the traces of the 24. Regrettably, even with the utilization of the supreme treasure, the celestial mechanism fate compass, to divine the heavens, he could not uncover the whereabouts of this extraordinary spiritual root. It was evident that this miraculous entity had yet to reach the moment of its emergence, and its protective formations were immensely powerful, rendering the celestial secrets exceedingly elusive. Indeed, it seemed capable of shielding itself from celestial divination altogether. Time sped by, and tens of thousands of years passed. During this extensive period, Zhen Yuan Zi traversed numerous celestial mountains and blessed lands. He engaged in profound discussions with formidable beings, captivating countless innate deities. He imparted wisdom to the ancestral figures of Tushan on Qingqiu Mountain and offered guidance to the elder of Taishan. He even wielded his fingers to vanquish the Deluo demons who dared to offend him, his reputation resonating throughout the primordial world. Moreover, he bore witness to the transformative processes of innumerable innate beings. The countless celestial mountains and blessed lands of the primordial realm bore testament to his passage. The illustrious reputation of Zhen Yuan Zi, the master of Wanshou Mountain, resonated throughout the vast expanse of the primordial world. Countless innate deities and demons were aware of the existence of such an unfathomable ancient power within the realm. After the passage of countless years, Zhen Yuan Zi returned once more to Wanshou Mountain. As he stepped into the territory of the mountain, he keenly detected a familiar aura. This essence resembled an invisible thread, tugging at the strings of his heart. Intrigued, Zhen Yuan Zi proceeded towards the source of this sensation without hesitation. As he drew nearer, the feeling of familiarity intensified. Upon finally discerning the origin of the aura, He was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. Before him stood a graceful maiden. Her skin was fairer than snow, delicate and smooth like mutton-fat jade, radiating a soft luster under the gentle caress of sunlight. Her eyes resembled a crystal-clear spring, bright and pure, filled with curiosity and wonder about the world. Her eyebrows, like distant mountains, arched gently, adding a playful and lively charm to her visage. Long, lustrous black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, the ends swaying lightly in the breeze, akin to flowing ink silk. She was adorned in a pristine white gauze robe, intricately embroidered with delicate patterns that appeared and disappeared with her movements, resembling a fairy amidst mist, ethereal and extraordinarily beautiful. Zhen Yuan Zi focused intently, realizing that this enchanting maiden was indeed the innate goddess of white jade he had witnessed taking form. At that time, he had concealed himself in the shadows, quietly observing her arduous journey through the transformation tribulation, and had discreetly left behind a few precious innate spirit fruits before departing. Little did he expect to encounter her again after a millennium. Such a fateful reunion was truly marvelous. He had once contemplated, should fate allow, to take her as his disciple, and now, destiny had brought them together once more. In an instant, Zhen Yuan Zi appeared before the white jade goddess. His moon-white robe billowed gracefully in the wind, accentuating his tall and slender figure. His face was handsomely chiseled, with starry brows and deep-set eyes that held the vastness of the cosmos, concealing boundless wisdom and tales. Beneath his prominent nose, his thin lips curved into a gentle smile, exuding a profound aura that seemed to meld him with the very essence of the universe, instilling a sense of awe in those who beheld him. The white jade goddess was engrossed in observing her surroundings when she suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of pressure envelop her. Startled, she instinctively took a step back and looked up to see an extraordinarily handsome figure materializing before her, his gaze imbued with an endless depth of experience and wisdom. Realizing that this individual was undoubtedly a venerable master, a wave of nervousness washed over her. Her hands unconsciously clenched the corners of her robe, and she trembled slightly as she respectfully bowed, her voice quavering as she spoke. "I am Bai Li, a humble disciple. I have heard of a great master residing in Wanshou Mountain, and, burdened by numerous uncertainties, I have come to seek your guidance. May I inquire about your esteemed identity?" Bai Li's eyes fixated on Zhen Yuan Zi, filled with both anticipation and trepidation. Zhen Yuan Zi inclined his head slightly, a warm smile gracing his lips as he replied, "I am Zhen Yuan Zi, the master of Wuzhuang Temple here in Wanshou Mountain. Is it I whom you seek?" His voice, though soft, resonated like a mighty bell in Bai Li's ears. Upon hearing this, Bai Li's eyes widened in astonishment, her face reflecting sheer disbelief. She had never imagined that this remarkably handsome figure was none other than the legendary Zhen Yuan Daozuan. She quickly bowed deeply once more, her voice brimming with excitement as she exclaimed, "I am honored to meet you, Zhen Yuan Daozuan. It is truly a fortune of 3 lifetimes for me to behold your true form today. May I ask, were you the one who bestowed upon me that exquisite innate spirit fruit, the ginseng fruit?" A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Bai Li's eyes, her tone laced with eager anticipation. Zhen Yuan Zi nodded gently, his voice calm as he replied, "Indeed, I happened upon you during your transformation and, noticing your struggle, I casually gifted you a few spirit fruits, nothing of great significance. It is unexpected that you have found your way here." As he spoke, he narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of admiration surfacing within. Bai Li quickly waved her hands, her expression earnest as she declared, "While it may seem inconsequential to you, for me, it is akin to receiving a second life, and thus I have come to express my gratitude for the spirit fruits bestowed by the Daozuan. My arrival here was solely due to your esteemed reputation echoing throughout the primordial realm, which led me to realize that the fruit I consumed was indeed bestowed by you, prompting my journey to Wanshou Mountain." Her cheeks flushed with excitement, and her eyes sparkled with gratitude. Zhen Yuan Zi nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "Wanshou Mountain is quite distant from where you underwent your transformation. For one of your cultivation level to journey here is indeed commendable. Since fate has brought us together once more, would you be willing to take me as your master?" The sudden declaration of apprenticeship struck Bai Li like a thunderclap, leaving her momentarily frozen in place. Her mind was a blank canvas, overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions, shock, joy, disbelief, intertwined within her heart. After what felt like an eternity, she finally regained her composure, her eyes misting over as her lips trembled slightly. With a heartfelt thud, she fell to her knees. Her voice choked with emotion as she proclaimed, "I am willing. I am willing." Disciple Bai Li pays her respects to the master. "Master, please accept this bow from your disciple." With utmost reverence, she performed 3 deep bows, her forehead pressing firmly against the ground, her heart brimming with joy and gratitude. Zhen Yuan Zi gazed at Bai Li with satisfaction, a smile of contentment gracing his features as he nodded approvingly. Very well, my dear disciple. From this day forth, you shall be my foremost disciple. With a sweeping gesture, a magnificent innate spiritual treasure, the innate white jade gui, radiating a soft white light, materialized before Bai Li. Zhen Yuan Zi spoke gently, you may use this treasure for now. As your cultivation deepens, I shall bestow upon you even more powerful artifacts. As for your cultivation technique, I will compose one tailored to your unique physique for you to study later. Bai Li's gaze was captivated by the powerful aura emanating from the innate white jade gui, especially the resonance it shared with her very essence. A wave of astonishment and delight washed over her as she instinctively reached out to accept it, only to withdraw suddenly. A flicker of hesitation crossing her face as she stammered, Master, this is far too precious. I truly cannot accept it. Please, I implore you to take it back. Her eyes were a whirlpool of conflict. On one hand, an intense longing for the treasure, and on the other, an overwhelming sense of unease at its immense value. Sensing her turmoil, Zhen Yuan Zi waved his hand dismissively, chuckling softly, it is merely a high-grade innate spiritual treasure, insignificant to me. Once your cultivation is more profound, I could just as easily grant you an exceptional innate treasure. At your current level, this treasure is perfectly suited to you and will aid you in your cultivation. Simply accept it. His tone conveyed an undeniable authority, yet it was imbued with boundless kindness. With renewed caution, Bai Li accepted the innate white jade gui, feeling its warmth. Gentle power coursing through her. She grasped it tightly, tears of excitement shimmering in her eyes, her heart alight with joy and happiness. Once more, she bowed deeply to Zhen Yuan Zi, declaring, Thank you, Master, for your generous gift. I shall strive diligently in my cultivation, living up to your high expectations. Her voice was resolute and powerful, as if proclaiming her determination to the heavens. With that, Zhen Yuan Zi led Bai Li, surrounded by an aura of celestial light. As they gradually stepped into the ethereal realm of Wuzhuang Temple. Upon entering, he raised his hand and with a gentle wave, the surrounding celestial mist seemed to awaken, parting to reveal a path leading deeper into the divine expanse. Bai Li, this is the Wuzhuang Temple, where you shall find peace in your cultivation. Zhen Yuan Zi's voice was soft yet firm, imbued with an undeniable strength. Bai Li's eyes sparkled with reverence and curiosity as she bowed again, her voice trembling with excitement. Thank you, Master, for your benevolence. I shall not disappoint your expectations. As she looked around, Bai Li was instantly awestruck by the breathtaking scenery. The entire realm resembled a secluded microcosm. The sky was a brilliant blue, flecked with hints of golden light, a testament to the richness of innate spiritual energy. The ground beneath her feet was adorned with a plethora of exotic flowers and herbs, each emanating an enticing fragrance that invigorated her very spirit. The air was thick with a tangible essence of spiritual energy, flowing like liquid, creating visible streams that seemed within reach. In the distance, a vibrant spiritual river rushed by. Its waters a kaleidoscope of colors, each droplet brimming with potent spiritual power, producing a melodious sound reminiscent of celestial music. Spanning the river was a bridge of white jade, intricately carved with ancient, mysterious runes, radiating a gentle glow, as if harboring boundless strength within its form. In the very heart of the cave, a magnificent Taoist palace soared skyward, piercing the clouds. The walls of this palace were constructed from an unknown jade, radiating a gentle, warm glow, adorned with various innate spiritual patterns, each imbued with formidable restraining powers. The grand entrance of the palace stood in astonishing height, embellished with countless spiritual crystals that emitted a dazzling brilliance, rendering it almost blinding to behold. Above the entrance hung a vast plaque, inscribed with the three ancient and robust characters, Wuzhuang Guan, exuding a potent aura of Tao that seemed capable of subduing heaven and earth. Bai Li could not help but gasp in awe, her eyes wide with shock and admiration as she murmured, Master's sanctuary is indeed extraordinary. Such a treasure of a place is scarcely found even in the primordial realms. Zhen Yuan Zi observed Bai Li's reaction, his face breaking into a satisfied smile, a hint of pride flickering in his eyes. The two approached the palace, and as they reached the threshold, the two maidens, Bing Qin and Yin Ling, sensed their master's return. Like two joyful birds, they fluttered out of the palace with grace, clad in vibrant garments that billowed elegantly. Their faces beamed with radiant smiles as they chorused, Master, you have returned. Zhen Yuan Zi, smiling, turned to Bai Li and gently introduced, Li. These are Bing Qin and Yin Ling. Although they are my attendants, they have accompanied me since their transformation and have become akin to sisters. You may address them as Shu, and do not neglect them in your demeanor. Upon hearing this, Bali nodded earnestly, stepped forward, and respectfully bowed, saying Shu. Her voice was clear and sincere. Bingqing and Yinling, upon receiving this address, felt a surge of joy and emotion. Their cheeks flushed as excitement sparkled in their eyes, touched and somewhat overwhelmed by the master's deep affection for them. The two young maidens promptly responded with enthusiasm. Upon witnessing this, Zhen Yuan Zi nodded in satisfaction. Just as he had expressed, the two young girls, Bingqing and Yinling, had accompanied him through countless years, diligently serving him and managing various matters. Thus, for him, they had long transcended the status of mere attendants. Subsequently, Bingqing and Yinling exchanged glances, each producing a fragrant ginseng fruit from their bosoms and presenting it to Bailey. Initially hesitant, Bailey glanced at Zhen Yuan Zi, who nodded encouragingly, indicating that she should accept it. And with a smile, he said, "Accept it. These two girls have gathered quite a few over time, and today they are truly thoughtful." Only then did Bailey carefully take the ginseng fruit, bowing respectfully once more to Bingqing and Yinling to express her gratitude. "Thank you, Master Uncle, for bestowing this fruit." Following this, Zhen Yuan Zi turned, his expression becoming serious as he addressed Bailey. "I must enter seclusion to create a technique suited to your constitution. During this time, allow Bingqing and Yinling to help you familiarize yourself with the Dao Palace." Bailey hurriedly bowed again, saying, "Thank you for your concern, Master. I shall patiently await your return." With a swift motion, Zhen Yuan Zi transformed into a streak of light, vanishing deep within the Dao Palace. Bingqing and Yinling, one on each side, took Bailey's hands and cheerfully said, "Come, we will show you around the Dao Palace." Bailey's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she followed her two masters, embarking on a journey to explore the celestial realm of Wuzhuangguan. Zhen Yuan Zi entered the main hall of Wuzhuangguan, where an ancient and mysterious aura pervaded the air. The walls were inscribed with chaotic runes, each flickering with a faint glow, embodying profound insights into the principles of heaven and earth. In the center of the hall, a massive 8 trigrams plate floated, with its yin-yang fish slowly rotating, emanating boundless Tao rhythms. Zhen Yuan Zi sat cross-legged atop a premium innate spiritual treasure meditation mat. As spiritual energy surged around him, his eyes gradually closed, and his consciousness immersed itself in the vast world of the 3,000 Tao Sutras. Time flowed quietly within this tranquil atmosphere of cultivation. The blooming and withering of flowers, the rolling of clouds, were of no concern to Zhen Yuan Zi. His mind continuously contemplated the 3,000 Tao Sutras. Each understanding of a principle, each combination of runes, was meticulously rehearsed in his mind. Countless attempts and failures did not dishearten him. Creating a technique at the level of Hunyuan Jingxian was no simple feat. Were it not for his sufficiently high realm and the assistance of the 3,000 Tao Sutras, it was uncertain how many millennia it would take to conceive a technique of such caliber. Furthermore, this was tailored for another, rather than for his own cultivation. Were a typical Hunyuan Jingxian given hundreds of thousands or even millions of years, they would still be incapable of crafting a personalized technique for someone else. Finally, after over a millennium of devoted research, a dazzling radiance suddenly erupted from Zhen Yuan Zi's body. This brilliance contained boundless Tao essence, as if it concentrated the most enigmatic forces of the universe. Zhen Yuan Zi slowly opened his eyes, which shimmered with wisdom, and a faint smile of satisfaction graced his lips. A technique that could lead directly to the pinnacle of Hunyuan Jingxian had been birthed in his hands. For many innate prodigies, this is an astonishing phenomenon. After all, Zhen Yuan Zi's cultivation is merely at the late stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, leaving a considerable gap to the pinnacle of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Yet, he has managed to create a technique that directly leads to the pinnacle of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal for others. However, such an occurrence is not particularly surprising for Zhen Yuan Zi, who possesses the 3,000 Tao scriptures. In fact, if necessary, he could even devise techniques at the level of the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, leveraging the power of the 3,000 Tao scriptures. Nevertheless, this process would not be as effortless as the automatic generation of a technique that perfectly aligned with his own essence, which occurred previously. It would undoubtedly require a significant amount of time. At present, the pinnacle-level techniques of the Primordial Golden Immortal are sufficiently adequate to meet Bai Li's cultivation needs. As Zhen Yuan Zi gently waved his hand, a melodious celestial sound echoed throughout every corner of the misty atmosphere of Wuzhuangguan's cave heaven, resembling the graceful call of a spirit magpie. Bai Li, who was engrossed in her cultivation, paused her delicate arrangements of the ice spirit and flame spirit at the moment the sound resonated. Bai Li was the first to react. Her eyes sparkled with a blend of anticipation and reverence for her master's summons. Hastily adjusting her attire, her skirt fluttered, sending forth a gentle wave of spiritual energy as she made her way towards the main hall. Ice Spirit and Flame Spirit exchanged glances, setting aside their tasks to follow her towards the main hall. Upon their arrival, the hall was suffused with a rich primordial spiritual energy, resembling an ocean of ethereal essence. The ceiling was adorned with shimmering starry runes, reflecting a miniature cosmos, while the ancient walls bore intricate Tao patterns, each emanating an air of mystery. Bai Li stepped into the hall first, her form graceful and upright. As she entered, she slightly bent her knees, respectfully performing a deep bow. Her voice ringing clear, disciple Bai Li pays homage to Master. Ice Spirit and Flame Spirit followed suit, their movements light and synchronized. Bowing with gentle smiles as they spoke in unison, Master, you have summoned us. Is there something of importance you wish to convey? Their voices reverberated through the hall as Zhen Yuan Zi, seated in the main position, wore a moon-white Tao robe embroidered with enigmatic runes that fluttered softly with the breeze. He nodded slightly, a warm smile gracing his face as his gaze swept over the trio, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. Rise, he said, his tone gentle yet firm. The three slowly stood, Bai Li positioned on the left, her expression focused, filled with admiration for her master. Ice Spirit and Flame Spirit stood on the right, their figures light and smiles serene, patiently awaiting Zhen Yuan Zi's next words. With a subtle gesture, Zhen Yuan Zi sent a radiant stream of light from his fingertip into Bai Li's mind. Lear, this is the technique I have tailored specifically for you. Imbued with the essence of the primordial white jade Tao, perfectly attuned to your inherent white jade origin, you shall cultivate according to it henceforth. In that instant, Bai Li felt her mind erupt with a cacophony of mysterious runes and obscure incantations surging like a tidal wave. Her eyes widened with astonishment and delight, her body trembling slightly as these profound concepts challenged her understanding of cultivation, each character seemingly laden with infinite significance, every spell encapsulating boundless mysteries. This was an extraordinary and precious technique, a pathway to transcendence. After a while, Bai Li regained her composure, her voice brimming with excitement. Thank you, Master. I shall never forget your imparted wisdom. I promise to live up to your expectations and diligently delve into this technique. With that, she knelt, respectfully bowing her head 3 times. Zhen Yuan Zi nodded, a look of satisfaction upon his face, gesturing for her to rise. Then, with a sweeping motion of his hand, 3 parcels emanating an extraordinary glow materialized in the air. Each contained 10 top-quality primordial spirit fruits, glimmering with iridescent hues, exuding an intoxicating aroma. As if infused with boundless life force, 10 top-quality primordial dragon elephant fruits, their surfaces adorned with dragon and elephant apparitions, radiating a potent aura. And 30 exquisite Tao tea leaves, each exuding a subtle resonance of the Tao, capable of immersing one in profound understanding. Moreover, there were additional fruits possessing various beneficial properties. Zhen Yuan Zi gazed at these treasures, stating, "These are the cultivation resources I bestow upon you, 1 portion for Bai Li, and 1 portion each for Ice Spirit and Flame Spirit." Bai Li's eyes widened in shock and gratitude as she knelt once more, exclaiming, "Master, such a generous reward. To receive these precious top-quality primordial spirit fruits and exquisite Tao tea leaves is truly overwhelming." In contrast, Ice Spirit and Flame Spirit, well aware of their master's abundant resources and generosity, voiced their thanks in unison. "Thank you for your kindness, Master." Zhen Yuan Zi smiled and dismissed their gratitude with a wave. "Do not be modest. These resources will greatly benefit your cultivation." Subsequently, Zhen Yuan Zi's expression turned solemn as he lightly waved his robe sleeve, inviting the 3 to sit upon the cushions. He began to speak, his voice calm, yet imbued with the weight of the universe. The path of cultivation is long and arduous, an endless quest for the Tao. There are myriad paths, all leading to the same primordial unity. However, to grasp its true essence, one must perceive from the minutiae. He turned his gaze towards Bai Li, his eyes filled with expectation. "Lear, your inherent white jade origin is pure and resilient, akin to flawless jade, brimming with infinite possibilities. While cultivating the technique I have bestowed upon you, you must comprehend the true essence of the primordial white jade. The nature of white jade is stable, capable of absorbing myriad spirits. You must refine the absorbed spiritual energy like sculpting exquisite jade, meticulously condensing it into pure spiritual crystals. Only then can you solidify your foundation and pave a sturdy path for your future cultivation." Bai Li listened intently, nodding slightly, her eyes reflecting focus and contemplation as she committed Zhen Yuan Zi's every word to memory. Next, Zhen Yuan Zi's gaze shifted to ice spirit and flame spirit, imparting heartfelt advice. Ice spirit, after your transformation, your water affinity is exceptional. Water nourishes all without contention, appearing gentle yet harboring boundless strength. In your cultivation of the water principles and the technique bestowed upon you, learn to align with its nature, conquering hardness with softness, nurturing the ultimate strength within the utmost gentleness, and understanding water's capacity for adaptability and resilience. Ice spirit listened earnestly, nodding in agreement. Flame spirit, following your transformation, your fire affinity is fiercely intense. Fire represents raw power, one of the ultimate embodiments of strength. Yet, unbridled ferocity is not the right path. You must learn to master this force, taming it like a wild steed. In moments of explosive strength, you must also understand the importance of restraint, harmonizing strength and gentleness, allowing the flames to dance at your command rather than being dominated by them. In your cultivation of fire principles and techniques, it is equally important to cultivate a peaceful mind. Zhen Yuan Zi's teachings echoed throughout the main hall, elucidating the profound principles of the Tao. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3,000 years had passed. Zhen Yuan Zi's voice resonated like a grand bell, reverberating through the hall for an entire 3,000 years. During this time, the flow of time within the hall seemed to stand still, with only the profound and deep Tao essence washing over Bai Li, ice spirit, and flame spirit like a surging tide. Bai Li sat in meditation, her body radiating a gentle white jade luster, her hair swaying gently with the ebb and flow of spiritual energy, completely immersed in the deep integration of technique and Tao. Ice spirit was surrounded by a mist of vapor, her eyes occasionally sparkling with the glimmer of water, indicative of her deeper understanding of the water principles. Flame spirit was engulfed in flames, yet through her exquisite control, they transformed into docile spiritual flames, swirling around her in an orderly fashion, showcasing her mastery over the wild force. As 3,000 years swiftly elapsed, Zhen Yuan Zi gradually brought his teachings to a close, his gaze sweeping over the three with evident satisfaction. In these 3,000 years, it appears you have each made significant progress. Now, return and immerse yourselves in your cultivation, transforming these 3,000 years of insights into your own power. The three individuals gradually opened their eyes, a glimmer of brilliance illuminating their gaze. Bai Li was the first to rise, respectfully bowing and saying, "Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I shall diligently cultivate and live up to your high expectations." Bing Qing and Yin Ling also gracefully stood, speaking in unison, "We shall adhere to your commands and commit ourselves to rigorous training." Subsequently, the trio exited the main hall in succession, returning to their respective places of cultivation. Once they departed, Zhen Yuan Zi cast his gaze upon the Tao Palace in which they resided. This palace was crafted during his ascendance to the early stage of the primordial golden immortal. However, Zhen Yuan Zi had now attained the late stage of the primordial golden immortal. What was once a commendable abode now seemed somewhat lacking in his eyes, prompting him to consider further refining it. Suddenly, Zhen Yuan Zi's aura shifted dramatically, the previously tranquil Tao rhythm transforming into an unparalleled force of the primordial golden immortal. Surging forth like a tumultuous tide, countless profound and arcane Tao runes erupted from the void, resembling a volley of arrows racing towards the Tao Palace. Wherever the runes landed, the walls of the palace appeared to be stirred by a mysterious power, rippling like waves, as ancient Tao patterns awakened, emitting a deep and resonant hum, as if recounting the vicissitudes and mysteries of time. With a resonant thrum, the grand doors of the Tao Palace trembled violently, the chaos divine stone embedded within erupting in a blinding radiance. Amidst the brilliance, ancient and intricate runes surged forth, intertwining and merging to construct a formidable barrier that overshadowed the heavens and the earth. Zhen Yuan Zi's figure flickered, instantly standing atop the dome of the palace. He slowly extended his palm, the primordial force swirling like two fierce dragons from antiquity, coiling around his hand, emanating a terrifying aura capable of annihilating all. With great resolve, he struck fiercely against the dome. In an instant, the starry runes upon the dome appeared to be imbued with spirit, colliding and merging with fervor, forming an expansive celestial map of primordial stars that obscured the sky. Within this astral tableau, each star radiated a captivating primordial power, with every beam of light representing an enigmatic Tao principle. Their trajectories contain the most elusive and profound mysteries of the universe, seemingly governing the cycles of life and death, as well as the rise and fall of all things. Inside the Tao Palace, Zhen Yuan Zi's power was also reshaping every inch of space. The original cultivation chamber, under his meticulous refinement, had become an even more extraordinary environment, endowed with numerous formidable functionalities. Surrounding the Tao Palace, Zhen Yuan Zi harnessed his primordial energy to summon the elemental forces of the universe, constructing an immense innate five-element formation. In the future, should he gather all the innate five directions flags or other formidable innate treasures of the same origin, he would be able to arrange them into a sacred formation of the innate five elements. As Zhen Yuan Zi continually refined this formation, the entire Dongtian of the Wuzhuang Temple underwent a remarkable transformation. The once mundane mountains and rivers, nurtured by the power of the primordial golden immortal, became increasingly infused with spiritual energy. Upon the completion of his refinement, the aura emanating from the Tao Palace grew tremendously potent and fearsome, rivaling the might of some exquisite innate spiritual treasures, reaching the level of supreme postnatal artifacts. Subsequently, Zhen Yuan Zi produced the innate supreme treasure, the Qian Kuan Ding. The Qian Kuan Ding possesses the ability to reverse postnatal energies into innate ones. Although nurturing the indestructible innate spiritual light requires a certain amount of time and a portion of the treasure's essence, it is not something that can be produced in abundance at will. However, with the current accumulation within the Qian Kuan Ding, refining the entire Tao Palace into a supreme innate treasure was more than feasible. Zhen Yuan Zi first waved his hand, relocating the originally present Bingqing, Yinling, and Bai Li from the Tao Palace. He then paid no heed to the astonished expressions of the three women, maintaining a tranquil demeanor as he gazed steadily at the Qian Kuan Ding before him. Initially, the three women, including Bingqing, were taken aback, but they soon comprehended the unfolding events. They then fixated their gaze intently on the actions of their master or revered teacher. After all, witnessing the process of refining a supreme spiritual treasure is an exceedingly rare opportunity. Even observing from the sidelines could yield substantial benefits for them. With a gentle wave of his hand, the Grand Tao Palace, an exquisite postnatal spiritual treasure, was drawn by an invisible force, gliding gracefully toward the Qian Kuan Ding. This innate treasure, the Qian Kuan Ding, exuded an ancient and mysterious aura, radiating the profound essence of the primordial chaos, as if it held the secrets of the universe's origin. As the Tao Palace approached the Qian Kuan Ding, a sudden and irresistible force emanated from the mouth of the Ding, generating a powerful suction that swiftly engulfed the entire Tao Palace. In an instant, the Qian Kuan Ding shone with resplendent brilliance, its light illuminating the entirety of the Wuzhuang Guan's cave heaven, akin to a newly born sun. Within the Ding, the chaotic energy and the primordial essence surged powerfully, embodying the most primal and potent force that originated at the dawn of creation, seemingly containing boundless possibilities for transformation. Wrapped in this chaotic energy and primordial essence, the Tao Palace floated serenely. The Qian Kuan Ding began to consume its amassed primordial essence, continuously infusing it into the Tao Palace. Each infusion triggered wondrous transformations. Simultaneously, innate laws of creation began to nurture the Tao Palace, giving rise to a primordial indestructible spiritual radiance that shimmered brilliantly, akin to the stars, imbued with the essence of primordial Tao and boundless vitality and spirit. Its emergence gradually elevated the Tao Palace's aura to an extraordinary realm. Concurrently, the original postnatal restrictions of the Tao Palace underwent a fundamental transformation under the formidable power of the Qian Kuan Ding. The restrictions, as if meticulously sculpted and reshaped by the universe's greatest artisan, slowly morphed into mysterious and potent innate restrictions. These innate restrictions intertwined and fused, forming an incredibly intricate pattern that emanated a powerful and enigmatic aura. The energies within the Qian Kuan Ding surged ceaselessly, and the concept of time seemed to lose its significance in that moment. Only the Tao Palace, undergoing silent gestation and metamorphosis, bore witness to this miraculous transmutation. It was uncertain how much time had passed, but eventually the dazzling brilliance of the Qian Kuan Ding began to gradually recede. When tranquility was restored, a brand new supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Tao Palace, slowly ascended from the Ding. It radiated a powerful and pure aura, as if it had naturally fused with the great laws of the universe, becoming a unique existence within this realm. At this moment, the Tao Palace had undeniably transformed from a supreme postnatal spiritual treasure into a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. In the vast expanse of the primordial world, several epochs had passed. The universe had regained its former splendor, and countless innate beings had emerged. Similarly, numerous innate powers traversed the primordial expanse, with notable locations such as Kunlun Mountain, Buzhou Mountain, Fengqi Mountain, and Mount Sumeru, where it is now established that the Dao sites of Kunyi and Jiejing are located. While they were initially described as being born in Ling Mountain, alongside numerous celestial islands scattered across the seas. All these sacred mountains and blessed lands were graced by the presence of renowned innate deities and demons, making their names resonate throughout the primordial realm. Beneath the towering peaks of the Wuzhou Mountain, the Pangu Temple, forged from the heart of Pangu, rises majestically into the heavens. The walls, constructed of colossal stones, are inscribed with the profound runes of the great laws that Pangu etched during the creation of the world. These runes emanate a mysterious and magnificent radiance, clashing violently with the surging blood essence within the temple, illuminating a breathtakingly surreal tableau that stirs the soul. Within the temple, the 12 ancestor witches wear grave expressions, their vital energy swirling around them like a tumultuous sea of blood. Amidst the surging blood essence, it seems as if countless beings are howling and roaring, filling the entire temple with an ominous and chilling aura of slaughter. The figure of Emperor Jiang hovers before the assembly, enveloped tightly in the essence of chaos. His eyes flicker with chaotic lightning, each subtle movement imbued with an overwhelming force capable of reshaping the heavens and the earth. With a gaze as piercing as a torch, Emperor Jiang focuses on the Pangu blood pool, his resounding voice reverberating throughout the temple. Today, we shall use the blood of Pangu and our own lifeblood to nurture the witch clan. This marks the dawn of our rise and the opportunity to reshape the fabric of the universe. Upon concluding his declaration, he extends his robust hand, intricately adorned with mysterious patterns, and a peculiar force begins to emanate from his palm. In an instant, the blood within the Pangu blood pool erupts like ignited magma, churning violently and producing a deep, resonant roar, as if in response to Emperor Jiang's summons. The remaining ancestral witches, like the murky Nine, were equally exhilarated, for they had finally discovered the perfect method to nurture the witch clan. Although the forthcoming progeny would inevitably pale in comparison to these ancestral witches, they still belonged to the bloodline of the witch clan, and at long last, they had found a means to strengthen it. As long as they could give rise to more witches, even if these new beings could not rival them, sheer quantity combined with the power of the 12 ancestral witches would eventually enable them to dominate the primordial realms, to fortify the witch clan and safeguard the primordial world for their father god. The voice of Zhu Rong resonated with the fervor of blazing flames as he extended his hand. From his fingertip surged a drop of blood burning with fierce fire, radiating an endless heat that warped the air around it. For our witch clan, let us exert our utmost effort. Gong Gong's countenance was stern as his azure-hued blood pulsated with the essence of surging waters, and upon merging with the blood pool, it stirred strange waves within. The other ancestral witches responded in kind, each releasing a drop of unique blood imbued with distinct powers. The blood of Rushou shimmered with golden light, exuding an aura of lethal intent, while Zhu Meng's blood glimmered in verdant hues, pulsating with the vitality of life. As the ancestral witch's blood mingled with the Pangu blood pool, the entire world seemed to tremble violently, as if shaken by an unseen hand. The blood surged skyward, transforming into immense pillars of crimson that intertwined frantically above the temple, forming a colossal vortex of blood that obscured the sun. Within the vortex, the chaotic forces clashed violently, and countless mysterious runes flickered and danced. These runes represented the embryonic form of cosmic order. Yet, under this defiant power, they were restructured and recombined, crafting an entirely new set of life rules. Gradually, as time progressed, the vague silhouettes of the witch clan began to emerge within the vortex. Each possessed a unique form, yet all exuded a terrifying aura of bloodshed. Some were enveloped in raging flames, exhaling scorching waves with every breath, inheriting Zhu Rong's fiery prowess, capable of incinerating the world into an inferno. Others were shrouded in dense curtains of water, commanding torrents with every gesture, embodying the capabilities of Gong Gong as water witches. Still others were ensconced in crackling thunder, their muscles as resilient as steel, each movement accompanied by flickering sparks, able to summon the heaven's wrath with devastating lightning. Just as the witch clan was on the cusp of complete formation, the heavens and earth manifested an array of terrifying anomalies. The sky outside the temple was suddenly veiled in a sinister blood mist, writhing as though alive, filled with the anguished wails of countless vengeful spirits. The chilling sound sending shivers down the spine. This sudden occurrence even left the ancestral witches momentarily astonished. Hold steady. The birth of the witch clan hinges on this moment. Di Zhang's voice rang out amidst the chaos, resounding like a great bell, infusing everyone with renewed vigor. As time flowed onward, the 12 tribes of the Witch clan were finally born, leaping forth from the crimson vortex with heaven-shaking roars that reverberated across the cosmos. Each tribe exuded an aura of bloodthirsty ferocity, innately capable of absorbing the turbid miasma between heaven and earth to strengthen themselves. Yet their souls remained incomplete, their minds clouded. Relying solely on primal instinct to unleash the Witch clan's first cry upon this world, the 12 ancestral witches gazed upon their progeny with eyes brimming with exhilaration and joy. While the ancestral witches poured their essence into nurturing the 12 tribes, causing the Pangu temple to seethe with sanguine energy interwoven with the threads of cosmic law. Distant transformations stirred upon the solar star. This blazing celestial body, the most brilliant and scorching in the primordial world, burned with solar true flames capable of reducing all creation to ashes in an instant. Yet within this infernal core where none dared tread, 3 innate deities of profound destiny took form. Emperor Jun, the sovereign born to rule, opened eyes that projected twin beams of dazzling golden radiance. His form wreathed in majestic imperial qi so solemn and dignified it seemed all existence should prostrate before him. Beside him rotated the supreme innate treasures, the river chart and Luo writings. The former shimmered with constellations revealing infinite mysteries, while the latter's orderly glyphs contained heaven and earth's fundamental principles. These treasures resonated with their master's will, humming softly in celebration of his cultivation breakthroughs. Dong Wangtai awoke simultaneously, exuding an overwhelming tyrannical aura that distorted the space around him. With a gesture, the chaos bell materialized above him, its surface engraved with primordial runes from the dawn of creation. Each toll unleashed deafening peals that warped space-time, as if shattering cosmic laws themselves. After relentless cultivation, both brothers had now attained mid-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Goddess Shiha, though slightly inferior in origin, remained a formidable solar deity. Her graceful form radiated gentle warmth as 9 flame-dragged chariots adorned with gemstones pulsing with solar energy stood ready nearby. She too had stabilized at early-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal cultivation. Now standing among the primordial world's foremost innate beings, ambition ignited within the brothers' hearts. Emperor Jun's gaze swept across the vast wilderness as grand designs of conquest took shape. Brother, his voice resonated with imperial certainty, this boundless world lies scattered and disordered, awaiting our guidance to establish supreme dominion. Tai's eyes burned with matching fervor. Your words ring true, elder brother. With our power, all lands shall bow before Solar Star's majesty. Thus began their campaign of subjugation across the primordial tribes. Their first conquest brought them to the mighty Rhinoceros clan, mountainous beings capable of shifting mountains and draining seas. When the celestial brothers descended, their oppressive auras darkened the skies above the plains. Who dares trespass upon Rhinoceros territory? Bellowed the chieftain, his thunderous voice shaking the earth. Emperor Jun's smile carried the weight of empires as his imperial qi erupted. I am Jun, rightful ruler of all under heaven. Submit and prosper, or resist and perish. Though trembling before this unprecedented might, the chieftain roared defiance and charged like a living avalanche. With effortless grace, Emperor Jun activated the river chart, trapping his foe within a constellation prison of crushing stellar forces. Tai joined by tolling the chaos bell, its sonic blades felling lesser rhinoceroses where they stood. Overwhelmed, the chieftain surrendered his people to solar dominion. This victory marked but the first step in the brothers' grand design, their reputation spreading like wildfire across the primordial wilds as they turned their gaze toward fresh conquests. Many primordial beings from various races willingly submitted to their formidable power, all coming under the banner of the Sun Star. At this moment, within the Dongdian of Wanshou Mountain's Wuzhuang Temple, Zhen Yuan Zi had just placed the Dao Palace, which had ascended to become a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Suddenly, he heard the system's melodious voice echoing in his mind once more. Congratulations, host, for accepting your first disciple and crafting your first supreme innate spiritual treasure, triggering a random system reward. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving a reward, a disciple's gift pack. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving a reward, a map of Ingzhou Island. There are 2 rewards in total, yet they encompass much more than mere items. For instance, within the disciple's gift pack lies a set of Hunyuan Daoyuojin immortal cultivation techniques that resonate with the essence of the corresponding disciple, along with 3 supreme innate spiritual treasures. The map of Ingzhou Island serves as a guide to locate the fabled land of immortals, Ingzhou. Within the mystical Isle of Ingzhou, there are undoubtedly remarkable treasures, rendering it equally invaluable. Like the 3 renowned immortal islands overseas, Zhen Yuan Zi has long been aware of their existence and would certainly not overlook them. In fact, He had once ventured out to sea in search of them. It turns out that these 3 overseas immortal islands are shrouded in chaotic formations that safeguard them, concealing celestial secrets and rendering them elusive. Even the heavenly Tao can be obscured by these enchantments, as long as they do not voluntarily reveal themselves. Even the primordial heavenly Tao finds it challenging to detect or locate them. The Yingzhou Isle, in particular, does not remain fixed in a specific location overseas but is instead perpetually in motion. Therefore, despite Zhen Yuan Zi's deliberate efforts to seek them out, including attempts at divination, he was unable to uncover their whereabouts. Now, the system has directly rewarded a map of the mystical Yizhou Island, allowing one to pinpoint its location at any given moment. Although this is somewhat inferior to the direct reward of the island's control core, which would require considerable effort to uncover, it nonetheless provides a clear objective, which is rather commendable. Upon entering the mystical Isle of Yingzhou, one is bound to reap substantial rewards in the primordial trajectory of existence. As numerous saints emerged and the celestial order gradually refined itself, the Isle of Yingzhou finally manifested, subsequently drawing the attention of the primordial supreme beings, leading to an immense bounty. Now, the immortal island of Yingzhou is about to belong to him. In comparison to the map of the fairy island, Zhen Yuan Zi found himself somewhat at a loss regarding the rewards of the disciples' grand gift package. It is not to say that the rewards contained within this package are lacking in merit. A tome of the Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian level, along with 3 exquisite innate spiritual treasures, undoubtedly possesses extraordinary value. Although these treasures are most suited for the use of Bailey, he does not harbor any feelings of dissatisfaction or discontent, for he is not in want of such possessions. His only bemusement lies in the fact that he had just painstakingly crafted a cultivation technique tailored for Bailey, only to have the system trigger such a reward shortly afterwards. Had this reward been activated sooner, he would have spared himself the labor of creating the technique. Nonetheless, upon reflection, it is evident that the system's reward triggering mechanism is remarkably capricious. Hence, there is little to lament. After all, having a reward is certainly preferable to having none at all. As for the matter of cultivation techniques, the method he has devised is equally commendable, sufficiently satisfying Bai Li's current training needs. When Bai Li reaches a higher level of mastery in the future, he can impart the techniques rewarded by the system to her. Regarding the spiritual treasures, they can be conferred at a more opportune moment. Zhen Yuan Zi unfurled the map of Yingzhou Island. Upon confirming the location of Yingzhou Island, he summoned the Tai Xu Hunyuan mirror. Instantly, endless voids appeared within the mirror, stars twinkling and light shimmering beautifully. Zhen Yuan Zi's figure flickered as he stepped into the radiant light of the mirror, feeling the distortion of time and space enveloping him. In the blink of an eye, he traversed an infinite distance and found himself hovering above the surging East Sea. The sea breeze howled, waves roared like mighty dragons, and the vast expanse of the ocean sparkled with glimmering reflections under the sun. Zhen Yuan Zi, suspended in midair, retrieved the map once more to meticulously confirm his position. Subsequently, a gentle halo enveloped him, and he traversed the void once again. When he reappeared, he stood above Yingzhou Island. However, all that lay before him was an endless expanse of azure sea, devoid of any other feature. Zhen Yuan Zi furrowed his brow slightly and concentrated his divine sense, which spread like fine threads in all directions. Yet, despite his diligent exploration, he could not detect even a trace of the island's presence. This chaotic formation was indeed remarkable, he mused. Were it not for the guidance of this map, I might have roamed this vicinity countless times without ever discovering that an island lay hidden below. He took a deep breath to steady his emotions and once again infused the power of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal wholeheartedly into the map. This time, the map radiated brilliantly, resonating wondrously with the ocean beneath. In the depths of his being, Zhen Yuan Zi sensed a faint connection with the island and caught glimpses of the formation's subtle traces below. Simultaneously, the Tai Xu Hunyuan mirror in his hand gleamed with renewed brilliance, its temporal flow opening a pathway through the void. Without hesitation, he stepped into the passage, instantly crossing the concealed formation and entering Yingzhou Island. As he stepped onto the island, an overwhelming and rich aura of profound yellow energy enveloped him, flooding the air with an abundance of chaotic, enigmatic essence. Before his eyes, the entire celestial island sprawled infinitely, spanning a circumference of over 100 billion miles, resembling a realm unto itself. Above the island, the chaotic yellow energy twisted and coiled like colossal divine dragons, intertwining and merging at times, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. At other moments, they collided with thunderous roars. The dense primordial spiritual energy wafted like mist through every inch of space, flowing in a marvelous rhythm, forming resplendent rays of light that surged skyward from every corner of the island. weaving a dreamlike tapestry of exquisite beauty, making one feel as though they were amidst an ethereal paradise. Majestic celestial mountains rose in harmonious arrangement throughout the island, each exuding a unique and powerful aura. Some mountains were adorned with a dazzling layer of ice crystals. These were no ordinary frost, but imbued with boundless primordial power, refracting a spectrum of colors under the sun's embrace, appearing almost surreal. Others were encircled by roaring flames, not of the common variety, but rather primordial, true fire infused with chaotic energy, its scorching heat distorting the surrounding space, as if it could melt anything in proximity at any moment. Between the celestial mountains flowed rivers of spiritual essence, their waters crystal clear, yet emanating an endless air of mystery. What coursed within was not mere water, but a unique primordial spiritual liquid, each drop containing immense energy. Should some ordinary primordial beings from the wilderness consume it, they would undoubtedly experience a profound transformation, purging their very marrow and dramatically enhancing their capabilities. Zhen Yuan Zi advanced steadily, observing the celestial mountains adorned with primordial spiritual trees and medicinal herbs, the fragrant aroma wafting pleasantly, uplifting the spirit. Exotic birds and auspicious beasts leisurely roamed, adding a touch of lively vitality to the celestial island. Soon, a grove of emerald bamboo caught his eye, shimmering with spiritual light and exuding a gentle, radiant glow. This was, astonishingly, a primordial bamboo grove with mid-grade, innate spiritual roots. Although it bore no extraordinary effects, it served as an exquisite material for the refinement of spiritual treasures. The bamboo, imbued with pure innate power, could bestow upon these treasures a unique spirituality and resilience. Zhen Yuan Zi continued his journey toward the heart of the celestial island, where the innate spiritual entities he encountered became increasingly abundant. Suddenly, a peach orchard came into view, adorned with vibrant blossoms and a cascade of fallen petals. Among the trees, one peach tree stood out remarkably. Its trunk was robust and ancient, with enigmatic patterns on its bark that subtly revealed the passage of time. This is the purple cloud peach tree, possessing a mid-grade innate spiritual root. This tree bears fruit once every 3,000 years, yielding 360 fruits each time. The ripe fruits are plump and round, their skin shimmering with a subtle golden glow, intricate innate Tao patterns subtly revealed, as if inscribed by the very hands of heaven and earth. A gentle inhalation of their fragrance invigorates the spirit, penetrating deep into the soul, evoking a sense of unparalleled bliss. The fruit possesses the remarkable abilities to refine the physique, strengthen the body, and prolong life. Surrounding this divine tree, there are also 3 inferior-grade innate spiritual root peach trees. Although their quality is somewhat lesser, they still emanate a unique spiritual radiance, and the fruits they bear are highly beneficial to cultivators. Surrounding it are thousands of exquisite spiritual peach trees, vibrant and flourishing. If nurtured by the esteemed Zhen Yuan Zi, they hold the promise of evolving into inferior innate spiritual roots, brimming with potential. Within the peach grove, various spiritual beasts dart and rest, their lively and adorable forms yet to awaken their intelligence. Observing this scene, Zhen Yuan Zi is filled with wonder and admiration. However, he does not intend to transplant these spiritual roots immediately. Instead, he resolves to complete his exploration of the entire island before making any plans. Zhen Yuan Zi continues his ascent towards the heart of the immortal island, where innate spiritual entities and plants become increasingly abundant, although the inferior innate spiritual roots grow scarcer. Eventually, he discovers a middle-grade innate spiritual root known as the panlongwood. This peculiar root twists and turns like a slumbering dragon, emanating mysterious waves that attract a frenzy of spiritual energy. This particular root bears fruit every 3,000 years, yielding 108 fruits, aptly named panlong fruit, renowned for its ability to refine the bloodlines of various races. Furthermore, the panlongwood possesses the ability to enhance its surrounding environment. Zhen Yuan Zi presses onward. The closer he approaches the island's core, the more he senses a formidable resistance. Clearly, a powerful innate spiritual root or treasure lies at the center of the island, and this formation serves to protect it from being ravaged or taken by the island's spiritual beasts. Yet, with his Hunyuan golden immortal strength, this formation is merely a futile obstacle. With a tranquil expression, Zhen Yuan Zi radiates a gentle glow as he employs the technique of traversing the void, instantly breaking through the impediment and arriving at the very center of the immortal island. Before him stands a colossal, mysterious yellow tree, soaring skyward as if to support the heavens. The tree is enveloped in a rich yellow aura, each strand imbued with boundless mysteries, narrating the origins and transformations of the universe. Upon closer inspection, Zhen Yuan Zi observes 12 fist-sized fruits hanging from its branches, emanating a soft luminosity. Each fruit bears the ancient and enigmatic characters Huangzhong, formed by innate Tao patterns, embodying the forces of heaven and earth. Indeed, this supreme spiritual root resides within the Ijo immortal island. Zhen Yuan Zi instantly recognizes it as the fabled supreme innate spiritual root, Huangzhongli, originally a chaotic spiritual root. The Huangzhongli suffered damage to its essence during the creation of the world, resulting in its diminished grade. Nevertheless, it remains even more extraordinary, precious, and powerful than ordinary supreme, innate spiritual roots. This tree blossoms every 10,000 years, bears fruit every 10,000 years, and matures over a period of 30,000 years, yielding a mere 12 fruits. Each ordinary Huangzhongli has the potential to enhance a Deluo Golden Immortal's magical power by an entire Yuan Hui. The initial 12 fruits are indeed extraordinary, possessing the ability to transcend the constraints of the heavenly path, enabling individuals to attain the exalted state of the great Luo Golden Immortal, thus surpassing the realms that countless cultivators yearn for. Zhen Yuan Zi, with a composed demeanor, was about to reach out to pluck these 12 primordial Huangzhongli. As he did so, the Tai Xu Yuan mirror in his hand trembled slightly, transmitting a surge of information into his mind. Zhen Yuan Zi's heart stirred as he turned his gaze toward the base of the Huangzhongli. Channeling his magical energy, he meticulously explored the area, ultimately uncovering a ruler radiating an aura of boundless profound merit hidden amidst the roots, deep within the soil. When the full visage of the treasure was revealed, Zhen Yuan Zi's gaze sharpened, recognizing it as the innate treasure of merit, the Hongmeng Qi, this ruler. A primordial treasure of merit was forged from the fusion of the merit of creation, the primordial purple Qi, and the very essence of time and space. It possessed the destructive power to obliterate heaven and earth, capable of severing the void and extinguishing stars with a mere swing. Furthermore, it could suppress fortunes and eliminate lies without entanglement and causality, free from the burdens of karmic retribution. Simultaneously, it could communicate with the essence of time and space. Disregarding all innate prohibitions, the wielder could traverse the boundless void in an instant, reaching virtually any location in the world with but a thought. Zhen Yuan Zi was astonished to discover that such an innate treasure of merit lay concealed in this very place. He mused quietly to himself. In the original trajectory of the primordial destiny, this innate treasure had never been revealed, at least within the confines of his previous life's memories. There were no records regarding the ownership of this treasure. Even when the primordial Lord Yuan Shi opened the mystical island of Yingzhou, it seemed he had only acquired this exceptional primordial spiritual root, the Huangzhongli, without obtaining the Hongmeng Qi. Perhaps that old rascal Hong Jun had intercepted it beforehand? After all, such a possibility was not to be dismissed. Hong Jun had engaged in similar deeds on numerous occasions. Yet, whether this was indeed the truth remained uncertain to Zhen Yuan Zi. Nonetheless, contemplating these matters now bore little significance. The Hongmeng Qi, this innate treasure of merit, was now firmly in his possession and rightfully belonged to him. There was no need to dwell further on it. Subsequently, Zhen Yuan Zi retrieved 12 jade boxes, carefully plucking each of the 12 primordial Huangzhongli and sealing them with utmost caution for preservation. These 12 fruits, having nurtured for an eternity, possessed astonishing effects. They not only contained a vibrant energy, but also embodied unique celestial principles that could enable ordinary individuals to break free from the constraints of the heavenly path and attain the state of the great Luo Golden Immortal. While these fruits held little benefit for Zhen Yuan Zi himself, they were of paramount importance to his future plans concerning humanity. In his previous life as a member of the human race, he had now reincarnated as a primordial deity, yet his heart remained unwaveringly aligned with humanity. Thus, he was deeply concerned for the future emergence of the human race, already formulating his strategies within. In the original narrative of the primordial destiny, the journey of humanity was fraught with adversity. This noble race, destined by heaven to be the protagonists of the cosmos and sovereigns of the primordial realm, suffered relentless slaughter at the hands of the Wu and Yao clans. The primordial human race was nearly obliterated, leaving only those of lesser potential among the postnatal humans. Ultimately, they were subjugated by the saints, becoming mere puppets of the saints and the heavenly path. The subsequent tragedies further diminished the status of humanity, casting them into increasingly dire circumstances. As Zhen Yuan Zi has arrived in this mythical world of primordial chaos, he will not passively allow these events to unfold. He will not permit certain historical occurrences to repeat themselves. Although his current strength is still insufficient, he firmly believes that by the time humanity is born, his power will have undergone a tremendous transformation. At that juncture, he will undoubtedly possess the capability to alter the course of events, even to confront the greatest puppet master behind the scenes, Hong Jun. However, beyond his own growth, the strength of the human race must also be enhanced. At that time, it is imperative not only to safeguard the innate human beings, but also to elevate their abilities, ensuring that they possess a measure of self-defense in their nascent stage. Now, with these 12 original Huangzhongli, one can cultivate 12 great immortals. Zhen Yuan Zi prudently secured the 12 original Huangzhongli, holding the primordial measuring ruler in his grasp. In an instant, the ruler's primordial purple aura fused seamlessly with the overwhelming essence of his late-stage golden immortal cultivation, radiating an even more resplendent brilliance that drew the surrounding spiritual energy to converge in reverent homage. After securing this innate treasure of profound merit, Zhen Yuanzi's gaze sharpened as he surveyed his surroundings, continuing his exploration of the remaining areas of this celestial island. Although he had already reaped the greatest rewards from Yingzhou Island, numerous other locations still awaited his examination. As he continued his search, the entire celestial island seemed to tremble in response, with dense spiritual energy swirling around him like jubilant birds in a dance. Not far ahead, a sudden mist appeared, within which strange glimmers flickered, clearly concealing treasures within its embrace. A subtle smile graced the lips of Zhen Yuanzi as he lightly stepped forward, entering the mist as if traversing solid ground. At the center of the fog, two artifacts radiating a gentle glow floated serenely. One was an ancient and weighty tome, its pages shimmering with mysterious light, seemingly imbued with boundless secrets. Upon closer inspection, the book was adorned with a myriad of intricate symbols, each exuding a powerful resonance of the Tao. With a mere sweep of his consciousness, Zhen Yuanzi grasped the profound intricacies of this tome. Recognizing it as the superior innate spiritual treasure, the innate symbolic book, which recorded numerous esoteric Taoist symbols of remarkable potency. The other artifact was a resplendent brush, its shaft crafted from rare spiritual materials, smooth as jade, with ethereal light coursing through it, as if it contained the essence of the world's spiritual rhythms. The brush tip sparkled with a kaleidoscope of colors, vibrant and splendid, akin to the very essence of life itself. As Zhen Yuanzi delicately grasped the brush, an extraordinary force surged through his arm, permeating his entire being. In that instant, he comprehended that this was the superior innate spiritual treasure, the innate symbolic brush. Primarily designed for inscribing symbols, not only did it enhance the writer's dexterity, but it also significantly amplified the power of the inscribed symbols, rendering it truly miraculous. Quite remarkable, Zhen Yuanzi mused, contemplating how these two treasures might enable someone to forge a path in the art of symbols, perhaps even rising as a master of this mystical craft. With a reflective gaze fixed on the treasures, he clasped his hands behind his back and fell into deep thought. Moments later, an idea flickered in his mind, and a glint of brilliance shone in his eyes. Perhaps a bit of study would be worthwhile, adding another skill to his repertoire. He settled onto the ground, once more delving into the mysteries of the innate symbolic book and the innate symbolic brush, seeking to unravel the secrets of the innate symbols. Time slipped away unnoticed as Zhen Yuanzi became utterly absorbed in the profound symbolism contained within the treasures. His aura deepened, as if he were merging with the very essence of the artifacts. Eventually, after an indeterminate period, he slowly opened his eyes, a newfound clarity illuminating his gaze. Rising to his feet, he waved his sleeve, stowing the innate symbolic book and innate symbolic brush away. Continuing his exploration of the celestial island, he became increasingly aware of an enigmatic force guiding him. He meandered with ease, following this force's pull, and arrived at a secluded valley. The spiritual energy in the valley was even more potent, suffused with a unique power of regulation. At the valley's end stood a colossal, multicolored stone, inscribed with mysterious runes that shimmered with an otherworldly glow. These runes intertwined, forming a vast energy shield that enveloped the stone completely. A single glance was enough for Zhen Yuanzi to discern that this stone was the control core of Yingzhou Island, the primary target of his quest. Releasing his formidable aura as a late-stage Hunyuan golden immortal, the entire valley was engulfed by his overwhelming presence. With a mere thought, his powerful magic surged forth like a tsunami, crashing against the stone. Sensing the impending threat, the stone's luminescence intensified, and the surrounding runes began to whirl chaotically, attempting to resist Zhen Yuan Zi's refining. However, his power was beyond its capacity to withstand. Under the pressure of Zhen Yuan Zi's formidable magic, the stone's glow gradually dimmed, and the swirling runes began to calm, becoming increasingly docile. Before long, the stone emitted a faint hum, acknowledging its new master. A sense of exhilaration surged within Zhen Yuan Zi, as he realized he had forged a profound connection with the celestial island. Every corner of the island and every wisp of spiritual energy felt as though it had become a part of him, resonating with his intentions. With a thought, he commanded the entire Yingzhou island to gradually shrink, distorting the surrounding space. Under his potent magical influence, the island transformed into a streak of light, effortlessly captured within the palm of his hand. Gazing at the softly glowing island nestled within his grasp, Zhen Yuan Zi pondered briefly before closing his eyes, connecting with the control token of the Tai Xu secret realm within him. In an instant, a brilliant light enveloped him, and his figure vanished like a fleeting dream. When Zhen Yuan Zi reappeared, he found himself within the Tai Xu secret realm. Within this realm, the chaotic energy and innate spiritual essence surged like a torrent. Various innate spiritual entities glimmering with resplendent light, seemingly welcoming his return. Surveying this realm that belonged to him, Zhen Yuan Zi felt a profound satisfaction and pride. He gently raised his hand, gradually placing Yingzhou Island into the Tai Xu secret realm. As the island integrated, the spiritual energy within the realm became even richer and more refined, and the innate spiritual entities appeared to sense a renewed vitality, their brilliance intensifying. The previously tranquil chaotic energy began to churn violently, as if celebrating the arrival of a new member. Zhen Yuan Zi strolled to the shores of Taichu Lake, where, after years of nurturing, a plethora of innate spiritual roots had flourished. Among them stood a single chaos spiritual root, the Chaos Dao Heartfruit Tree, and the number of superior innate spiritual roots. The lesser Chaos Dao Heartfruit trees had reached 3. Additionally, there was one superior innate spiritual root, the innate Great Dragon Elephant Fruit Tree. Furthermore, 30 others had evolved into the superior innate spiritual root tier, becoming innate Dragon Elephant Fruit trees. The number of the small Dragon Elephant Fruit trees with innate spiritual roots has reached an impressive 600. Typically, aside from the initial fruit seeds, it would be exceedingly challenging to cultivate additional seeds with innate spiritual roots. However, due to the unique blessings of this land, such circumstances have been altered, resulting in a remarkable surge in the quantity of spiritual roots possessed by Zhen Yuan Zi. Naturally, the cultivation potential of seeds beyond the original is inevitably lower. Furthermore, there exists a premium innate spiritual root comprehension tea tree, while another is located in Wuzhuangguan, alongside 18 superior innate comprehension tea trees. Now, these exquisite or superior Dao enlightenment tea trees have once again borne fruit. However, the potential of these tea fruits is relatively low, which is why Zhen Yuan Zi has chosen not to harvest them for cultivation. Consequently, the number of these Dao enlightenment tea trees remains unchanged. There are 30 superior innate spiritual root ginseng fruit trees, and the exquisite innate spiritual root ginseng fruit trees are also located within the Wuzhuang Temple. The medium-grade innate spiritual root crimson flame dragon fruit tree and the medium-grade innate spiritual root mysterious eye spirit fruit tree have not continued their evolution. Nonetheless, a few inferior innate spiritual roots have been cultivated, though Zhen Yuan Zi pays little heed to them. Additionally, there exists a plethora of innate spiritual plants, along with some inferior innate spiritual roots evolved from these plants. As for Taichu Lake, it harbors several 12th grade and 9th grade pure world white lotuses. Were it not for the abundant Taichu divine water contained here, which can ceaselessly transform, coupled with the vast chaotic primordial soil, and the fact that innate spiritual roots can nourish themselves while growing rather than solely plundering, it would be quite challenging to discover a place capable of nurturing such a multitude of innate spiritual roots. At this moment, in this wondrous source of creation, another exquisite innate spiritual root was about to emerge. With a grand gesture, Zhen Yuan Zi firmly anchored the exceptional Huang Zhongli at the banks of the Taichu Lake, allowing it to mingle with other innate spiritual roots. As Huang Zhongli took root, a rich aura of profound yellow essence permeated the surroundings, causing the nearby innate spiritual roots to quiver slightly, as if paying homage to their new companion. Observing Huang Zhongli flourishing by the lakeside, Zhen Yuan Zi nodded in approval, feeling a sense of reassurance. Subsequently, he approached the Tai Xu Divine Water, which emanated a gentle golden glow, with each droplet brimming with boundless vitality. This miraculous substance, nurtured by the Tai Xu secret realm, possessed extraordinary capabilities, nourishing all living things, awakening the potential of spiritual roots, enhancing the quality of spiritual entities, facilitating evolution, and augmenting medicinal efficacy. With a mere thought, a pool of Tai Xu divine water gathered before him like an obedient sprite. He then procured some chaos primordial soil, dark as ink and exuding an ancient, mysterious aura, an invaluable relic from the dawn of chaos, containing the purest essence of primordial chaos, capable of providing the most unadulterated nourishment for spiritual plants. Carrying the Tai Xu divine water and the chaos primordial soil, Zhen Yuan Zi made his way to the grove of Zi and Peaches. This grove, already vibrant within the Tai Xu secret realm, experienced a resurgence of life. Under the nurturing embrace of the Tai Xu divine water and chaos primordial soil, the peach trees flourished with newfound vigor. The blossoms bloomed more resplendently, their delicate pink petals swaying gently in the breeze, releasing waves of enticing fragrance. The fruits began to swell rapidly, their pale golden skin radiating an ever-brighter luster, as intricate innate Tao patterns seemed to come alive, shimmering with an enigmatic brilliance. Zhen Yuan Zi gazed upon the peach grove, nodding with satisfaction once again. The prospect of so many exceptional innate spiritual plants evolving into innate roots was tantalizing, even if they were merely of the lower grade. Such an outcome would constitute a remarkable bounty. Moreover, the original mid-grade innate peach tree and the inferior innate peach tree are capable of further evolution. Perhaps for other formidable beings, cultivating such a multitude of innate spiritual roots would be an impossible endeavor. However, for Zhen Yuan Zi, who possesses the primordial secret realm, it is merely a matter of time. After all, the primordial secret realm and all its wonders are rewards bestowed by the system, and possessing such extraordinary capabilities is entirely reasonable. Upon exiting the primordial secret realm, Zhen Yuan Zi employed the Tai Xu Hunyuan mirror and began his journey back to Wuzhuang Temple. As he arrived at Mount Wanshou, his gaze was instantly captivated by a graceful figure before the cave dwelling of Wuzhuang Temple. The Queen Mother of the West adorned herself in a flowing moon-white garment, her attire billowing like a celestial maiden gracing the earth. Her visage was breathtakingly beautiful, her skin fair as snow, and her eyes radiated warmth and nobility. A hint of a gentle smile graced her lips as she stood there quietly, resembling a stunning masterpiece. As the Queen Mother of the West witnessed the return of Zhen Yuan Zi, a glimmer of surprise flickered in her eyes. With graceful steps, she approached him with a radiant smile, softly uttering, "Brother, it has been a long time since we last met." Simultaneously, upon seeing the Queen Mother, Zhen Yuan Zi's eyes also sparkled with astonishment, and his smile blossomed instantly as he hurried forward, exclaiming, "Sister Taishan, what brings you here? It truly brings me great joy." The Queen Mother, moving lightly, slightly bowed her head and, with a beaming smile, responded, "I have been thinking of you, dear brother, and thus came to pay a visit." Her voice was gentle and melodious, like a mountain spring, flowing into Zhen Yuan Zi's heart. The joy on Zhen Yuan Zi's face deepened, the delight evident even in the corners of his eyes. He gestured invitingly and warmly declared, "Since you are here, please enter my abode for a conversation. Your presence has truly illuminated my humble abode. I must extend my hospitality to you." The Queen Mother nodded slightly and chuckled softly. Then, "Dear sister shall gladly comply." The two of them walked side by side into the celestial cave of Wuzhuang Temple. As soon as the Queen Mother stepped inside, she was stunned by the breathtaking scene before her. The rich primordial spiritual energy danced in the air like gossamer, each wisp seemingly infused with boundless vitality and power. A gentle breath of this refreshing essence coursed through her meridians, invigorating her spirit. "Brother, your celestial cave truly surpasses my Yao Qi," the Queen Mother exclaimed in genuine admiration, her eyes swirling with awe and envy. The abundant spiritual energy and such a uniquely advantageous environment for cultivation were indeed rare in the world. Zhen Yuan Zi merely smiled in silence, guiding the Queen Mother further. When they arrived before the Tao Palace, which had been refined into a supreme primordial spiritual treasure, the Queen Mother's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with wonder. "Your foundation is truly formidable, brother. This Tao Palace of such exquisite primordial treasure caliber is something I am witnessing for the very first time." At that moment, the two maidservants, Bingqing and Yinling, along with his disciple, Bailey, rushed in upon hearing the commotion to pay their respects. The three of them bowed in unison, their voices crisp. "We pay our respects to the master." Zhen Yuan Zi nodded slightly, his face radiating warmth, and first addressed Bailey, saying, "Bailey, this is your esteemed Taizhen Shishu." Before Zhen Yuan Zi could introduce Qing Ling and Yin Ling, the two clever girls had already sweetly called out alongside Bai Li, "We have met the esteemed Master Taizhen." Originally intending to introduce Zhen Yuan Zi to the two young ladies, Bing Qing and Yin Ling, he halted his forthcoming actions. It was evident that although Zhen Yuan Zi treated the two girls exceptionally well, even allowing Bai Li to refer to them as Shishu, they maintained their own sense of identity. Particularly in the presence of outsiders, they positioned themselves humbly, aligning their status with Zhen Yuan Zi's disciples. However, this was inconsequential. It was merely a matter of nomenclature. The Queen Mother of the West gazed fondly at the three obedient maidens, perhaps influenced by Zhen Yuan Zi's demeanor. She raised her hand gracefully, and an array of spiritual fruits materialized before them, including several superior-grade, innate spiritual fruits of immortality. With a smile, she remarked, "Here, this is a token of our first meeting. I hope you will cultivate diligently." Bi Qing, Yin Ling, and Bai Li promptly expressed their gratitude. Carefully accepting the spiritual fruits, their faces adorned with sweet smiles. Subsequently, they entered the Tao Palace. Upon stepping inside, the Queen Mother of the West felt as if she had entered a realm of Tao, the rich essence of innate Tao enveloping her entirely. She gently closed her eyes, taking a deep breath to savor the profound Tao aura surrounding her. The cultivation environment here, with its intense infusion of heavenly Tao essence, was likely unparalleled throughout the vastness of the primordial world. She could not help but exclaim in admiration, her voice tinged with a sense of nostalgia. Zhen Yuan Zi smiled faintly, maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor, yet inwardly, he felt a sense of pride. The Tao Palace itself was an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, housing within it two supreme-grade innate spiritual roots. Furthermore, to enhance its grandeur and to serve as the foundation of Wuzhuang Guan, he had cultivated numerous superior, medium, and inferior-grade innate spiritual roots within the spiritual herb garden, amounting to over 100 varieties and hundreds of specimens. While it could not compare to the Taichu secret realm, and the spiritual roots here were merely transplanted from that realm, the collection remained quite impressive. Few places in the primordial world could rival its splendor. These innate spiritual roots are capable of nurturing the environment, rendering the cultivation setting exceedingly rich. Subsequently, the two individuals took their seats opposite each other, and Zhen Yuan Zi instructed Qing Ling and Yin Ling to prepare an abundance of celestial wines and spiritual fruits. Before long, a dazzling array of innate spiritual fruits and celestial wines was presented. Among them was the exquisite ginseng fruit, round and plump, emanating a gentle golden glow, as if it harbored boundless life force. Each fruit radiated a soft aura, irresistibly beckoning one to reach out and touch it. Another was the extraordinary innate great dragon elephant fruit, whose skin bore mysterious patterns akin to ancient runes, exuding powerful waves of energy, as if whispering the secrets of heaven and earth. The superior quality scarlet flame dragon fruit burned with a faint flame, vibrant and fervent, imbued with vitality, approaching it. One could feel a wave of warmth enveloping them. The mid-tier verdant jade spirit fruit was entirely emerald green, resembling intricately carved jade, releasing a refreshing fragrance that, upon inhalation, instantly invigorated the spirit, as though all weariness had been swept away. There was also the mid-grade starry dream fruit, its surface twinkling with a starlit brilliance, dreamlike and ethereal, seemingly concealing the mysteries of countless stars. The inferior quality lynxy heartwarming fruit, small and exquisite, possessed a remarkable ability to soothe the mind. When held, one could feel a gentle force flowing steadily. In addition, there existed an astonishing variety of over 100 types of innate spiritual fruits. The selection of celestial wines was equally mesmerizing. The longevity jade liquid, brewed primarily from ginseng fruit, shimmered a golden hue, reminiscent of flowing gold, exuding a rich aroma. Upon tasting, one could feel a warm current coursing through the body, nourishing one's vital energy, as if elevating the essence of life itself. There was also the Great Dragon Elephant Spirit Wine, crafted from innate Great Dragon Elephant fruit, containing immense power. Upon consumption, it seemed to bestow the strength of dragons and elephants, instantly fortifying one's physique. Furthermore, the Scarlet Flame Celestial Brew, made from Scarlet Flame Dragon fruit, carried the intense heat of flame, capable of awakening latent potential and triggering a surge of power. Beyond the spiritual fruits and celestial wines, an exceptional Tao Insight tea was also prepared. The tea leaves, a vibrant green, resembled freshly sprouted tender leaves. The brewed tea was clear and bright, with an enticing fragrance that, merely by inhalation, could clear the mind and deepen one's understanding of the Tao, as if one could touch the most mysterious laws of the universe. The West Queen Mother gazed in astonishment at the array of innate spiritual fruits and celestial wines before her, rendered speechless. She had never imagined that anyone could possess such a vast quantity of innate spiritual roots. These were indeed innate spiritual roots, not to be compared with the more common innate spiritual herbs or plants. When the Queen Mother of the West regained her composure, her eyes were filled with astonishment and envy. Brother, these are indeed the innate spirit fruits born from the innate spirit roots. Remarkably, there are 2 types that have reached the pinnacle of innate spirit root quality, and over 10 varieties at the upper level of innate spirit roots. This is simply beyond comprehension. The quantities of medium and low-grade innate spirit roots approach nearly 100. Your fortune and foundation are profound, and it seems hardly any great power in the entirety of the primordial chaos could possibly compare. Zhen Yuan Zi laughed heartily, his laughter resonating with vigor. Dear sister, I merely possess a modicum of fortune and a certain proficiency in nurturing spirit roots. If you desire, upon my departure, I shall gift you a few spirit roots to take back and cultivate. The Queen Mother of the West hastily declined. No. How could I take what is beloved by my brother? Zhen Yuan Zi waved his hand dismissively. It matters not. They are merely a few innate spirit roots, unworthy of concern. In my medicinal herb garden, the varieties of innate spirit roots exceed 100. While many of them are of medium to low quality, there are still a considerable number of high-grade innate spirit roots, and the quantities are varied. Most of them hold little value for me now, serving primarily for the cultivation of disciples. Even should I gift some to you, dear sister, I would not suffer any loss. At most, the harvest of a few innate spirit roots would be slightly diminished. Upon hearing these words, the Queen Mother of the West was once again astounded by Zhen Yuan Zi's statement. Her eyes were filled with shock and bewilderment, unable to fathom that Zhen Yuan Zi possessed such an enormous number of spiritual roots. If she were to realize that this was merely the tip of the iceberg regarding the spiritual roots possessed by Zhen Yuan Zi, she would undoubtedly be even more astonished and incredulous. Nevertheless, at this moment, the Queen Mother of the West felt an overwhelming sense of shock. Over 100 types of innate spiritual roots, with their quantity reaching several hundred? Could this truly be the advantage of those who precede the emergence of great beings? Yet it was evidently an implausible notion, especially since her brother claimed that these were the spiritual roots he had cultivated himself. Was this truly the case? The Queen Mother of the West repeatedly sought confirmation, still finding it hard to believe. Brother, are these truly the spiritual roots you have nurtured? Zhen Yuan Zi waved his hand gently, a warm smile gracing his face. Sister, there is no need for concern. These are indeed the spiritual roots I have cultivated. It is merely due to a stroke of fortune that I was able to nurture such an abundance of spiritual roots. Thus, there is no need to place too much significance on these innate roots. The Queen Mother of the West was filled with astonishment, coupled with a sense of speechlessness. In the primordial chaos, how precious were innate spiritual roots. She only possessed a single high-grade innate spiritual root as her companion, which was already an exceptional lineage. Many innate deities and demons lacked even a low-grade innate spiritual root as a companion. Throughout her extensive travels in the primordial realm over the years, she had merely discovered a single low-grade innate spiritual root. In the present moment, at the abode of Zhen Yuan Zi, she encountered not only a plethora of innate spiritual roots but also discovered that her elder brother possessed the remarkable ability to cultivate them in abundance. His apparent indifference towards such innate treasures left her utterly astounded. After all, she had once endeavored to nurture innate spiritual roots herself. She had attempted to cultivate the seeds found within the fruits of the elixir of immortality. Although she could effortlessly transform these seeds into exquisite innate spiritual plants, she had never succeeded in allowing them to genuinely metamorphose into innate spiritual roots. Even the simplest form of innate spiritual roots eluded her grasp, underscoring the formidable challenge associated with their cultivation. Contemplating this, the Queen Mother of the West's eyes suddenly brightened, and she produced a collection of over a dozen seeds and cores. Among them were 9 identical cores radiating an extraordinary luminescence, seemingly concealing boundless mysteries, along with the cores of ginseng and primordial dragon elephant fruits, all exuding a rich aura of life and Taoist essence, appearing truly remarkable. The Queen Mother of the West spoke. Brother, these are the seeds of the elixir of immortality, as well as the cores of the ginseng and dragon elephant fruits you once bestowed upon me. I too had attempted to cultivate the elixir of immortality, yet regrettably, I was unable to transform them into innate spiritual roots. It seems a tremendous waste for them to remain in my possession. It would be far better to entrust them to you for cultivation into innate spiritual roots. Upon witnessing this, Zhen Yuan Zi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although he had previously claimed to be indifferent towards innate spiritual roots, this was merely a reference to individuals and objects he already possessed in abundance. As for nurturing the innate spiritual roots, he remained profoundly fond of it, particularly for those that he had yet to possess. Thus, he remarked, "Then, dear brother, I shall shamelessly accept it." Subsequently, they indulged in divine wine and celestial tea while engaging in spirited conversation. At times, they discussed the profound principles of the Tao, and at others, they exchanged myriad experiences. With his profound cultivation and unique insights, Zhen Yuan Zi enlightened the Queen Mother of the West. As if each word he spoke unlocked a gateway to a new realm. The Queen Mother also recounted her travels across the vast wilderness over the years, sharing wondrous tales that captivated Zhen Yuan Zi. Time flew swiftly, and the span of a millennium was spent in their leisurely discourse on the Tao. During these years, the Queen Mother reaped abundant rewards. Her cultivation advanced from the mid-stage of Deluo Jinseng directly to the late stage, with a robust accumulation of magical power. Even her physical form underwent significant enhancement. Such a pace of breakthrough left the Queen Mother somewhat incredulous. Just recently, she had transitioned from the early stage of Deluo Jinseng to the mid-stage, a feat that had cost her countless millennia of cultivation and accumulation. In such a brief span of time, a remarkable breakthrough has been achieved once again. One can only wonder how many thousands of years of cultivation this will save her. An unexpected delight indeed. She is acutely aware that her remarkable and unprecedented rate of advancement is predominantly attributed to the profound teachings of Zhen Yuan Zi, which have bestowed upon her immense benefits. Additionally, the abundance of innate spiritual fruits and celestial wines has significantly contributed to her accumulation of countless millennia of magical power. Furthermore, the extraordinary Tao Enlightenment tea has aided her in her cultivation and comprehension of the Tao. Such exceptionally favorable conditions have enabled her to achieve another breakthrough in such a brief span of time. After the discussion concluded, Zhen Yuan Zi and Zhuang Mu agreed to embark on a journey through the primordial wilderness together. Although Zhen Yuan Zi had recently traversed this vast expanse, the presence of a lovely companion rendered his desire for another adventure utterly irresistible. Before departing, Zhen Yuan Zi transferred over a dozen innate spiritual roots into a treasured artifact, bestowing them upon the West Queen Mother. Among these were a superior-grade innate spiritual root, a little ginseng fruit tree, and a superior-grade innate spiritual root, an innate dragon elephant fruit tree. The remainder consisted of several inferior to medium-grade innate spiritual roots. To Town Yuan Zi, these matters were indeed trivial. After all, these spiritual roots were cultivated by him, rather than being isolated specimens. Even if he were to bestow some, he possessed a plethora of others. Furthermore, during their millennia of philosophical discourse, he had nurtured a mid-grade innate spiritual root, the ginseng fruit tree, and a mid-grade innate spiritual root, the small dragon elephant fruit tree, both of which ascended to the rank of high-grade innate spiritual roots. Although surpassing their progenitor trees posed a formidable challenge, within the primordial secret realm, there remained a glimmer of hope for evolution over the passage of time. Especially prior to reaching the requisite levels, the process of evolution would be significantly more straightforward. It was only when their potential was entirely depleted that a more protracted accumulation would be necessary for transformation. Thus, even with the gifting of 2 high-grade innate spiritual roots, there was no alteration in the quantity of his original innate spiritual roots. Moreover, the seeds of the spirit variety from the Queen Mother of the West can cultivate for him an abundance of innate spiritual roots, potentially even giving rise to an entirely new category. Moreover, his choices reflect his attitude towards both people and objects, which is why he opts to bestow gifts. For instance, in the case of his other friend, Hongmeng, Zhen Yuan Zi has only presented him with the innate spiritual fruit, yet has never offered him the innate spiritual root. Yet, the Queen Mother of the West was quite different. Originally, Zhen Yuan Zi had intended to bestow a greater number of inferior innate spiritual roots, but all were fervently declined by the Queen Mother. Ultimately, he gifted her over 10 strands of innate spiritual roots, which she considered to be of immense value. After instructing her 3 maidens to guard the cave dwelling, Zhen Yuan Zi took the Queen Mother by the hand, and they commenced their journey through the vast primordial world. The primordial land was boundless and enigmatic, Majestic mountains towered into the heavens, their peaks piercing the sky, shrouded in mist that seemed to harbor endless secrets. The vast ocean surged with tumultuous waves, crashing upon the edges of the earth, each spray containing the power to obliterate worlds. Their figures glided like flowing light amidst the mountains and seas, where upon their arrival, renowned peaks and rivers appeared to welcome them, and the blessed lands radiated a serene aura. At times, they stood atop towering mountains, gazing down into the misty depths of hidden ravines. At other moments, they strolled beside crystal-clear streams, listening to the harmonious melody of the babbling waters. Along their journey, they engaged in profound discussions with numerous innate deities and demons, while also visiting various celestial mountains and blessed grounds. As millennia swiftly passed, they witnessed the evolution of myriad beings within the primordial realm. They observed the struggles of frail creatures striving to survive in harsh environments, gradually thriving and multiplying. They witnessed conflicts and alliances among tribes, driven by the quest for resources. As time gently flowed onward, the bond between the two deepened through their daily companionship. Finally, on a night adorned with a dazzling river of stars, beneath the vast celestial expanse where the cosmos shimmered, it seemed as if the universe itself was bestowing its blessings upon them. They exchanged eternal vows and became partners on the path. Zhen Yuan Zi further imparted the Hongyuan Taiyuan Yuhua Sutra to the Queen Mother, saying, "This practice harmonizes with your innate essence. May it guide you on an elevated journey of cultivation." He then produced a supreme innate spiritual treasure, the 9 Phoenix hairpin, obtained from the Phoenix clan, and gently placed it into the Queen Mother's hair. The 9 Phoenix hairpin instantly radiated a resplendent brilliance, with 9 ethereal phoenixes swirling around her, emitting melodious cries that harmonized perfectly with her ethereal grace, enhancing her transcendent allure. At the very moment they became partners in the Tao, a sudden chime resonated in Zhen Yuan Zi's mind, heralding the system's notification. Ding! Congratulations, host. On acquiring your first Tao partner, you have triggered a random system reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving a reward, the innate supreme treasure, the 9 Yang Burning Heaven Bow. This premier innate treasure, imbued with 49 innate prohibitions, was born at the dawn of chaos, forged from the essence of the utmost Yang in the primordial divine fire. The bow's body blazes like the scorching sun, and its string burns with divine flames. Its might can pierce the firmament and incinerate all things, with arrows infused with boundless fire capable of melting down laws, tearing through the void, rendering all defenses futile. Once unleashed, even heaven and earth tremble before its unmatched and terrifying offensive prowess. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving a reward, a pool of chaotic divine water. The chaotic purple cloud divine water. This divine water emerged from the primal creation of chaos, containing boundless creative power. It not only purifies the soul, rendering it flawless, but also nourishes all beings, revitalizing those on the brink of extinction, and can elevate the rank of magical treasures, making it an extraordinarily rare divine substance. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving a reward, the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the river map, and the Luo Shu. Upon hearing these 3 system rewards, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Zhen Yuan Zi's eyes. He had unexpectedly acquired yet another top-tier innate treasure, and moreover, a long-range offensive innate treasure. According to the system's description, its lethality was indeed unparalleled, truly deserving to be regarded as a formidable weapon. The second reward, the chaotic purple sky divine water, possesses astonishing effects. Its benefits are immeasurable, not only for one's personal cultivation but also for nurturing the spiritual roots within the primordial secret realm. However, the third reward left him somewhat astonished, as he was unexpectedly bestowed with the He Tu and Luo Shu, 2 extraordinary innate treasures. Indeed, these are 2 exceptional innate treasures rather than a solitary one. At this moment, these 2 exquisite innate spiritual treasures should be in the possession of Emperor Jun, belonging to his accompanying spiritual treasures. At this moment, the system unexpectedly rewarded him with the river diagram and the Luo Shu. Moreover, as described, these were precisely the 2 exquisite innate spiritual treasures he had indicated. However, given the extraordinary nature of the system, this was not particularly difficult to accept. It was likely that the system had merely replicated the 2 innate treasures possessed by Emperor Jun rather than the 2 innate treasures in the hands of Emperor Jun. It can be said that the primordial world currently possesses these 2 sets of the river map and the Luo book. Subsequently, Zhen Yuan Zi ceased to dwell on this matter. After receiving the system rewards, he stored them within the system space, choosing not to refine these rewards for the time being. Thereafter, they continued their journey, unwittingly arriving at Mount Buzhou. Mount Buzhou, the pillar of the primordial realm, soars into the clouds, standing tall and resolute. Its massive body resembling the backbone of heaven and earth, exuding an aura that is both ancient and profound. Not long after arriving here, Zhen Yuan Zi suddenly furrowed his brow, acutely sensing a peculiar fluctuation. To his astonishment, this was the resonance of an innate formation based on past experiences. It was highly likely that an innate spiritual treasure was about to emerge. He turned to the Queen Mother of the West, his expression tinged with excitement. I have detected a unique fluctuation, which may very well be a precursor to the appearance of an innate spiritual treasure. Let us investigate further. The Queen Mother of the West's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity as she nodded vigorously. Indeed, such an opportunity must not be missed. The two of them unleashed their divine abilities, transforming into two streaks of light, racing toward the source of the disturbance. Months later, they descended into a valley on Mount Buzhou. Simultaneously, two rays of escape light approached like lightning from afar, landing to reveal a man and a woman. The man wore a flowing white robe, exuding an extraordinary aura, enveloped by a mysterious and powerful presence, as if he were one with the natural world. Every subtle movement embodying a certain law of the cosmos. The woman, clad in a resplendent multicolored garment, possessed an exquisite beauty, her eyes sparkling with life, reminiscent of the most brilliant stars in the night sky. The aura she radiated was gentle yet potent, compelling one to regard her with utmost respect. Both figures emanated formidable energies, having evidently reached the mid-stage of the great Lua realm, marking them as two formidable innate deities. The man clasped his hands in greeting and spoke first, his voice resonant. I am Fuxi, and this is my sister Niwa. It is a pleasure to meet you both. Fellow Taoists, may I inquire as to your identities? Zhen Yuan Zi responded with a smile. I am Zhen Yuan Zi, hailing from the western Kunlun. And this is Tai Xu of the West. The Queen Mother of the West also smiled gently, returning the salutation. Upon hearing this, Fuxi and Niwa displayed expressions of astonishment, with Niwa exclaiming in disbelief, "It is truly an honor to meet the esteemed Zhen Yuan Zi. Your name is renowned throughout the realms." Zhen Yuan Zi waved his hand humbly, his tone modest. "It is merely a name. I have only been born a few epochs before you. We may simply address one another as friends without such formality." Fuxi and Niwa exchanged polite remarks before finally acquiescing with respect. Zhen Yuan Zi then inquired, "We were drawn here by the call of opportunity. May I ask what brings you both to this place?" Fuxi replied candidly, "We too have felt the pull of fortune. As I suspected, there may be more than one treasure here." Zhen Yuan Zi nodded in agreement. As they spoke, Zhen Yuan Zi discreetly activated the supreme innate treasure, the celestial mechanism Fate Compass. In an instant, the winds and clouds of heaven and earth transformed. The Fate Compass radiated a brilliant light, casting an imperceptible barrier that enveloped the entire valley, causing the previously palpable aura of opportunity to vanish without a trace. At that moment, far from the valley where Zhen Yuan Zi and the others stood, the ancestral shaman of the Wu clan, Zhu Rong, and Gong Gong were soaring through the skies at tremendous speed. Suddenly, Zhu Rong halted abruptly, a look of confusion on his face. Strange, I had just sensed a strong call of opportunity, yet it has vanished completely. Gong Gong wore a similarly perplexed expression. Scratching his head, I feel the same. It is truly unfathomable. At this moment, within the original valley, the gaze of the crowd was fixated upon the innate formation before them. This formation, ancient and enigmatic, shimmered with an eerie luminescence, its intricate patterns interwoven, emanating a formidable wave of power. Fuxi observed intently for a considerable duration, his brow furrowed, judging by the appearance of this innate formation. It would require at least a century, if not several centuries, to activate. Perhaps we should collaborate to forcibly breach it. We might succeed in unlocking it ahead of time. Zhen Yuan Zi smiled with confidence. There is no need for such measures. Allow me to make the first attempt. With that, Zhen Yuan Zi's aura surged powerfully, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption, his overwhelming presence instantly enveloping the entire valley. He then commenced the forceful assault on the formation, unleashing spells imbued with boundless power that soared like meteors towards the formation. As the spells incessantly struck, the formation began to tremble violently, the runes flickering with increasing frequency, and fissures spread rapidly like a spider's web. The onlookers widened their eyes, astonished, as they beheld Zhen Yuan Zi's might. Such a formation, born of the world, is typically immensely powerful. Even if several Deluo Jingxian experts joined forces to strike at it, it would likely take decades to unravel its defenses. This is primarily due to the impending activation of this formation. Otherwise, it would be even more challenging to unlock. At this moment, Zhen Yuan Zi effortlessly shattered the formation. Fuxi and Niwa gained a renewed understanding of Zhen Yuan Zi's formidable prowess. Such strength was nothing short of terrifying. In a brief span, the formation collapsed with a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens and the earth. A blinding light surged skyward from the formation, revealing a divine tree before all. This magnificent tree stood 1,000 feet tall, its trunk robust and radiating a kaleidoscope of divine light, while various laws of power danced around it like ethereal dragons. The divine tree bore 4 branches, each emanating a unique glow and aura of law. The first branch held a token that shone with a deep earthy yellow light. The intricate patterns of mountains and rivers were clearly visible upon it, as if the very essence of the earth's power was sealed within. A gentle grasp allowed one to feel the earth's stability and weight, capable of suppressing the ground, controlling stones, and moving mountains or filling seas. The second branch displayed a green flag that fluttered in the wind, emitting a howling sound, its fierce wind power instilling trepidation. Wielding the flag summoned howling gales, whipping up sand and stone, capable of unleashing a tempest that could rend all in its path. The third branch bore a fiery red gourd, from which waves of scorching heat emanated, hinting at the flames of true fire within. Once opened, the gourd would unleash a torrent of flames, incinerating all it touched without mercy. The fourth branch showcased a fan shimmering with blue light. A gentle flick of the fan released a deluge, the waves roaring forth, infused with boundless water loss. It commanded floods, drowning everything in its path, showcasing unparalleled power over water. Zhen Yuan Zi, the Queen Mother of the West, Niwa, and Fuxi each approached and claimed a treasure of spiritual significance. Zhen Yuan Zi grasped the earthy yellow token, and in an instant, a tremendous force of the earth surged into him, establishing a wondrous connection with the ground, allowing him to perceive every subtle movement deep within the earth. The Queen Mother of the West took the green flag, which danced joyfully in her hands, the winds obeying her every command like a loyal pet. Niwa held the fiery gourd, feeling the flames resonate with her own essence, her power augmenting with the fire's energy. Fuxi clasped the blue fan, merging its water power seamlessly with his divine abilities, elevating his strength to new heights. After claiming their treasures, the divine tree began to wither, its leaves falling like autumn's whisper, its branches becoming frail and brittle. Observing this, Zhen Yuan Zi stepped forward, swiftly forming seals with his hands, invoking a powerful divine technique to collect this sacred root along with the primordial soil beneath it, swiftly placing it into the Tai Xu secret realm by the shores of the Tai Xu Lake. He then added several drops of the recently acquired chaotic purple cloud divine water. Nurtured by the Tai Xu divine water, the chaotic purple cloud divine water, in the primordial soil, the once withered divine tree burst forth with renewed vitality. Its tender green leaves rapidly unfurling, a powerful aura emanating once more, as if proclaiming its rebirth to the world. After retrieving their treasures, Fuxi and Niwa exchanged a knowing glance, their thoughts aligned. Fuxi stepped forward, slightly leaning in, his expression earnest and respectful. Brother Zhen Yuan Zi, Sister Tai Xu, it is indeed a tremendous fortune for my sister and I to share this opportunity with both of you. We have a secluded cultivation place on Phoenix Nest Mountain in the Buzhou mountain range, a tranquil and serene environment. We sincerely hope you will honor us with your presence, allowing us to express our gratitude. Zhen Yuan Zi and the Queen Mother of the West shared a smile, Zhen Yuan Zi nodding gently in response. Then, I shall not impose further upon you. The group immediately employed their divine powers, and in an instant, brilliant light enveloped them, transforming into dazzling streaks that soared through the sky towards Phoenix Nest Mountain at a breathtaking pace. In less than a decade, a majestic and imposing celestial mountain loomed before their eyes. This mountain towered into the clouds, its peak lost in the infinite sky, seemingly an ancient giant that had existed since the dawn of creation, suppressing the cosmos. The swirling mist around the mountain surged like tumultuous white waves, teeming with endless mystery and the unknown. Countless strands of auspicious light cascaded down from the gaps in the clouds, intertwining in a dreamlike tapestry, each ray seemingly harboring an indescribable power. Innumerable primal spiritual energies danced joyfully through the mountain, as if they possessed a playful intelligence. They collided and merged, producing delicate yet crisp sounds, so potent that one could almost grasp a handful of this rich essence. What an awe-inspiring and uniquely blessed celestial mountain. Zhen Yuan Zi's eyes sparkled with admiration and appreciation as he genuinely remarked, no wonder this celestial mountain can give rise to such innate divine beings as you two. Niwa's lips curled into a gentle smile, her movements graceful as she stepped lightly, exuding humility. Brother, you flatter us. My brother and I are merely fortunate to have garnered the favor of heaven and earth. As they journeyed onward, the magnificent scenery of this celestial mountain paradise gradually unfolded before their eyes. The mountain was enveloped in swirling mists, as if draped in a delicate veil of white gossamer. At the summit, rays of dawn radiated in all directions, adorned with auspicious colors that suggested the presence of divine beings. Cascading down the mountain, waterfalls tumbled like the Milky Way, splashing water that refracted a spectrum of colors under the sunlight, creating a dreamlike spectacle. Beneath the falls lay a crystal-clear pool. Its waters a jade green, calm and tranquil, resembling a vast mirror reflecting the verdant silhouettes of the surrounding peaks. Strange and wondrous rock formations stood in prominence. Some resembling reclining tigers, others coiling dragons, each exhibiting unique shapes that seemed to breathe with life. Towering ancient trees reached towards the heavens, their branches lush and abundant. Each tree seemingly imbued with boundless vitality and spirit. Midway up the mountain, vibrant seas of blossoms erupted in hues both brilliant and fragrant, attracting countless ethereal butterflies that danced among them, crafting a breathtaking tableau. Moreover, there stood an enormous divine tree in a nearby hollow, the esteemed primordial spiritual root known as the Phoenix Blood Parasol Tree. Its height was unfathomable, with a robust trunk that appeared to support the very heavens. Its bark adorned with intricate and enigmatic runes, each pulsating with a faint red glow, akin to the lifeblood coursing through a being, emanating a mysterious and powerful aura. The lush foliage cast a shadow over the land, with each leaf shimmering with a peculiar luster, as if carved from rubies, glistening brilliantly under the sun's embrace. This extraordinary innate spiritual root, said to have been born from the blood of the Chaos Divine Demon and the Chaos Divine Phoenix during the Primordial Age, stands as a testament to ancient legend. Although it pales in comparison to the supreme innate spiritual root of the Phoenix clan, the innate Wudong tree, its magnificence is nonetheless remarkable. It is rumored that this place once attracted formidable beings from the Phoenix tribe to reside here, possibly giving rise to the name of this celestial mountain. It is conceivable that initially, this Phoenix Blood Wudong tree was concealed within a hidden realm, akin to Nuwa and Fuxi, remaining undiscovered by the powerful Phoenix clan of yore. Otherwise, even if the seeds it bore lacked extraordinary properties, the presence of such an innate spiritual root would not have been overlooked. There may also be other reasons for its non-transplantation. However, most of the Phoenix clan's eminent figures from that era perished during the cataclysm of Long On, rendering these narratives mere legends. The precise circumstances remain shrouded in mystery. Perhaps Nuwa and Fuxi possess some knowledge, yet Zhen Yuan Zi would not inquire about it specifically. During Zhen Yuan Zi's sojourn through the primordial wilderness, he did pass through this area, but evidently, at that time, the hidden realm had not yet revealed itself. The Fengqi mountain of yesteryears lacked the splendor it now possesses, and the present marvels were yet to unfold. For Zhen Yuan Zi today, however, a mere Phoenix Blood Wudong tree holds little significance. Subsequently, the group arrived at a magnificent pavilion crafted from exquisite celestial jade. The structure radiated a soft and warm glow, resembling a brilliant pearl nestled within the mountain. Surrounding it, purple mist swirled, auspicious light enveloped the area, and a clear, transparent spring gushed forth, exuding rich spiritual energy that invigorated the spirit and harmonized the meridians. Verdant grass carpeted the ground, adorned with countless peculiar spiritual fruits, some as red as rubies, others gleaming like pearls, all emitting an enticing fragrance. The pavilions and terraces were arranged with elegance, featuring soaring eaves, intricate brackets, and exquisitely carved beams. Upon entering the pavilion, the interior was lavishly adorned yet maintained an air of elegance, with every detail reflecting extraordinary taste and profound heritage. The four individuals took their seats opposite one another, and Nuwa gently raised her hand, summoning a procession of graceful maidens who entered in a fluid motion, carrying a delightful array of spiritual fruits and fragrant celestial tea. Among them were several inferior innate spiritual fruits, radiating a peculiar glow, quietly resting on jade platters, each brimming with an almost overflowing essence of spiritual energy. Dear Zhen Yuan Zi and Taoist friend Taishan, please forgive the humble offerings of these spiritual fruits, Nuwa said with a warm smile, her voice soft and gentle, exuding humility and grace. Nuwa, your kindness is appreciated, Zhen Yuan Zi replied, lifting an inferior innate spiritual fruit and taking a delicate bite. Instantly, the fruit's flesh dissolved upon contact, transforming into a pure and potent essence that flowed down his throat and coursed through his meridians, nourishing every inch of his being. While these inferior innate spiritual fruits held little significance for Zhen Yuan Zi, their exquisite flavor offered a rare and delightful experience, making the tasting itself a unique enjoyment. Thank you, Nuwa, the Queen Mother of the West also said with a smile. At this moment, Zhen Yuan Zi recalled the treasured De Longxiang immortal wine he had meticulously preserved. With a gentle wave of his hand, a flask of the exquisite wine materialized upon the table. Instantly, the rich and robust aroma of the liquor enveloped the entire pavilion, its unique and alluring scent intoxicating, compelling one to indulge. This is the De Longxiang immortal wine crafted from the finest innate spiritual fruit, the De Longxiang fruit. I invite my esteemed friends to partake. Zhen Yuan Zi spoke with a tranquil demeanor, though a hint of pride lingered in his heart. His intention was not to boast, but rather to share the pleasure of tasting his creation, for such celestial wines deserved an audience to appreciate their essence. Fuxi and Nuwa gazed curiously at the vessel, observing the liquid within, which radiated an extraordinary and resplendent golden hue. Within it, ethereal silhouettes of dragons and elephants seemed to dance, swirling with life, as if they were poised to emerge and unleash boundless power. A celestial maiden in attendance poured the wine for the guests, and Fuxi was the first to lift his cup, tilting his head back to consume it in one swift motion. In that instant, a tremendous and vibrant force erupted within him, as if his body had been infused with limitless energy, every muscle and bone rejoicing in elation. He felt as though he possessed the terrifying strength of dragons and elephants. The intensity of his physical form and vital energy surged dramatically at that moment, and astonishment and delight flickered in his gaze. "What a fine wine!" Fuxi exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration, his voice quivering with excitement. The De Longxiang immortal wine was indeed extraordinary, bestowing such formidable effects upon consumption. Nuwa took a delicate sip, and in an instant, her eyes sparkled with an unusual brilliance, her face reflecting incredulous astonishment. Such a marvelous celestial wine is unheard of. Truly, Brother Zhen Yuan Zi is a top-tier power in the primordial realm, possessing such astonishing treasures. With that, she and Fuxi bowed slightly to Zhen Yuan Zi once more, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. After all, the effort and rare innate materials required to brew such an elixir must be extraordinary. Thus, this new wine was undoubtedly precious, otherwise, it would not exert such miraculous effects upon them. Indeed, this single flask of celestial wine could be deemed a significant opportunity for many innate deities and demons. And such was the truth for this innate De Longxiang immortal wine. Aside from utilizing the supreme innate spiritual fruit, the De Longxiang also incorporated numerous other rare innate spiritual fruits. Furthermore, the water source utilized in the brewing process is not ordinary spring water, but rather the primordial divine water of Tai Xu. Therefore, in addition to its primary effects of enhancing the physical body and invigorating one's vital essence, it possesses numerous other formidable benefits that subtly manifest their influence. The group engaged in lively conversation and merriment, the atmosphere warm and exuberant, with laughter resonating throughout the pavilion. Following a sumptuous banquet, their spirits soared even higher, their eyes shimmering with a fervent desire to explore the path of cultivation. Fuxi rose, his posture upright, demeanor respectful and sincere. Today, to gather here with fellow Taoist Zhen Yuan and Taoist Taizhen is truly an unparalleled opportunity on the path of our cultivation. How about we engage in a discourse, sharing insights and experiences in our quest for the profound mysteries of the Tao? I wonder what your thoughts are, esteemed friends. With these words, he gazed at Zhen Yuan and Zhuangmu, his eyes brimming with eagerness for guidance. Even Nuwa shared this sentiment. In response, the others nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the four of them seated themselves once more within the grand hall, preparing to embark upon this philosophical feast. Zhen Yuan, adorned with the supreme innate treasure, the Tai Xu Hunyuan mirror, instantly enveloped the entire hall in a mysterious and potent force. The mirror radiated a dazzling brilliance, akin to the first rays of dawn at the universe's inception, illuminating the expanse of heaven and earth. Waves of spatial Tao rhythms, like ethereal ribbons, cascaded from the mirror, encircling Zhen Yuan. He seemed to merge with the very cosmos, each subtle gesture appearing to resonate with the laws of nature, exuding an otherworldly grace and supreme authority in every movement. The demeanor of the others, although not quite matching that of Zhen Yuan Zi, was equally extraordinary. Nuwa was enveloped in a kaleidoscope of radiant colors, each hue shimmering like a dream, infused with boundless vitality and creativity. These luminous beams appeared almost sentient, joyfully dancing around her, intertwining to form intricate and enchanting patterns. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that these designs seemed to encapsulate the mysteries of creation, growth, and prosperity, evoking a profound admiration for the miraculous and grand forces of nature. Zhuangmu and Fuxi were similarly surrounded by various manifestations that resonated with their own profound paths. Zhen Yuan Zi was the first to initiate the discourse, his aura surging powerfully like an immense ocean, each ebb and flow seemingly brimming with infinite strength. As he expounded his teachings, the spiritual energy within the grand hall began to swirl violently, converging towards him and forming a colossal vortex of ethereal essence. Soon after, a cascade of resplendent blossoms, akin to a meteor shower of dreams, rained down from the void above. Golden lotuses, radiant and magnificent, erupted from the solid ground, unfurling in wild splendor. Their divine glow dazzlingly bright. A plethora of wondrous phenomena unfolded before their eyes. The Western Queen Mother and her companions were enraptured by the discourse of Zhen Yuan Zi, lost in a trance of enlightenment. At times, their faces illuminated with surprise, as if grasping the essence of the argument. At other moments, their brows furrowed in deep contemplation, embodying a profound perplexity, and occasionally, they nodded in agreement, their eyes shining with newfound clarity. Time swiftly flowed in the midst of this intense and captivating discussion, with thousands of years fleeting by like a flash of light. As the dialogue drew to a close, each countenance radiated satisfaction and joy. Niwa rose gracefully, her demeanor elegant, and offered a profound bow to Zhen Yuan Zi, her attitude imbued with respect and sincerity. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you, esteemed Zhen Yuan Zi, for your guidance. This discussion has significantly deepened my understanding of the way of creation, and I have truly benefited immensely. Fortunately, you do not specialize in the way of creation, otherwise I fear I would stand no chance in the contest of the great Tao. The exchange had indeed been profoundly enlightening for Niwa, leaving her somewhat astonished. Zhen Yuan Zi, renowned as a formidable power in the primordial realm, was said to have originated from an even more ancient era, predating the innate deities and demons of their current age. His might was not merely formidable, it was a vast chasm of strength, unfathomable and profound. It was rumored that a primordial deity of the great Luo golden immortal level had once dared to provoke him, only to be effortlessly obliterated by Zhen Yuan Zi with a mere snap of his fingers, rendering the great Luo golden immortal as insignificant as an ant in his presence. He had similarly guided numerous innate deities and demons, earning their deep respect and admiration. This is precisely why they initially referred to Zhen Yuan Zi as their senior. However, they never anticipated his remarkable amiability, nor did they expect the profound strength of his Tao of creation. Though she was aware that Zhen Yuan Zi's primary focus was not on the Tao of creation, she herself specialized in it. Yet, her own mastery of the Tao of creation pales in comparison to his, leaving her in a state of astonishment and admiration. In reality, this is entirely understandable. Although Zhen Yuan Zi cultivates multiple grand paths, the path of creation is indeed not his primary focus. However, he has systematically mastered the divine ability of manipulating creation, which he has nearly perfected. This naturally elevates his proficiency in the Tao of creation to an extraordinarily profound level. In regard to his admiration for Niwa, Zhen Yuan Zi felt a sense of joy within, even though he had long surpassed her in strength. Nevertheless, in his previous life, she was ultimately a legendary figure, revered as the mother of humanity and the creator of the human race, offering an experience that was distinctly unparalleled. Yet, he maintained a demeanor of humility, adorned with a gentle smile, as he slightly waved his hand and spoke in a calm tone. Esteemed Taoist Niwa, you overrate my humble insights, which are merely superficial understandings acquired during my practice. It is through mutual exploration and learning that we can progress steadily along the path of the Tao. Subsequently, Zhen Yuan Zi and the Queen Mother of the West rose to bid farewell to Niwa and Fuxi. With sincere eyes, Zhen Yuan Zi addressed the two. Today, conversing with you has been immensely rewarding. Should you find leisure in the future, you are always welcome to visit the Five on Mount Wanshou to exchange insights on cultivation. The Queen Mother of the West smiled and added, you are also welcome to visit my realm in the Kunlun Mountains at the Jade Pool to discuss the Tao together. Fuxi and Niwa clasped their fists in gratitude, saying, we thank you, esteemed brothers and friends, for your warm invitation. If the opportunity arises, we shall certainly pay a visit. Zhen Yuan Zi and the Queen Mother of the West transformed into two streaks of light, vanishing into the horizon. Fuxi and Niwa gazed in the direction of their departure, filled with reflections. Fuxi remarked with admiration, I never expected to encounter such a powerful elder like Zhen Yuan Zi, whose demeanor is so approachable, allowing us to refer to each other as friends while discussing the Grand Tao. Indeed, Zhen Yuan Zi lives up to his reputation as a formidable elder. Not only is his strength immense, but his profound heritage is evident, as he effortlessly presented the precious primordial dragon elephant immortal wine, alongside his extraordinary insights into various Tao concepts. Niwa nodded in agreement. After leaving Fengqi Mountain, Zhen Yuan Zi and the Queen Mother of the West resolved to return to their mountain for cultivation. Their journey through the vast wilderness had spanned several millennia. During this time, they had not only forged a bond as Tao partners, but had also reaped significant rewards from their travels. It was now time to return and focus on enhancing their powers. Although their journey had been a form of enlightenment, a necessary period of seclusion for concentrated cultivation remained essential. The moment when Hongjun achieved sanctification was drawing near, and it was time to elevate their own levels of strength. Presently, Zhen Yuan Zi's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the late stage of the primordial golden immortal, and he intended to enter seclusion to further enhance his power. Striving to break through to the peak of the primordial golden immortal before Hongjun's sanctification. Decades later, Zhen Yuan Zi concluded his external cultivation and travels, enveloped in the profound aura of the universe, and gracefully descended into the blessed land of the Five on Mount Wanshou. Upon landing, he beheld his disciple, Bailey, along with the maidens Bingqing and Yinling, who had long awaited his return. He nodded slightly, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes, and began to meticulously assess their cultivation levels. Despite Bailey's brief time in cultivation, her diligence and innate talent, combined with the resources provided and the powerful techniques suited to her essence, had enabled her to reach the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal, a strength not to be underestimated. In the midst of their prolonged cultivation, Ice Clear and Flame Spirit, under the meticulous guidance of Zhen Yuan Zi, have undergone several enhancements to their innate qualities. Their current abilities have reached a level that rivals numerous innate deities. Coupled with the unparalleled cultivation environment of Wuzhuang Temple and the invaluable resources provided by Zhen Yuan Zi, both have attained the consummate mid-stage of the Great Luo realm, mere steps away from the latter stage. Such mastery is sufficient to stand shoulder to shoulder with the most formidable innate beings of this era. Zhen Yuan Zi nodded in satisfaction and gently remarked, "Your achievements in cultivation bring me great joy. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. One must not indulge in complacency." After speaking, he took his seat on the lectern of Wuzhuang Temple and began to impart his teachings to the three for the next 3 centuries. During these years, Zhen Yuan Zi eloquently shared his insights into the mysteries of the cosmos, along with his experiences and techniques, without reservation. Bailey, Ice Clear, and Flame Spirit were enraptured by the profound essence of his teachings, their expression shifting from surprise to contemplation as they absorbed knowledge and unraveled their doubts in cultivation. During Zhen Yuan Zi's discourse, a familiar streak of colorful light swiftly approached from the horizon, his friend, Hongyun. Upon seeing Zhen Yuan Zi, Hongyun exclaimed with a hearty laugh, "Brother Zhen Yuan Zi, you have finally returned. I heard of your arrival and hastened here without delay." Zhen Yuan Zi rose with a smile to greet him, "Dear brother Hongyun, it is good to see you well. Since you are here, join us in this discourse." Thus, Hongyun joined them, quietly absorbing the teachings of Zhen Yuan Zi. This session proved to be immensely beneficial for Hongyun, deepening his understanding of his own cultivation. Once the teachings concluded, Hongyun and Zhen Yuan Zi engaged in leisurely conversation for quite some time, sharing their experiences and insights on the path of cultivation before bidding farewell. After seeing off Hongyun, Zhen Yuan Zi began his seclusion to strive for the pinnacle of the primordial golden immortal realm. With the day of Hongjun's sanctification drawing near in this ever-changing primordial era, he understood that only through the continuous enhancement of his strength could he secure a foothold amidst the impending tribulations of the cosmos. Upon entering his place of seclusion within Wuzhuang Temple, Zhen Yuan Zi did not immediately attempt to break through to a higher realm. Instead, he first took out treasures such as the primordial measuring ruler to further refine them. Once he had largely dismantled the restrictions on these artifacts, enabling him to harness their vast powers, he would then endeavor to challenge his limits. This process, at the very least, requires thousands of years. Meanwhile, in the heart of the central Kunlun, the majestic jade capital mountain, the purple cloud's palace rises like a transcendent sanctuary, suspended amidst ethereal mists, radiating an awe-inspiring aura of divinity. A Taoist clad in purple robes sits in the core of the purple cloud's palace, exuding an extraordinary, otherworldly presence. Surveying all beings, this is the Taoist Hongjun. Above his head, an ancient and grand jade disc quietly hovers, inscribed with countless mysterious runes, each symbol seemingly containing the secrets of the universe's inception. At this moment, boundless profound light emanates from the jade disc, cascading forth like a surging tide of starry rivers, infused with infinite energy and wisdom, spreading in all directions. Simultaneously, endless laws of the Tao descend like vibrant beams of light from the jade disc, enveloping Hongjun in a tight embrace. These luminous laws intertwine and collide, producing crisp, melodious sounds, as if performing the oldest and most enigmatic symphony of the cosmos, illustrating the cyclical journey of all things from origin to conclusion. Before Hongjun stand 3 Taoists, sharing the same root and source, each exuding a powerful aura of peak attainment as golden immortals. Their visages bear a resemblance to Hongjun, their energies harmonizing as if they form a tightly knit whole, subtly hinting at a trend toward unity. Hongjun slightly squints, his gaze sweeping over the three Taoists, filled with contentment and satisfaction. He gently raises his hand, his fingers quivering slightly, as if sensing the immense power soon to be bestowed by the merging of the three corpses, murmuring to himself, countless years of arduous cultivation, innumerable insights and accumulations. Today, the path of the three corpses reaches completion, destined to unify. Once the three corpses merge and the primordial unity is achieved, I shall attain the status of a sage, becoming the sovereign of this primordial realm. As he contemplates, a flicker of ambition flashes in Hongmeng Yuan's eyes. He envisions himself standing atop the primordial world, receiving the veneration of myriad beings, with the boundless fortunes of humanity converging upon him like a surging river. With such overwhelming fortune, he would have the opportunity to seize complete control of the heavenly Tao and dominate all within the primordial expanse. As these thoughts arise, Hongmeng Yuan's previously tranquil heart, akin to still waters, ripples with layers of excitement and anticipation. However, this exhilaration does not endure long. Just as he immerses himself in this splendid vision, a shadow suddenly flits through his mind, an immense karmic burden from the cosmos deeply rooted in his primordial spirit. Instantly, Hongmeng Yuan's expression darkens. He feels the weight of this colossal karmic force, akin to an immovable mountain, pressing upon him, nearly suffocating him. His countenance turns grim, resentment flickering in his eyes as he grits his teeth, seething. Demonic ancestor Luo Hu, were it not for you, I would have long since unified the three corpses and attained the status of a sage. In the past, Luo Hu, in his quest to unify the primordial realm and consolidate human fortune, ignited the cataclysmic Dragon Han calamity, and ultimately instigated the conflict between Tao and demon for the sake of enlightenment. This fierce battle endured for countless years, leaving the primordial lands in devastation. Countless beings perishing in the flames of war, and myriad mountains and rivers shattered. Luo Hu's madness and ambition wrought immense calamity upon the entire primordial world, to the detriment of Hongmeng Yuan. Although he gained substantial advantages and benefits post-war, he also bore the weight of this immense karmic debt, which became the greatest obstacle on his path to enlightenment. If it weren't for this detestable fiend, how could I be ensnared by this karma, delaying my path to realization? Hongmeng Yuan's eyes glisten with vengeful light, his body trembles slightly, and the fury within him simmers like a volcano on the brink of eruption. Yet, alas, the demonic ancestor Luo Hu has since transformed into an otherworldly demon, hidden within the vast void, rendering any pursuit for vengeance nearly impossible. Moreover, the task of eradicating this immense cosmic karma is by no means a trivial endeavor. Hongmeng Yuan inhaled deeply, striving to calm his turbulent emotions. It appears that the only recourse now is to await the arrival of sentient beings, gathering boundless fortune and virtue, and utilizing these forces to gradually dispel the karma. In the distant celestial mountain, within the realm of Yuanshu, the venerable Yang Mei sat cross-legged in a secluded cave at the mountain's summit, where the air was thick with the essence of spatial principles. Before him, countless luminous runes of law hovered, swirling around him like a colossal vortex. The innate treasure, the void golden pagoda, similarly descended with endless spatial laws. Hongmeng Yuan has likely discovered the path to enlightenment. I cannot afford to lag behind. Yang Mei mused inwardly, his eyes betraying a glimmer of urgency and reluctance. He was acutely aware that in this world of the primordial strong, should another seize the opportunity to attain the status of a saint before him, a reincarnated being like himself, born from the chaos of a demonic entity, would likely find no refuge in this vast expanse. In this present age, the most promising candidates for enlightenment are undoubtedly those reincarnated deities and demons, born of the chaotic and infernal essence akin to his own. Such an existence, once achieving enlightenment and sanctification, can no longer permit those who are also reincarnated deities and demons to remain within the primordial chaos. Thus, the venerable Yang Mei is also ruminating intensely on the path to enlightenment. Unfortunately, he finds himself devoid of any viable means. His cultivation and understanding of spatial laws have already ascended to the pinnacle of the Hunyuan golden immortal realm. Yet, despite this, he remains at a standstill regarding enlightenment, struggling to make any progress, unable to utilize spatial laws to attain the Tao. In truth, given his origins and his previous identity as a spatial demon god, even though he has reincarnated into the primordial chaos and lost a significant portion of his demonic essence, his foundation within the chaos remains at the pinnacle level. Moreover, he possesses the insights and comprehension of laws from his past life, which have enabled him to advance rapidly, ultimately reaching the consummate state of the Hunyuan golden immortal. Nevertheless, the pursuit of enlightenment remains exceedingly arduous. Had he been situated within the chaos, leveraging the laws therein to achieve enlightenment, he might have already regained the status of a Hanyuan de Luo Golden Immortal. However, doing so would effectively mean he would revert to being a chaos demon god, belonging to the chaotic realm, and would inherently face rejection from the heavenly Tao of the primordial chaos. Not only would he be unable to dominate the primordial realm, but even the prospect of re-entering or approaching it would be nearly impossible. For the native beings of the primordial world, entering the chaos and utilizing the laws to achieve enlightenment may still render them acceptable to the heavenly Tao of the primordial realm. Yet, for him, such a possibility is utterly unattainable. After all, his original identity was that of a chaos demon god, and he is now merely a reincarnation of that same entity. In the primordial chaos, attaining enlightenment through the laws or alternative methods not only allows one to survive within the chaos but also to enter the realm of the primordial without restrictions. However, the presence of heavenly principles in the primordial realm makes the pursuit of enlightenment through these laws exceedingly arduous. This is precisely why entities such as the demon Arhula sought alternative paths to enlightenment. Yet, such paths are not easily discovered. The venerable ancestor Yang Mei let out a sigh, pondering that if there were no other options, and if figures like Hongjun or other reincarnated deities were to attain enlightenment first, he might have no choice but to retreat into the chaos and seek enlightenment anew through the laws therein. Simultaneously, in the hidden corners of the primordial world, powerful reincarnated deities such as the Five Elements Taoist, the Inverted Ancestor, and the Wujie Ancestor were fervently engaged in their respective cultivation practices. The Five Elements Taoist was surrounded by the radiant glow of the five elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, intertwining and merging to form a formidable and enigmatic ring of five elements. His face bore a grave expression as he muttered, "Attaining enlightenment through the laws in this world constrained by heavenly principles is indeed an insurmountable challenge, even with the insights and levels from my previous life. Relying solely on the heavenly laws to attain enlightenment is akin to delusion." The Inverted Ancestor found himself in a realm of inverted time and space, his form fluctuating between vast and minuscule, while the surrounding space and time fell into disarray under his command. A flicker of urgency and helplessness shone in his eyes. "If Hongjun attains enlightenment before us, we reincarnated deities may be doomed to eternal obscurity. I must hasten my cultivation and seek new paths to enlightenment." With that, he waved his hands vigorously, causing the surrounding space-time to warp dramatically, creating a colossal vortex into which he gradually merged, continuing his quest for breakthroughs. The Wujie Ancestor sat cross-legged amidst a swirl of chaotic energy, surrounded by countless mysterious runes emitting an otherworldly glow. These runes intertwined and clashed, producing a deafening roar. Frowning deeply, he reflected, Arhula once ignited a great war in pursuit of enlightenment, only to meet a tragic end. Now, seeking alternative paths to enlightenment is no simple feat yet. To secure a place in this primordial world, I shall persevere, regardless of the hardships. With that resolve, he closed his eyes, immersing himself deeper into his cultivation, striving to discern his unique path to enlightenment from this fateful realm. Though these reincarnated deities possess the foundation and memories of their past lives, in the presence of heavenly principles within the primordial realm, their quest for enlightenment as sages demanded efforts beyond ordinary comprehension. They lamented the challenges of attaining enlightenment through the laws while fervently exploring new paths. Each reincarnated deity yearned to emerge victorious in this fierce contest of the great Tao, to rewrite their destinies within the primordial world and become the sovereigns of this expanse. At Wuzhuangguan, after refining the restrictions of the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, Zhen Yuan Zi experienced a significant enhancement in both power and offensive capabilities. After all, the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler is a top-tier innate treasure of virtue, comparable to the treasures of creation, and stands equal to the likes of Pangu's axe, the Taiji diagram, and the Chaos Bell, exhibiting no inferiority whatsoever. Moreover, the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler possesses boundless destructive power and harbors the essence of time and space, enabling it to disregard both temporal dimensions and restrictive formations. However, if it were merely this, it might not hold significant importance for Zhen Yuan Zi. After all, in matters of destruction, he wields the supreme innate treasures, the Jiuyang Finshenbao and the Zhutian Mishi halberd, while he has the Tai Xu Hanyuan mirror to transcend spatial constraints and formations. Yet, the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler bears a critically important aspect. It allows one to commit acts of murder without incurring karmic retribution. This does not mean that upon slaying others, one is free from the enmity of their kin and foes, but rather that one remains untainted by the karmic consequences dictated by the heavenly laws. In the primordial world, rampant slaughter and the extermination of sentient beings, or even the annihilation of those with substantial fortune, invariably leads to the accumulation of heavenly karmic debt, regardless of the reasoning behind such actions. However, possessing an innate spiritual treasure or innate supreme treasure that permits killing without karmic entanglement can avert this fate. Such is the case with the two magnificent innate treasures, the Yuan Zi of the Blood Sea and the Abyss, along with the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler and others of their kind. This signifies that even when wielding the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler to slay beings of great fortune or those on special missions, one remains unburdened by heavenly karmic debt. As for the inevitable presence of vengeance following the act of killing, Zhen Yuan Zi remains indifferent. With his strength, the only concern worthy of his attention is the heavenly laws. However, the heavenly laws are inherently just, thus requiring no excessive trepidation. As long as the heavenly laws remain untainted by external influences, one need not be overly cautious. Even ascending to the status of a heavenly sage is not inherently problematic. Yet, once Hongjun attains sanctification and becomes the celestial spokesperson, embodying the heavenly laws and wielding their authority to enforce celestial justice, the situation will shift. For at that juncture, although Hongjun will be subject to the constraints of the heavenly laws will equally be influenced by him, potentially allowing him to command vast human fortunes and the transformative jade plate, thereby wielding immense authority over the heavenly laws and steering their grand trajectory. The heavenly laws of that era will no longer retain their purity and impartiality. At that time, the saint of the heavenly Tao was destined to become a mere pawn of Hongjun, subjected to his control, perpetually diminishing the strength of the human Tao in the primordial era. Ultimately, this would lead to the suppression of the heavenly Tao itself, rendering even the saint of the heavenly Tao a mere puppet. This fate mirrored the subsequent calamity of the witch and demon tribes, which witnessed their complete decline. This was the overarching trend of the heavenly Tao, yet it was also a force orchestrated by Hongjun from the shadows. He exploited the hands of the witch and demon tribes to annihilate the innate human race, nearly exterminating them and severely weakening both the strength and potential of humanity. Only a remnant of the inherently weaker postnatal humans remained, becoming the hollow protagonists of the heavenly Tao, mere puppets in the hands of the saints and the heavenly Tao itself. Subsequently, a series of calamities unfolded, incessantly diminishing the strength of the primordial realm. During the calamity of the investiture of the gods, the three pure ones were deceived into consuming the crimson elixir. In the era of the journey to the west, the saints nearly vanished from the primordial world altogether. Subsequently, the primordial chaos swiftly descended into an age of decline. Perhaps all of this is orchestrated by Hongjun, who, in his quest to fully comprehend the Tao of heaven and to achieve self-realization, silently propels these events from behind the scenes. It is destined that Hongjun becomes the spokesperson of the heavenly Tao, a fate intertwined with the grand trajectory of the primordial heavenly Tao, a circumstance that is exceedingly difficult to alter. Even with the current prowess of Zhen Yuan Zi, bolstered by his immense merits in the flawless Primordial Purple Qi, he possesses the capability to attain sainthood. Yet, this too does not change the situation. This is because Zhen Yuan Zi has no intention of merging with the heavenly Tao to become its representative. After all, even though consolidating the boundless fortunes of humanity and merging with the heavenly Tao would yield a tremendous enhancement in power, it would also subject him to the constraints imposed by the heavenly Tao. To truly master the heavenly Tao requires meticulous planning over countless eons and the patient waiting through interminable stretches of time, weakening the heavenly Tao and the human path to seize greater authority over the heavenly Tao. Such a pace is far too languid for him. Despite the seemingly smooth path Hongjun traverses in the original fate trajectory, he too has expended endless years in his pursuit. Moreover, if Hongjun aspires to gain absolute dominion over the primordial chaos, he can only traverse this singular path. However, Zhen Yuan Zi is distinctly different. He possesses an external enhancement that allows him to elevate his strength at a pace far superior to that of merging with the heavenly Tao, rendering it considerably more reliable. Moreover, given the rapid enhancement of his abilities and the formidable trump cards at his disposal, he need not harbor excessive trepidation even in the presence of Hongjun, who embodies the heavenly Tao. He firmly believes that his own ascension in strength and the swiftness of his progress will inevitably surpass that of Hongjun, and that there will come a day when he will be able to overturn him. Even though he has attained sainthood, the integration with the heavenly Tao remains a formidable challenge. Hongjun's ability to merge with the heavenly Tao is not solely attributed to his status as the first to achieve sainthood or his teachings in the Zishu Palace, through which he sees the fortunes of myriad beings. A pivotal factor lies in the chaos jade disc he possesses. This fragmented treasure of the primordial chaos not only facilitates his communion with the heavenly Tao, but also harbors a fragment of its authority. It is precisely due to the existence of the Chaos Jade Disc that Hongjun can engage with the heavenly Tao and assist in its integration. Thus, even if Zhen Yuan Zi were inclined to merge with the heavenly Tao, it would not be a straightforward endeavor, let alone if he were unwilling. It is precisely for this reason that Zhen Yuan Zi did not hastily rely on the power of virtue and the primordial purple energy to attain enlightenment. After all, such an approach would undoubtedly diminish his strength significantly after achieving his Tao. Once he has fully elevated himself to the utmost limit, not only will he be able to conserve a vast amount of merit, but his strength after attaining sanctity will undergo a significant enhancement. Moreover, the perfect harmony of the purple qi enables him to attain the status of a saint of humanity, free from the control and influence of the heavenly Tao. Thus, there is no need to be overly concerned about Hongjun exerting his influence through the heavenly Tao. However, a necessary vigilance towards Hongjun must still be maintained. Even if Hongjun remains unaware of his circumstances, and despite the enormous karmic debt he owes, one cannot underestimate the formidable power of an entity that has survived since the Chaos era, particularly considering the actions of this being in the original trajectory of the primordial wilderness. Zhen Yuan Zi must approach this matter with the utmost suspicion. For even after merging with the heavenly Tao, the essence of this entity remains that of a sentient being of humanity. The essence of sentient beings embodies boundless variability, devoid of notions such as absolute fairness or justice. Even when one party is indebted in the realm of cause and effect, should the other possess superior strength, they may still elect to repay or not. Take, for instance, the original trajectory of destiny in the primordial chaos. Hongjun similarly owes a significant debt of causality to the beings of the West, while Jian and Zhuanti bear the weight of the Western fortunes. Yet, considering his own interests, Hongjun has no intention of repaying this debt. In fact, during the discourse at the Zixio Palace, he deliberately ensured that Jian and his fellow disciples arrived at the final moment. Were it not for the assistance of the heavenly principles bestowed upon Jian and Zhuanti, they might have never secured their places upon the last two lotus seats. As for the subsequent teachings delivered by Hongjun, Zhen Yuan Zi contemplated for a moment before deciding to attend. However, it was not out of a desire to hear the teachings, for with the existence of the system, he already possessed his own path of enlightenment. Moreover, he had attained an exceptionally profound realm, rendering him unnecessary to listen to Hongjun's discourse. Nevertheless, by visiting the Purple Cloud Palace, he would be able to occupy two meditation cushions, thereby directly harnessing two strands of primordial purple energy. These two strands of primordial purple aura symbolize the positions of two sages. Even if Zhen Yuan Zi does not utilize them personally, he can still maintain control over these two sacred statuses, ensuring that they do not fall into the hands of others. Moreover, this can weaken the power of the heavenly Tao sages, thereby diminishing the strength that Hongjun will wield in the future. Moreover, Hongjun owes him a significant karmic debt. Regardless of the circumstances, the other party must ultimately repay it, should he refrain from taking action. It is highly likely that the other party may attempt to evade this obligation. Once the other party has delivered their teachings thrice, they will commence the integration with the heavenly Tao and subsequently remain largely in the shadows, seldom making appearances. At that juncture, it would indeed seem that the debt may go unpaid. Moreover, after the three palaces of Zixio, Hongjun, the primordial bulldozer, has indeed placed no fewer than several thousand innate spiritual treasures upon the treasure distribution rock, including numerous superior and exceptional innate treasures. It would not be excessive to collect 3,000 or 4,000 of them, would it? As for whether he would, like other innate powers, have his fortune plundered by Hongjun, Zhen Yuan Zi is entirely untroubled. After all, he possesses several top-tier innate supreme treasures, whether it be the supreme void Hunyuan mirror or the primordial measuring ruler. Both wield the ability to suppress fortune. Moreover, when discussing the most potent treasures for suppressing the flow of fortune, one must inevitably refer to the supreme innate treasure, the celestial mechanism of destiny compass. In addition, the 24-grade reincarnation purple jade lotus platform, the Qian Kuan cauldron, and the 24-grade pure world white lotus, among other treasures, equally possess the ability to suppress fate. However, they pale in comparison to those few supreme innate treasures. As for concerns regarding seniority, there is no need for apprehension. After all, it is improbable that the other party would accept him as a disciple, nor is it likely that he would take Hongjun as his master. In the primordial world, strength ultimately speaks volumes. After 3 profound teachings, It is inevitable that he will soon attain enlightenment, and he cannot possibly be inferior to others. When the time comes, the true authority in the primordial realm and the weight of one's words may well be determined after a decisive contest. Time flows like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, over 100,000 years have swiftly passed. During this extensive period, Zhen Yuan Zi has predominantly remained in secluded cultivation. However, he occasionally emerges to offer guidance to the ethereal ice-clear fairy in her training, as well as to engage in philosophical discussions in the Hongmeng Mountain Range or the Kunlun territory. Of course, the majority of the time, it is Zhen Yuan Zi who provides instruction to Hongyun and the Queen Mother of the West in their cultivation endeavors. Over the years, he not only refined all the various treasures and precious artifacts he had previously acquired, but he has also elevated his own cultivation to the pinnacle of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm. However, he still requires some time to gradually perfect his mastery and reach the ultimate fullness of this state. It is indeed a perfectly normal occurrence. After all, having attained his current level, even a span of over 100,000 years is but a fleeting moment. For those supreme innate beings, a mere breakthrough within the realm of Deluo may require several 100,000 years, let alone the cultivation at the pinnacle of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal stage. In the past, figures such as Hongjun and other reincarnated deities, despite their exceptional talents, also experienced a slow cultivation pace within the Hunyuan Golden Immortal realm, far from being comparable to the current Zhen Yuan Zi. Furthermore, Zhen Yuan Zi's cultivation breakthroughs encompassed the simultaneous enhancement of his primordial spirit, magical power, laws, and physical form. Yet, even amidst such challenges, he manages to progress at an astonishing rate. His current level has even reached parity with those reincarnated deities who have cultivated for tens of thousands of years longer than him and have endured numerous tribulations. He is merely slightly inferior to the likes of Hongjun and Yangmei. At the Wuzhuang Temple, beneath the exquisite innate spiritual root, the enlightenment tea tree, Zhen Yuan Zi opened his status panel. Name: Zhen Yuan Zi Cultivation. Pinnacle of Hunyuan Golden Immortal Physical Form. Pinnacle of Hunyuan Golden Immortal Background. Supreme Innate Demon God. Limit: Magical Techniques. 3,000 Great Tao Sutras. Hunyuan Great Tao Technique. Indestructible Chaos Technique. Earthly Golden Light. Transformation of Creation. Returning Wind and Fire. Reversal of Yin and Yang. Large and Small Rui. Shifting Stars and Changing Dippers. Transformation of Creation. Life and Death Rebirth. Treasures. Top-tier Innate Supreme Treasure. Tai Xu Hunyuan Mirror. Top-tier Innate Supreme Treasure. Zhutian Mishi Halberd. Top-tier Innate Supreme Treasure. Tianji Fate Compass. Top-tier Innate Supreme Treasure. Jiuyang Burning Heaven Bow. Exquisite Innate Spiritual Treasure. Earth Book. Top-tier Merit Treasure. Hongmeng Liangtian Ruler. Top-tier Innate Spiritual Treasure. He2, Luo Shu. Perfect Grade Hongmeng Purple Qi 4. Superior Innate Spiritual Treasure. Enlightenment Lotus Seat. Exquisite Innate Spiritual Treasure. Yin Yang Chaos Fan. Innate Supreme Treasure. 24th Grade Pure World White Lotus. 12th Grade Pure World White Lotus 3. 9th Grade Pure World White Lotus 5. Tai Xu Divine Water. Chaos Original Soil. Shouyang Copper Mother. 24th Grade Reincarnation Purple Jade Lotus Platform. Rebirth Reincarnation Liquid. Innate Creation Spiritual Liquid. Myriad Bottles. God-Slaying Spear. World-Destroying Grinding Disc. Innate Supreme Treasure. Qian Kuan Ding. Innate Talisman Book. Innate Talisman Brush. Pool of Chaos Purple Sky Divine Water Foldable. Innate Spiritual Roots. Exquisite Innate Spiritual Root. Ginseng Fruit Tree. Exquisite Innate Spiritual Root. Innate Great Dragon Elephant Fruit Tree. Exquisite Innate Spiritual Root. Enlightenment Tea Tree 2. Superior Innate Spiritual Root. Small Ginseng Fruit Tree 30. Medium Innate Spiritual Root. Small Ginseng Fruit Tree 60. Superior Innate Spiritual Root. Dragon Elephant Fruit Tree 30. Medium Innate Spiritual Root. Small Dragon Elephant Fruit Tree 600. Superior Innate Enlightenment Tea Tree 18. Medium Innate Spiritual Root. Crimson Flame Fire Dragon Fruit Tree. Medium Innate Spiritual Root. Xianbing Spirit Soul Fruit Tree. Chaos Spiritual Root. Chaos Tao Heart Fruit Tree. Exquisite Innate Spiritual Root. Small Chaos Tao Heart Fruit Tree. Medium Innate Spiritual Root. Purple Cloud Peach Tree. Foldable. Heaven and Earth Merits. 1. 25 billion Heavenly Tao Merits. 300 million Heavenly Tao Merit Coins. Innate Fortune. 93. Gazing at his opulent panel and abundant assets, Zhen Yuan Zi felt a profound sense of satisfaction. In terms of the number of spiritual roots alone, he undoubtedly stands as the foremost in the vast expanse of the primordial world. No other entity within this realm could possibly compare to him, not even Hongjun. The quantity of spiritual treasures he possesses has also reached the thousands. In this regard, perhaps only Hongjun and the elder ancestor Yangmei could stand in comparison within the current primordial realm. Moreover, he has even acquired 10 treasures of innate treasure level. Moreover, Zhen Yuan Zi noticed that the section pertaining to his feet on the panel had undergone some subtle changes. With his continuous usage, the system rewarded him with various divine waters and treasures that could enhance his feet. He had attained the innate feet of the pinnacle of divine and demonic realms, and they were steadily improving. Although the pace of enhancement was comparatively slower than before, it was nonetheless a continuous progression. Now, it seems that one has finally reached the pinnacle of the ultimate innate divine demon lineage. Furthermore, to achieve a breakthrough, the innate foundations of that time could reach the realm of the primordial divine demons. However, ascending to the level of primordial divine demons is no simple or easy endeavor. This can only be reliant on the rewards from the system, contingent upon the possibility of obtaining even more extraordinary rewards. During the prolonged years when Zhen Yuan Zi was in seclusion, and the formidable beings like Hongjun were striving for the Saint Realm, the world of Hongwang seemed to be propelled by an invisible giant hand, undergoing astonishing transformations and development at an incredible pace. At the foot of Mount Buzhou, the Witch Clan, over the span of several 100,000 years, has flourished like a magnificent towering tree, increasingly lush and thriving. Their numbers have grown day by day, and their strength has continually risen, presenting a scene of burgeoning prosperity. The 12 ancestor witches each lead their respective tribes, navigating the vast expanse of the Hongwang land, expanding their territories in every direction. Due to the fact that the witch clan follows the path of physical cultivation, their demand for flesh and blood is extraordinarily immense. Hence, they feed upon the myriad races of the primeval wilderness. Many of the witch clans were born from the tainted energies of the earth. Even those that came into existence through reproduction bore this corrupting essence, resulting in inherent deficiencies in their primordial spirits. Furthermore, their ignorance of the mysteries of the cosmos and their failure to cultivate their spiritual powers rendered them utterly unafraid of karmic retribution. Consequently, they engaged in rampant slaughter of demonic beasts across the primordial lands, satisfying their daily practice and enhancing their strength, all while nurturing the emergence of more witch clans. Countless lower-tier demonic beasts were nearly exterminated, and thus the witch clans gradually embarked on a path of feasting upon the myriad races of the primordial world. Furthermore, upon the Sun Star, the 3 primordial beings, Emperor Jun, Tai, and Shihe, birthed from the essence of the Sun Star, commenced a grand campaign against the myriad races of the wilderness. Simultaneously, they ardently sought to gather those tribes who had suffered under the threats and oppression of the witch clan, offering them refuge and protection. Many indigenous groups, confronted with the oppression of the sorcerers and the looming threat of becoming subjugated to their reality, have sought refuge under the aegis of the solar star. It is precisely due to the practice of the witch clan, which preys upon the myriad beings of the primordial realm, that they have gradually embarked on a path of enmity against these ancient tribes. Whether they be avian or terrestrial creatures, or those clad in scales and armor, all have come to oppose the witch clan. Nevertheless, the witch clan remains utterly indifferent to this opposition. Particularly in the current era when the 12 ancestors of sorcery stand in their prime, they regard these so-called weaker tribes with disdain. In their perception, they are the rightful heirs of the primordial father Pangu, and the vast expanse of the primordial land is but a personal pasture bestowed upon them by Pangu himself. Only they possess the merit to shepherd this realm on behalf of the primordial father. Aside from those truly formidable beings of profound lineage and extraordinary power, any creature adorned with fur or horns, or those that spawn from moisture, are merely regarded as sustenance in their eyes. These entities are collectively referred to as demonic beasts by the witch clan, marking the inaugural emergence of the concept of demons in the primordial chaos. It is precisely due to the immense threat posed by the witch clan that an increasing number of innate tribes and primordial deities have rallied under the banners of Emperor Jun and Tai of the Sun Star. This alliance has significantly bolstered their strength, and the fortune they have amassed has become increasingly formidable. The power of the Sun Palace can be described as experiencing rapid expansion. It is precisely due to the immense fortune they have amassed that the powers of Dijuan and Tai continue to grow ever stronger. Even though they are preoccupied with reclaiming various clans, their cultivation has not faltered in the slightest. On the contrary, bolstered by this vast reservoir of fortune, both their cultivation speed and the enhancement of their strength are accelerating ever more rapidly. This, in turn, intensified the ambitions harbored by Zhen and Tai. They yearned to conquer the myriad tribes of the primordial world, and gradually, the desire to unify these factions and establish a new lineage, known as the Yao clan, began to take shape in their minds. However, the time to realize this ambition was still far off. Currently, the 12 ancestors of the Witch clan possessed formidable strength, their presence akin to a blazing sun at its zenith. Despite the formidable prowess of Zhen and Tai, bolstered by the possession of supreme innate treasures such as the Chaos Bell, they lacked the confidence to confront the 12 ancestors of the Witch clan or to vie with the Witch tribe. Thus, they were compelled to temper their aspirations, simultaneously gathering more tribes, enhancing the overall strength of their forces, and diligently accelerating their own cultivation to elevate their capabilities. The current Witch clan remains entirely indifferent to the actions of the Sun Palace. In this era of abundant primordial resources, the number of primordial tribes that can serve as their sustenance is countless. It can be said that they have access to inexhaustible wealth. Moreover, the vastness of the primordial earth is immeasurable, and the Witch clan has yet to attain complete dominion over it. Presently, it is a time of rapid advancement for the Witch clan, and naturally, they have no leisure to concern themselves with the Sun Palace. In their eyes, Zhen and Tai were merely two insignificant creatures, akin to common birds. Even if they managed to gather some primordial tribes, it would amount to little. These tribes were merely seen as fodder. United or not, they could not escape their fateful demise, and thus were of little concern. Nonetheless, skirmishes would occasionally erupt between the two factions, albeit on a minor scale, barely capturing attention. However, a hint of conflict now loomed on the horizon. Within the confines of Wuzhuang Temple, Zhen Yuan Zi, clad in a Taoist robe, radiated a serene aura. Having just returned from the Yaoqi realm, he was immersed in profound contemplation. Suddenly, a mysterious and exalted presence surged forth like a roaring tidal wave, enveloping the entire primordial land in an instant. This potent energy seemed capable of subjugating all existence beneath its command. Zhen Yuan Zi's expression shifted slightly, surprise flickering in his eyes as he exclaimed, "Is that the pressure of a sage? Has Hongjun attained sagehood?" In that fleeting moment, it felt as though an invisible hand stirred the cosmos. In the sky, purple energy ascended like a majestic dragon, soaring into the heavens. Above, various celestial phenomena emerged in succession, accompanied by resonant Taoist melodies that seemed to emanate from the deepest recesses of the universe, with every note imbued with boundless principles, reaching the very depths of every soul. Petals rained down like snowflakes, each one harboring extraordinary power. From the depths of the earth, golden lotuses erupted, blossoming in layers, exuding a sacred and solemn aura. The vast primordial world unveiled myriad laws of the Tao, twinkling like brilliant stars, weaving a magnificent and enigmatic tapestry. The purple energy stretched for trillions of miles, with endless celestial mists billowing forth, as if the entirety of the primordial realm was shrouded in this rich purple hue, transporting one to a realm of immortality. Amidst this dreamlike spectacle, a resounding and grand voice echoed, resonating throughout the primordial beings. "I lie high in the 9 clouds, seated upon a mat of truth. Beyond the cosmos, I shall preside as the esteemed teacher. Panga birth the Taiji, the 2 forms and 4 images follow. I am the leader of the Xian men," transforming one into Hongjun. As these words reverberated, a compassionate figure, reclining upon the clouds, gradually materialized above the 9 heavens. He radiated a gentle yet formidable light, with a benevolent countenance and eyes that reflected profound insight into all things. The Taoist then spoke, his voice resonating like a mighty bell, instantly echoing in every corner of the primordial realm. "I am Hongjun, who has attained sagehood. Within the chaos, I have established the Zhixiao Palace as a sanctuary, recognizing the arduous path of the primordial beings in their pursuit of enlightenment. Therefore, 3,000 years hence, I shall expound the Tao within the Zhixiao Palace. Those with fate may come to listen." As his voice faded, the figure of the Taoist gradually vanished from the heavens, as if he had never appeared. However, his words fell like a boulder into a tranquil lake, sending ripples throughout the primordial beings. In an instant, the entire realm erupted in fervor. A great power had achieved sagehood. A primordial divine demon, concealed in the mountains, gazed at the sky in astonishment, his voice trembling with disbelief. Was that truly the might of a sage? Such strength evoked reverence. Soon after, countless congratulatory voices surged forth like a tidal wave. "We extend our congratulations to the sage for attaining enlightenment. May the sage bless the primordial realm and protect all beings." These voices converged, resounding through the heavens and the earth. With the outpouring of blessings, celestial phenomena re-emerged in the sky. Countless strands of purple energy diffused, drifting like gossamer. Golden lotuses and divine flowers cascaded down like celestial maidens scattering blossoms, each imbued with boundless spiritual energy and blessings. Moreover, torrents of golden rain, rich with vibrant energy, poured down like fine threads, saturating every corner of the primordial land, nourishing countless beings. Beings emerged from their abodes and groves, arms outstretched, eagerly absorbing the celestial flowers and golden rain. In that instant, marvelous transformations unfolded within them. Some beings, once stagnant in their cultivation, broke through their bottlenecks. Others, plagued by chronic ailments, found healing and vitality. Still others, once dull in intellect, became astute, deepening their understanding of the Tao. Countless beings, graced by the sage's blessings, reaped immense benefits. This extraordinary phenomenon persisted for an extended period, until the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gradually returned to tranquility and the miraculous sights began to dissipate. In Wuzhuang Temple, as the celestial manifestations faded, Zhen Yuan Zi began to contemplate his journey to the Zixiao Palace. This time, the visit to the Purple Cloud Palace is undoubtedly aimed at securing the remaining 2 meditation cushions. Among them, one is naturally occupied by him. Yet the question of who should occupy the preceding mat is indeed a matter worthy of contemplation. Is it the Queen Mother of the West or Hongyun? The 6 mats of the Purple Cloud Palace symbolize the positions of the 6 sages. Among them, the positions of Pangu, the 3 pure ones, and Enhua as saints are destined by the heavenly principles and are immutable. The remaining 2 positions of the sage, represented by the remaining 2 futons, are determined by the interplay between the heavenly Tao and Hongjun within the original trajectory of the primordial fate. The celestial design intends to bestow these 2 sacred positions upon Zhuan-Ti and Jiayin, the denizens of the West. This decision is not solely predicated on their bearing the vast fortunes of the West, but also on the monumental contributions they are destined to make in the future. However, the celestial order refrains from imposing its will directly. It merely exerts its influence subtly and unobtrusively. Nonetheless, Hongjun has long foreseen that the paths tread by Zhuan-Ti and Jiayin diverge significantly from the principles of his own mystical sect. Should they ascend to sanctity, there exists a considerable likelihood that they would forsake his teachings. Such a betrayal would undoubtedly siphon a substantial portion of his sect's fortune, a prospect intolerable to Hongjun. Thus, he employed various stratagems to ensure that Zhuan-Ti and Jiayin ultimately arrived at the Purple Cloud Palace later than anticipated. Otherwise, given their formidable prowess among the myriad beings of the mortal realm, it is inconceivable that they would arrive at the Purple Cloud Palace last. Could it truly be attributed to the great distance of the Western journey? Such a notion is utterly implausible. Yet, the celestial order remains indifferent to the possibility of Zhuan-Ti and Jiayin defecting from the mystical sect. In fact, it is the establishment of the Buddhist teachings and their ideologies that the celestial order welcomes. After all, Buddhism advocates the suppression of personal desires and the cultivation of the next life, which is advantageous for mitigating the devastation of the primordial wilderness. Ultimately, under the influence of the celestial order, the originally seated Hongyun relinquished his position on the lotus seat, and similarly, the Kuan-Peng occupying another seat was also compelled to vacate it by Zhuan-Ti and Jiayin. Ultimately, this led to Hongyun being resented by Kuan-Peng. However, it was not only Kuan-Peng who bore this grudge. Hongjun, whose plans had also been disrupted, harbored resentment as well. How could a mere trifling Taoist like Hongyun escape the animosity of a being as formidable as Hongjun? With just a slight calculation, it would be all too easy to extinguish Hongyun's existence, and he would even be compelled to express gratitude beforehand. Thus, in the end, Hongyun was granted that final trace of primordial chaos. Otherwise, amidst the multitude of supreme innate beings and great fortune-bearers present at Zixiao Palace, how could it have conveniently fallen upon Hongyun? Ultimately, it was this very trace of primordial purple energy that led Hongyun to face the onslaught of Ancestor Mingyi and Ancestor Kuan-Peng, resulting in his tragic demise. Moreover, during the siege of Hongyun, apart from the enraged intervention of Zhen Yuan Zi, no other entity extended a helping hand. Even Zhuan-Ti and Jiayin, who had attained their sacred status through Hongyun's benevolence, stood idly by without the slightest intention to assist, merely witnessing Hongyun's self-destruction and tragic demise. The reason why Zhuan-Ti and Jiayin refrained from extending their assistance is that their karmic debt to Hongyun is exceedingly profound. After all, they are brothers. Having attained the rank of saints, and consequently became recognized disciples of Hong Jun, which is intricately and even directly linked to their yielding of the mat to Hong Yun. The consequences of achieving sanctification, or rather the dual consequences of such a transformation, are indeed burdensome and difficult to repay. It may be said that their indebtedness to Hong Yun is overwhelmingly vast, to the extent that, even if repayment were possible, it would inflict deep anguish upon them. However, should Hong Yun meet his demise, the ties of consequence between them and Hong Yun would naturally be severed. After all, they are not the ones who struck the fatal blow. They merely stood idly by as he perished, and could argue that they were unaware of the unfolding events at that time. It can be asserted that the fall of Hong Yun is something they would welcome with open arms, regardless of the ultimate outcome of the original trajectory of the primordial chaos. This demonstrates that the final two meditation cushions are not predestined, but rather subject to change. Although the heavenly Tao seemingly intended for Jin and Zhuanti to occupy these two sanctified positions, it did not render this fate inescapable. Instead, it remains amendable. For Hong Jun, as long as it is not Zhuanti and Jin occupying these two positions, he finds it acceptable. Zhen Yuan Zi carries immense merit, and Hong Jun owes him a significant karmic debt. Taking his seat upon a mat, he poses no issue whatsoever to either the heavenly Tao or to Hong Jun himself. As for another position on the mat, it seems there would be no issue if Hong Yun were to occupy it. After all, within the original trajectory of the primordial fate, Hong Jun had indeed allowed Hong Yun to take a seat, only for Hong Yun to graciously decline it thereafter. Thus, it was this very reason that incited Hong Yun's ire against Hong Jun. If the Queen Mother of the West were to occupy this position, it would not seem to pose any significant issues. As a supreme deity and the future designated leader among female immortals, she inherently possesses great fortune, making it entirely plausible for her to attain a sacred status. Moreover, it is of utmost significance that the West Queen Mother is the Tao partner of the primordial Yuanchi. In the vast expanse of the primordial chaos, certain supreme deities are already aware of this fact, and naturally, Hong Jun would also possess this knowledge. Consequently, with the West Queen Mother seated beside him on the lotus pedestal, Hong Jun would refrain from excessive interference. As for the way of heaven, it will not impose its will either. However, whether it be allowing Hong Yun or the Queen Mother of the West to ascend to the seat of the lotus, it is imperative to communicate with them in advance. Only then can they better occupy the lotus seat, even if, at that time, they do not rely on these two strands of primordial purple energy to attain sanctity. It is essential to grasp these two strands of primordial purple energy firmly in hand beforehand. After a moment of contemplation, Zhen Yuan Zi had made up his mind. He retrieved the primordial treasure, the Tai Xu Yuan mirror, and opened a void passage, stepping into it. In the realm beyond the Yaoqi at Xuanyu Mountain, Zhen Yuan Zi traversed the boundless space and arrived directly at his destination. Upon encountering the Queen Mother of the West, he promptly summoned the celestial mechanism Fate Compass to conceal the secrets of this place. Only then did Zhen Yuan Zi recount the matter of the heavenly ordained sacred position at Zishao Palace and offer a series of admonitions. The Queen Mother of the West was undoubtedly taken aback, yet she held unwavering faith in the words of Zhen Yuan Zi, expressing her resolute intention to adhere to his counsel. Subsequently, Zhen Yuan Zi activated the Tai Xu Yuan mirror, setting his course towards the chaotic realms beyond the heavens. As for Hong Yun, he had long since dispatched a message, instructing them to proceed ahead, long before Zhen Yuan Zi embarked on his journey to the Yaoqi realm. Countless innate powers within the primordial chaos had begun to engage in fervent discussions upon the vanishing of the saintly phenomenon. Many of these primordial beings, shortly after Hong Juan's words echoed through the ether, hastened towards the boundless chaos of the outer heavens. Among them were the three pure ones of Donkinlun, who prided themselves on being the true heirs of Pangu and stood as the pinnacle of innate deities of their generation. Having traversed the vast expanse of the primordial world for countless years, they were nearly unrivaled. Although the existence of Zhen Yuan Zi enlightened them to the presence of even older and more formidable powers within the chaos, they had yet to engage in combat with him, thus remaining untouched by the terror that such a being could evoke. On this occasion, Hong Jun attained sanctity, exhibiting a terrifying and formidable power that left even Pangu and the three pure ones in shock. After a thorough discussion among the three brothers, they promptly set off towards the Chaos Purple Cloud Palace beyond the heavens, resolutely deciding to listen to the teachings of this great being. Meanwhile, within the enchanting realm of Phoenix Nest Mountain, after a thorough discussion, the siblings Niwa and Fushi resolved to journey to the Purple Cloud Palace to seek enlightenment. The ancestral beings such as the Kuanping of Beihai and the old ancestor of the Blood Sea and Dark River also hasten towards the boundless chaos beyond the heavens. Within the resplendent and boundless solar palace, adorned with opulence beyond compare, Emperor Jun and Tai, alongside Shiha and a multitude of primordial beings under the solar palace's command, convened to deliberate. What they are most concerned about is the hope that through this sermon, they may attain the legacy of the sage. At that time, the strength and influence of their Sun Palace would inevitably experience a dramatic surge. They would be able to suppress the 12 ancestral witches of the Witch Clan, no longer fearing their might. The power of the Sun Palace would flourish rapidly, rendering even the unification of the primordial chaos a plausible endeavor. Thus, after a thorough discussion, Emperor Jun, Tai, Shiha, and a host of capable primal beings set forth towards the chaos beyond the heavens. As the formidable beings within the Sun Palace hastened towards the chaotic realms beyond the heavens, the Witch Clan, their archenemies, regarded this with disdain. Among the 12 ancestors of the witches, with the exception of the ancestor Hutu, the others exhibited a similar contempt. They believed that, due to their inherently incomplete primordial spirits and their inability to comprehend the celestial order, coupled with their focus on the cultivation of the physical body rather than the primordial spirit, attending to the teachings would yield no benefit whatsoever. Moreover, many ancestral witches harbor an immense pride, believing that they do not require guidance from others, nor do they consider anyone capable of offering such counsel. This sentiment is not exclusive to the ancestral witches. Their formidable subordinates feel similarly. Thus, within the vast witch clan, only the ancestral witch of the earth embarks on a journey towards the chaos beyond the heavens. As numerous primordial beings journeyed towards the purple cloud palace in the chaos beyond the heavens, many innate deities and demons were frantically fleeing, retreating into the depths of the chaos. These primordial deities and demons are undoubtedly among the most ancient and esteemed of their kind within the vast expanse of the primordial world. Or perhaps they are the reincarnated manifestations of former celestial beings. Notable examples include the venerable Yangmei ancestor of Tianzhou Mountain, the esteemed ancestor of 5 elements from Wuxing Valley, and the illustrious ancestor of Wujizu, among numerous others who, like Hongjun, hail from the same epoch and are the exalted beings transformed from the primordial chaotic deities. At this moment, the true paragons of the primordial realm found themselves engulfed in a tempest of astonishment and ire. They were both astounded by Hongjuan's astonishingly swift attainment of sainthood and vexed by their own failure to seize the opportunity to ascend first. The realization that they had missed this pivotal moment signified their irrevocable forfeiture of the chance to wield dominion over the primordial expanse. Moreover, not only that, but they will also forfeit their chance to survive in the primordial wilderness, compelled instead to venture into the abyss of chaos. They seek to traverse the realm of chaos to attain enlightenment, embarking once more upon the path of the chaotic demon god. Thus, they are rendered almost incapable of returning to the primordial chaos in the future. Since the inception of this primordial realm, it has not only absorbed the essence of the 3,000 chaotic demon gods, but has also completely consumed the creation of this chaotic domain. The current state of chaos is far inferior to that of the primordial heavens and earth. Therefore, no reincarnated demon god desires to tread the path of the chaotic demon gods once more. Yet now, they find themselves compelled to embark on this journey. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly face the ominous grasp of Hongjun. As a contemporary of their epoch, Hongjun has attained sainthood and will not permit them to linger in the primordial realm. After all, as a former chaotic demon god, Hongjun, who understands them better than anyone, is equally determined to reclaim his former status. The chaotic demon gods are each endowed with extraordinary methods, a plethora of techniques that emerge endlessly and possess profound foundations. No one can predict when one of the former chaotic demon gods might break through the constraints of the heavenly path and attain the status of the primordial fruit. Indeed, the once formidable demon ancestor, Luohu, had nearly succeeded in realizing the Tao. Moreover, although the demon ancestor Luohu failed in his quest for enlightenment, it was not due to the inadequacy of his method. Rather, it was the interference of the reincarnated divine beings such as Hongjun that thwarted him. In truth, the path of fortune that the demon ancestor Luohu pursued was indeed viable. This also signifies that the remaining chaotic deities possess the opportunity to forge new paths to enlightenment. After all, those who have successfully evaded the cataclysm of creation and reincarnated into the primordial world are, without exception, individuals of extraordinary talent. When it comes to innate potential, who truly stands inferior? The distinctions are largely a matter of fortune and insight. Moreover, for them, luck may play an even more pivotal role. Consequently, These reincarnated deities pose the greatest threat to Hongjun. Thus, after attaining sanctity, it is only natural that Hongjun would not permit their continued presence in the primordial realm. Remaining in this world implies that they are perpetually under the shadow of Hongjun's threat, uncertain of when he might choose to strike. As a result, these reincarnated deities have now fled into the depths of chaos. At this moment, the once tranquil chaos has transformed into a bustling scene. As numerous innate powers from the primordial world venture into the void, drawn inexplicably towards the purple cloud palace. This particular sensation may indeed be deemed a connection of fated individuals as described in legends. However, the chaotic risks are not something that just any entity can traverse at will. Whether it be the tumultuous currents of chaos, the chaotic winds of might, or the even more perilous chaotic storms, they all pose an immeasurable danger to the current innate powers. Unless one possesses a supreme spiritual treasure or even a paramount artifact for protection, these chaotic calamities are exceedingly perilous, even to the great Luo golden immortals. A moment's carelessness could result in being ensnared within the chaotic currents or the chaotic winds of might, leading to a state of disorientation within the chaos. Even if one were to eventually find their way back, it would significantly hinder their journey. Yet if one were to encounter the more perilous tempests of chaotic space, while lacking sufficient strength and devoid of supreme spiritual treasures or divine artifacts for protection, they might very well perish amidst the primordial chaos. Moreover, in addition to these chaotic calamities, they are incessantly subjected to the relentless onslaught of chaotic malevolent energies, which assail their physical forms, spiritual essence, and magical powers. Even the most formidable beings of the great Luo realm must exert tremendous effort to fend off the chaotic and malevolent energies. As for the Tai golden immortals, they are utterly incapable of surviving in the chaos. Perhaps in the present primordial world, aside from the currently prominent innate powers, these Tai golden immortals could still be regarded as formidable. After all, the majority of these innate beings are merely at the Deluo level. However, once a Tai golden immortal ventures into the chaos, they inevitably face a perilous fate. To preserve their lives, they must return to the primordial realm before delving deeper into the chaos. Otherwise, continuing into the abyss will lead to a tragic demise. Of course, with the protection of a supreme power, one may traverse the chaos. Thus, the so-called fated individuals must possess sufficient strength or a formidable background. In the boundless void of chaos, Zhen Yuan Zi, accompanied by the Queen Mother of the West, advanced forward, the Tai Xu Yuan mirror suspended above their heads. The spatial force and the radiant light of the great Tao emanating from the mirror intermingled, weaving a dazzling and enigmatic tapestry of light. The chaotic energy surged like a torrential river of stars, bearing the violent might to obliterate all. The chaotic malevolence, akin to a formless and toxic miasma, permeated the surroundings, seeking to corrupt all vitality. Yet, even this most terrifying chaos storm, sweeping with the power to annihilate heavens and earth, could not inflict the slightest harm upon that radiant screen. Within this luminous barrier, Zhen Yuan Zi and the Queen Mother of the West remained composed, their forms like fleeting glimmers of light. Each step they took traversing unfathomable distances with astonishing speed, swiftly closing the gap to the eminent beings ahead. Even amidst the vastness of chaos, their pace was nothing short of formidable. Though they had departed later, they soon caught up with those innate powers who had set out earlier. Meanwhile, many innate beings, eager to reach the Zixiao Palace swiftly, have summoned their spiritual treasures to hasten their pace and ensure their safety. Atop the heads of the Pangu Three Pure Ones, the magnificent Ling Long Xuanquang Pagoda radiates an unparalleled brilliance. This treasure, revered as the foremost defensive artifact of the primordial era, now glows with an extraordinary luminosity. The swirling Xianwang energy surges with overwhelming vigor, rich and profound like an infinite galaxy cascading downward, resembling the majestic flow of a celestial river. Laden with immense pressure and enigmatic power, enveloping the Three Pure Ones in an impenetrable embrace. Surrounding them, the chaotic winds roar like a stampede of wild steeds, their thunderous cacophony threatening to shatter the very fabric of chaos, as if capable of tearing apart all existence within the heavens and the earth. Yet, when this ferocious force, potent enough to obliterate worlds, crashes against the descending Xianwang energy, it is akin to a torrent colliding with the towering primordial sacred mountain, or an ant futilely attempting to shake a mighty tree. The chaotic winds dissipate instantaneously, vanishing without a trace, leaving not even a ripple upon the Xianhuang energy. Under this indomitable shield, the Three Pure Ones move with the swiftness of lightning, transforming into three radiant streaks of light, racing towards the Zixiao Palace with a velocity that transcends the constraints of time and space. At this moment, they appear as though aided by the divine their direction resolutely clear as they hasten towards the Zishu Palace. Wherever they pass, the chaotic energy is forcefully parted, leaving behind a long vacuum corridor in their wake. The other primordial beings also possess their own unique treasures for protection. Dijun, Tai Yi, and Shihi from the Sun Palace bear the Chaos Bell atop their heads. This bell is a supreme treasure of creation, emanating an ancient and majestic aura that seems to encapsulate the endless mysteries of the universe at its inception. Adorning the body of the bell, mysterious runes twinkle like stars, radiating a deep and enigmatic glow. Even the slightest vibration can trigger a violent tremor in the chaotic space, with powerful waves rippling outward, causing the chaotic energies to surge and swell, as if attempting to restore order to the primordial chaos. The formidable power of the Chaos Bell acts as an indomitable shield, enveloping the three of them completely. Under this protective barrier, they traverse the chaos with ease, as if strolling through their own serene garden, relaxed and unburdened. The trio exudes an imposing presence, akin to three blazing suns, their radiant light forcing the chaotic energies to retreat in fear, unwilling to approach or offend. Surrounding them, chaotic storms rage like furious dragons, clawing and snapping with destructive force. Within the tempest, intertwining chaos lightning and flames blaze fiercely, while frigid chaos ice wreaks havoc, creating a cataclysmic tableau. Yet, when this tempestuous chaos storm collides with the power radiating from the Chaos Bell, it is as if it strikes an invisible wall of copper and iron, rebounding mercilessly and disintegrating under the recoil. Dijun, Tai Yi, and Shihi advance swiftly through the chaos, well protected by the Chaos Bell. Meanwhile, the siblings Enhua and Fushi each summon their own divine treasures. Enhua's artifact glimmers with the primordial light reminiscent of the universe's dawn, brimming with boundless vitality and creativity, while Fushi's treasure exudes a profound and mysterious aura, seemingly attuned to the most ancient laws of heaven and earth. Together, they move in unison, their radiance shining like stars, their speed rivaling even that of the other primordial beings, perhaps even surpassing them. The ancestral figure of the Blood Sea, the old ancestor of the river of the underworld, stands upon the 12-petaled red lotus of karmic fire, which blooms with an otherworldly brilliance. As if birthed from the abyss of primordial chaos, the red lotus burns with fierce flames, akin to the wrath of the 9 underworlds, embodying an unwavering will to incinerate all. Each flickering flame harbors boundless karmic energy and mysterious laws, seemingly capable of consuming the sins of the world. The tidal waves of flames surge with overwhelming force, spreading outward with the might to reshape the surroundings. The dense, almost tangible aura of chaotic malevolence dissipates instantly under the scorching heat of the red lotus, transforming into nothingness and creating a vast and pristine domain. In contrast, the later generation supreme being, the old ancestor of the North Sea Kunping, can only rely on the North Underworld palace he has refined for protection, indicating that his stature rivals that of the red lotus. The Western continent's Zhuan and Jie Taoists appeared rather distressed. Despite their protection from supreme spiritual treasures, such as the 7 treasures Miao Tree and the 1,000-leaf golden lotus, the chaotic winds continued to buffet them, causing their forms to sway unsteadily. Zhuan Ti's complexion fluctuated between ashen pallor and crimson flush, while Jie Yin's gaze was fraught with urgency and helplessness, his already sorrowful expression deepening in anguish. They meandered through the chaos, their connection to the Purple Cloud's palace fluctuating erratically, at times strong and at others feeble. And occasionally they would lose their sense of direction entirely amidst the turmoil. Such occurrences are similarly observed among the other innate mighty beings, albeit not as severe as those experienced by Zhuan Ti and Jie. For instance, even the formidable Tai Yi and Dijun, despite the protection of the Chaos Bell, occasionally find their connections faltering, which impedes their progress to some extent. The primordial ancestor, Ho Tu, journeys alone, enveloped in a dense and robust yellow light, embodying the essence of the Earth Mother's guardianship, valiantly resisting the encroachments of chaos, yet her connection to the Zishu Palace also experiences intermittent disruptions. In contrast, the 3 purities seem to be guided by an unseen force, traversing their path with remarkable ease. Wherever they tread, the chaotic energies recede as if clearing a dedicated passage for them. Soon, the majestic and enigmatic silhouette of the Zishu Palace, resembling the soul sanctuary amidst the chaos, distinctly emerges before their eyes, igniting a spark of excitement and anticipation within the 3 purities. Zhen Yuan Zi paid little heed to the unfolding situation. He did not hasten his journey through the aid of treasures or his own prowess. The 3 pure ones and Nuwa had their sacred positions predetermined, and they merely needed to occupy 2 of the available spots, thus there was no urgency. Therefore, Zhen Yuan Zi only needed to arrive at the Purple Cloud Palace after the 3 pure ones, but before the other formidable beings. Thus, shortly after the 3 pure ones entered the palace, Zhen Yuan Zi, accompanied by the Queen Mother of the West, gracefully descended. Following closely behind were Nuwa and Fuxi, who arrived only a moment later. With a swift glimmer, Nuwa and Fuxi traversed the flowing light and soon stood before the entrance of the Purple Cloud Palace. Upon raising their eyes, they found Zhen Yuan Zi and the Queen Mother of the West already present. A gentle smile graced Nuwa's lips as she approached with Fuxi, gracefully bowing and saying, "Brother Zhen Yuan, fellow Taoist Taishan, it has been a long time. I trust you are well." Her voice was melodious and clear, akin to the sound of a mountain spring. Fuxi also offered a respectful greeting, his eyes reflecting a warm smile. "Brother Zhen Yuan and fellow Taoist Taishan, was your journey here smooth?" Clad in white, he stood tall, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. Zhen Yuan Zi nodded slightly, a benevolent smile adorning his face as he replied, "Sister Nuwa, Taoist Fuxi, our journey has been quite pleasant. Seeing you here, I presume you encountered no difficulties along the way." The Queen Mother of the West smiled subtly from the side. While they were exchanging pleasantries, a red light streaked like a meteor across the chaos, swiftly approaching. It was Han Yun, his portly figure adorned with a hearty smile, who called out from afar, "Haha, I've finally made it. Brother Zhen Yuan, fellow Taoist Taishan, Sister Nuwa, and Brother Fuxi, it has been too long." Before anyone could respond, a figure in gray robes emerged from the depths of chaos, hastening towards them. Zhen Yuan Zi's gaze momentarily sharpened as he addressed the group. "It appears there are others arriving. Let us proceed inside." Everyone nodded in agreement, refraining from further conversation as they advanced towards the Purple Cloud Palace. Upon entering, they were met with an overwhelming aura of profound mystery. Before them lay 6 purple cushions, each emanating an essence of arcane Tao principles. On the left, 3 of these cushions were already occupied by the 3 figures of the Panga 3 pure ones. The 3 pure ones appeared serene, surrounded by a subtle aura of the Tao, as though they were one with the resonance of the Purple Cloud Palace. Nuwa and Fuxi's hearts stirred slightly at this sight, their gazes falling upon the remaining 3 cushions on the right. Just as they were about to engage in polite discussion regarding the allocation of the cushions, the figure in gray burst into the palace like a wraith, eyes gleaming with urgency, charging straight for the cushions. Nuwa and Fuxi exchanged worried glances, sensing the impending trouble. However, at that moment, Zhen Yuan Zi summoned his spiritual energy, swiftly enveloping the Queen Mother of the West and Nuwa, propelling them like 3 streaks of light to safely settle on the last 3 cushions. The fluidity of his motion seemed to transcend time and space. The gray-robed figure, witnessing the cushions occupied, abruptly halted, his expression shifting between shades of green and white, revealing his distress. He gritted his teeth, a flicker of reluctance in his eyes, yet daunted by Zhen Yuan Zi and the other's formidable presence. He could only silently find a spot behind them to sit. Nuwa, seated upon her cushion, felt a quiet relief wash over her as she turned her gaze to Zhen Yuan Zi, eyes brimming with gratitude as she softly said, "Thank you, Brother Zhen Yuan." Fuxi also cast a grateful glance towards Zhen Yuan Zi, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Zhen Yuan Zi waved his hand dismissively, signaling that it was no trouble. Nevertheless, he instinctively glanced at the Queen Mother of the West beside him, and seeing her settled comfortably, he felt a surge of relief. Although he had harbored great confidence, he understood that he was ultimately navigating the intricate game of Heavenly Tao and Hongjun, where unexpected occurrences could still arise. In this moment, the Queen Mother of the West had taken her seat upon the mat, a sign that all was indeed stable in her presence. There was no possibility of the crimson clouds, which once signified a tumultuous fate, yielding nor of the Kuanping being unseated. Sensing his gaze, she gently turned to the side, a faint smile gracing her lips, her eyes brimming with reassurance and trust as she softly murmured, "With you here, all is well." Zhen Yuan Zi nodded slightly, fully aware that for the Queen Mother, with her inherent fortune, to firmly occupy this sacred position was a formidable challenge. Yet, through the accumulation of her own foundation and schemes over the years, and through her association with him, she had ultimately secured this pivotal role. Even if she did not rely on the primordial purple energy bestowed by Hongjun to attain sanctity, she must grasp this primordial essence firmly in her hands and establish her identity as a predetermined saint, thereby claiming the fortune represented by the unseen forces. Once his mind settled, Zhen Yuan Zi turned his attention to the 3 purities of Pangyou. Although he had traversed Kunlun Mountain on numerous occasions, this was indeed his first opportunity to observe the 3 purities up close. Narrowing his eyes, a sense of inquiry glimmered within them. the Taiji Laozi. Clad in a Taoist robe, wore an expression of serene detachment, exuding an aura of effortless governance. It seemed to him that all things in the world appeared as mere illusions, allowed to develop in accordance with their own nature. The jade purity, Yuan Shi Tianzun, sat high upon the mat, his posture upright, his countenance radiating an innate authority and solemnity. His demeanor suggested an absolute mastery over the laws of heaven and earth, as if all things ought to operate in accordance with the order he envisioned. The upper purity, Tongtian Jiaozhu, bore a stern visage, his eyes glinting with a sharp intensity, the spiritual energy around him pulsating vigorously, as though he were ever prepared to shatter all worldly illusions with a thunderous display of might. However, the more Zhen Yuan Zi observed, the more his brow furrowed, and his doubts deepened. His innate roots had already reached the pinnacle of primordial divine demons, having attained the peak cultivation of the Hongmeng golden immortal. He had witnessed and employed numerous extraordinary treasures, possessing an acute sensitivity to the essence of primordial origins, while to others, the three purities appeared sacred and inviolable. To him, there seemed to be a subtle yet perceptible deficiency in their primordial essence. Furthermore, this slight deficiency is exceedingly subtle, perhaps imperceptible even to them, who remain oblivious to the inherent flaws in their original script. Were it not for his own extraordinary qualifications, having reached the pinnacle of the innate divine demon limit, and attaining the zenith of the primordial golden immortal realm, along with a heightened sensitivity to the primordial essence, he too might struggle to discern it. How could this be possible? Zhen Yuan Zi mused inwardly, his expression shifting slightly. With the identity of Pangu's three pure ones, their innate roots should be flawless, undoubtedly having attained the highest echelon of innate divine demons. How could a deficiency in their essence exist? He cast his gaze over the three pure ones several times. Deep in silent contemplation, Taiji Laojun maintained his usual demeanor of serene detachment, as if nothing in the world could disturb his tranquility. Yuqing Yuan Shi Tianzun was absorbed in meditation, exuding a stable and powerful aura that rendered his inner thoughts inscrutable. Meanwhile, Shaoqing Tongtian Jiaozhu exhibited a sharp gaze, frequently scanning his surroundings, as if ever vigilant of everything around him. A sudden thought struck Zhen Yuan Zi. He recalled Taiji Laojuan's astonishing divine ability of transforming one into three. Could it be? His eyes sharpened, and a bold hypothesis formed within him. Although the ability to transform one into three is immensely powerful, its successful creation and cultivation is no trivial endeavor. Could it be that the primordial Taiji Laojun, in pursuit of this divine ability, tampered with each of them, including himself? At this thought, Zhen Yuan Zi's heart raced. Should this speculation hold any truth, Taiji Laojuan's intentions would be exceedingly profound. On the surface, he appeared desireless and uncontentious, seemingly indifferent to worldly strife, yet behind the scenes, he might harbor the greatest ambition. This conjecture left Zhen Yuan Zi momentarily stunned. If this were the case, Taiji Laojun would truly be a formidable figure, willing to sacrifice not only himself but also the primordial essence of his two brothers for the sake of a divine ability. As Zhen Yuan Zi pondered, others of great innate power began to arrive at the Zishu Palace. At that moment, the chaotic aura outside the palace surged, revealing three brilliant lights streaking across the sky like meteors. Emperor Jun, Tai, and Shiha approached side by side, the chaos bell atop their heads emanating an ancient and profound aura, its surface adorned with mysterious symbols that flickered like the cosmos itself. Each tremor sent ripples through the chaotic space. The Hichu and Luoshu circled around Emperor Jun, their shifting lights seemingly depicting the myriad phenomena of the universe and the profound truths of heaven and earth. Tai and Emperor Jun's auras resonated in harmony, their respective chaos bells releasing powerful waves that scattered the surrounding chaotic energy. Shiha, graceful and resplendent, radiated a gentle warmth, her eyes reflecting an understanding and embrace of the world. The golden sun shuttle she wielded shone with a dazzling light, as if it contained the boundless power of the sun, capable of stirring the very cosmos with a mere wave. Haha. It is indeed our fortune to gather at the Zishu Palace today. Emperor Jun's hearty laughter reverberated throughout the palace, his confident and bold voice drawing the attention of many innate beings. Shortly thereafter, a thick, inky blood aura surged from the direction of the blood sea, revealing the figure of the ancestor of the river of blood, who floated upon the 12-petal red lotus of karmic fire. The red lotus, an otherworldly sight, burned fiercely, each flame seemingly drawn from the depths of hell, capable of incinerating all sins and illusions. The ancestor of the river of blood was enveloped in a tangible aura of immense vitality, radiating a chilling malevolence. His gaze, cold as frost, swept over the assembly like a drawn sword, instilling a palpable sense of pressure, as if they were under the gaze of death itself. Humph. The Zishu Palace is indeed bustling with activity, the ancestor of the River of Blood thought to himself, though his exterior remained inscrutable. At that moment, a pure yang energy pierced through the chaos, soaring into the heavens. The Eastern Hua Pure Yang Taoist, with a pure yang sword at his side and the 9 yang bell atop his head, approached on his sword. The pure yang sword blazed with brilliant radiance. Capable of incinerating all darkness, the chime of the 9 yang bell resonated deeply, each toll infused with boundless pure yang power, shaking the hearts of all present. Dressed in snow-white robes, the Eastern Hua Pure Yang Taoist bore a stern countenance, his eyes exuding an innate pride, as if he regarded all creation with indifference. Having not ventured forth for quite some time, he was pleasantly surprised by the emergence of so many innate beings within the primordial realm. The Eastern Hua Pure Yang Taoist slightly inclined his head, his tone laced with an air of subtle arrogance, as if proclaiming his uniqueness and exceptional nature to all. Following this, the moon goddess Changxi and the moon maiden Washu appeared hand in hand. Changxi, crowned with the lunar essence, radiated a cool, luminous glow. As if containing the entirety of the lunar power within her, a gentle spin would cast forth endless purifying light, cleansing the world's impurities. Washu, holding the cold moon chart of the lunar essence, summoned forth an overpowering chill, freezing the chaotic aura in her wake, resembling an everlasting glacier. The two goddesses, graceful and ethereal, exuded an aura of purity and serenity, akin to celestial maidens descending to the mortal realm, untouched by the fires of the world. This Zishu Palace possesses a truly unique atmosphere. It is indeed worthy of being the sanctuary of saints, Changxi remarked softly, her voice as gentle and melodious as moonlight, flowing like a clear spring into the hearts of all present amidst the clamor of the Zishu Palace. As these supreme beings arrived, an increasing number of formidable entities from the primordial era followed closely behind. The venerable Taishan elder approached with measured steps, each stride exuding the weight and solidity of the earth beneath him. His staff, intricately engraved with ancient and mysterious runes, emanated the essence of time's passage. As if it bore the sorrow of countless epochs, the great god Kanwu radiated a rich aura of flora, seemingly harmonizing with the myriad beings of the universe. Wherever he tread, verdure flourished with exuberance and vitality. He wielded a divine wooden staff, crafted from the most ancient trees of the primordial world. Imbued with boundless life and creative power, with a gentle sweep, it could birth all things and heal every wound. The great god Luai's shimmered with crackling lightning, each bolt encapsulating cataclysmic force, his presence rendering the air within the purple cloud palace restless, as though it might be torn asunder by the tempestuous storm at any moment. In his grasp, the Luai's divine hammer, rugged and weighty, was adorned with intricate lightning patterns. When swung, it summoned the thunder of the heavens, its might astonishing. The Earth Mother gradually manifested, her demeanor solemn, surrounded by a gentle glow of earthy hues, embodying the nurturing essence of the land. The lantern-burning Taoist floated toward them, enveloped in a soft halo of golden light, reminiscent of dawn's rays piercing through the clouds, gentle yet impossible to overlook. He cradled an ancient glass lantern, the flickering flame within dancing brightly yet subtly. As each mighty figure arrived in succession, although the atmosphere in the purple cloud palace remained subdued under the saint's awe-inspiring presence, the ambience grew increasingly fervent. These formidable beings, typically sovereigns of their realms in the primordial world, rarely convened due to their rigorous seclusion and cultivation. Thus, the gathering of such a multitude of powerful entities was an unprecedented event in the annals of time. The sight of so many illustrious figures assembled was indeed a rarity, and they were witnessing it for the first time. Consequently, none among these mighty beings wished to diminish their stature in the eyes of others. Each either levitated treasures above their heads or manifested the forms of spiritual artifacts. In an instant, the purple cloud palace was aglow with dazzling brilliance. As the lights of various treasures intertwined and illuminated the space, reminiscent of the splendor at the dawn of creation, some radiated profound mystical resonances, striving to showcase their extraordinary prowess and profound heritage. Those who have arrived here are all formidable beings of immense power. Their innate foundations are exceptionally remarkable, with the vast majority possessing the roots of innate divine demons, and the least among them boasting the finest innate sacred roots. Such a gathering can truly be regarded as a pinnacle event in the primordial world. The spectacle they were able to create was indeed extraordinary. In the decades that followed, the vast majority of innate powers had arrived, and the grand hall of the Zishu Palace was filled to capacity. The assembly sat cross-legged within the hall, their gazes collectively directed towards the 6 cushions at the forefront, their eyes brimming with envy, desire, and reverence. However, when they beheld the figures seated upon the cushions Pangu, the three pure ones, Zhen Yuan Zi, the Queen Mother of the West, and Hongyan, their burgeoning aspirations were swiftly quelled. Bound by a shared essence, the three pure ones, along with the innate treasure, the celestial Linglong Xinyuan Pagoda, stood as formidable guardians, their might unparalleled, deterring any who might dare to provoke them lightly. As for Zhen Yuan Zi and the Queen Mother of the West, there is no need for further elaboration. Zhen Yuan Zi, as an ancient formidable being, possesses unfathomable strength, far surpassing that of the others, even in the absence of the terrifying artifact radiating an overwhelming aura above his head. His mere identity and presence instill profound reverence among the powerful beings present. As for the Queen Mother of the West, her inherent strength and the treasures she possesses are not the sole aspects worthy of consideration. Merely her relationship with Zhen Yuan Zi and the protection she receives from him command a profound respect that cannot be underestimated. However, Niwa, despite being a female cultivator and seemingly the most vulnerable, possesses an inherent strength that deters many formidable beings from competing for her favor. Moreover, she is supported by Fuxi and seemingly under the protection of Zhen Yuan Zi. Although many innate powers harbored their own schemes, the mere thought of these circumstances caused them to abandon their intentions. They could only sigh in silence. At the moment when numerous formidable beings of the primordial era congregated at the Purple Cloud Palace, deep within its confines, the Taoist Hongjun gradually opened his eyes. Before him, 7 strands of primordial purple energy floated gracefully. He first cast a glance at these ethereal wisps, then shifted his gaze to the grand hall of the Purple Sky Palace, where 6 meditation cushions were already occupied. Finally, he directed his attention to the chaotic expanse, observing the arduous progress of 2 figures clad in yellow robes, a faint smile gracing his lips. Relying on his own strength, he shattered the constraints of the heavenly Tao and ultimately achieved enlightenment by severing the 3 corpses, becoming the first sage since the dawn of creation. Even though the heavenly Tao was well aware of his reincarnation as a primordial demon god, it remained powerless against him. For upon his rebirth in the primordial wilderness, his current essence had become intertwined with that of its sentient beings. Moreover, he did not actively engage in actions that would endanger the primordial world, even in the fierce battle against the demon ancestor Luoho, which burdened him with immense heavenly karma. The heavenly Tao was unable to impose any punishment upon him. Most importantly, he was the first sage in the history of the primordial world. In order to maintain stability within the primordial realm, the heavenly Tao had no choice but to collaborate with him. After all, there was no other sage apart from him in existence. It was solely he who could assume the role of the teacher to all beings and become the sovereign of humanity. Contemplating this, the smile on Hongjun's face grew even more radiant. As he gazed upon the 7 ethereal strands of primordial purple energy suspended before him, Hongjun felt an increasing sense of satisfaction with his elaborate scheme. These 7 strands of primordial energy symbolized the 7 sacred positions of heaven and earth. Among them, 6 sacred positions belong to the celestial sage. The final being belongs to that which has eluded us, a prize contended for by sentient beings. After all, under the celestial order, all matters and entities possess a glimmer of hope, and this fleeting chance is embodied by that which has slipped away. Whether sentient beings can seize this primordial purple aura and thereby attain enlightenment remains an utterly uncertain affair. Among the 6 ordained sacred positions, 4 are immutable, having been predetermined. Among them, the 3 pure ones of Pangu, inheriting the legacy of Pangu, are destined to occupy one of the sacred seats, an inevitability dictated by the great principles of heaven. Niwa, too, possesses extraordinary fortune and specializes in the path of creation. Her sacred status is intrinsically linked to the future of humanity and the birth of the human race, a fact that is equally immutable. Moreover, they had no conflict with Hongjun, and thus would not exert themselves to effect unnecessary changes. The remaining 2 sacred positions in the realm of heaven and earth indeed possessed a degree of maneuverability. For the heavenly Tao, it was not solely limited to the likes of Zhuanti and Jin occupying these sacred seats. Zhen Yuan Zi, having rendered great service in safeguarding the veins of the primordial world, bore immense merit and fortune. The heavenly Tao, taking heed of this, naturally recognized his eligibility for such a position. As for the Queen Mother of the West, her lineage and potential were in no way inferior to that of Niwa and other entities. However, in terms of merit and fortune, she fell somewhat short. Although she was destined to become the foremost female immortal in the future, it was not her rightful place to ascend to a sacred seat. Yet, having formed a partnership with Zhen Yuan Zi, her fortune greatly increased. Over the years, she had also contributed significantly to the preservation of the primordial realm, augmenting her merit. Coupled with her inherent fortune and virtue, she could, with some justification, be considered acceptable in the eyes of the heavenly Tao. However, for Hongjun, facilitating the ascension of this future female celestial leader to sainthood seemingly does not align with his grand design. Yet, who could deny that he owes Zhen Yuan Zi a significant karmic debt? Moreover, in comparison to the two entities, Zhuan Ti and Jiayin, the ascension of the Queen Mother of the West proved to be more advantageous for him. Reluctantly, he found himself compelled to acquiesce, granting the Queen Mother a sacred position. As for the other primordial deities and demons, such as the Eastern Emperor, the River of the Underworld, and Kuanping, although their inherent qualities were not inferior to those of the Queen Mother, they lacked the formidable background that she possessed. Moreover, their fortunes now pale in comparison to those of the Queen Mother of the West. Thus, it is inconceivable that they could occupy a sacred position. As for the two from the West, Hongjun has already devised a method for their resolution. He intends to bestow the final remnants of primordial purple energy upon them, thereby settling the karmic debt he owes to the West. In the past, his fierce battle with the demon ancestor Luo who resulted in the devastation of half of the Western Earth veins. And had it not been for the intervention of Zhen Yuan Zi, it is highly probable that all of the Western Earth veins would have been obliterated. Therefore, he not only owes a significant karmic debt to Zhen Yuan Zi, but he is equally indebted to the beings of the West. In the realm of the West, Zhuan Ti and Jiayin bear the weight of its destiny. Thus, the Taoist Hongjun contemplated bestowing the final strand of primordial purple energy upon the two, to conclusively sever their ties with the West. Whether they could attain sanctity through this primordial energy remains a matter of uncertainty. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Purple Cloud Palace, the formidable beings of the primordial world had nearly gathered in full. At this moment, the guardians of the palace gates, Hao Tian and Yao Qi, observed that the 3,000-year period of teachings was at hand, and yet no other great beings had arrived. They were on the verge of closing the gates. In unison, they proclaimed, "The 3,000-year period is come, let us close the palace doors." Upon uttering these words, Hao Tian and Yao Qi placed their hands upon the massive gates, exerting their strength to push. The gates were immensely heavy, creaking with a somber resonance with each inch they moved, as if echoing the whispers of time itself. As the palace gates slowly began to close, two urgent voices echoed from beyond. "Wait, young Taoist, do not shut the gates. Wait, young Taoist, do not shut the gates." The crowd turned to gaze, witnessing two golden streaks swiftly traversing the chaotic void, akin to shooting stars, which quickly descended before the palace entrance. In the nick of time, two figures clad in yellow robes hurriedly slipped through the gates, entering the Zixio Palace. Among them was one figure with a round face and large ears, slightly stout. Bearing a visage of good fortune, it was none other than the Taoist of the Pure Land. Another figure, with a sorrowful expression and a countenance filled with compassion, bearing a visage marked by worry, is none other than the guiding sage. At this moment, Zhen Yuan Zi was also observing the two individuals, Zhuan Ti and Jie. Upon closer inspection, Zhen Yuan Zi discerned that these two indeed possessed extraordinary fortunes, truly worthy of bearing the immense destiny of the West. Ever since the fall of the demon ancestor Luo Ho, the great fortune of the West had converged upon these two. It was no wonder that, within the original trajectory of the Hongwang destiny, they managed to thwart Hongjun's schemes with the assistance of the heavenly Tao. Even when Hongjun covertly intervened, causing them to arrive last, they still managed to seize two positions on the mats with sheer determination. They even had the audacity to prostrate themselves as apprentices, compelling Hongjun to reluctantly accept them as his registered disciples. Moreover, in the end, they executed a series of audacious maneuvers. By harnessing the fortune of the Xianmen, they directly secured a loan to attain sainthood. The crux of the matter lies in their relentless boldness. After achieving sainthood through this loan, they promptly betrayed the Xianmen and absconded with a substantial portion of its fortune. Remarkably, Hongjun found himself powerless in this situation. This was not solely due to the Buddhist principles established by the two, which favorably aligned with the development of the Hongwang and thus garnered the favor of the heavenly Tao. More importantly, these two owed a considerable debt of merit to the heavenly Tao, and until they repaid this immense obligation, the Tao would not allow them to encounter any misfortune. Consequently, Hongjun was left with no recourse. It can be said that they have successfully demonstrated to Hongjun the adage that those who owe debts are indeed the true masters. Thus, they became the only two beings in the Hongwang capable of rendering Hongjun speechless in his grievances. However, the current situation starkly contrasts the original trajectory of fate within the Hongwang. Zhen Yuan Zi is not the affable friend that Hongyun is, nor is the West Queen Mother a figure easily taken advantage of like Kuanping. Therefore, It is evidently impossible for these two to envision a scenario akin to the original fate of the Hongwang. Yet, one wonders whether they will revert to the original trajectory of fate or perhaps devise another unexpected scheme. As the two Taoist figures, Zhen Yuan and Jian, entered the grand hall of the Zixiao Palace, they were met with a scene of overwhelming crowds, filling every available space. With only a scant few seats left in the corners, Zhen Yuan's brow furrowed in displeasure, for he was unwilling to settle for a mere inconspicuous corner. With a glint in his eye, he devised a plan and, grasping his brother Jian, began to push forward while proclaiming, "Excuse us, excuse us." Their audacious maneuvering elicited discontent among several prominent figures present, who cast them disapproving glances. Yet, Zhen Yuan remained oblivious, focused solely on advancing. Upon reaching the front, his gaze was drawn to the 6 exquisite mats before him. After examining them closely, he sensed an extraordinary aura emanating from these mats, as if they held an enigmatic fortune, perhaps even profound secrets within. Thus, Zhen Yuan commenced a remarkable performance. His expression shifted to one of sorrow, his face adorned with a look of lamentation. Then he unleashed his eloquent oratory. While feigning tears, he lamented, "Alas, our western land is desolate, and cultivation is fraught with difficulties. My brother and I have journeyed from afar solely to seek the Tao for the beings of the West. Yet here we find ourselves, without even a seat to listen to the teachings, feeling unworthy before the souls of the West. What face do we have to continue our quest? Better to perish here than to live with such shame." With that, he dramatically swept his sleeve, mimicking the act of striking the pillar in despair. Seeing this, Jian immediately joined in, pulling Zhen Yuan back and matching his performance. With a pained expression and a voice tinged with emotion, he responded, "Why must you suffer so, dear brother? We bear the hopes of the beings of the West. How can we forsake our lives here?" Thus, the two embraced, weeping together in shared sorrow. The heartfelt performance instantly captivated the attention of numerous formidable beings. Many of them displayed expressions of astonishment, rendered speechless by this unexpected scene. Some compassionate innate powers were moved by the duo's display, revealing a look of sympathy on their faces, silently lamenting the hardships faced in the West. However, there were also those among the innate powers who regarded the act with disdain, merely snorting in contempt, thinking to themselves, "These two are merely putting on a show. Their conduct is truly beneath contempt." Nevertheless, even those who were somewhat touched by the performance made no move to relinquish their seats. After all, this occasion of the sage imparting wisdom was pivotal to their future paths. None wished to find themselves relegated to a corner, for fear that it would adversely affect their understanding, a regret they would not wish to endure. Thus, it was natural that they would not yield their positions. Within the grand hall of the Purple Cloud Palace, the atmosphere grew subtly tense. After weeping heartily for a time, the Taoist of purity and the Taoist of guidance noticed that the 6 cushions, as well as those seated in the front rows, showed no intention of vacating their spots, leading to a slight feeling of embarrassment. Yet, the Taoist of purity, possessing a thick skin, quickly dismissed this awkwardness. He cast his gaze once more upon the 6 cushions. A flicker of reluctance glimmered